Eternal Continent, a fantastical realm where technology, magic, and beastly combat intertwine. An unforeseen incident led Fang Tianyan to descend upon the Eternal Continent, bringing with him the illegitimate Hunjing and transforming into a scion of a prominent family. With a fierce dragon daughter by his side, he boldly ventures forth into the world. While others battle beasts slumber in their confines, Fang Tianyan diligently trains his beasts within the illegitimate Hunjing. Through technological enhancement, mutation, and evolution, every Beastmaster has the potential to create a one-of-a-kind combat companion. The bonds between man and beast, the fusion of strength and intellect, the balance of light and darkness, the cycle of battle and blood, these elements intertwine within the tapestry of existence. Nations rise and fall, and the blood of battle beasts never ceases to flow, embodying an aesthetic of explosive power that knows no end. Fang Tianyan, alongside his battle beasts, embarks on a journey from nothingness to ascend to the highest arena of combat. Chapter 1. illegitimate Hunjing. Gina, congratulations. You truly are remarkable for becoming a Beastmaster. Thank you, Cousin Arthur. I was merely fortunate. The young woman, named Gina, smiled modestly. Her long chestnut hair braided into an elegant plait that cascaded before her, her delicate features and tall stature exuding a graceful aura reminiscent of a neighborly older sister. The one offering congratulations was a silver-haired youth, youthful and fresh, though his smile bore an air of insincerity. Adorned in luxurious attire embellished with diamonds and gold, he exuded an unmistakable air of privilege. In contrast, Gina wore a simple yet elegant dress. Not far behind them, a girl with golden waves, her striking beauty marred by an expression of deep-seated jealousy, fixated on Gina's retreating figure. As Gina and Arthur engaged in casual conversation, the golden-haired girl remained silent, the three of them synchronously making their way toward the castle's grand hall. Before long, a tall young man, holding a food box and wearing glasses, approached them. With raven hair and dark eyes, he possessed a countenance akin to a jade ornament. His sharp brows and bright gaze complemented by his scholarly glasses that lent him an air of refined elegance. Greetings, young masters and ladies. The dark-haired youth offered a formal smile as he greeted them, yet he did not pause in his stride. Only Gina nodded in reply, while the other two remained indifferent, barely lifting their brows. The golden-haired girl, upon encountering him, disdainfully stepped aside. Gina halted to curiously observe the retreating figure of a young man. What's so interesting about that waist? Cousin, let's hurry to the dining hall. Today, as you become a Beastmaster through the awakening ceremony, my parents are throwing you a celebration, and even Grandma has come personally. Cousin Arthur, although I've only been here a few days, who is that person we just passed? Gina's curiosity was piqued. That person? He's my father's illegitimate son. Last year, during the awakening ceremony, he was neither a Beastmaster nor a martial artist or mage. He's just a pretty face, truly a waste living off the family. The golden-haired girl spoke with a certain audacity, her expression dripping with disdain. Iva, mind your words. You may speak as you wish about him, but do not tarnish our father's reputation. Iva scoffed dismissively at her brother Arthur's admonition, but refrained from retorting further. This was merely a minor incident along their path. Soon, the trio arrived at the dining hall, which was already bustling with most of the elders from the Wilson family, and the banquet commenced with fervor. Ignoring the blatant derision of the servants along the way, Fang Tianyan entered his room, carrying the food box. The room was simple and unadorned, devoid of any luxurious embellishments apart from the essential furniture. Upon opening the food box, he found a solitary meal laid out before him, far from extravagant, yet not entirely unappealing. It was, however, somewhat solitary. Yet, Fang Tianyan reveled in this solitude, as such an environment was ideal for contemplating his life's path, and of course for clandestinely nurturing his growth. After satisfying his hunger and cleaning the food box, Fang Tianyan closed his eyes and sat cross-legged upon his bed. Diving into his consciousness, he entered a realm unlike any other. In a boundless plain, various formidable creatures roamed, while in the distance, clouds swirled around towering mountains. Nestled within a valley stood an ancient palace amidst the ruins. The palace appeared dilapidated, as if battered by countless storms, yet it emanated a resilient and majestic aura of antiquity. Mountains, plains, and palaces, this small world residing within his consciousness. Fang Tianyan referred to as illegitimate Hunjing. It was his only true advantage since transcending into this world. Indeed, Fang Tianyan was once a denizen of the Blue Star, a self-made entrepreneur, He was on the cusp of his company's IPO at the age of 30. However, on the eve of the listing, after overindulging at the celebratory banquet, he drunkenly stumbled into a vehicle, resulting in a tumultuous twist of fate that led him to this realm known as the Eternal Continent, a world where technology, magic, and beastly combat coalesce. He was reborn as an infant abandoned at the doorstep of the Wilson family during the harsh winter. It could be said that the infant had long succumbed to the cold, but a mysterious jade pendant, protecting Fang Tianyan's soul, fell like a shooting star upon the infant, seamlessly merging consciousness with flesh, leading to a perfect rebirth. This mysterious jade pendant was an artifact Fang Tianyan had unearthed at an antique market in his previous life, unbeknownst to him that it would herald a twist of fate now. It quietly hung at the entrance of the palace within the SHNX Hunjing. Fang Tianyan had just reached adulthood, and the SHNX Hunjing had begun manifesting in his consciousness 6 years prior. At that time, it had been shrouded in darkness. Fang Tianyan navigated through it, as if playing an RTS game, exploring various territories, taking him years to nearly fully uncover the SHNX Hunjing. The formidable beasts within the illusion are under his control, though their current range of activities is confined to the realm of the illusion. His greatest acquisition was the palace itself. Inside the palace lay an ancient battlefield resembling a maze, littered with treasures manuals, elixirs, and various divine weapons. However, the opening of the palace's door was unpredictable, ranging from 4 months at the earliest to 6 months at the latest, remaining open for only a day. Once the time elapsed, Fang Tianyan would be transported outside the palace. The day the palace doors opened marked his joyful scavenging and treasure hunting. Over the years, he has retrieved a plethora of valuable items from within the palace. This secret belonged solely to him. Filled to the brim, further gathering of spiritual essence is futile. It seems it is time for me to depart this place. Feeling the compressed primal spiritual energy within him, Fang Tianyan's eyes sparkled with determination, a confident smile curling upon his lips. The technological advancement of the Eternal Continent far surpasses that of the Blue Star, which could never produce colossal mechas towering at several dozen meters. Moreover, this world is saturated with a force known as primal essence, which individuals can absorb and utilize through techniques, giving rise to 3 professions: Beastmaster, Martial Artist, and Mage. Among these, the Beastmaster is the rarest and most esteemed, while martial artists and mages may be seen as inferior alternatives to a failed transition to beast mastery. For in this world, the power of battle beasts is overwhelmingly formidable. In numerous regions, human civilization has yet to penetrate, as they are inhabited by powerful battle beasts. Some areas are in a perpetual state of conflict with wild beasts, and cities in precarious locations may even suffer from beast tides. As those capable of commanding beasts in battle, beastmasters are naturally revered by the populace. Even within human society, there exist large-scale beast-fighting competitions, ranging from intercity contests to national tournaments. Such events have consistently held the title of the premier competitive spectacle in this world, maintaining their fervor through the ages. Naturally, Fang Tianyan's initial aspiration is to ascend to the esteemed rank of a beastmaster, a position of considerable social standing. Chapter 2. The Complex Aristocracy. In the Eternal Continent, individuals begin to absorb their original spirits at the tender age of 10, after 5 years of spirit gathering. At the age of 15, they partake in the opening spirit ceremony. The success of this ceremony determines one's future profession related to their original spirit. Should one fail, they must gather spirit for another 5 years, repeating the ceremony at 20. This is their final opportunity. If they fail again and are deemed unsuitable for the 3 primary professions, they must swiftly seize the chance to enter the workforce. However, those who succeed at 20 are often considered less gifted, finding themselves at a disadvantage in their cultivation journey. Nevertheless, having something is better than having nothing. Suddenly, a loud knock on the door interrupted Fang Tianyan's reverie. Upon opening the door, he found an elderly gentleman, brimming with energy, holding a food container in one hand and a bottle of wine in the other, beaming at him. "Why are you here instead of attending the banquet?" Fang Tianyan chuckled at the disheveled old man. The elderly man sauntered into the room, setting down the food and drinks. "I am not accustomed to such gatherings. It is better for us, grandfather and grandson, to enjoy a quiet drink." Seeing the old man's cheerful demeanor warmed Fang Tianyan's heart. This elder, named Fang Ingjia, was his grandfather in this world and the only person in the family who genuinely cared for him. Fang Tianyan's upbringing had indeed been complex. His grandparents were childhood sweethearts, both hailing from affluent and powerful families, and shared a deep bond. Unfortunately, During his grandfather Fang Tianyan's generation, the Fang family faced sudden misfortune and descended into hardship. As the saying goes, wealth attracts distant relatives, while poverty leaves one unnoticed in the bustling city. Observing the Fang family's decline, the thriving Wilson family sought to withdraw from their engagement. However, his grandmother, Laura Wilson, resolutely insisted on honoring the marriage contract. After their union, Laura brought considerable resources, ultimately rescuing the Fang family from the brink of ruin. Yet, as is often the case, one must pay a price for such favors. In a reversal of traditional roles, Fang Tianyan occupied a position akin to that of a son-in-law, as his wife Laura became the undisputed head of the family. Together, they had two sons. The elder, Fang Zhongxing, had long been relocated for work, while the younger, Amos Wilson, took after his mother. This younger son was Fang Tianyan's father. During his studies, Amos fell in love with a woman, but their disparate social standings led Laura to vehemently oppose the union. Furthermore, as the younger son inherited his mother's surname, Laura held even higher expectations for him. Amos, fearing his mother's disapproval, chose to end the relationship, even though the woman was already with child. On a snowy day, an infant was abandoned at the doorstep of the Wilson household. In response to this scandalous act, Laura ordered the servants to take the baby to an orphanage or dispose of it in some inconspicuous place, preferring to remain unaware of the situation. However, the kind-hearted old man, recognizing the child as his own grandson, pleaded with his wife multiple times before reluctantly agreeing to keep the infant. Yet, the child was not permitted to bear the Wilson surname. Thus he was named Fang Tianyan, a name personally chosen by his grandfather. The name Tianyan phonetically signifies heavenly fortune, while Yun implies depth of character, reflecting Fang Tianyan's genuine concern for his grandson. After this incident, Amos was promptly arranged to marry upon graduation by Laura. He wed a young lady from a prominent family named Lisa, and within a year, they welcomed a pair of twins, a son, Arthur, and a daughter, Eva, Fang Tianyan's half-siblings. Due to the awkwardness of his identity, Fang Tianyan had always been marginalized within the family. Nonetheless, he remained indifferent to this, for within his youthful frame resided a seasoned soul from the Blue Star. As the evening progressed and the wine flowed, the old man grew increasingly animated, while Fang Tianyan maintained a serene composure, appearing as though he were sipping water. Once a man indulges in drink, his tongue loosens, and the old man, cheeks flushed, began to share tales with fervor. Fang Tianyan patiently listened, occasionally refilling his grandfather's glass. When the old man finally felt satisfied, Fang Tianyan smiled and said, "Grandfather, I plan to leave here." The old man, his eyes glazed with inebriation, fell into a stupor, the glass slipping from his grasp and shattering on the floor without his noticing. "What did you say?" "I said I intend to leave here and pursue my studies in another city." Despite feeling a pang of regret, Fang Tianyan spoke with steadfast resolve, picking up the broken glass. Oh, in an instant, the old man's spirit seemed to wane. The room fell into a brief silence. Leaving may be for the best. As if coming to a realization, he forced a smile, yet the melancholy in his eyes was unmistakable. Fang Tianyan was acutely aware of his grandson's plight within the family, yet felt powerless to intervene. When his elder son was relocated by Laura, distancing him from the core of family power, he too was left helpless. "Fang Tianyan, you are hardly the hero," he mused, unconcerned that his descendant was present. Observing the despondent elder, Fang Tianyan found himself at a loss for words to offer comfort. His grandfather existed in a similarly awkward position within the family dynamics. A son-in-law, without authority, he occasionally found himself ignored by even the younger members of the household. On the surface, the family bore the Fang name, yet at its core, it had long since become a Wilson family. Fang Tianyan recognized his grandfather's inner turmoil. Otherwise, he would not frequently seek solace in their shared cups of wine. In his eyes, his grandfather, despite his limitations, was a genuinely kind-hearted individual. In this cold family environment, such a person should be cherished, as they contribute to the family's moral fabric. Have you prepared for your departure? Be sure to inform your father and grandmother. Though they may harbor biases against you, the proper etiquette must still be observed. Do not worry, grandfather. I understand this well. I plan to bid farewell to father and grandmother tomorrow before I leave. If the outside world proves more promising, I shall not return. The old man's words rang with sincerity. He felt a deep reluctance to part with his grandson, whom he had watched grow up. Yet, he understood that perhaps leaving would be a beneficial choice for him. However, it meant that he would no longer have someone to share secret drinks with in the future. Chapter 3. The Plan to Depart. By the way, have you kept the cultivation technique? The cultivation technique? At his grandfather's words, Fang Tianyan was momentarily taken aback. You haven't lost it, have you? Although you failed the opening spirit ceremony last year, you will have another opportunity in 4 years. Do not give up. Seeing the worry etched on his grandson's face, The old man felt a surge of urgency. For he had gone to great lengths to procure the spirit-gathering technique for Fang Tianyan without Laura's knowledge. Losing it would be a significant setback. Prompted by his grandfather's reminder, Fang Tianyan quickly replied, "Oh yes, I haven't lost it. I've already stored it away." Hearing this, the old man finally relaxed. However, he was unaware that the spirit-gathering technique he had brought years prior had been dismissed by Fang Tianyan after only a few pages, tossed aside in disdain. What a piece of rubbish. In truth, the technique was of decent quality, even utilized by Eva and Arthur. However, long ago, within the Palace of the Divine Ruins, Fang Tianyan had acquired a tome known as Shun Yuan Qi. This martial arts manual, which integrates the refinement of the body, the unblocking of meridians, and the gathering of spiritual energy as a cohesive whole, possesses a level of comprehensiveness that is utterly unparalleled by the gathering techniques of this world. The essence of the gathering techniques here lies in accumulation, that is, the storage of primordial energy within the body, with the maxim that the more one stores, the better. The awakening ceremony serves to guide the primordial energy accumulated over the years within the human body through a formation, after which the formation's trajectory operates to ultimately complete the vocational inscription. Throughout this process, the greater the reserve of primordial energy, the higher the probability of success. Should one fail, the primordial energy that has been summoned becomes irretrievable, rendering years of accumulation null and void, necessitating a fresh start in gathering energy anew. Thus, the efficiency and speed of energy gathering serve as the criteria for assessing the quality of gathering techniques in this realm. It is too crude, far too crude. After practicing Shun Yuan Qi, Fang Tianyan truly comprehended the adage that one cannot appreciate the beauty of comparison without experiencing contrast. The vast majority of gathering techniques in the Eternal Continent lack these fundamental concepts. Last year, after attending the awakening ceremony, Fang Tianyan was met with the derisive moniker of 24 Pure Waste and other equally scornful titles, such as Primordial Energy Insulator. The three vocational formations never illuminated even once, and there was not a hint of response. Even the mages overseeing the awakening ceremony were left astounded. They had witnessed failure before, but never to such an absolute degree. Even an ordinary person, who has never practiced energy gathering, would possess at least a trace of primordial energy within. Yet this 15-year-old lad was utterly devoid of any. Fang Tianyan also garnered quite a bit of notoriety. After all, reaching an extreme in any aspect tends to draw attention. He still vividly recalls the expression of clenched teeth on Amos's face, for having such a son was indeed a profound embarrassment. That expression nearly made Fang Tianyan burst into laughter. Yet, being merely a bastard son, and with the family harboring no expectations of him, the notoriety quickly faded. However, no one anticipated that Fang Tianyan's failure at the awakening ceremony was a deliberate act. If the gathered primordial energy were likened to a bucket of water, the awakening ceremony would be akin to drilling a hole in the bottom of the bucket, causing the water to pour out in a deluge. In contrast, Fang Tianyan, while drilling the hole, had solidified the water into ice, preventing even a single drop from escaping. Thanks to his mastery of Shun Yuan Qi, his control over primordial energy had reached an astonishing level of proficiency. As for why he undertook such an act, the answer is simple. It was preparation for his departure from the family the following day. The family members generally believed that this low-status illegitimate son would strive to elevate his standing within the family. However, Fang Tianyan had never entertained such thoughts. To him, the Wilson family was insignificant. He had no need for their recognition. Once he escaped this cage, he would carve his own destiny. In his past life, having risen from humble beginnings and navigated the trials of society, he had never lacked confidence. Moreover, with the assistance of the divine realm, he was further bolstered. As long as he presented himself as devoid of value, the family would have no opportunity to exploit him. Should the awakening ceremony succeed, it would complicate his plans for departure. Alas, I am void of primordial energy, my eldest son is also void, and now my grandson Tianyan is likewise void. I wonder how our Fang family has offended the heavens to incur such fate. The elder lamented, pouring himself a cup of bitter wine. Observing the elderly man, the only one in the family who had shown him affection, Fang Tianyan eventually rose to pat his grandfather's back gently, saying, "Grandfather, there is no need for such pessimism. Do not ask the heavens for guidance. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. My fate determined by me, not by heaven." Fang Yingjie gazed at his grandson in astonishment, as the faint smile on Fang Tianyan's face seemed to dissipate the sorrow and anxiety within him like a gentle breeze. When he shook his head and looked again, he found that Fang Tianyan had already turned away to tidy up the dishes. Was it an illusion? Early that morning, Fang Tianyan had already begun the process. When Amos heard that Fang Tianyan wished to see him, he was taken aback. In the 16 years since his birth, This son had never once sought him out. Not a single time. Indeed, it could be said that Fang Tianyan had left the impression of being honest, reclusive, and introverted among the family. His father, Amos, was no exception. Regarding this son, Amos felt neither satisfaction nor dissatisfaction. Compared to his troublesome twin children, this illegitimate son had performed relatively well. It seemed he had not caused any trouble that required Amos to intervene. He was a source of relief. On the other hand, the boy was rather unremarkable, possessing little beyond his good looks, and had exhibited no exceptional talents, particularly evident in the complete failure of the awakening ceremony. Let him in. After some thought, Amos set aside the documents in his hands. Upon entering, Fang Tianyan observed the proper etiquette, leaving no room for critique. What brings you here? Amos inquired, unfazed by the expressionless demeanor of his illegitimate son. He was accustomed to it. I intend to apply to Bifeng Academy in Yunfei City and have come to bid farewell. Amos initially believed his illegitimate son had caused some trouble, only to discover he was seeking to leave home for his studies. Has my mother consented to this? Hearing this, Fang Tianyan, with his head bowed, curled his lip in disdain. As expected, although there was little affection between them, Fang Tianyan had spent 16 years within this castle and had a fair understanding of his father's character. He favored his legitimate children and was concerned about appearances, possessing average emotional resilience, and was a mild mama's boy. Of course, Fang Tianyan was not included among those favored children, as they did not share the same surname. I will subsequently seek my grandmother's permission. Then you may go. As long as your mother consents, it is acceptable. Amos waved his hand, indicating that Fang Tianyan could leave. He harbored no strong opinions regarding this illegitimate son, and thus did not care where he went. Deep down, he even welcomed the idea of Fang Tianyan leaving the family, for the presence of this illegitimate child had caused his wife, Lisha, to frequently express displeasure towards him. Keeping this boy around offered him no benefits whatsoever. As Fang Tianyan turned to exit the room, he unexpectedly encountered several individuals he wished to avoid. Chapter 4. The Matriarch. Observing Lisha approaching with her precious children, Fang Tianyan maintained a smiling facade, while his inner thoughts were laced with frustration. Such ill fortune. The once jovial atmosphere among the three was abruptly chilled as they encountered Fang Tianyan, their expressions collectively darkening. Greetings, young master, young lady, madam, Fang Tianyan greeted cheerfully, ever careful to leave no openings for criticism in his outward demeanor. Conventionally, he would refer to them as mother, brother, and sister. However, Lisha and her children rejected such titles from him. The reasoning was simple. They deemed this illegitimate son unworthy and even felt ashamed of him. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Fang Tianyan shared the same sentiments. He preferred to distance himself from this family. In this regard, both parties held mutual disdain, a two-way street. However, while Fang Tianyan concealed his feelings, Lisha and her children wore their contempt openly on their faces. What are you doing here? Lisha demanded, hands on her hips, her brow furrowed in a questioning manner. She harbored not a shred of goodwill towards this illegitimate son, often viewing him as an unwelcome thorn in her side. Replying to the madam, I have come to bid farewell to Lord Amos. Farewell? Lisha's expression reflected skepticism. I intend to pursue my studies in the outer city. Fang Tianyan promptly provided an explanation. Upon hearing those words, L.S.'s cold demeanor melted away, replaced by an expression of delight. This young man has finally departed. Given L.S.'s identity and temperament, the sight of her husband's illegitimate child had always been a source of discomfort. Now that he has chosen to leave, her joy knows no bounds. Although she is, in terms of emotional chronology, the latecomer, this wealthy young lady remains blissfully unaware of that fact. The jubilant expression on her face elicited a cold chuckle from Fang Tianyan. His so-called mother is willful and temperamental, lacking genuine talent but brimming with petty cunning. In comparison to her father, they seem somewhat well-matched. Going away? It seems you are finally recognizing the situation. With your lackluster abilities, there truly is no necessity for you to remain in the family. The silver-haired youth, Y.S., scoffed derisively, his words dripping with sarcasm. Indeed, how could I possibly compare to the esteemed young master? You, who at such a tender age have passed the martial master test, are undoubtedly a paragon among the younger generation of the family. Ah, indeed. Flattering words are hardly of value, should Y.S. desire more. Fang Tianyan would not hesitate to concoct additional praise, particularly emphasizing the term martial master with a pronounced accent. Y.S., who could not discern between praise and insult, found some satisfaction in such flattery. Influenced by his mother, he harbored an intense disdain for his half-brother. Yet, whenever he sought to provoke a quarrel, this black-haired youth, 2 years his senior, would deliver a few compliments, causing Y.S.'s intention to find fault to dissipate. Hey, are you blind? You stepped on my dress. Initially, both had merely brushed past one another, but a voice filled with disdain rang out again. Upon seeing the scornful smile of the blonde girl, YW, effing T New York N felt a chill in his heart, yet he maintained a facade of apology, saying, "I apologize, miss, allow me to clean it for you." As he bent down, YW quickly lifted her dress and, with a look of disgust, retorted, "Do not touch me with your filthy hands, just leave." This young lady disdainfully ascended a couple of steps, creating distance. Faced with such insulting words, effing T New York N displayed no signs of displeasure and hurriedly departed in a state of embarrassment. "All right, children, let us go. Our family of 4 has an important banquet to attend at noon." LS hummed a tune as she led the way, her spirits soaring. YS felt indifferent. Although he shared the same castle with that illegitimate brother, it was quite normal for them not to meet even once a year. The environments they grew up in were worlds apart, leaving little room for intersection. However, YW's expression bore a seriousness as if she were deep in thought. YS noticed something was off with his sister and spoke up. "It was merely a dress that got stepped on. It doesn't seem dirty. If necessary, we can have a servant clean it again. You needn't waste your time being angry with that kind of person. Besides, he will be leaving soon." "Fool." YW shot a sidelong glance at YS before turning sharply into her room, shutting the door behind her. YS's face flushed red. His sister was not only willful but had a particularly sharp tongue, only tempering herself in the presence of their grandmother. Inside her room, YW's expression remained dark and uncertain. Just moments ago, that black-haired youth had not even stepped on her dress. She was merely seeking trouble. Had he chosen to argue that he had not stepped on her, she possessed numerous ways to humiliate him. Yet, unexpectedly, he had readily accepted blame for a fault he did not commit. That effing T New York N, does he truly possess no temper? Considering his previous obsequious demeanor, YW found herself lost in contemplation. Is he cowardly and weak? Or what am I thinking? She shook her head, dispelling the hodgepodge of thoughts swirling in her mind. That fellow is merely a waste of potential, a diminutive existence within the family devoid of any resources. What does it matter if he is humble and obedient? The disparity in strength on paper is as vast as a chasm. How could I possibly entertain conjectures about the thoughts of such a person? YW scoffed, chiding herself for her madness. At such a young age, her heart is indeed quite wicked. In the corridor, recalling the recent events, effing T New York N couldn't help but smile wryly. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable sense. Raising his head, whereupon he beheld a tall woman clad in armor and wielding a sword, approaching him directly. MXY, 46 years old, a 5-star martial master, is the devoted bodyguard of Luel and one of the private guards of the WIRS family. The ranks of mages and martial masters range from 1 to 7 stars, and as a martial master, this guard's strength is formidable. YS's martial skills are personally honed by her. "Follow me, the family head wishes to see you." Upon reaching him, MXY succinctly stated her purpose and turned to lead the way, with effing T New York N silently following. He was not particularly surprised by MXY's arrival. The elder had mentioned his intention to inform Luel of his departure in advance, to which he had consented. However, effing T New York N had not anticipated that his grandmother would proactively send a trusted aide to summon him. Luel WIRSN, his grandmother, was the only individual within this family whom effing T New York N regarded with a degree of trepidation. She is capable, resourceful, and quite ruthless. When Luel married his grandfather, F.ing Yang, it was hardly for love. Her strategy was to establish independence and consolidate assets. Luai had 2 brothers. After her marriage, she took some assets as a dowry, which enabled her to gradually revitalize the faltering effing family. Meanwhile, her 2 brothers engaged in a bitter struggle for the inheritance of the WIRSN family for nearly a decade, fighting as if their lives depended on it. Yet, no one anticipated that while the 2 were locked in a fierce battle, both suffering significant losses, Luel would strike. She saved the effing family, allowing it to recuperate for years, and when the 2 tigers were exhausted from their fight, she swiftly devoured them whole. Silent until then, she made her move with astonishing force. Chapter 5 Me, an unremarkable individual. Having acquired all the assets of the WIRSN family, combined with the properties of the F.ing family, Luel's influence within the family became unparalleled. Her 2 brothers subsequently vanished without a trace, their fates unknown. They likely never imagined that the sister they looked down upon harbored such terrifying ambition and cunning. To be honest, effing T New York N felt a degree of admiration for his grandmother's actions. A successful woman deserves the position of head of the family. Throughout the years, effing T New York N had encountered numerous tests aimed at him. There were those who sought to sow discord, claiming they would support him and encouraging him to oppose LS and her children. Others attempted to tempt him with offers of benefits, enticing him to steal something from the family. Regardless of the truth behind these propositions, effing T New York N steadfastly adhered to a single principle. to feign timidity and honesty, rejecting all advances. If you dare approach me, I will not hesitate to report you to the family and sell you out. He harbored grand ambitions within his heart, disdaining to engage with such trifling schemers. Arriving at the majestic main castle, with guards standing at attention at the entrance, Fang Tianyan withdrew his thoughts. Upon entering the opulent chamber, he beheld a woman adorned in a lavish robe, quietly seated with her eyes closed in meditation. Though she had aged, she was well preserved, wearing a dazzling crown of stars, exuding an air of nobility. Your presence has been announced. MXY respectfully stood behind Lu El. Greetings, grandmother. Fang Tianyan proactively offered his respects. As was his custom, it has come to my attention that you are embarking on a journey to pursue your studies in a distant land. As I speak, I behold your eyes wide open, imbued with a fierce intensity, exuding an air of authority without a trace of anger. With the opening of those eyes, a formidable aura surged towards Fang Tianyan. Luo La is not merely the matriarch of this household. She is also a formidable five-star magician. Confronted by this imposing presence, Fang Tianyan hastily retreated a couple of steps, bowing his head and feigning to wipe non-existent sweat from his forehead, embodying a portrait of nervousness. Indeed, witnessing such a display from her illegitimate grandson, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Luo La's eyes. Ultimately, he is merely a timid and inept individual with a modicum of cunning. While learning of Fang Tianyan's impending departure, Luo La had been preoccupied with another matter. Gina, the niece of her youngest daughter-in-law, having lost both parents, now resides within her family. However, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is that this young girl successfully underwent the awakening ceremony yesterday, becoming a Beastmaster. The title of Beastmaster, even for the composed Luo La, stirs a sense of envy. Although the family has invested in 2 Beastmasters, they are merely contracted employees. Whereas Gina is akin to kin, fostering a deeper connection. It is somewhat regrettable that her own grandchildren consist of a martial artist and a magician. This illegitimate grandson, however, has turned out to be remarkably underwhelming. Thus, Luo La resolved that regardless of the resources required, she would ensure Gina's binding to the Wilson family. Contemplating the black-haired boy before her, devoid of any innate talent, Luo La could not help but curl her lips in disdain. She was aware that her husband had secretly provided Fang Tianyan with cultivation techniques. In this family, Luo La's network of informants was extensive, and few matters could escape her notice. Although this black-haired boy was nearly invisible within the family, should he succeed in the awakening ceremony, he could still serve some purpose. However, she was taken aback to discover him to be an absolute void of innate talent, utterly useless. Yes, grandmother, Fang Tianyan stammered, his flustered demeanor deepening Luo La's frown and igniting an inexplicable aversion within her. After all these years, it seemed she had merely raised a layabout. Fangjia, if not for you, would I have kept him here? Regrettably, this grandson does not bring you any pride. With a sigh inwardly, Luo La averted her gaze, unwilling to even glance at the boy below. Go, if your endeavors outside flourish, do not return. The sentiment of do not return bore entirely different implications. The grandfather's intentions were genuinely for the grandson's benefit, while the grandmother's message conveyed that he was unworthy of belonging to this family. Fang Tianyan paid no heed to his grandmother's reaction. Internally, he was grinning with delight. I've succeeded. Furthermore, you are forbidden to claim association with the Wilson family outside. Should I discover you exploiting the family's reputation for personal gain, I shall ensure your existence becomes a torment. The cold, penetrating glare from Luo La was no jest. Understood. Fang Tianyan hurriedly replied. Inwardly, he scoffed at his self-satisfied grandmother, thinking she was overestimating her significance. He is indeed a member of the Fang family. Yet he is never identified as part of the Wilson lineage, for he holds no esteem for the family's dubious honor. Having successfully maneuvered the largest obstacle in his path, Fang Tianyan sighed in relief. After a formal farewell, he promptly turned and departed. His hasty exit elicited yet another wave of revulsion from Luo La. If one must act, it must be done with conviction, and in the art of provocation, Fang Tianyan was a seasoned expert. Upon returning to his quarters, preparing to gather his belongings, Fang Tianyan was startled to find a small square box on the table. Beneath it lay a letter bearing his grandfather's name. Setting aside his apprehensions, he opened the letter, and as he read its contents, he found his emotions stirred, a hint of moisture welling in his eyes. Carefully tucking the letter away, he inhaled deeply to steady himself. Those who now looked down upon him would one day kneel and gaze up in reverence. He, Fang Tianyan, was no mere saint. He was a predator with an insatiable appetite. Opening the small box revealed a finely crafted storage ring. Such valuable items had long been possessed by Arthur and Eva, while Fang Tianyan had previously been deprived of such resources. By the blood of his lineage, he acknowledged the ring. Within it lay new garments, provisions, and a sum of 1 million star coins. Star coins serve as the universal currency of this continent. To the family, 1 million star coins were a trifling amount. Yet for Fang Tianyan, it represented a substantial starting capital. At least for now, he need not expend energy worrying about financial matters. He concealed the warmth of familial affection and gratitude deep within his heart. After donning the ring, he had little else to collect. Changing into a new formal suit, Fang Tianyan locked the door behind him and strode towards the castle's exit. In the flower bed, a lovely young lady was peacefully engrossed in her book. The gentle sunlight cascaded down, butterflies danced about, and birds sang from the branches, creating a scene of tranquility and beauty. "You are Gina, correct?" The young lady looked up, and upon seeing the refined, handsome youth of her age, she quickly closed her book and stood to greet him politely. "Yes, hello. May I ask who you are?" Though she recognized the bespectacled black-haired youth from a few prior encounters and had gleaned bits of information from her cousin, Gina was still unaware of his name. "Me?" Fang Tianyan chuckled heartily. The black-haired boy raised his arm and removed his glasses. In that instant, his demeanor underwent a profound transformation. His eyes gleamed like hawks. His brows were sharp, his gaze dark and fathomless, and his hair resembled steel bristles. As his body cracked and popped, his slightly hunched back straightened, and he stood tall like a resilient pine. With muscles bulging, his suit was filled to capacity, and he appeared markedly more imposing, standing nearly 185 centimeters tall. An inconspicuous individual, indeed. Chapter 6, Second Awakening, The Emergence of a Prodigy. With a thud, the book slipped from Gina's grasp, yet she remained oblivious. Her enchanting blue eyes widened in disbelief, her palms slick with perspiration. It seemed as though she beheld an extraordinarily ferocious beast awakening, obliterating any semblance of refinement. Fang Tianyan nonchalantly bent down to retrieve the fallen book, dusting it off before placing it back on the chair. "When that day arrives, I hope the process will not be tedious, Miss Beastmaster Gina." With a cryptic smile, Fang Tianyan advanced with measured strides, relishing the thrill of the moment. Feigning modesty and then escaping was exhilarating. Individuals like Gina, who had only recently arrived and were living under someone else's roof, were not ones Fang Tianyan feared would speak out of turn. 30 meters ahead lay the grand entrance of the castle. Just as Gina regained her composure and turned abruptly, all she beheld was a broad back disappearing into the distance. Gazing at the shattered glasses on the ground, Gina found herself momentarily at a loss for words. What manner of person was he? Finally, he had arrived. Exiting the airport, Fang Tianyan stretched luxuriously. Huangming City, situated at the eastern border of the Ao Zixin Federation, connects with the Fengyuan Ridge Mountains to the east, the Buried Bone Desert to the south, and the Silver Vale Sea 500 miles to the north. This city is renowned within the Federation as an adventurous locale. The Star Lun City, where Fang Tianyan previously resided, held a position in the Federation akin to that of the magical metropolis. In terms of economic prowess, it ranked among the top 5 within the Federation. The Wilson family, residing in Star Lun City, is considered a top-tier commercial family, living in grand private castles. A remote locale with a robust culture naturally lacks the economic prowess of Xing Luancheng. However, it serves as a veritable paradise for numerous adventurers. Within the surrounding diverse geographical regions, a plethora of combat beasts and rare mineral resources reside. Whether for training or lucrative ventures, stands as one of the premier choices for many practitioners of the original spirit's 3 professions. This destination also marks the purpose of Fang Tianyan's journey. As for his previous mentions of Yunfei City and Baifeng Academy, they were merely whimsical distractions to amuse his companions at home. Upon exiting the airport, he hailed a taxi, with the as his target. Throughout the journey, Fang Tianyan observed through the window the presence of numerous individuals carrying staves and great swords along the roadside. Occasionally, one could hear shouts from vendors selling or other treasures. Upon his arrival, the sun dipped low on the horizon, signaling the approach of evening. A quick glance at his watch confirmed there was still time. Inside Wang Qin sat languidly at his desk, his gaze fixed on the clock on the wall. With merely 5 minutes remaining until the end of his shift, he felt the weight of the weekend duty, originally meant for 2, now fell solely upon him due to the absence of his colleague. With 1 minute left, Wang Qin stretched comfortably and began to pack his belongings to leave, when suddenly, a tall young man with black hair appeared before him. "Who are you?" "Greetings, I have come to conduct the opening spirit ceremony." While he felt a twinge of irritation at the timing, Wang Qin's professionalism prevailed as he promptly seated himself at the computer. "Your identification card, please, and place your fingerprint on the stone." The identification card functions similarly to a personal ID, while the fingerprint serves as a secondary lock to safeguard one's privacy. After Fang Tianyan complied, his personal information appeared on the screen. Wang Qin initially thought he had misread the information, leaning closer to the monitor. However, upon confirming its accuracy, he regarded Fang Tianyan with astonishment. You underwent the opening spirit ceremony just a year ago. You must wait another 4 years for the next one. Wang Qin briefly contemplated whether this black-haired youth had lost his senses, likely affected by the psychological toll of a failed spirit opening. He had witnessed many who failed the ceremony, wandering in despair, some driven to the brink of despair. With a decisive motion, a thick stack of coins was tossed onto Wang Qin's desk. For the opening spirit ceremony, you merely need to activate the formation and make a record. It is not difficult. The 5-year waiting period is merely conventional wisdom, not a rule. Wang Qin felt tempted by the sight of the 10,000 star coins. As the young man had indicated, 5 years was merely a guideline, and facilitating his opening spirit ceremony did not contravene any regulations. Why not seize the opportunity for easy money? Are you certain you wish to proceed with the ceremony? You have only gathered spirit energy for a year since your last failure. Is this not a futile endeavor? Wang Qin still aimed to counsel the young man. Just host the ceremony. Do not concern yourself with the rest. Having expressed his reservations, Wang Qin, seeing the young man's obstinacy, resignedly pocketed the money and led the way. A beastmaster? He inquired cautiously. Indeed, came the reply. After navigating several turns, they reached the designated room. The spacious floor was adorned with a complex magical array. Without prompting, Fang Tianyan seated himself cross-legged at the center of the formation. Let us begin, he stated coolly. Upon receiving the cue, Wang Qin activated the cylindrical switch, illuminating the magical array. Concurrently, Fang Tianyan felt a potent force drawing inward. This time, he would not hold back. With a resounding boom, blue spirit energy erupted from Fang Tianyan like flames. The intense shockwave caused Wang Qin to collapse to the ground, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. What on earth? In all his years of presiding over spirit opening ceremonies, he had never witnessed such a vigorous outburst of spirit energy, leaving his mind momentarily in a state of chaos. Fang Tianyan, however, remained unfazed, diligently following the guidance of the array to actively engrave his profession. With his exceptional control over spirit energy, the process unfolded seamlessly, while others relied on the array to channel their spirit energy forward. Fang Tianyan's energy surged ahead of the array's trajectory. In no time, he sensed a stirring within his consciousness. It is done. The Beastmaster space, open. As a triumphant declaration resonated within him, a dark expanse began to expand within his consciousness. Concurrently, the display screen connected to the array showcased numbers ascending steadily from 1234. When the count reached 10, Wang Qin's jaw dropped. At 15, he fell into a stupor, and at 20, he could no longer contain himself. How is this possible? He exclaimed incredulously, yet the numbers continued to climb. Finally, they stabilized at 30. Wang Qin sat in a state of petrification. Slapping his own cheeks vigorously to dispel any lingering doubt, he confirmed he was not dreaming. A monster. Where did this creature come from? He thought, gazing at the towering figure that had emerged from the array, feeling his legs weaken and his throat dry. The numbers on the display indicated the size of the Beastmaster space, measured in magical energy. Typically, a newly transitioned Beastmaster's space ranges from 5 to 10 magical energy units. Anything exceeding 10 units signifies a prodigy. While other cities might differ, the highest record for a successful spirit opening was a mere 16 magical energy units. Yet, this black-haired youth was on an entirely different level. The higher the grade of the combat beast, the greater the magical energy it occupies. Thus, the size of the Beastmaster space directly determines the upper limit of the Beastmaster's strength. Although the size of the Beastmaster space can be upgraded through training, its initial size reflects the inherent talent of the Beastmaster. In Wang Qin's eyes, Fang Tianyan was not merely a genius, he was an aberration. A grade combat beast typically requires 10 to 15 magical energy units, and those with a Beastmaster space of only 10 magical energy units could at most possess a single grade combat beast. However, this black-haired youth could potentially command 2 or 3 grade combat beasts, an astonishing initial space of 30 magical energy units. The disparity was glaring. Standing calmly in the center of the array, Fang Tianyan gazed at the back of his right hand, where a unique Taoist yin-yang fish mark, exclusive to the eastern nation of Blue Star, shimmered. This was his distinctive Beastmaster space imprint. Typically, a Beastmaster's space imprint appears randomly, both in position and form. If fortune is unkind, it may even manifest upon an unfortunate location. The mere thought evokes amusing imagery, largely due to insufficient control over spirit energy. However, Fang Tianyan faced none of these issues, allowing him complete autonomy over the position and shape of his imprint. With a mere thought, the yin-yang fish mark vanished, rendering his hand smooth once more. Do you require assistance? Wang Qin, startled by the outstretched hand before him, sprang to his feet with alacrity, adopting a more respectful demeanor. His attitude had undergone a remarkable transformation. Becoming a Beastmaster is akin to acquiring a platform for meteoric success. Moreover, the young man before me possesses extraordinary talent. Young Master Fang, you should take this money back, Wang Qi nervously said, producing 10,000 star coins. However, Fang Tianyan waved his hand dismissively and replied, "One cannot reclaim what has been given. Today, I must thank you for facilitating my path." "I wouldn't dare," Wang Qi responded, feeling honored, having witnessed a record-breaking miracle. His words were far from mere pleasantries. Subsequently, the task of recording the event was entrusted to Wang Qi, while Fang Tianyan, having completed the awakening ceremony, chose to leave the premises. Upon exiting the Yuanling Association, night had fallen, and Fang Tianyan intended to find a hotel for the night. Yet, mere steps away, a woman in a casual yet polished outfit, carrying a briefcase, blocked his path. The individuals lurking nearby, who had initially contemplated approaching him, momentarily hesitated upon seeing someone take the initiative. Nevertheless, their gaze remained fixed upon him. "Congratulations on passing the awakening ceremony. May I inquire which profession you have transitioned into?" she asked. "I'm afraid I failed," Fang Tianyan replied, his expression unfaltering as he uttered a lie. Initially, the woman had approached with a smile. But upon hearing his response, her enthusiasm faded, revealing her disappointment. "How rude," she remarked curtly before dismissively glancing at the dark-haired youth and walking away without hesitation. Her swift arrival and departure mirrored the fleeting nature of opportunity. The onlookers, who had previously been eager to engage, now turned their attention elsewhere, conversing amongst themselves. No longer inclined to approach Fang Tianyan, the woman's gesture as she departed served as a signal understood within their industry, and those who received it naturally refrained from wasting time on an unremarkable dark-haired youth. Fang Tianyan found himself bemused. These headhunters were indeed diligent, even lingering during the weekend. Indeed, those loitering at the entrance of the Yuanling Association were consultants from headhunting firms. Their target was invariably those who had successfully changed professions, with Beastmasters being the prime objective. Some high-end headhunting firms exclusively seek out Beastmasters, disregarding other professions such as mages or warriors. The role of a Beastmaster is the most valuable investment, albeit also the most financially demanding. Once one becomes a Beastmaster, the first order of business is to capture a beast and establish a contract. Without a beast, one cannot rightly be called a Beastmaster. However, a pressing question arises: how does an unarmed Beastmaster defeat and capture powerful beasts in the early stages? One would need to hire assistants, perhaps rent aircraft and artillery, and cover accommodations and supplies. After successfully capturing and signing a contract, training would be necessary, and some beasts require sustenance. All of this entails considerable financial expenditure. If one is not born into wealth, where would the funds come from? "I shall provide the means," the voice of capital echoed. "I will invest my resources and efforts to assist you in capturing beasts. Once you have grown stronger, you shall return the favor, achieving a win-win situation. We shall prosper together." What a delightful arrangement. Of course, the terms of this partnership would depend on mutual negotiation. Throughout this process, various inequalities and deceitful practices are likely to arise. Once a Beastmaster possesses a battle pet, acquiring additional pets becomes relatively easier, and as time progresses, the Beastmaster's dependence on capital diminishes, fostering greater independence. Thus, freshly transitioned Beastmasters are highly sought after, akin to coveted investments by various factions. In other words, even if one is an ordinary individual, becoming a Beastmaster ensures that there will be those eager to offer financial support. However, there are no free lunches in this world. The nature of mutual benefit hinges upon one's ability to negotiate effectively with investors. Headhunting firms serve as intermediaries between Beastmasters and capital providers, which elucidates the presence of numerous headhunters congregating at the entrance of the Yuanling Association. Engaging in business requires enthusiasm. After all, Fang Tianyan, naturally, wished to avoid being shackled by capital. If that were his intention, he would have remained within his family instead of venturing out. Having been a capitalist in his previous life, he was acutely aware of the predatory nature of capital and had no desire to entangle himself with these headhunters. After boarding a vehicle and arriving at a hotel, Fang Tianyan sat cross-legged on the bed, allowing the blue Yuanling energy to surge once more. His battle pet space had astonishingly reached 45 magical energy. Earlier at the Yuanling Association, he had restrained himself, fearing he might startle Wang Qi. Now, it was time to prepare for the capture of battle beasts. Chapter 8. The Dark Arena. Fang Tianyan planned meticulously for the task of capturing beasts and signing contracts. He entered the Xinyu illusion, beginning to inventory the resources and equipment he had scavenged over the years from the palace. Weapon: Crimson Crescent. A massive wild blade with a blade entirely in crimson, extraordinarily sharp, and capable of extension through the infusion of Yuanling. Weapon: demon binding rope. An artifact designed to bind enemies, its potency increased against malevolent beings. Sword technique manual, Hell's Void. An extremely malevolent sword technique from the underworld, of which Fang Tianyan had only mastered a few forms. In his view, this technique was not meant for humans. In other words, humans could never fully unleash the true power of Hell's Void. Manual, Divine Origin Chi. A divine-level cultivation technique encompassing physical and mental prowess, energy gathering, and luck, serving as Fang Tianyan's foundational core technique. Defensive technique, for symbols returning origin, Xuanwu Fragment. Comprising the four aspects of Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu. Fang Tianyan had only acquired the Xuanwu portion, which not only enhanced physical defense, but also formed a formidable protective barrier around him. Healing technique, Ta Qing Recovery Technique. A manual focused on medical and healing techniques. Armor, Black Flood Dragon Armor. A protective inner armor crafted from flood dragon scales, impervious to blades and fire. The remainder consisted of various potions and miscellaneous treasures, which held little significance for his current endeavor, thus not worth mentioning in detail. The ancient battlefield within the Xinyu illusion was a chaotic mix of items from various categories, including Buddhist, Taoist, and demonic artifacts, akin to celestial beings in conflict. Initially, Fang Tianyan worried that he might be unable to utilize the acquired manuals due to the differences in world dynamics and power systems. However, upon experimental practice, he discovered he had been overly cautious. All these techniques were applicable in this world as they harnessed the same forces of nature. Yuanling was merely a different nomenclature for energy. Furthermore, the potency of the elemental forces in the Eternal Continent was more robust, which accounted for the emergence of powerful battle beasts. Currently, he possessed a foundation in cultivation, along with defenses, healing capabilities, and weaponry, rendering him well-equipped. However, he felt a slight deficiency in offensive capabilities. For this undertaking, Fang Tianyan's ambition was considerable, yet he was not reckless. The greater the risk, the more careful one must be, necessitating a comprehensive and meticulous plan. It would be ideal to bring the divine beasts from the Xinyu illusion into reality as allies. Yet such aspirations were impractical. Shaking his head, Fang Tianyan dismissed those unrealistic fantasies. Everything must begin from reality. In the Blackrock City, the underground arena was packed to capacity, with nearly 10,000 spectators roaring and cheering, creating an atmosphere of fervor and excitement. Though the bloodstains on the dusty arena floor had been cleared, a faint scent of blood still lingered in the air. The authenticity and brutality of the program are evident. Ladies and gentlemen, we now arrive at the highly anticipated climax of the evening. Let us welcome the Heilong Wuji, Lei Jiana, with each rising tone. The host, sporting a mohawk hairstyle, proves to be a master of creating atmosphere. Amidst the fervent roars and excitement surrounding her, a tall and graceful figure gradually steps into the arena. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, with refined short hair of a creamy hue and sun-kissed skin, her physique rivals that of a fitness model. Silver, petal-like scales adorn her sides and the outer side of her arms, revealing a tapestry of old and new scars on her exposed skin. She embodies health, strength, and a wild beauty that captivates. Her composed features, striking facial structure, and especially her beast-like amber vertical pupils instill a sense of dread in onlookers who dare not meet her gaze. The worn chest armor and skirt armor accentuate her well-defined abdominal muscles, while the massive axe spear in her hand sends shivers down the spine at first glance. A young man in the front row cannot help but exclaim, "She looks impressive. I hope she doesn't disappoint." Once Heilong Wuji Lei Jiana stands firm in the arena, the host instinctively steps back a few paces to maintain a safe distance before continuing. Now, let us introduce her opponent, the Tier 5 battle beast, Hong Yishi. As the host's words resonate, the audience's emotions surge to a climax. A Tier 5 battle beast. This is the very reason for the packed audience tonight. A gigantic beast cage, pushed by a dozen individuals, slowly enters the arena. Inside the cage is a massive wild boar, nearly 10 meters in length. Its 2-meter-long tusks are truly terrifying. Hong Yishi, a beast-type battle pig, possesses a tough hide and formidable strength, classifying it as a lower-tier battle beast. As the brown-skinned wild boar emerges, someone in the front row quickly accesses detailed information about the battle beast. This particular Hong Yishi is currently in a stupor due to medication. Once the staff and host exit the arena, only one woman and one beast remain, and the cage's door slowly creaks open. A visible blue electric current crackles across Hong Yishi's body. Simultaneously, a blue magical barrier rises at the edge of the arena, ensuring the safety of the spectators. Amidst a roar reminiscent of a 12-cylinder engine, the slumbering beast finally opens its bloodshot eyes, akin to basketballs. The majority of the audience stands in ecstatic excitement. Who would have thought that these individuals were not here to see a beauty, but rather to witness a pig? Lei Jiana gazes at the small mountain of flesh glaring at her from a distance, her brow furrowing slightly as she steels herself, tightening her grip on the axe spear, readying for battle. Only she understands the immense pressure that Han Yishi exerts on her. The audience holds their breath in anticipation. A Tier 5 battle beast, even a lower Tier 1, can only be confronted by a 5-star martial artist. As a 4-star martial artist herself, even with the bloodline of a dragon, Lei Jiana faces an uphill battle to emerge victorious. With a thunderous roar, Han Yishi charges forward, its hooves digging into the ground as it rushes toward the striking figure opposite. The boar's advance is straightforward and brutal. In comparison to the colossal pig, Lei Jiana's impressive height seems diminished. Just as the sharp tusks are about to pierce her, Lei Jiana swiftly sidesteps, simultaneously swinging her axe spear forcefully at the boar's passing body. Sparks fly from the clash of axe blade against pig's skin. Though the wound is shallow, it elicits a pained grunt from Han Yishi. However, the pain only ignites its ferocity. It spins around, its massive head sweeping, stabbing, and slashing. The tusks become akin to a pair of swords, cutting through the air with ferocity. Despite the lack of finesse, Lei Jiana remains vigilant, engaging in a flurry of strikes as sparks fly between the axe spear and the tusks. The two combatants momentarily find themselves in a stalemate. The audience cheers enthusiastically, their excitement reflecting the value of their ticket for this intense spectacle. After a series of exchanges, Lei Jiana deftly maneuvers again. She cannot afford a protracted battle with this gigantic pig, as it would be disadvantageous. Although Lei Jiana lacks formal martial artist training, her years of survival in the dark arena have honed her calm demeanor and ruthless techniques. Her experience is considerable. After all, a beast is a beast. And without the training of a battle beast master, its attacks are purely instinctual, with limited combat techniques. With a fierce shout, Lei Jiana unleashes a dazzling flame-infused strike from her axe spear, landing a heavy blow on Han Yishi's face. The tremendous impact forces the massive creature back several steps in pain. After several rounds, Han Yishi bears numerous grievous wounds, but with its thick skin and substantial blood, it appears to be in dire condition without suffering any fatal injuries. Meanwhile, Lei Jiana begins to breathe heavily. Despite not having sustained any injuries thus far, the exertion of battling such a colossal beast quickly drains her stamina. As the relentless boar charges at her once more, a murderous intent floods Lei Jiana's eyes. She sidesteps again, but just as she prepares to strike with her axe spear, she feels a violent tremor beneath her feet, nearly causing her to lose her balance. The disruption causes her thrust to lose much of its force. Having learned from previous encounters, the boar stomps down hard in the direction Lei Jiana evades, creating a warlike impact. Seizing the opportunity while Lei Jiana is off balance, Han Yishi swings its massive head, the tusks poised to strike. If they connect, her demise is nearly certain. In that critical moment, Lei Jiana remains composed, swiftly raising her axe spear in defense. Even so, her towering figure is still sent flying by the force of the tusks. A trail of crimson blood spills into the air as she flips mid-fall, landing skillfully. Using her axe spear to steady herself, sweat beads on her forehead, and a deep wound on her side seeps blood slowly. Although she managed to defend herself in time, the tusks have still inflicted a gash nearly 10 centimeters long. Even the armor-like silver scales have been shattered. Lei Jiana inhales deeply, tensing her muscles to staunch the flow of blood. However, Han Yishi offers no respite. Emboldened by its successful strike, the beast lunges forward, its massive body soaring toward Lei Jiana. Oh my, is it a heavy truck crashing down? Just as the crowd anticipates Lei Jiana's desperate evasion, the amber-eyed warrior ignites with a fierce killing intent, flames of primal energy erupting around her. As the boar descends upon her, Lei Jiana grips her axe spear tightly, thrusting it upward with ferocity. With a piercing sound, the blade penetrates deeply into the boar's chest, aiming straight for its heart. Han Yishi lets out a chilling shriek, blood spraying from its mouth, for this strike has gravely wounded it. Holding her axe spear, Lei Jiana lifts the struggling boar, creating a breathtaking scene that sends the surrounding audience into a frenzy. Truly, she is the divine warrior endowed with the blood of dragons. Someone silently praises her. This intense burst of power causes the wound on Lei Jiana's side to reopen, blood flowing anew. The nearly half-meter-long blade is fully embedded, with the axe body halfway in. Feeling her strength rapidly waning, Lei Jiana grits her teeth, deciding to bring this battle to a swift conclusion. As she prepares to withdraw her axe spear to bleed out and disembowel the struggling boar, a figure rushes into the arena like a whirlwind. With a simple, forceful shove, the already weary Lei Jiana relinquished her axe and spear, soaring through the air before rolling several times on the ground. eventually rising slowly to her feet. Well done. You've won. You may leave now. The speaker was a man nearing 50, a 5-star martial artist, and the head of security at the underground arena. It was he who intervened to halt Ligiana's continued rampage. The reason for his intervention was straightforward. It was the boss's order. This wild-grade battle beast had cost a significant sum, and its value was far from exhausted, thus it could not be allowed to perish here. Ligiana said little, clutching her wound as she silently made her way out of the arena. However, the audience in the stands erupted in chaos. A few individuals basked in their triumph, while the majority vented their fury, their faces contorted with rage. Gambling scum, utterly worthless. Why don't you just die, you hybrid beast woman? I lost everything. Naturally, Ligiana was among the higher odds, with fewer betting on her as most had wagered on the formidable Hongyashi. Consequently, the majority of the losing bettors were enraged. As the Black Dragon Martial Princess exited the arena, bottles and foul eggs rained down upon her. Instead of receiving the accolades and glory of a victor, she was met with a torrent of insults and animosity. Yet, Ligiana remained silent, seemingly accustomed to such scenes. Watching her solitary and desolate figure fade into the dim doorway, Fang Tianyan revealed a satisfied smile. This woman, I must have her, to acquire his first battle beast. Fang Tianyan had spent over 20 days traversing several neighboring cities of Huangming City, all leading to the underground arena. His purpose? To find a fighter. The reason for not seeking talent through formal markets or associations was simple. They were prohibitively expensive, beyond his budget. Fang Tianyan's goal was to recruit a 5-star martial artist or mage, and enlisting such high-caliber experts for adventures in remote mountains would entail a hefty price. Moreover, he was uncertain how many days he would need to spend in those wildernesses, leading to unpredictable expenses. Besides hiring, he had other financial commitments to consider. All things considered, $1 million was a considerable sum. Thus, to mitigate costs, he needed to engage in some gold mining. Fang Tianyan set his sights on the Dark Arena. The Dark Arena, also known as the Underground Arena, was starkly different from the glamorous public arenas, filled with violence, bloodshed, and death. Participants in the Dark Arena were predominantly outcasts, criminals, freaks, fugitives, and madmen, essentially the downtrodden of society. Excluding those genuinely risking their lives for profit, the remaining participants would likely be employed in decent jobs if they could find them, and thus would not resort to the Dark Arena. Ordinary individuals would hardly think of hiring here. The lack of regulation, absence of endorsements, chaotic nature, and the disdain for such endeavors would deter them. Furthermore, the arena owners were often reluctant to release participants. However, Fang Tianyan was a pragmatist. The constraints that concerned others were of little consequence to him. He scoured several dark arenas in various cities without finding a satisfactory candidate until a week ago when he encountered the hybrid warrior, Ligiana, in Heiyan City. Chapter 10, Black Dragon Martial Princess. Ligiana, a half-dragon, possessed innate strength and formidable physical capabilities. Unfortunately, her status as an outcast had led to her lifelong rejection. Only lower-tier dragons could produce offspring with human women, as the larger, higher-tier dragons could reach dozens or even hundreds of meters in length, making any such unions exceedingly difficult. This was common knowledge. As a low-tier dragon, Ligiana was likely the product of a grotesque lizard and a human woman, naturally inciting disdain and rejection from most. The vitriol hurled at her by the audience, frustrated by their losses, illustrated that the title of Black Dragon Martial Princess was merely a gimmick. No one recognized the status of these martial artists and mages within the Dark Arena. They were, after all, mere tools for spectators to gawk at and vent their emotions upon. Of course, Battle Beast Masters were an exception. The Dark Arena for Battle Beast Masters was solely dedicated to their competitions, with costs and equipment far beyond the means of ordinary small-time capitalists. Moreover, the esteemed status of Battle Beast Masters remained untouched within the Dark Arena. Their participation was driven by one word: money. The returns were immensely lucrative, far surpassing the exploitative nature of human versus human or human versus beast contests. The contracts for Battle Beast Masters were collaborative agreements, whereas those for martial artists and mages resembled indentured servitude. Having attended a match a week prior, where Ligiana achieved victory, Fang Tianyan had taken notice of this hybrid warrior. A 4-star martial artist, she exhibited combat prowess rivaling that of 5-star martial artists. After observing her for several days, especially following today's bout, Fang Tianyan made his decision. She would be his. Boss, a guest wishes to see you, claiming to have a significant business proposition. A substantial business? What is his name? He did not mention a name, but he identified himself as a Battle Beast Master. A Battle Beast Master? Perched in his chair reviewing documents, Buck pondered before deciding to allow his secretary to usher the individual in. Greetings, I am Fang Tianyan, the owner of the Blackthorn Arena. I am here to propose a transaction. Upon entering the room, Fang Tianyan directly stated his purpose. Simultaneously, he conjured a faint rift in space, affirming his identity as a battle beast master. Although Buck did not recognize this dark-haired young man as a businessman, he was adept at reading people and responded with a broad smile. "Oh, what business do you wish to conduct?" "The Black Dragon Martial Princess. I want her." Fang Tianyan's forthrightness and slightly domineering demeanor momentarily stunned Buck. The young man appeared composed, neither arrogant nor impatient, suggesting he hailed from a noble family. Yet, Buck wondered what this individual wanted with the dragon girl. Did he harbor some peculiar preference? Given Ligiana's lowly status, Buck could hardly fathom Fang Tianyan's true intentions and even momentarily misjudged them. Nevertheless, considering the young man's affluent demeanor, he thought it unwise to pass up the opportunity. "You are indeed interested in her. However, Ligiana is our flagship at the Blackthorn Arena. What price do you propose?" While Ligiana was undeniably powerful and somewhat of a spectacle, she was not irreplaceable. The martial artists and mages in the Dark Arena could perish at any moment, and they lacked any fanbase appeal. More often than not, enthusiasm waned quickly, with new faces replacing the old. Therefore, Buck was inclined to pursue this business opportunity. 10,000. What? Buck's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, upon seeing the young man's nonchalant demeanor, he found himself both angry and amused. "Are you jesting? If not for your status as a battle beast master and the uncertainty surrounding you, I would have had you ejected by now. 1,000,000 might seal the deal. But 10,000 is sheer nonsense. Do not misconstrue. 10,000 is merely a token, a gesture. The crux lies in a condition I will present, one that you cannot refuse." The confidence in Fang Tianyan's demeanor caused a chill to run down Buck's spine. "What do you mean?" He discreetly signaled to his bodyguard, suspecting that the young man intended to employ force. Yet Fang Tianyan remained unfazed, calmly approaching Buck, leaning down to whisper a few words in his ear. "What? You truly can't?" As if awakening to a realization, the exhilarated Buck steadied his emotions and waved his hand, ushering all others out of the room. "Can you truly cure my ailment? Shall we commence the treatment immediately, with swift results?" Half an hour later, Fang Tianyan was respectfully escorted out of the office by Baku. "Very well, I shall return tomorrow. If all is satisfactory, please provide me with the pertinent contract documents. Rest assured, I will have them ready. However, you should be aware that Lei Jiana has a rather irritable temperament." At this moment, Baku's face was flushed with joy, as if he had encountered monumental good fortune, leaving both the secretary and bodyguard momentarily taken aback by his reverent demeanor. "I know my own limits." After speaking, Fang Tianyan departed. Prior to their transaction, he had already invested some money to gather vital information. Money is undoubtedly a valuable asset, yet for certain individuals, some things may hold greater worth than wealth. Take Baku, for instance. He has suffered from a disability and sought medical assistance for many years without success, which constitutes his greatest source of distress. Having mastered the art of Tai Ching Huanyuan, Fang Tianyan naturally identified this as a pivotal entry point. After administering several acupuncture techniques combined with elixirs, Baku finally began to feel some effect. The owner of the arena was nearly moved to tears by his excitement. Of course, he needed to return to assess the results, so the two agreed to reconvene the following day. A day later, Fang Tianyan arrived as promised, and upon seeing Baku, whose face radiated health and who came out to greet him eagerly, he knew that success had been achieved. "Benefactor, you are truly remarkable. I was astounded last night." Baku raised his thumb in admiration towards Fang Tianyan, and all was conveyed without words. The promised reward of $10,000 was no longer on the table. This transaction had been accomplished without Fang Tianyan spending a single cent. Knock. 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 After a nearly 10-second delay, a cold voice emanated from within. "Come in." As the unfamiliar young man entered, Lei Jiana, reclining on the bed, sprang upright in alarm. "Who are you?" As she spoke, a hefty axe was already gripped firmly in her hand, instantly putting her in a combat-ready state. Initially, she had not reacted to the knock, as the staff members who visited her were never so polite. To her surprise, an unfamiliar face had indeed entered. Fang Tianyan paid no heed to her cautious demeanor. Instead, he keenly observed his surroundings. The room spanned roughly 40 square meters, although modest. It was adequately equipped and maintained in a clean and tidy manner. As Lei Jiana was a prominent fighter in the Hai Jingzi arena, she enjoyed an independent room, which was relatively favorable compared to the conditions of lesser fighters. After surveying the environment, Fang Tianyan's gaze unabashedly settled upon the formidable figure of the Hailong Wujie before him. Chapter 11. Fierce, exceedingly fierce. Lei Jiana sat confidently on the edge of her bed, her abdomen wrapped in bandages. Despite her injuries, her aura remained undiminished, particularly those beast-like amber golden vertical pupils, radiating an imposing presence. The sensation was reminiscent of a bandit queen. Confronted with his unabashed gaze, Lei Jiana momentarily felt perplexed. Given her temperament, those who had previously scrutinized her had met with dire consequences. Yet, there was something about this man's gaze that did not invoke her disdain. Within those dark eyes, she saw no familiar contempt, disgust, panic, or fear. While curiosity lingered, there was also an element of admiration. Lei Jiana was uncertain, but she was certain that this man harbored no ill intentions towards her. Who exactly are you? The irritation in her tone was palpable, even in the absence of animosity. No one enjoys being scrutinized so intently. I shall treat your wounds first. The rudimentary bandaging drew a frown from Fang Tianyan. Since Lei Jiana was essentially under his care now, he was naturally concerned about her physical condition. Casually, he sat at the edge of the bed, which startled Lei Jiana. What is this? Is he not afraid of me? Do not move. A commanding tone rendered Lei Jiana rigid as Fang Tianyan unwrapped the bandages from her abdomen. Inside were a haphazard assortment of herbs. The care was far too crude. After disinfecting and treating the wound anew, both remained silent throughout the process. An unusual tranquility enveloping the room. However, Lei Jiana felt a twinge of anxiety. In her entire life, this was the first time she had permitted someone to touch her so closely, and moreover, it was a man. Of course, had it not been for Fang Tianyan's uniquely penetrating gaze, she would have likely cleaved him in two with her axe by now. Once the wound was treated, Fang Tianyan rose, pulled up a chair, and sat 2 meters opposite Lei Jiana, facing her directly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Fang Tianyan, a beastmaster, and henceforth, I shall be your new master. After speaking, Fang Tianyan produced a document and waved it in the air. It was the contract Lei Jiana had signed with the High Jingzi arena. Lei Jiana's expression shifted, and she let out a cold laugh. Beastmaster? What? Do you intend to turn me into your contract beast? Initially, she had assumed this man was a doctor, only to discover an ulterior motive. Any fondness she had begun to cultivate instantly evaporated. Fang Tianyan regarded her with a bemused expression and replied, while your imagination is quite creative, I have no such intentions. You are merely being hired as my personal bodyguard. Not interested, please seek someone else. Lei Jiana coldly rejected him. Unfazed by her demeanor, Fang Tianyan chuckled lightly. Retrieving another document to read aloud. Lei Jiana, orphaned and abandoned in an orphanage, entered society at the age of 17, yet was unable to find suitable employment. 1 year later, she signed with the High Jingzi arena, working there for 4 years. Enough. Before Fang Tianyan could finish, Lei Jiana interrupted him forcefully, slamming the axes but against the ground, causing a loud crack. She was genuinely incensed. Calm down. Consider it from a different perspective. I am perhaps the first person to show genuine concern and take the time to understand you. Shouldn't you feel a bit pleased? Fang Tianyan teased. A smile on his face. Smooth talking. Lei Jiana glared fiercely at the man opposite her, yet the atmosphere had softened considerably. What exactly is your objective? Lei Jiana posed her question again. She did not believe he was genuinely seeking her as a bodyguard, for despite her resentment towards her social standing, she refused to deceive herself. She would rather believe he was here for some scientific experiment. I have not deceived you. I have been entirely forthright from the beginning. If you ask me why I chose you, I can only say that your price is quite economical and offers excellent value. Excellent value? Observing the perplexed expression on Lei Jiana's face, Fang Tianyan scratched his nose and chuckled. You could interpret it as my current funds being somewhat constrained. Seeing Fang Tianyan's destitute appearance, Lei Jiana found herself unexpectedly amused, her guard lowering somewhat. You are aware of my identity, she stated solemnly. Yet, her subtly shifting gaze betrayed a hint of her own anxiety. I am indeed aware, but I have never cared for such matters. I am also a bastard. My worth lies within myself, and my reputation is earned through my own efforts. If I truly cared about your lineage, I would not be standing before you today. Fang Tianyan's words rendered Lei Jiana silent. She could sense the sincerity in his statements. Closing her eyes, she appeared to fall into contemplation. Fang Tianyan made no attempt to rush her. He had faith that she would come to a realization. After about a minute, Lei Jiana opened her striking eyes. Calmly regarding Fang Tianyan. What can I gain from this? Dignity and glory. Why should I place my trust in you? Let us set a time frame of 4 years. Until I reach the age of 20. If the winds of turmoil sweep through and the chilling light greets me, when all falls silent once more, the edge of the axe and spear shall be less than 2 centimeters from my brow. Yet, despite the interruption of words, Fang Tianyan remained seated with a smile. His expression as calm as a gentle breeze. Should I fail to fulfill our agreement, I shall take your life with my own hands. Very well. But what if I succeed in our accord? Fang Tianyan replied with a confident smile. Then my life shall be in your hands, serving you for all my days. Bound by life and death. Their gazes locked, Lei Jiana did not flinch. It is settled. After securing the allegiance of the Black Dragon warrior, Fang Tianyan hastily led her back to Huangming City. First, he procured food supplies, which required little expenditure since it was only for the two of them. Then, he arranged for a new set of armor for Lejana. Unfortunately, he could not find anything suitable in the Divine Ruins Palace and had to purchase it instead. A high-performance, exquisite armor cost nearly 500,000 silver dollars. When it comes to life-preserving gear, one must invest wholeheartedly. While he would save where he could, he was always willing to spend on his own. When Lejana first received the runic armor, she could hardly believe it was meant for her. But upon confirming its authenticity, she cast a deep glance at Fang Tianyan and silently accepted it. When Fang Tianyan beheld Lejana donning her new armor, he was also taken aback by her beauty. The silver armor, silver helm, and blue cape, combined with Lejana's tall, striking figure and aloof demeanor, were simply stunning. This full-body armor was incomparable to the ragged set she had worn in the arena. Chapter 12, The Lost Marshes. The armor in the arena had been of inferior quality, lacking elasticity, forcing Lejana to wrap herself in makeshift coverings. What did you say? I said I do not want any beasts of the lowest tier. Aren't the lowest tier beasts merely of the novice class? Is there even a lower tier? Lejana asked, puzzled. Oh, I must have misspoken, Fang Tianyan replied, unflustered. Once all the necessary items were prepared, Fang Tianyan rented a private plane and they flew eastward. After traversing the Fengyuan mountain range, they arrived at the edge of the Lost Marshes. The Lost Marshes are shrouded in mysterious fog year-round, the surrounding environment treacherous, with powerful dark-tier beasts lurking within, rendering it a forbidden area for humanity. Had Fang Tianyan not offered an increased fare, the pilot would have been reluctant to approach this region. Even so, they only agreed to fly close to the outskirts. Thus, 10 kilometers from the Lost Marshes, Fang Tianyan and Lejana parachuted to the ground. In this remote wilderness, it was just the two of them. As the sound of the airplane's engine faded into the horizon, Fang Tianyan teased the taller black dragon warrior beside him. Glancing at her young master, Lejana chose to remain silent. She could not comprehend Fang Tianyan's reason for coming here. The Fengyuan range also harbored many beasts, including some formidable high-tier creatures. Although the Fengyuan range was perilous, it paled in comparison to the Lost Marshes. Nevertheless, Fang Tianyan was her master, and she would follow his lead without question. Very well, let us continue on that path, Fang Tianyan said, leading the way toward the Lost Marshes. Over the following days, they began to wander around the periphery of the Lost Marshes. Encounters with venomous insects and snakes became commonplace, and occasionally, low-tier beasts would appear, offering themselves as easy prey. The beasts were classified into 7 tiers, with the lowest being juvenile or pet-level creatures, primarily harmless and more playful than dangerous. The next tier merely possessed a hint of lethality. These 2 tiers were often the first experiences for novice beast tamers, with only those juvenile creatures possessing evolution charts having any chance of survival. Fang Tianyan's beast space held nearly 50 magical energies, indicating he was not merely here for training. He had already planned that his first contracted beast would be no less than mid-tier. After several days of wandering, they had yet to encounter a single human. Illustrating the perilous nature of this place, most adventurers dared not venture here. Lejana felt reassured, as long as they remained at the edge of the Lost Marshes. Her status as a 4-star warrior ensured her safety. However, the unknown expanse shrouded in white mist ahead filled her with trepidation. It was said that many skilled humans had met their demise within. Tomorrow, we shall venture inside. What? Sitting by the campfire, nibbling on a roasted chicken with cheeks puffed out, Lejana was momentarily taken aback. Her expression was somewhat endearing. Throughout their time together, Fang Tianyan had observed that this young woman not only had a large appetite, but could consume food comparable to that of a voracious eater. However, she absorbed it remarkably well. Unlike some who never seemed to gain weight, this dragon-blooded warrior not only added flesh, but did so in all the right places. At that moment, Lejana seemed to awaken, her beautiful eyes widening as she pointed toward the distant area still visible through the night, enveloped in white mist. That. Fang Tianyan nodded, confirming Lejana's suspicion. With the answer in hand, she resumed her meal, no longer speaking. Your appetite seems to have grown considerably tonight. It is better to be a satisfied glutton than a starving ghost. What nonsense. Speak more auspiciously. I am far from finished with life. Fang Tianyan found himself both amused and pleased by Lejana's exasperated gaze. Although she harbored some frustration, she neither opposed nor questioned his decision. Instead, she chose to accept it. Perhaps Lejana herself had not realized that she was beginning to cultivate a feeling of trust toward Fang Tianyan. You truly are a madman. After finishing dinner, Lejana remarked before retreating into her tent. While she may have had her reservations, she still felt compelled to express her thoughts. Fang Tianyan smiled slightly, then turned his gaze toward the eerie, ominous white mist. Entering the Lost Marshes was not a reckless whim. During their days encircling the mist's edge, he had made numerous preparations. In some direction on the outskirts, he had buried a bead, which worked in tandem with a compass. The compass's needle would always point toward the bead's location. With the two working together, he could ensure he would not lose his way within the Lost Marshes. This little contraption was something he had scavenged from the Divine Ruins Palace. As long as he did not get lost, everything would be manageable. The following day, after final preparations were made, the two set forth toward the Lost Marshes. "I shall lead the way," Legiana asserted, pushing Fang Tianyan behind her as she donned her armor and brandished her massive axe spear to forge ahead. Observing her imposing figure, Fang Tianyan chuckled and acquiesced. A rope connected their waists, allowing for quick disconnection should the need arise. After all, they could not predict what might occur once they entered. Upon entering the white mist, Fang Tianyan retrieved the compass, ensuring its direction was unaffected by the fog, and signaled for Legiana to proceed. Initially, visibility was less than 3 meters. But as they ventured deeper, the surrounding mist gradually thinned, increasing visibility to nearly 10 meters. Do not walk in a straight line, veer to the left. Following Fang Tianyan's strategy, they took a detour and began to explore the shallower areas rather than blindly pressing deeper. Yet, after a day passed, they had found little of interest. Aside from unevenly distributed marshland and some withered trees, they had not encountered even a single beast, let alone a mouse. However, one could not deny the Lost Marshes were indeed terrifying. The visibility was low, a profound desolation enveloped the surroundings, and a sense of direction was lost amidst the eerie, similar landscapes. In such a confined environment, it was only a matter of time before a normal person might succumb to despair. Fortunately, the two were traveling together. Had one been alone, they likely would have fled back in fright. As night fell, they were compelled to camp once more. "You take the other tent." Legiana extended her hand towards Fang Tianyan New York Inn after setting up one tent. However, to her surprise, Fang Tianyan New York Inn waved his hand. Speaking with utmost seriousness, "Tonight, we shall share one tent." Chapter 13, The Emergence of Danger. Legiana stared at Fang Tianyan New York Inn, her fists clenched tightly. She awaited an explanation. Had it been any other man, she would have swiftly seized her axe, beheading him and ensuring his severed head witnessed the depths of her wrath. The circumstances here were peculiar. It was best for them not to separate, for if any trouble arose, mutual assistance would be impossible. Mutual assistance? You mean you're afraid I won't be able to protect you? Legiana thought, a mix of amusement and irritation bubbling within her. Nevertheless, she found no objection to Fang Tianyan New York Inn's reasoning, as it was indeed logical. "I will stand guard outside while you rest," he asserted. While this reasoning was sound, Legiana still hesitated at the thought of sharing a space with a man. "I have set up concealed traps around. There is no need for a night watch. You, as a vital combat asset, should rest well. I do not wish for you to squander your energy on trivial matters." This was an irrefutable rationale. Observing Legiana's lingering hesitation, Fang Tianyan New York Inn chuckled lightly. "Now that we both find ourselves in perilous territory, survival is of utmost importance. The tent is spacious, and I shall respect your privacy. Though you are undeniably beautiful and alluring, I am a man of principles. So do not entertain any unnecessary thoughts." With that, Fang Tianyan New York Inn stepped into the tent. His words were candid and devoid of ulterior motives. In such a perilous situation, it was essential to maximize their chances of survival. Legiana stood momentarily stunned. Upon closer inspection, one could discern an unnatural flush upon her cheeks, not immediately evident against her sun-kissed skin. Never before had anyone complimented her beauty and allure. No woman could dismiss the affirmation and praise of her appearance, even one as rugged as Legiana. Her unique upbringing rendered her even more sensitive to such sentiments. After a few minutes of contemplation, Legiana ultimately chose to enter the tent. In truth, she understood that her young master harbored no ulterior motives. Her discomfort stemmed primarily from years of solitary existence. Suddenly sharing a space with a man was bound to evoke some resistance and unease. Upon entering, she noticed that the large tent housed 2 beds, separated by a distance of 2 meters, with a curtain hung in between for additional privacy. "You can wash up inside. I'll step outside. When you're done, just give a signal," Fang Tianyan New York Inn said, hoisting a large bathtub as he exited. His demeanor was straightforward and composed, devoid of any awkwardness or hesitation. A ripple of emotions stirred within Legiana. During their time together, her wariness towards Fang Tianyan New York Inn had dissipated, and a sense of fondness began to grow. Though their relationship was nominally that of master and servant, it felt more akin to partnership. They shared meals from the same pot, adhering to fewer formalities, and each respected the other's actions and demeanor, devoid of any pretense. This was an experience Legiana had never encountered before. Compelled by a mysterious impulse, she peered through the gap in the tent's entrance, catching a glimpse of Fang Tianyu's robust back, partially concealed by the bathtub amidst the sound of splashing water. A soft cough startled her, prompting illegitimate to hastily retreat from the entrance, her face flushed. Fang Tianyan, noticing her reaction, chuckled and shook his head. Owing to his cultivation of divine energy, his perceptive abilities were extraordinary, and illegitimate small movements had not escaped his notice. Realizing that she might inadvertently take advantage of the situation, he decided to remind her. After finishing his bath, Fang Tianyan checked the surrounding traps. These weapons had been procured through various channels at a cost. It was not until illegitimate signaled that he returned to the tent, only to find the curtain meant to separate the beds had vanished. Given our precarious situation, maintaining separation is counterproductive for responding to emergencies, so I removed it, she explained. Her gaze lowered, feeling somewhat guilty as she crawled into her bed, turning away. While her reasoning seemed valid, it felt as though there was more than mere logic behind her words. Fang Tianyan smiled knowingly and settled into his own bed, extinguishing the light. The night passed in silence, yet the bond between them seemed to draw closer unintentionally. After a peaceful night, the following day found them once again navigating through the fog. Yet still they yielded no fruitful results. By the third day, illegitimate had begun to feel a sense of frustration. Even the usually composed Fang Tianyan furrowed his brow. Prolonged exposure to such a stifling environment could significantly affect one's mindset and spirit. It was the silence and the uncanny that instilled fear, for one could never predict what might emerge from the dense white mist. Maintaining a heightened state of alertness under such circumstances imposed immense pressure. Fang Tianyan resolved to search for 2 more days, regardless of whether they found anything. They would leave this place behind. On the 4th day, they finally made a new discovery. What is this? They halted before a massive tree stump, its surface appearing as though it had been sliced cleanly. Touching its smooth, even edge, illegitimate's tone turned serious. The diameter of the cut was nearly 2 meters, as if some force had severed the sturdy deadwood in half. As they continued onward, they encountered more and more of these severed trees. Not only were the trees affected, but even stones lay split in 2, each bearing the same smooth cut. A growing sense of unease settled in Fang Tianyan's heart. At that moment, a faint rustling sound reached their ears. Is that the sound of flowing water? They exchanged glances, both confirming a singular conclusion. There was a water source ahead. The sound of rushing water grew louder as they advanced. Sure enough, within minutes, a torrent of a river appeared before them. The water was crystal clear, flowing rapidly, and its depth was visible, alleviating fears of hidden creatures springing forth unexpectedly. Unfortunately, the surrounding white mist obscured the upstream, downstream, and opposite banks, leaving an air of uncertainty. It's noon. Let us rest here for a while. After verifying the water quality with their instruments, illegitimate bent down with a bucket to scoop water from the river, preparing to boil it for cooking. Suddenly, an icy chill akin to death surged up her spine, causing both of them to feel every hair on their bodies bristle in alarm. One possessed extraordinary perception, the other, vast experience. They both sensed the impending danger. Be careful, Fang Tianyan shouted, swiftly kicking illegitimate's side to propel them apart, just as a terrifying energy blade sliced through the river, narrowly missing them. The safety tether connecting them was severed in an instant. A deep gash marred the ground where the blade had passed. Chapter 14. The Demon Sword Saint, Opportunity and Risk. The sheer force of the wind from the energy blade stung Fang Tianyan's skin. It was a terrifying strike. As they beheld the fearsome energy blade that had temporarily halted the river's flow, illegitimate's eyes filled with profound trepidation. Just this one strike could cleave the formidable HNEX in 2. As a seasoned 4-star martial artist, LIJN possesses a clear assessment of her own strength. Meanwhile, Fang Tianyan's gaze is fixed intently across the river, where the source of the attack emanates. This terrifying strike of slashing energy not only leaves a deep ravine, but also tears apart the mist along its path, greatly enhancing visibility. On the opposite bank, a towering figure is slowly wading through the water. Standing nearly 5 meters tall, this humanoid creature boasts a muscular upper body reminiscent of a bodybuilder, showcasing formidable power. Its skin, a haunting shade of deep purple, is etched with delicate golden patterns, and around its neck hangs a string of large red prayer beads. The forearms exhibit pronounced veins, and its elongated fingernails exude a captivating yet sinister beauty. Atop its head, a crest of light golden bone juts forward, extending from the forehead along both sides and curving back, resembling a powerful, flamboyant hat. Beneath this imposing bone brim, its eyes remain hidden, revealing only a mouth filled with sharp teeth. A long black scorpion-like tail hangs down to its waist, bound at the tip by a large red prayer bead. The lower body is protected by a golden bone armor akin to a traditional skirt, while its feet are clad in formidable horned battle boots crafted from bone. In its grasp is an enormous bone blade, even more extravagant than Lijn's axe spear, shimmering in the same pale golden hue. The entire figure resembles an oversized, bare-chested warrior, exuding an aura of dominance and flair. Recognizing that this bizarre, purple-skinned humanoid beast does not come in peace, Lijn tightly grips her axe spear and turns to inquire, "What manner of beast is this?" Quickly, don the reconnaissance device and take a look. The reconnaissance device, akin to the power-level detectors from Dragon Ball, is designed to probe the data of combat beasts. When worn, it displays relevant information about the targeted beast on its lens. However, Fang Tianyan has not brought such a device, nor does he intend to. The reason is simple. He perceives such technological products as a potential risk for privacy breaches. Who knows if this device could be a hidden camera? Once donned, the scenery he views might become someone else's perspective as well. Thus, he has committed an encyclopedia of combat beast information to memory. Upon the revelation of the 5-meter-tall entity, he immediately recognizes all its data and nearly chokes in disbelief. A dark-type, demon class, mid-tier rare combat beast known as the Demon Sword Saint, also referred to as the Blind Blade Master, G-Lu-S. A bitter smile mingles with excitement. After hearing Fang Tianyan's words, Lijn feels as if she has fallen into an icy abyss, momentarily stunned. Although she lacks detailed information about this combat beast, the terms mid-tier and rare prompt her to consider whether surrender or retreat might be viable options. Lijn has never lacked fighting spirit, but she is not foolish enough to seek unnecessary death. Fang Tianyan, too, feels a surge of frustration. "I admit to my greed. I only desired a small gain, yet reality has turned against me. Encountering this creature, victory means ascension, while defeat means starting over. There is little else to say. What should we do? Retreat?" Lijn asks. "To retreat is to court death. We must fight. It is either it falls, or we perish." Despite the daunting prospect, Fang Tianyan cannot consider retreating, especially against this foe, as withdrawal would lead to certain doom. "Why don't you leave first? I will hold it off." Lijn insists, gritting her teeth. "Are you not afraid of death?" Fang Tianyan jests, though a peculiar sensation stirs within him. Lijn shoots him a fierce glare, taken aback that her master has the audacity to joke in such a perilous moment. "Enough. This is my decision. There is no reason for you to cover my escape. This is a risk, but also an opportunity. I never intended to retreat without a fight." Just then, Fang Tianyan suddenly brandishes a portable rocket launcher. Fool, times have changed. With a thunderous roar, the missile streaks away, striking G-Lu-S squarely in the chest. After a resounding explosion, the towering figure emerges unscathed from the billowing smoke. "Well, perhaps times have not changed," Fang Tianyan remarks, putting away the rocket launcher and shrugging, while Lijn casts a bemused glance his way. "A chest that can withstand missiles? The joke is on me." As blood-red glimmers flash, the crimson crescent blade appears in his hands, surrounded by a protective barrier akin to a turtle shell. "You?" Lijn is momentarily stunned. Her master is a beast master, is he not? How has he suddenly transformed into a martial artist? Stop dawdling. Have you never seen a beast master who can engage in hand-to-hand combat? The black dragon martial maiden instinctively nods. Indeed, she has never witnessed such a sight. With a furious roar, G-Lu-S, enraged by the missile's impact, opens its massive jaws and unleashes a thunderous bellow, brandishing its colossal blade in a sweeping arc. The terrifying blade energy, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, hurtles toward Lijn. She nimbly jumps aside while Fang Tianyan drops to the ground. Though it appears somewhat awkward, both manage to evade the fierce strike. "Hell slash," he muses, truly violent. Observing the trees behind them cleaved in half and the newfound visibility, Fang Tianyan feels a rush of exhilaration. We must seize this opportunity. Regardless of Fang Tianyan's thoughts, G-Lu-S propels itself from the water with tremendous force, its colossal form soaring into the air. With its bone blade raised high, it prepares to deliver a devastating downward slash toward Lijn. "Do not engage directly. Evade," Fang Tianyan shouts. In truth, even without his warning, Lijn would not confront it head-on. Even a 6-star martial artist would struggle against the Demon Sword Saint, let alone her own 4-star rank. Narrowly avoiding the blade, Lijn moves with precision, almost brushing against its edge. With a resounding crash, the earth is once again carved into a deep chasm, the shockwave destabilizing Lijn's footing. Yet, her extensive experience allows her to use this force to gain distance. As Ji Lu's twists its foot to pursue her once more, Lijin realizes the beast's incredible speed. So swift, she gasps, astonished that such a massive body can move with such rapidity. In comparison, her nearly 2-meter frame appears diminutive beside Ji Lu's. Just as Lijin steels herself for a direct confrontation, a furious blade chants sounds from the side. Get out of the way. Wang Glu WGN, Ghost Burial. Chapter 15, One Strike Flew. What more is there to say? The piercing howl momentarily halts Ji Lu's advance. While the effect of the mental attack is limited, Lijin seizes the opportunity to create distance. Accompanied by an inexplicable ghostly wailing, a 7 to 8 meter long crimson blade, infused with Fangtianyan's essence, arcs through the air, striking with deadly intent. As the attack approaches, Ji Lu's can no longer pursue. It draws its blade in defense. The clash resonates with a thunderous boom, sending sparks flying, and the force of the impact leaves Fangtianyan's hands tingling. The sharp crimson crescent blade burrows deep into Ji Lu's bone blade. Had it not been for the latter's considerable width, the attack might have cleaved it in two. However, the situation becomes awkward for Fangtianyan. His blade becomes lodged within Ji Lu's weapon, which possesses clear strength advantage. Just as the demon prepares to toss him aside, Lijin charges in with a powerful, spinning strike aimed at Ji Lu's thigh. To her surprise, Ji Lu's does not evade. It raises its bone blade, forcing Fangtianyan to cling to the hilt. Just as he is about to be flung away, Lijin's massive axe spear strikes heavily against Ji Lu's thigh. The dark golden leg armor shattered into bone fragments, as the colossal form of Ji Lu's swayed slightly. The weapon in the hands of Fangtianyan bore witness to the spectacle. That ferocious strike from the Dragon Lady failed to breach his defenses, revealing a staggering disparity in strength between the two combatants. With a mental command, the crimson crescent blade abruptly shortened, freeing itself from the caught bone blade and returning to its original length. Fangtianyan landed safely on the ground. Had it not been for the intention to create an opportunity for Lijin to strike, he would have long since retracted his weapon. On the other side, Lijin successfully evaded Ji Lu's claw strike after her own attack proved ineffective. Had that massive hand connected, it could have easily cost her half her life. After forcing Lijin back, Ji Lu's hurled his bone blade toward Fangtianyan with great ferocity, generating a new bone blade in his hand amidst a faint golden glow. This time, he charged directly at Fangtianyan. The bone blade whistled past his ear, creating a terrifying wind pressure that nearly deafened him. Just as he rolled to evade the thrown attack, Ji Lu's figure closed in on him. The immense pressure that bore down on him heightened Fangtianyan's mental acuity to its peak. Clang, clang, clang. In a series of rapid clashes, bone fragments scattered. And despite the advantage in weaponry, Fangtianyan managed to hold his ground. Each strike was a calculated touch and go, avoiding direct confrontation. His eyes, infused with primal energy, became bloodshot. Without this enhancement, he would have been unable to perceive Ji Lu's strike speed. After several exchanges, Fangtianyan was drenched in sweat, his arms trembling, reaching the brink of his limits. The disparity in strength and speed was insurmountable. At his current level, his melee combat skills barely equated to that of a 2-star martial artist. The fact that he could endure so many attacks was solely due to his superior technique and the overwhelming power of his weapon. The unmatched sharpness of the crimson crescent blade made Ji Lu's exercise caution, tempering the force behind his strikes. Lijin, rushing to provide aid, felt a surge of incredulous astonishment. When Ji Lu's had turned his attention to Fangtianyan, she had been filled with anxiety, hastily following to assist. To her surprise, her young master had faced 7 or 8 strikes head-on. While it appeared strenuous, he had managed to withstand them. As a beastmaster, his remarkable melee prowess left her in awe, earning her admiration. Yet, this was not the moment for reverie. With renewed determination, she thrust her axe spear toward Ji Lu's back. Unfortunately, her attack was thwarted by the massive bone blade that had been hastily raised. Not only that, Ji Lu's executed a stylish reverse cut, unleashing his signature hell slash from below, the massive crescent-shaped blade energy narrowly missing Lijin's hair. This was no longer the brutish creature from the arena. Ji Lu's speed, strength, and swordsmanship were all formidable. With Lijin's support, Fangtianyan felt a significant reduction in pressure. The two circled around the blind blade swordsman, executing their strategic assault. Regrettably, their efforts yielded minimal results. It could even be said that they were on the receiving end of a relentless beating. Breaking through Ji Lu's defenses proved exceedingly difficult, and the environment offered little opportunity for aggression, leaving them primarily on the defensive. At that moment, an opening appeared on Ji Lu Sh's back. A prime opportunity. Legn, having been in a passive position, finally decided to take a risk. Holding her breath and focusing her energy, she leaped high into the air, her axe spear radiating a fiery aura. Her target was the back of Ji Lu Sh's head, a crucial weak point for most humanoid beings. However, just as she leapt, Ji Lu Sh moved. With a swift motion, he generated a new dark golden bone blade in his left hand, executing a surprise downward slash aimed at Legn. Caught off guard, Legn's heart raced. This strike was both swift and fierce, clearly premeditated. She feared that before her axe could reach Ji Lu Sh's head, he would sever her in half. Suspended in midair, she found herself unable to evade. Gritting her teeth, she adjusted her attack direction, preparing for a direct confrontation. Just then, a figure collided with her midair, pushing her aside, while the incoming heavy slash struck that figure without hesitation. The tortoise shell-like barrier shattered after merely 2 seconds, unable to withstand the force. Yet, those 2 seconds allowed Fang Tianyan to reposition just enough to avoid the bone blade. However, he could not evade the blade energy. The 5 to 6 meter long crescent blade energy slammed into him, propelling him away. From a distance, it appeared as though a crescent moon was carrying a person through the air at high speed. Legn, upon landing, stared blankly at the direction where Fang Tianyan's figure had vanished. No, as if coming to a realization, she let out a piercing scream. The amber vertical pupils ignited with a golden flame, yet her eyes remained moist. You shall die? Consumed by wrath, Legn unleashed a powerful strike, resulting in both combatants being pushed back 5 or 6 meters. In that moment, they had clashed evenly. Legn fixated her gaze on the massive figure opposite her, her aura inexplicably rising. At that instant, a golden rope, like a mystical serpent, shot forth from the mist behind her. Yet, her attention was solely on Ji Lu Sh. Before she could react, the rope tightened around her waist, pulling her backward. Chapter 16, You come here. Now is not the time to reveal your trump card. Hearing that familiar voice, Legn, filled with grief and rage, froze momentarily, then her heart soared with joy. You're not dead? Turning her head, she beheld Fang Tianyan leaning against a large tree, pale-faced with blood at the corner of his mouth. She nearly wept with joy. He was still holding on, able to endure a couple more strikes. 1 strike would reduce him to half health, 2 would leave him gravely injured, and 3 would be the finishing blow. No flaw in that logic. In the midst of their conversation, Fang Tianyan performed a recovery technique, summoning a green mist that enveloped him, restoring some of his vitality. His previously pale complexion regained a hint of color. His upper garment had turned to tatters, revealing a pitch-black armor. The Higo armor, with its remarkable defensive capabilities, had saved him from being cleaved in two by that last strike. Although it had mitigated the cutting force of Hell Slash, the impact still inflicted significant internal damage, likely fracturing a couple of ribs. I will cover you. You go first. Legn positioned her axe spear defensively in front of Fang Tianyan. Go. Fang Tianyan's eyes widened. How could I leave without defeating it? I said, there is no retreat in this battle. Observing the resolute excitement, nay, a hint of madness, in her young master's gaze, Legn bit her lip, ceasing her attempts to dissuade him. This man's spirit seemed to surpass her own. The thunderous footsteps approached, as Ji Lu Sh, wielding a blade in each hand, advanced with an imposing presence. Fang Tianyan North thrust the crimson crescent into the ground, channeling raw energy into it. The blade elongated dramatically, extending deep into the earth in an instant. Gripping the blade rather than the hilt, he thrust it upwards until it reached a height of 6 or 7 meters above the ground. From a distance, a slender red blade stood tall upon the ground. You took a step back. What? The ever-vigilant Legn believed she must have misheard. You step back and heed my command. Observing the imposing presence of Fang Tianyan, Legn silently complied, retreating behind the blood-red crescent moon. Fang Tianyan inhaled deeply, standing proud, and casually discarded the tattered cloth from his upper body. Grasping a golden rope in his left hand, he extended his right arm forward and beckoned. Come here. In that instant, Legn perceived her master's silhouette as a solitary figure amidst towering mountains. With a roar, the provoked Ji Lu Sh charged forward without pretense. Swiftly closing the distance to Fang Tianyan, Legn suppressed her impulse to advance. Come on. As danger approached, Fang Tianyan, clad in a black jiama vest, executed an agile slide beneath Ji Lu Sh's legs. Indeed, he performed a slide, due to the significant height difference between them. His unexpected maneuver allowed him to slip past and position himself behind the foe. Throughout this swift sequence, he even managed to don a helmet and toss grenades to either side, one a flashbang, the other a smoke grenade. Ji Lu's lacked eyes, and due to its rarity, information about it was scarce, including how it perceived its surroundings. Humanity had no definitive answers. Yet, the two disruptive grenades at such close range affected its actions, albeit marginally. This brief moment proved sufficient. Thanks to the timely helmet, Fang New York Inn was unharmed by the grenade's misfire. He leapt, pivoted, and suddenly hurled the golden rope. Like a serpent, the golden rope coiled around the calf of the blind swordsman in an instant. Empowered by the original spirit, the combat boots underwent a fantastical mechanical transformation. Rows of intricate wheels emerged on the soles, and metallic pipes resembling exhausts appeared at the heels. Upon receiving the original spirit's energy, those pipes expelled blue flames while the wheels spun rapidly, propelling Fang New York Inn forward. The burst of speed was akin to flight, albeit at a low altitude. Grasping the rope, he circled his adversary in a clockwise manner. Round after round, as the circles multiplied, the arena was filled with thunderous roars of anger. Harnessing the four symbols return to origin technique, the Su-NW shield manifested, and to everyone's astonishment, Fang New York Inn began to rise off the ground, soaring higher and higher, as if he had taken to the air. This was true flight. With the four symbols return to origin technique cultivated to a certain level, flying was no longer a challenge. However, Fang New York Inn's current progress only allowed for a gentle float. Yet, with the propulsion from the technologically advanced boots, he naturally ascended into the air, albeit still in circles. The rapid spinning created a small tornado, shielding her eyes from the artificial storm before her. Leg-In remained oblivious to the unfolding events within. However, the cacophony of roars emanating from within conveyed a sense of unrest, unmistakably originating from Ji Lu's. The storm's radius gradually expanded, prompting Leg-In to continue retreating. The harsh sound of friction made her wince and instinctively cover her ears. As Fang New York Inn finally came to a halt, his complexion pale, he shouted to Leg-In, "Stop staring and come help." Leg-In hurriedly rushed forward, trembling as she handed the golden rope to him. Fang New York Inn removed his helmet and tossed it aside, bending over. He retched violently. This series of actions left Leg-In dazed. After the tumultuous upheaval, the artificial storm began to dissipate upon the exit of its creator. At last, Leg-In beheld the scene within. Ji Lu's was ensnared from foot to head by the golden rope, tightly bound to the towering blood-red crescent moon. The extended crescent moon served as a gallows pole for Fang New York Inn. Ji Lu's roared defiantly, thrashing violently, yet the brilliant golden rope withstood the pressure. Unbroken, the demon-binding rope counteracts dark forces, serving as one of Fang New York Inn's trump cards. As a creature of the dark, Ji Lu's was naturally more susceptible to the rope's binding power. This was precisely why Fang New York Inn was so determined to venture to the edge of the MSH marsh. His target was a dark-type battle beast. Little did he expect to encounter such a formidable foe, nearly leading to disaster. Once his stomach settled, the weary Fang New York Inn steeled himself, for the ordeal was far from over. "Stop dawdling, it's your turn." Chapter 17. The Dragon Lady Unleashed, the Battle Pet Acquired. With her mouth agape, Leg-In finally regained her composure. The sight of Ji Lu's bound captivated her beyond measure. She never imagined that such a powerful mid-tier battle beast would fall to the hands of her young master. Casting her gaze between the slightly shorter Fang New York Inn and the towering Ji Lu's, a sense of unspoken admiration arose within her. After this fierce confrontation, the man's courage, wisdom, and valor left an indelible impression on Leg-In. Moreover, he had protected her in turn. "What? You can't expect me to knock it unconscious, can you?" Seeing Leg-In's bewildered expression, Fang New York Inn chuckled as he tapped her forehead. What had been accomplished thus far was already his limit. The conditions for a beastmaster to sign a contract required either the beast to consent willingly or for its will to be sufficiently weakened. This could be achieved through fainting or serious injury. However, Fang New York Inn currently lacked the means to incapacitate Ji Lu's. Yet, he had faith in Leg-In's abilities. I can't guarantee success." Leg-In surprisingly felt a twinge of anxiety. Deep within, she suddenly feared failure and disappointing this man. "Relax and do your best. I believe in you." From the moment Leg-In suggested covering her retreat, Fang New York Inn sensed that she likely had a hidden card up her sleeve. Her genuine, encouraging smile alleviated Leg-In's tension, infusing her with newfound strength. Striding forward, she gazed at the defiant Ji Lu's with an unusually calm demeanor. She shed her upper armor and tossed it aside, revealing a base layer beneath. Swallowing a pill provided by Fang New York Inn, Leg-In's aura surged dramatically. Simultaneously, her body underwent a transformation. Silver scales began to form upon her forehead and forearms. Her muscles became more defined, her entire physique seemingly elevated, golden flames igniting her pupils, while silver, majestic ram-like horns extended from her brow. Her back began to arch, sprouting a pair of skeletal structures resembling embryonic dragon wings. Fang Tianyan, influenced by the diverse aesthetics of his world, internally exclaimed his enchantment. Only the foolish inhabitants of the Eternal Continent, swayed by bloodline theories, would fail to appreciate such beauty. Who could resist a beastly maiden, especially one exuding an aura of dominance? The unique orange original spirit energy surged from Leg, piercing the clouds like a fiery pillar. This formidable presence incited Ji Lu's to roar with increasing fury, intensifying its struggles. It sensed a hint of threat. Fang Tianyan tightened his grip on the demon binding rope. With a resounding crash, a fiery orange blaze erupted from the axe spear, and Lejana leapt into action, delivering a forceful strike reminiscent of the legendary force that cleaves Mount Hua. From the ground, it seemed as though a small sun had risen, causing Fang Tianyan to instinctively don a pair of sunglasses. The supplies were not only plentiful but also quite eclectic. The axe's back struck precisely upon Galosha's forehead, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that sent Fang Tianyan soaring. Amidst the swirling debris, Lejana tumbled to the ground, landing gracefully, unconscious. Her transformation naturally reverted, restoring her original form. Meanwhile, Galosha lay there silently, his head tilted. Suddenly, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Could it be that he was dead? Fang Tianyan hurried over to inspect, relieved to find that Lejana was merely exhausted from her fierce exertion, and Galosha had only fainted, allowing him a sigh of relief. The axe spear lay in ruins, reduced to nothing but a handle, while Galosha's bony helm was shattered halfway. The force of the collision was astonishing. Having previously consumed a restorative elixir, Lejana suffered no lasting harm. The most pressing matter now was to secure her first battle pet. Time waits for no one. Opportunities must be seized. With a swift motion, Fang Tianyan summoned the yin-yang fish before him, which spun and pulled apart to reveal a circular portal, 1 meter in diameter. A beam of light shot forth from the portal, illuminating Galosha's form, as Fang Tianyan closed his eyes. Now, the battle shifted to a clash of mental energies. Since Galosha had only been knocked unconscious, his mental strength remained formidable, resulting in a stalemate. How obstinate he is. Taming a battle beast is no trivial task, especially one of such caliber. Within the realm of consciousness, Fang Tianyan tugged at Galosha's form, while the latter made a final desperate attempt to resist, pulling back with all his might. It seems you are quite defiant. Fang Tianyan sensed that Galosha was an intelligent being, capable of clearly conveying his emotions. Very well. Let us employ virtue to persuade. Suddenly, Fang Tianyan's demeanor shifted. He smiled slyly and said, "Would you like to learn a more formidable sword technique? You must understand that my skills are not lacking, merely constrained by my physical abilities." Galosha, who had been roaring moments before, fell silent. A clever tactic indeed. Without hesitation, Fang Tianyan executed a series of moves from the Ming Luo Wujian, captivating Galosha's attention despite his limited training. "If you choose to ally with me, this sword technique will be yours, along with that crimson blade, the Scarlet Crescent. What say you?" Galosha fell into contemplation, as if weighing his options. Ultimately, he opted to agree. To Galosha, it was clear that the victor of this mental battle was destined to be Fang Tianyan. His body was already bound, and if the female warrior continued to inflict damage, his mental strength would inevitably wane, leading to defeat. Thus, it seemed wiser to acquiesce sooner rather than later, especially with potential benefits at stake. Fang Tianyan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Should Galosha stubbornly resist, victory was far from assured, particularly with Lejana unconscious and her recovery uncertain. If Galosha regained consciousness first, he would be left no choice but to retreat with Lejana, abandoning their mission. Unfortunately, the blind blade swordsman was unaware of these nuances. In the physical realm, Galosha's restrained form suddenly radiated a brilliant light, dissolving into countless sparkling specks that coalesced into a purple galaxy, entering the portal. The bond of the battle beast was successfully forged. Amidst the chaotic and desolate surroundings, an exhausted Fang Tianyan dared not let his guard down. This was the Lost Marsh, after all. Who knew what might emerge next? Swiftly gathering the scattered items, he hoisted the slender figure onto his back. The weight was substantial, yet the soft touch revitalized his weary spirit. Chapter 18. Take off. Within the realm of the divine ruins, Galosha wielded the Scarlet Crescent, engaging in battle with a hound. The blade had enlarged significantly, now proportionate to Galosha's stature. While various divine beasts observed from the periphery, Fang Tianyan was present as well. After the contract was signed, he discovered that he could transport Golosha from the battle beast realm to the divine ruins. This arrangement was exceedingly convenient. Thus, he began training his battle pet within this domain, targeting the other creatures under his control. Once a battle beast contract is established, a beast can only perish permanently under two circumstances: the demise of its master or the dissolution of the contract. Should the contract be severed, not only would the beast perish, but the master would also suffer backlash, rendering them unable to access the battle pet realm for a period. This meant they could neither summon their pet nor forge new contracts. The stronger the beast, the longer the backlash would last. Consequently, each battle beast master approaches the selection of their beasts with great caution. Upon contract establishment, when a beast dies, it requires time within the pet realm to recuperate and revive. The stronger the beast, the longer this recovery period. Thus, the ranking of battle beast masters is complex, differing from that of martial artists or mages. A master's strength is determined by the prowess of their battle beasts, influenced by numerous factors including the beast's inherent quality, the master's training, technological enhancements, and elemental affinities, all of which can affect the final outcome in battle. Hence, underestimating an opponent or miscalculating can lead to unexpected defeats. The Eternal Continent assesses the capabilities of battle beast masters based on their performance in official competitions, categorized into district, city, state, national, and world levels, with divisions for youth, under 30, and adults, 30 and above. Only those who achieve commendable rankings at their current level qualify to participate in the next tier. To ascend, one must engage earnestly, letting results speak for themselves, which speaks to the high value of such competitions. Victories yield not only triumph, but also significant recognition, ensuring the social status of battle beast masters remains elevated. Golosha accounted for 15 magical energies, while Fang Tianyan's battle pet realm had expanded to 48 energies, leaving 33 after Golosha's allocation. The strength of a battle beast correlates with the amount of magical energy it consumes, thus serving as a metric for assessing its power. A battle beast's strength is not static, it evolves with growth and training. For instance, Golosha, through self-cultivation and Fang Tianyan's resources, could potentially evolve to a higher tier in the future. Legiana experienced a haunting nightmare, seemingly transported back to her past. Due to her distinct appearance, the children at the orphanage shunned her, never playing with her. The caregivers, filled with disdain and fear, treated her with cold indifference. The most frequent term she heard was monster. As she grew older, she eagerly left that place behind. Perhaps the world outside was different? She remembered the flicker of hope in her heart. Yet, reality proved more malicious. Though she possessed great strength and was unafraid of arduous labor, she could not endure even a few days of manual work. The reason was simple. The workers feared that this dragon blood anomaly would consume them, threatening to abandon their posts if she remained. Adrift, she bore witness to the harshness of the world. Gradually, I became increasingly indifferent, burying the warmth of humanity deep within my heart, encasing it in a shell called resilience. However, humanity is diverse, and among them are a few aberrant individuals harboring peculiar malice. For such individuals, my fists would convey the reason behind the flower's vibrant hues. Yet, the day I inadvertently ended one of these deviants arrived. Thus, I had no choice but to enter the dark arena, armed with innate talent and relentless effort. I walked back from the brink of death time and again, growing ever stronger. I became accustomed to such days, even to the point of feeling numb. Perhaps, to be buried here was my final resting place. But wait, why is there light, and why is it so blinding? After the brilliance faded, what met my eyes was a vividly colored canopy and the gentle, warm glow of soft yellow lights. The sensation was as if I had crossed into another world, leaving Ligian momentarily speechless. Ah, my darling, you have finally awakened. Accompanied by a teasing tone, a lithe figure stepped into the tent. Upon seeing the familiar face, Ligian's chaotic thoughts returned to reality. As her tense body relaxed, a wave of fatigue washed over her. Had I succeeded? Ligian never anticipated that one day her voice would sound so powerless. From Fang Tianyan's perspective, the once fierce and robust woman now appeared frail, exuding a delicate charm that evoked a sense of pity. Regardless of her strength, she was, after all, a woman. Fang Tianyan, though physically a mere boy, possessed a maturity beyond his years. In his previous life, he had ventured into entrepreneurship, surrounded by accomplished women and experienced in the realm of romance. After all, if one were as wealthy and attractive as he, they were likely to have had even more extravagant experiences. Despite having encountered many beauties, he found himself momentarily entranced. With her short, cream-colored hair, sun-kissed skin, and captivating amber vertical pupils, along with her strikingly handsome features and perfectly proportioned figure, Ligian reminded him of a rare gem that could only be found in the realm of fantasy. What are you staring at? I asked you a question. The unreserved gaze of Fang T. New York N caused Ligian's heart to tremble, her cheeks flushing. Initially intending to scold him, her tone softened unexpectedly. It's all taken care of, everything is fine. You should rest, I will go prepare a meal. With a slight smile, Fang T. New York N instructed her to take care of herself before turning to exit the tent. Watching his retreating figure, Ligian may not have realized the smile that crept upon her lips. A rumble from her stomach abruptly shifted Ligian's focus. She was indeed feeling quite hungry. Wait. Her pupils dilated. Her clothing. She realized she was clad in a brand new nightgown, a stark contrast to her previous attire during the battle before she lost consciousness. The implications were clear. In that moment, Ligian felt her heartbeat resonating not in her chest, but reverberating in her mind, a dizzying mix of embarrassment and anger. Yet perhaps even a hint of secret delight. Chapter 19. The honest man skilled in overcoming obstacles. Come, darling, open your mouth. Beside the bed, Fang T. New York N, with the gentleness of a caregiver, brought a heaping spoonful of food to Ligian's lips. The spoon was rather large, akin to a spatula. After all, the appetite of a dragon maiden was extraordinary. Ligian's face flushed enticingly red. Initially, she intended to refuse, but her limbs lacked the strength to feed herself, and ultimately, she yielded to her master's insistence. Moreover, her refusal was not particularly resolute. What began as a stiff experience gradually transformed into one she began to enjoy. Is that it? Ligian licked her lips, unconsciously expressing her yearning for more. As the words escaped her lips, she immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. Fang T. New York rolled his eyes and displayed the now empty bowl. Sister, this is the third bowl, and you've devoured more than usual. Should I fetch you another? Ligian hurriedly shook her head, relieved that he seemed unaware of her enjoyment, mistakenly believing she was still hungry. Rest assured, I am well aware of your true state, but I simply chose to remain silent. By the way, I will help you bathe later. What? Ligian was taken aback by Fang T. New York N's words. What do you mean? I have been the one caring for you these past few days while you were unconscious. Don't worry, I am quite proper in my duties. Initially, Ligian intended to brush off the topic, but Fang T. New York N had boldly brought it up, speaking of it as casually as sharing a meal. Absolutely not. Faced with such a direct request, Ligian found herself momentarily speechless, her usual bravado replaced by shyness. Well, do as you wish. If you need anything, just call for me. Fang T. New York N did not press further and exited the tent. Was he truly only 16? Ligian's emotions were still in turmoil. Capturing the astonishing courage and intellect of Ji Lues was one thing, but his audacity towards women was another. However, such forthright boldness was not entirely unappealing. Outside the tent, a tall and imposing purple figure sat quietly, its presence dwarfing Fang T. New York N. It was Ji Lues, Fang T. New York N's first battle pet. Currently on guard. Uh-oh, go fetch me some prey. Fang T. New York N had named this formidable creature Uh-oh for as his battle pet. It deserved a unique name. Acknowledging the command, Uh-oh nodded and vanished in an instant. Its speed was remarkable. Fang T. New York N's communication with Uh-oh had become seamless. Once their consciousness connected, they could easily understand each other. Little did Fang T. New York N realize how crucial his formidable spiritual strength, acquired through cultivation, was for Uh-oh's growth. Ligian had been unconscious for 4 days, and it was only 2 days prior that Fang T. New York N had carried her out of the Lost Marsh. After emerging, he set up camp on the outskirts, intending to wait until Ligian fully recovered before deciding on their next course of action. Once Uh-oh departed, Fang T. New York N settled into a meditative posture, shielded by the Xuanwu divine shield, gathering the energies of the universe to begin his cultivation. He never allowed himself to slacken in this fundamental aspect of his life. After another 4 days, Ligian could no longer endure her situation. Being naturally fastidious, she could tolerate 2 or 3 days without bathing, but in her weakened state, the discomfort of feeling sticky and unclean was unbearable. After dinner, Fang T. New York N noticed Ligian seemed off, occasionally flicking her cream-colored hair and furrowing her brow. Isn't your hair oily? Doesn't it itch? Ligian shot him a glare and turned away in silence. Moments later, with a startled gasp, she realized she had been scooped up into his arms. Why you? Ligian was momentarily at a loss for words, her embarrassment rendering her speechless. Stop with the you. I am your master, and you are my protector. The contract is still in my possession. I've seen everything that needs to be seen. Do you truly think you can escape my grasp? His domineering behavior and words left Ligian blushing, burying her head into his shoulder and falling silent. Yet, the pounding of her heart echoed loudly, even to Fang T. New York N, who could feel her intensity. Though Ligian was tall and robust, Fang T. New York N held her securely. He was no delicate boy, but a muscular young man. Moreover, being only 16, he had not yet reached his full developmental potential. Remove the clothing and gently place the young lady into a bathtub filled with pleasantly warm water. The once formidable Long Nyo now resembles a quail. Her head bowed and cheeks flushed, rendered speechless as she allows herself to be attended to. However, Fang Tianyan harbors no ulterior motives. He diligently wipes her down with the reverence one might afford to a work of art. Silence envelopes the tent, creating an atmosphere of enchanting tranquility. Unable to resist, Lejana steals a glance, only to find him averting his gaze, too bashful to meet her eyes. It is no surprise. Although Fang Tianyan possesses remarkable self-control, he is, after all, a man, and such exquisite beauty is hard to withstand. This realization nearly brings a smile to Lejana's lips, filling her heart with a joyous thrill. Due to her upbringing, Lejana's character is somewhat complex, isolated yet harboring a touch of insecurity. Yet, in this moment, she perceives a flicker of attraction she holds over this man. Were your hands always so proper? Lejana's sudden inquiry catches Fang Tianyan off guard, prompting him to respond with a chuckle. How could that be? Of course, I took advantage of the situation. It took considerable effort for a straightforward person like me to refrain from taking advantage of you, my precious gem. You must realize that. His candidness is often disarming. You. Lejana exclaims, startled by the suddenness of his words. See, a straightforward person never deceives their own. I didn't ask for a demonstration. Stop it. Lejana's face flushes crimson, genuine panic rising within her. After all, she has never encountered such a bold adversary, and her current physical state only exacerbates her anxiety. In matters of the heart, Lejana is quite inexperienced. If Fang Tianyan were to take things seriously, she would find herself at a loss. All right, no more teasing. With his hands no longer causing mischief, Lejana's emotions are swiftly calmed. After a gentle cleansing, Fang Tianyan dresses her in a new nightgown and tenderly carries her back to bed, tucking her in. Call me if you need anything. With those familiar words, Fang Tianyan exits the tent. Watching his retreating figure, Lejana feels a sudden pang of loss, as if something significant has departed with him. Her resilient exterior seems to have been gently breached by this young man, leaving a unique fissure just for him. Chapter 20. The Journey Back Through Fengyuan Ridge. Once one overcomes the first hurdle, subsequent challenges follow. The relationship between the two has undergone an ineffable transformation, particularly for Lejana. Her emotions towards this man have ignited with unprecedented fervor. Fang Tianyan is no block of wood. He is acutely aware of the shift in her demeanor. If he were to seize the moment, he could easily push forward. However, Fang Tianyan does not intend to do so. It is not a matter of false nobility, but rather a question of respect. After all, she is better than due to him. It would be unseemly to take advantage of her vulnerability. Moderation is key. There is ample time ahead. When Lejana urged him to leave while she provided cover, Fang Tianyan felt a rare flutter in his heart. This girl is deserving of care and respect. Naturally, one cannot neglect the sentiments of a woman. That night, they shared a bed, with Fang Tianyan merely holding Lejana close, ensuring no boundaries were crossed. Resting against his sturdy chest, Lejana drifted into a deep slumber, lulled by the steady rhythm of his heart. Meanwhile, Fang Tianyan, embracing this stunning beauty, kept his eyes wide open for half the night before finally succumbing to sleep. This time, Lejana unleashed her bloodline power to its fullest extent, resulting in significant aftereffects. That single strike had left her bedridden for nearly 10 days. A recovery aided solely by Fang Tianyan's relentless massages and elixirs. The intricacies of bloodlines cannot be remedied by mere healing spells. Fang Tianyan sensed that Lejana's bloodline power was far more complex than it appeared. Finally, after nearly 20 days, Lejana made a complete recovery. Gazing at the towering figure of Gu Luosha, she felt a wave of nostalgia. Once adversaries, they now stood united. How does it observe its surroundings without eyes? Lejana mused quietly, revealing a newfound openness akin to a blossoming maiden, her words flowing more freely than usual. It possesses a unique spiritual eye. How do I explain it? It is somewhat akin to radar, with a perception that surpasses that of humans. This was a secret Fang Tianyan had discovered after befriending a Hao. No wonder it had been able to disregard the thick fog to strike from across the river. With Lejana fully restored, Fang Tianyan decided to return a Hao, who had served as a guardian for so long, to the divine space for further training. Thus, their journey transformed into a duet. They opted to traverse Fengyuan Ridge on foot rather than flying as they had before. With the first battle pet at his side, Fang Tianyan felt a renewed sense of confidence, knowing that where there is one, there will surely be more. Along their path, they remained hopeful for new discoveries within Fengyuan Ridge. Compared to the Lost Marsh, the dangers of Fengyuan Ridge were significantly diminished, and for several days, they encountered no formidable beasts. The vastness of Fengyuan Ridge demanded a touch of luck. Fang Tianyan did not press the matter. As the current gains had already surpassed his expectations, he would leave the rest to fate. They felt as though they were on a leisurely excursion, with Lei Jana occasionally dispatching unwary small beasts without the need to summon a howl. However, the perilous nature of Fengyuan Ridge soon caught up to them, as they encountered a mid-tier Hualin viper, a 3-meter-long, beautifully patterned venomous serpent. Fang Tianyan refrained from allowing Lei Jana to engage. Instead, he unleashed Gu Luosha. He intended to observe the performance in battle, but as soon as a Hao emerged, a bone blade formed in its hand, and without hesitation, it executed a hell slash. The massive blade of energy, spanning 7 to 8 meters, cleaved the Hualin viper in two, sending trees crashing down and clearing a swath of land. The sheer power of that strike was terrifying. After the attack, a Hao turned away, sitting cross-legged as if unfazed. Indeed, it had no need for sight. This spectacle illuminated for Lei Jana why beast tamers held such a prestigious status. Given a Hao's current combat prowess, it was likely comparable to that of a peak 6-star warrior. For a human martial artist to reach such a level, it typically required 3 to 4 decades of arduous training. The levels beyond that are said to be insurmountable by human martial artists and mages. As for the entire Eternal Continent, there are fewer than 5 documented cases of such beings, all under the control of ancient, powerful entities. In this world, the limits of humanity pale in comparison to those of battle beasts. Even with advanced technology, humans have yet to conquer these creatures and, at times, must endure the threats posed by beast tides. Previously, Fang Tianyan relied solely on his strength, but now he had a companion far mightier than himself. This was merely the beginning of his journey. Observing the writhing Hualin viper, Fang Tianyan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Thankfully, serpents possess considerable vitality. Otherwise, that strike would have been lethal. He retrieved a scroll and tossed it forward, causing it to hover in place before opening his battle pet space. The radiant light of the contract emanating from the Zich and Ing space illuminated the unfurled scroll, which appeared akin to a mirror, refracting the essence of the contract onto the Hu Lnwi. The Hu Lnwi transformed once more into a myriad of starlights. Yet this time, the celestial river it became did not surge into the Zich and Ing space, but rather flowed into the open scroll. Once the blank scroll was activated, with special runes aglow, an image of the Hu Lnwi was vividly etched upon it. Upon closing the Zich and Ing space, Fang Tianyan grasped the securely sealed scroll. The Zich and Shu sealing scroll could only be crafted by a Zich and Shu master utilizing the Zich and Ing space, serving as one of their economic resources. The Hu Lnwi was now sealed within this scroll. When the buyer unrolls it, the intact Hu Lnwi can be released, allowing for a potential contract upon its defeat. However, the Zich and Shu sealing scroll can currently only seal beasts of the lowest rank, as any above that would exceed the scroll's capacity to contain their power. Do you not desire this serpent? Illegitimate inquired with curiosity. It is merely of the lowest rank, unnecessary. Fang Tianyan replied nonchalantly, leaving Illegitimate somewhat speechless. Her master had only recently become a Zich and Shu master, effectively a novice. Although Illegitimate understanding of the Zich and Shu master profession was limited, its popularity had made her somewhat familiar with it. Beasts of the lowest rank were already considered luxury items for those still practicing. Yet this man, displaying disdain for even a low-ranked beast, was truly remarkable. Fang Tianyan, blissfully ignorant of such concerns, thought to himself that securing 50 to 60,000 would be effortless. In the following days, 2 additional low-ranked Zich and Shu were captured into scrolls by Fang Tianyan, each effortlessly defeated with a single strike. The disparity in their ranks was too vast. A woo! Was that a wolf's howl? As night approached and preparations for camp were underway, the distant sounds of wild wolf howls caught Fang Tianyan's attention. The howls grew more intense, occasionally met with responses from other wolves, creating a chorus of sound. Let us investigate, he suggested, intrigued by the unusual occurrence. The two followed the sounds, crossing 2 secluded hilltops, where they beheld a magnificent sight. 100 wolves surged forth. The low-ranked Fang, an extraordinary sight indeed, comprised a formidable wolf pack. On the hillside opposite, a robust, fur-covered gray wolf was howling at the moon, a low-ranked Fang, the leader of this pack. What is happening? Is fortune upon us? After initial surprise, Fang Tianyan began to scrutinize the entire battlefield. He observed a pink mist enveloping the valley below. As the pack of wolves charged down from the hillside, their target, the mysterious fog, there must be something concealed within that mist. As the wolf pack rushed into the pink haze, it was not long before the Wolf King's fierce howl echoed, prompting the wolves to retreat from the fog. Fang Tianyan clearly saw several Fang staggering out from the mist, wobbling as if intoxicated, before collapsing onto the ground. The pink mist was toxic. Under the command of the Wolf King, the remaining 70 or so Fang opened their mouths, gradually forming a white vortex of air. With a powerful exhalation, the wind swept through, dispersing the pink mist and revealing the hidden truth within. By heavens, this is a true treasure. Even the composed Fang Tianyan could not suppress his excitement upon witnessing the unveiled species. A splendidly colored giant flower took root in the valley, and at its center stood a half-woman figure. Rather than simply a woman, she resembled a female elf. With pointed ears and a body seamlessly merging with the flower, she stood nearly 1.5 meters tall, while the flower's diameter extended to around 4 meters. Most astonishingly, this female elf displayed 2 entirely different forms on either side of her body. The right side of her face bore a serene and sacred expression, while the left side exhibited a fierce and wrathful demeanor, akin to a demon. Her long green hair cascaded down, adorned with leaves, the right side a vibrant light green, teeming with life, and the left a deep, sinister green. What manner of ZHNSHU is this? Such a remarkable species, embodying both life and death, evoked awe even from illegitimate. This is a nature type, plant class, rare species of the high-ranked level, known as SH-MDNGZX. If it were merely of high rank, would it incite such excitement? Illegitimate questioned. The precious darling is quite astute. This DNGZX is merely in its juvenile state. Upon maturity, it will become the high-ranked twin queen, Fang Tianyan explained. Continuing to enlighten illegitimate. The DNGZX is quite unique. Its roots must be constantly anchored in soil to absorb nutrients. If it is removed from the earth, its power begins to diminish, and after an hour without soil, it will perish. While its abilities are formidable, capable of healing, combat, and toxin release, its significant flaw lies in its dependency on soil. It cannot engage in competitive battles without it. Only upon evolving into the Twin Queen will it break free from this constraint. Once rooted in the ground, it essentially becomes an invincible existence with boundless endurance at the same rank. Furthermore, this species is exceedingly rare due to the harsh conditions required for its growth. It cannot be long removed from the soil, and its natural strength is akin to a potent nourishment for others in SHU. Given all these factors, its survival rate is understandably low. This creature is not merely unheard of in the OZXN Federation, but in many other nations as well. Upon hearing Fang Tianyan's words and observing the rushing wolf pack below, illegitimate eyes sharpened. Shall we eliminate that pack of wolves? Not in haste. Let us first observe the spectacle. Fang Tianyan replied calmly, though intrigued by the SH-MDNGZX. Moreover, he believed that the JFNG would not be able to contend with the DNGZX rooted in the earth. As the duo watched from above, the DNGZX sprang into action. Thorn tendrils erupted from the ground, ensnaring and slaughtering the charging JFNG, resulting in a gruesome display of severed limbs and blood. A red rose materialized in the left hand of the wrathful visage, which she flung forward, unfurling in the wind, transforming into a deadly rose whip. With precision, she struck down several wolves that had evaded the thorny tendrils, rendering them to shreds. In a seamless display of fluidity, over 20 JFNG fell victim to her assault. Yet, under the Wolf King's command, the remaining wolves refused to retreat, most lingering and waiting for an opportunity, hesitant to advance into the thicket of tendrils. It seemed they understood that the DNGZX could only engage in a defensive battle. Seeing that the wolf pack was still unwilling to concede, the DNGZX tossed a seed, no larger than a bean, which shimmered with a green glow, onto the ground. Upon landing, these seeds rapidly sprouted, and within moments, a dozen wooden guardians, each approximately 1.6 meters tall, stood before the DNGZX. These stout wooden warriors, armed with wooden spears and hammers, and adorned with branches resembling tufts of hair, bravely charged into the fray against the wolves. The clash was fierce, with wood splintering and wolf blood flying, as both sides fought valiantly. The DNGZX conjured a spell, unleashing a green luminescent sphere that spread across the ground, rapidly generating moss like a carpet unfurling ahead. In the blink of an eye, the moss spread across the battlefield, and the wooden warriors, treading upon it, became invigorated as if energized by a powerful elixir. Their spears and hammers swung with a fierce momentum. Even the gaps in their forms began to regenerate new wood. In stark contrast, the wolf pack found itself slipping and tumbling upon the moss, utterly disheveled. As a result of this shift, the swift wolves suffered significant casualties, with their numbers dwindling to just over 20. Had it not been for the twins' inability to move, the pack would likely have been completely decimated. A howl echoed through the air, and in light of the dire situation, the Swift Wolf King reluctantly issued a retreat command. However, as it lifted its head to howl and then lowered it again, the Wolf King's pupils suddenly constricted, and its fur bristled in alarm. On the steep cliff, a colossal purple figure, with a sword strapped to its back, charged towards it with terrifying speed. The bone blade in hand swung forth, unleashing a hellish slash, as a massive crescent-shaped blade of energy tore through the air, attracting the attention of both the battling wolves and the twins. The Swift Wolf King, paralyzed by fear, dared not make a sound and hastily leapt aside, narrowly evading the deadly strike. However, the ensuing roar of air was deafening, as the dark golden bone blade followed swiftly, accurately striking the ground where the Wolf King had landed, pinning it firmly against the cliff face. Anticipating the possibility of evasion from the enemy, Ahau had already prepared a backup shot. During his time in the realm of the Divine Ruins, he had trained against various otherworldly beasts, honing his blade techniques and rapidly advancing in battle experience and skill. With a piercing howl, the Swift Wolf King vanished from sight, and without their leader's guidance, the pack scattered in disarray, losing their former valor. As the Swift Wolves fled, Fang Tianyan had no time to spare for them. At that moment, he and Lei Jana maintained a safe distance, fixated on the twin entity. Both sides exchanged intense stares, neither daring to make a move. When Ahau executed that devastating strike, the twins instinctively sought to escape. However, as soon as Huajian attempted to pull itself from the earth, Fang Tianyan and Lei Jana blocked its path. Lei Jana, having already expended her previous axe spear, now wielded a spear-long spear. Under normal circumstances, if a high-level battle beast was determined to flee, they would be unable to stop it. Yet, the twins were of a type that struggled with mobility, excelling in positional warfare, but faltering in guerrilla tactics. Their combat effectiveness while airborne was severely limited, allowing Fang Tianyan and Lei Jana to implement a strategy of restraint, preventing the twins from making their escape. Left with no choice, Huajian reburied its tentacle-like roots back into the soil. With heavy footsteps echoing, Ahau approached Fang Tianyan, carrying the gravely injured Swift Wolf King. Upon the arrival of the greatest threat, the twins appeared tense and serious, immediately conjuring thorny tendrils to shield themselves, their petals retracting in preparation for battle. Ahau dropped the Swift Wolf King to the ground, and with a flash of dark gold, the bone blade was ready in his grasp. The crimson crescent blade remained sheathed at his waist, showing no intention of being drawn. To him, this foe was unworthy of such a weapon. The air grew increasingly tense. "Human, what do you intend to do?" Upon perceiving the voice resonating in his mind, Fang Tianyan was taken aback, revealing a look of intrigue. He had not anticipated the twins to possess such high intelligence, capable of mental communication. This realization quelled any impulse he had to issue an attack command. "I wish for you to become my contracted beast." Fang Tianyan's response was straightforward and unadorned. "You wish to forge a contract with me? I cannot leave the soil to fight, and my need for its nutrients is immense. I must seek new fertile ground periodically. Entering into a contract with me would only bring you trouble, not benefit. What if I insist on forming a contract?" A hint of amusement danced on Fang Tianyan's face, while the voice in his mind fell into silence. "Though reluctant, it seems I have no other choice." "Ha ha, I appreciate your candor. Very well. I will ensure that you willingly comply." Fang Tianyan's interest in the highly intelligent battle beast intensified. With a flourish, a large blue and white porcelain jar appeared in his hand. This scene perplexed Lei Jana, who wondered why he had suddenly produced such a large vase after standing in silence for so long. Unbeknownst to her, a mental exchange was unfolding between the two parties. Lifting the lid, the jar revealed dark, rich soil. Lei Jana, standing nearby, inhaled the unique earthy aroma, which invigorated her senses, leaving her feeling remarkably refreshed. Such a potent essence of life. In the recesses of its mind, the twin entity gasped, even from afar, feeling the irresistible allure. This general's jar was one of the seemingly useless treasures Fang Tianyan had salvaged from the Palace of Divine Ruins. He had sensed the extraordinary nature of the black soil, prompting him to collect it, though he had yet to find a suitable application for it. Farming? That thought was not on his agenda. The robust life essence was impressive, but surely it could not replace sustenance after injury. This artifact resembled the jade purity vase held by Guanyin, one containing soil, the other water, both with intricate uses. Little did he expect that today, this treasure would find its rightful match. Unable to resist the temptation, the twin entity leapt from the earth, racing towards Fang Tianyan at an astonishing speed. Had Ahau not given prior warning, Lei Jana would have already thrust her spear at it in excitement. Bending down, The twin entity scooped a handful of the black soil from the jar, its expression filled with exhilaration. Become my battle pet, and this treasure shall be yours. I trust you will find no better nourishment than this. Fang Tianyan felt akin to a candy-wielding uncle, coaxing the target with gentle persuasion. I accept. Given the existence of the ancient Luosha, the twins understood that today they had only one path, signing the contract. Such a generous offer could not be refused. The essence was undeniably alluring. The light of the contract enveloped the twin entity, as specks of starlight converged into a green galaxy, embedding itself within the space of battle pets. Thus, Fang Tianyan acquired his second battle pet. The twin entity, now named Fang Muching, possessed a magical energy count of 10, leaving 23 units available in Fang Tianyan's battle pet space. He promptly summoned Fang Muching. Upon emerging, the twin entity's roots no longer anchored deeply into the earth, but instead directly intertwined with the black soil of the general's jar. The jar expanded in size, resembling a colossal vase, while Fang Muching, liberated from the constraints of the ground, joyfully floated about in the air. It resembled a flying potted plant. Although its speed was modest, for Fang Muching, having a mobile energy source freed it from terrestrial limitations, significantly enhancing its combat prowess. Furthermore, this energy source appeared boundless and of superior quality. With a single motion, Fang Muching raised a hand, and nearly 40 thorny tendrils erupted from the ground. The quantity had doubled from before. Regarding its newfound status as the battle pet of the young man before it, Fang Muching now bore no ill feelings. Rather, it felt a semblance of annoyance at why he had not arrived sooner. Where did you acquire such peculiar items? Observing the giant potted plant floating in the night sky, Lijana's expression was equally remarkable. The creativity this man exhibited regarding battle pets was truly boundless. Found it by the roadside, he chuckled. In light of the twin entity's demise, Fang Tianyan bestowed upon it the name Fang Muching. As for why all his battle pets bore the surname Fang, that, I believe, requires no further explanation. Due to the unprecedented encounter with a battle beast capable of seamless communication, Fang Tianyan naturally engaged in extensive dialogue with Fang Muching over the subsequent period. Through their exchanges, he learned that this unique form of mental communication, known as sinew, is an exclusive ability of the twin stars, and it is indeed exceedingly rare. The twin stars possess the remarkable capability to convey their thoughts through mental energy to others, enabling a reciprocal exchange of ideas if the recipient has a certain proficiency in mental power. Otherwise, the communication remains unidirectional. While every beastmaster can communicate mentally with their battle pets, achieving complete seamlessness takes time. For instance, between a Hao and Old Fang, their communication is functional but still has significant room for improvement. This extraordinary skill, if utilized effectively, would render Fang Muching the translator for Fang Tianyan's interactions with certain battle beasts. The gravely injured Wind Wolf King was sealed within a scroll by Fang Tianyan. Despite its ability to command the Wind Wolf pack, its overall capabilities barely qualified it as a low-tier creature, with little potential for growth, rendering it not worth forming a contract with. As the number of battle pets gradually increased, Fang Tianyan's criteria for selecting battle beasts would become increasingly discerning and exacting. With the addition of the twin stars, the journey through Fengyuan Ridge became significantly more tranquil. There was no longer a need to set traps or have a Hao keep watch at night. Simply placing a potted plant outside ensured peace throughout the night. A Hao, being a martial enthusiast, reveled in the opportunity to train undisturbed in the divine realm. Upon entering the central region of Fengyuan Ridge, human figures began to emerge and multiply. Fang Tianyan and his companion chose to limit their interactions with others. In the depths of the mountains, one can never truly discern the nature of another's heart. Old Fang preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble, believing that distance breeds beauty. However, one day, they made a startling discovery. While observing from a high peak, Fang Tianyan spotted a cluster of corpses appearing in the distance. After confirming that there were no other immediate threats, they cautiously descended the mountain and approached the bodies for inspection. There were 8 corpses, 7 men and 1 woman, all fully armed and wielding firearms. The stench of decay was overwhelming. The bodies had been partially consumed by scavengers, leaving a grotesque sight. Reggae, accustomed to bloody scenes, felt little more than mild discomfort from the smell, whereas Fang Tianyan, equipped with a mask and gloves, furrowed his brow as he meticulously examined the scene. Each corpse bore numerous horrific penetrating wounds, the kind that pierced through from front to back. The skin was darkened, and every face was contorted in expressions of despair and terror. These mercenaries had evidently succumbed to poisoning, concluded Old Fang swiftly. However, there were no apparent weapons at the scene that could have caused such penetrating injuries. He summoned Xiao Qing, an expert in toxins. Sharp tendrils emerged from beneath the flowers, penetrating the bodies to extract samples of the venom. It was a hybrid toxin, combining neurotoxins and myotoxins. Shortly thereafter, Xiaoqing provided an analysis of the toxin. Can you neutralize it? She inquired. Detoxification is indeed one of my abilities, so this toxin should pose no problem. However, if the dosage exceeds my detoxification threshold, it could still prove fatal. Nodding thoughtfully, Fang Tianyan responded, come take a look here. Following her gaze, old Fang directed his gaze to a nearby large tree. On the trunk was a similar penetrating hole, resembling those found on the corpses. The tree, being sufficiently robust, had not been penetrated through. Fang Tianyan hastily approached. Inserting his gloved hand into the hole, he sifted through and retrieved some black, fine particles, which bore a metallic texture. After handing the black fragments to Xiaoqing for examination, it was confirmed that they indeed contained toxins. The mercenaries most likely perished due to these black metallic substances. The combination of neurotoxins and myotoxins deepened old Fang's furrowed brow. He rifled through his mental archive of battle beasts, but none appeared to possess such characteristics concurrently. Although Fang Tianyan was not one to meddle in others' affairs, he felt compelled to delve deeper into this peculiar incident. In old Fang's view, the perpetrators behind these deaths were likely a battle beast of considerable strength. If it were human, they would have already taken action, disregarding the fate of one another. Upon further searching the bodies, they remarkably discovered a communication device that still functioned. After signaling Reggae to silence, Fang Tianyan initiated a directed call. Initially, there was only static. But just as old Fang was about to terminate the call, a voice finally responded. Squad, are you still alive? It was a somewhat agitated male voice. You refer to a squad of 8, 7 men and 1 woman, all of whom are deceased. I am merely a passing adventurer, and this communication device was scavenged. Do you require our assistance? Damn it, came a frustrated outburst from the other end. Hey, buddy, my apologies. I'm not targeting you, just feeling a bit overwhelmed. We do need help. How many of you are there? Rest assured, we have a major client. Money is not an issue. 2 4-star martial masters. What can you offer? Upon old Fang's statement, Reggae nearly burst into laughter. Though her youthful master possessed some strength, he barely reached the level of a 2-star martial master. His skill at deception was quite impressive. Wonderful. Hold on. Don't hang up. I'll have a surprise for you. The other party sounded quite excited, and the call lapsed into a brief silence. In a matter of seconds, the voice returned. Hey, brother. How about 100,000 star coins for 1 4-star martial master for a week's time? That was indeed considerably higher than the market rate, indicating they were in serious trouble. No problem. Please provide your address, and we will head over immediately. After noting the address, Fang Tianyan proceeded to inquire. Could you conveniently disclose what transpired? It would help us prepare. Oh, don't even mention it. It's a mutated gray king vulture. That damn beast has nearly wiped out my team. Chapter 24. The Black Killing Intent, the Terrifying Giant Bird. Alright, we will arrive as swiftly as possible. After ending the call, Fang Tianyan displayed a peculiar expression. The Gray King Vulture, a mid-tier battle beast belonging to the raptor category, inherently lacked any toxic capabilities. Could this be attributed to its mutated state? Mutated beings, also known as subspecies, can be simply understood as variations of battle beasts. Certain individuals within a species may develop unique abilities due to environmental factors or opportunities, and such battle beasts are typically referred to as mutated beings. This could manifest as physical alterations or a shift in attributes, or even the addition of an attribute. Mutation is not synonymous with evolution. Evolution generally refers to a qualitative leap in a battle beast's strength, such as a transition from one tier to another. Regardless of the means employed, be it growth, cultivation, or technological enhancement, should a battle beast's strength achieve a breakthrough, it is classified as evolution. Mutations can be benign or malignant. Easily understood, benign mutations enhance a battle beast's strength, while malignant mutations diminish it. Consequently, a mutation can affect a battle beast's power, with the impact being either positive or negative. After considering the matter, Fang Tianyan ultimately decided to investigate further. The keywords, mid-tier, mutation, held little allure for old Fang. What truly compelled him to make a decision were the words raptor. He was in dire need of both aerial and aquatic creatures. In the realm of water, one does not rush. Aside from a few exceptional beast competitions featuring marine events, most arenas are typically outdoors. The open air signifies much without the need for elaboration. Currently, Lao Fang possesses 2 cards, facing no pressure in ground combat, yet finds himself at a disadvantage against aerial threats, particularly against the likes of Xiaoqing, who excels in positional warfare. Thus, it is imperative to enhance his beast system, ensuring the inclusion of aerial combat beasts. Naturally, Lei Jina is unwaveringly loyal, following Fang Tianyan wherever he may go. During their journey to the designated location provided by the mercenary leader, the pair encountered numerous mercenary corpses, all displaying identical fatal wounds, perforations, and signs of poisoning. Among the deceased were even a 4-star mage and a 3-star martial artist. Lao Fang sensed something amiss. Even a mid-tier gray king eagle, assuming it underwent benign aberration, would only possess upper-tier strength at best. A cadre of highly trained mercenaries, equipped with ample firepower, alongside 3 to 4-star martial artists and mages, could not have suffered such devastating losses without reason. Had the Grey King Eagle, through aberration, achieved a qualitative rise in power, thereby evolving? This level of aberration seemed extraordinary, piquing Fang Tianyan's curiosity greatly. After 3 days of travel, the duo finally arrived at the location indicated by the mercenary chief, a cave that was defensible yet challenging to attack. However, Lao Fang did not rush in. Instead, he employed a high-powered telescope to covertly observe from a concealed vantage point on a nearby hill. He resolved to monitor the situation for a while longer. Upon examining the cave through his telescope, Fang Tianyan discerned that it had been artificially created by blasting through the narrow pass between 2 mountains, evident from the violent signs of demolition. The cave was expansive, surrounded by a perimeter of warning tape, electric barbed wire, and numerous machine gun posts. 8 mercenaries were stationed at the perimeter, their expressions grave, with dark circles under their eyes, clearly suffering from exhaustion. Their uniforms matched precisely those of the earlier corpses. It appeared that this group had opted for a defensive strategy, coupled with the scattered bodies they had encountered en route. It was evident that in the ongoing conflict between humans and beasts, humanity was decisively on the losing side. Yet, the Grey King Eagle was nowhere in sight. Lao Fang, possessing ample patience, instructed Lei Jiana to conserve her energy and rest, while he released Xiaoqing to act as a hidden lookout, continuing his observation with the telescope. Hours slipped by unnoticed. The mercenaries on guard began to visibly decline in morale, with some even dozing off at their posts. Lao Fang noted that these mercenaries had clearly not rested well. Otherwise, such a lack of vigilance would be inconceivable. He focused the telescope on one guard who was dozing with his mouth agape. Suddenly, a flash of black light signaled terror. The guard's head vanished in an instant, crimson blood erupting from the cavity in a 3-foot arc. This abrupt and horrifying turn of events startled Lao Fang, causing him to nearly drop the telescope. Had anyone faint-hearted been present, they might have cried out in shock, clutching their hearts in despair. Having recovered from the initial fright, Fang Tianyan swiftly zoomed out with the telescope, expanding his view. Within the frame, a colossal blackbird with a wingspan nearing 10 meters soared into the air, clutching a standing mercenary in each of its massive yellow talons, as if they were mere infants. Panicked screams and chaotic gunfire drew the attention of all. From the cave erupted a throng of individuals. However, they were met only by the grisly sight of 2 lifeless bodies falling from above. The enormous black bird had already vanished into the clouds, leaving behind a sense of dread among the humans. Among those who bolted from the cave were not only mercenaries but also a martial artist, most appearing disheveled, bleary-eyed, and some even shirtless, their belts askew. It was evident that many had been resting inside the cave. The sudden emergence of 3 corpses dispelled much of their lingering fatigue. Some wept uncontrollably, while others collapsed in despair, a somber atmosphere enveloping the group. At this moment, a middle-aged man clad in a black leather trench coat and boots strode out of the cave, vociferously addressing the crowd. Judging by his attire, he seemed to be the mercenary leader, the very individual who had spoken with Lao Fang. Due to the distance, Fang Tianyan could not discern the man's words. But after a fervent display of fist-clenching and arm-waving, the morale of the group appeared to lift somewhat. The members resumed their tasks, tending to the bodies or returning to their posts, the atmosphere growing less oppressive. Lao Fang lowered the telescope, his expression serious, even grim. The massive bird was certainly not the Grey King Eagle. Chapter 25, Collapse. Although the bird was as swift as a specter, Fang Tianyan had barely caught a glimpse of its dark silhouette. Yet, after reviewing the video captured by the recording telescope, he was convinced it could not possibly be the so-called Grey King Eagle. The disparity in their forms was too great. Furthermore, by observing the state of the mercenaries, he deduced a clue. The primary battlefield of this blackbird was likely at night. The Grey King Eagle lacked night vision capabilities, and its combat efficiency at night was inferior to that during the day, further negating the possibility of its involvement. Regrettably, he had not seen the bird's frontal appearance. Yet, it was clear that the mercenary leader had lied to himself. Fang Tianyan retreated into the tent for a well-deserved rest. Tonight would witness the true spectacle. As dusk fell, the two refrained from lighting a fire to avoid revealing their position, instead subsisting on rations for a simple meal. Lao Fang divulged his findings to Lei Jiana. Was the leader unaware of the truth, or was it a deliberate deception? Lei Jiana expressed her curiosity. Whether intentional or not was irrelevant. They had their own objectives here. As long as the opposing side did not harbor ill intentions towards them, Fang Tianyan cared little for the thoughts of others, as long as they did not provoke him. Mercenaries, along with those mages and martial artists, why had they come to Feng Yuanling? It was evident that a substantial client had financed their efforts, and that client likely resided within the cave itself. As night descended, Fang Tianyan and Lei Jiana, each equipped with a telescope, nestled close together on the hillside, quietly peering towards the cave. Lao Fang even thoughtfully laid out some snacks and drinks for their comfort. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere across the way, these two bystanders eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. After their dinner, the opposing team assumed a heightened state of readiness. Yet by 1 o'clock in the morning, there had been no sign of action. Around 3 in the morning, a drowsy Lao Fang was roused by Lei Jiana's insistent nudging. "It's happening." Fang Tianyan sprang to attention, swiftly grabbing the night vision telescope. Outside the cave, chaos erupted. Gunfire and shouts filled the air as the enormous black bird wreaked havoc. With a flap of its ebony wings, black feathers detached and flew into the wind, raining down like deadly knives. The sickening sound of flesh being pierced and the cries of agony echoed as mercenaries fell victim to the lethal plumage. The nearly 40-centimeter-long black feather blade struck with fatal precision, and at last, Fang Tianyan comprehended the source of those penetrating wounds. A blue magical barrier unfurled before the cave, temporarily withstanding several attacks from feather blades. Yet, the expression on the 4-star mage's face turned crimson, clearly indicating that he could not hold out for long. The mercenaries, equipped with night vision goggles, began to raise their firearms and shoot. The enormous black bird agilely twisted and turned, even when some stray bullets struck it. They merely sparked inconspicuously upon its metallic feathers, unable to breach its defenses. With a swift whoosh, several projectiles launched skyward amidst the white tail flames. The black bird unfurled its wings, summoning a visible whirlwind around it. The incoming rockets were all caught in the vortex of the tempest. And with a powerful flap of its colossal wings, the rockets veered in an eerie curve, hurtling back toward the cave. Was this a display of Tai Chi push hands? A thunderous explosion reverberated as a rogue rocket detonated at the cave's mouth, causing chaos once more. The blackbird did not make a sound nor pursue its advantage, but retreated to a concealed spot, landing atop a massive ancient tree trunk. At that moment, Fang Tianyan finally caught a glimpse of the bird's full form through the telescope. Standing on the trunk, its body exceeded 4 meters in height, only slightly shorter than a how. Its entire figure, as dark as ink, was round and stout, with a short, rounded tail and robust, sharp yellow claws. Its ebony eyes shimmered with dark golden scara, and its beak was both tough and curved. On either side of its head, sharp bony horns adorned with clustered feathers resembled those of a Sai Luo. The face was an enlarged version of an owl's visage, appearing both fierce and adorable. Yet, this plump creature could easily decapitate with a single flap and rend a person asunder with one claw. Through its appearance, Fang Tianyan unveiled the true identity of this giant bird, a beast type, raptor class, lower tier, Gui Huang Xiao, and it was an aberrant specimen. Ordinary Gui Huang Xiao boasted gray feathers. While they had strong defenses, they did not exhibit metallic properties, possessing wind magic capabilities but lacking toxicity. This aberrant specimen, perhaps having ingested some metal, had transformed its feathers into a metallic sheen, sharp as blades, and imbued with potent venom. It was no wonder that old Fang had failed to identify it initially. With these advantageous mutations, this Gui Huang Xiao's combat prowess rivaled that of mid-tier beast warriors. Its terrifying night vision and silent flight rendered it a true assassin in the darkness. The bird's predatory behavior during the day indicated that it toyed with the group of humans. Observing their plight, it was evident that their spirits and bodies had been thoroughly tormented. Unless humans provoked it, the Gui Huang Xiao would generally opt for evasion rather than confrontation, as they were not part of its diet. However, should one provoke it, a relentless vendetta ensued. This creature bore a remarkable grudge. Just then, the Gui Huang Xiao launched another attack towards the cave entrance. The mercenaries, engaged in rescuing the wounded and clearing the battlefield, were startled but maintained their formation, with the defensive sentries reigniting their firepower. Clearly, they had gained experience from the relentless torment over the past days. Unfortunately, despite their ample firepower, they could not extinguish the source of their terror. To the Gui Huang Xiao, these live ammunition weapons were little more than toys. Amidst the rain of black feathers, the mage expanded the defensive barrier, while mercenaries provided support fire from the rear. Under the pressure of the feather blades, the massive, pitch-black form suddenly surged into the crowd from another side. With a single flap, it sent a 3-star martial artist flying, unabashedly seizing 2 mercenaries before all eyes. In the midst of despair and fear, 2 crushed corpses plummeted to the ground once more. The Gui Huang Xiao's silhouette vanished silently into the night. It was a complete and utter mockery. A mercenary, overwhelmed by despair, finally succumbed to madness, charging out of the defensive perimeter and indiscriminately spraying bullets. "Come out, you beast. Face me in a fight to the death, you coward hiding in the shadows." As the mercenary's frenzy subsided and he began to regain his composure, he found the surrounding woods eerily silent, devoid of any response. "Bring that fool back," the leader exclaimed, emerging from the cave, visibly agitated. Two mercenaries exchanged glances and, in tacit agreement, set out to execute the order. However, after taking just a few steps, they froze in terror. What was that? The familiar yet terrifying silhouette of the black bird appeared silently behind the deranged mercenary. The man, panting and clutching his knees, sensed an unsettling presence, and a chill raced down his spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. As he trembled and lifted his gaze, he beheld the same familiar faces, now filled with dread among the sentries. "Open fire." It was unclear who shouted, but the frantic cry spurred everyone into action, and they unhesitatingly squeezed the triggers of their firearms, as if that were the only means to secure a sliver of safety. As a mercenary collapsed into a pool of blood, his wide-open eyes reflected disbelief. He could never have anticipated that he would perish at the hands of his comrades. Meanwhile, the Gui Huang Shao vanished once again, like a ghost, leaving behind only the cold corpse of a man felled by a rogue rocket. Damn it! The mercenary leader's eyes burned with intensity, akin to a predator poised to pounce. The suffocating silence and the numbed expressions of his men drove him to the brink of madness. If this continued, they would inevitably meet their demise here. The mercenaries did not wish to flee. Rather, they found themselves utterly trapped. Rather than perish in the wilderness, they preferred to huddle together for warmth and take one last gamble. Glancing back at the cave entrance, a sinister, inscrutable smile crept across the leader's face. "That bird is indeed venomous," Legiana remarked unconsciously. With the telescope still in hand, she continued to observe. How pathetic, to provoke a being far beyond one's capabilities. They are forever the oblivious cannon fodder. Old Fang harbored little sentiment regarding the brutal spectacle below. From the bird's perspective, it seemed to have done nothing wrong. "If you could harm me, I could just as easily harm you. Fair play." From a human standpoint, wait. Fang Tianyan questioned why he should align with those humans. Did he appear to resemble Maria? As for why he aligned with the bird's perspective, the reason was simple. The cunning, ruthless, and resourceful Gui Huang Shao had captured his admiration. He desired it. With that, Fang Tianyan retired to rest and sleep. Regardless of the ensuing conflict between man and bird in the latter hours of the night, he had acquired the information he sought. Conversely, Legiana remained engrossed, peering through the telescope all night long. The following day, after tidying up and giving Legiana a few instructions, the two strode confidently toward the cave. Halt! From a distance, the vigilant mercenaries trained their weapons on them. However, upon realizing they were human, they breathed a sigh of relief, their worried expressions transforming into smiles. "Do not misunderstand. I have spoken with your leader. My friend and I are here to assist. Please come in." Upon hearing they were there to help, several mercenaries warmly ushered them inside. "Ha ha ha, welcome, welcome." As they entered the cave, the mercenary leader greeted them with a smile. "You must be a Tian and a Jia, correct?" A Tian and a Jia were the aliases Fang Tianyan had provided. As the leader shook hands with Fang Tianyan, he scrutinized the two closely. When he caught sight of Legiana, the half-dragon maiden, he was momentarily taken aback, though he quickly dismissed it. "Indeed, we previously spoke over the phone. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Byron, the leader of the T-Dao Ying Being 2N. I am deeply grateful for your noble assistance. And now I shall escort you to meet our employer." Without further ado, Byron turned and led the two individuals into the depths of the cave. The cave was quite expansive, and despite designated areas for resting mercenaries and the injured, it remained a chaotic and cramped environment. The mingling odors of clothing, footwear, and sweat compelled Lao Fang and Lei Jia not to don their masks immediately. Lao Fang also observed that the black feathered blades, once detached, would rapidly dissipate, with the rate of evaporation accelerating upon contact with blood, enhancing their toxicity. This explained why only wounds were found on the corpses, with no murder weapon in sight. After traversing approximately 40 to 50 meters, they encountered an unoccupied corridor about 10 meters long. Upon passing through the corridor and taking a right turn, they arrived at a secluded room, the innermost part of the cave. Even before entering, the tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the door. Upon entering, they beheld an opulent dining table adorned with a plethora of exquisite dishes. At the table sat a young man and woman, both appearing to be around 18 or 19 years of age, their attire indicating they were of considerable wealth. Opposite them was a middle-aged man, seemingly a mage, who sat with his eyes closed. The badge on his chest clearly denoted his status as a 5-star mage. Fang Tianyan was certain that this 5-star mage had not been present during the fierce battles of the previous day. Allow me to introduce you, Byron continued, to this beautiful young lady, Michelle, a distinguished beastmaster from the renowned Brown family of Xiangjin City, who is also our employer for this expedition. The young gentleman beside her is Chad, a friend of Miss Michelle. And this esteemed individual is Lord Delu, the famous 5-star mage, serving as Miss Michelle's personal guardian. Through Byron's introduction, Fang Tianyan became acquainted with the identities of the 3 individuals present. Where's the caviar? Michelle inquired, her brow furrowing. David, you fool. Could you serve the dishes any slower? Where is my beloved caviar? Chad stood up and shouted into the room. Coming, coming. A rotund chef hurriedly approached, placing a tray on the dining table. The stark contrast between the lavish banquet within and the grim reality outside elicited a smirk from Lao Fang. From the moment the two entered until Byron's introduction concluded, the 3 at the table hardly acknowledged them. Their haughty arrogance was palpable. When the caviar was finally presented, Michelle lifted her gaze to scrutinize the newcomer, her attention particularly drawn to Fang Tianyan, as handsome faces are universally admired. However, when her gaze fell upon Lei Jiana, her expression soured, particularly due to the latter's strikingly beautiful and commanding features, which irked her greatly. What is this mixed-blood wretch doing here? Upon hearing this, Byron felt a wave of frustration. In a time when they were critically short-staffed, these two were creating unnecessary complications. The privileged elite truly seemed oblivious to the meaning of dire circumstances. Lao Fang gently patted Lei Jiana's smooth hand, offering her a reassuring glance. It appeared that Miss Michelle looked down upon their status. Therefore, perhaps it was best not to engage in this messy situation. The formidable Gu Huing Shio was not to be trifled with. What? Byron exclaimed in astonishment, turning to Michelle, whose demeanor shifted, though she maintained an air of indifference. Why is the leader so shocked? Do you not recognize what that blackbird is? Fang Tianyan remarked, casually handing over his detector. Upon receiving the device and examining the pertinent data, Byron's expression grew increasingly grim. Miss Michelle, I require an explanation. The 27th chapter unfolds that night. The level of the mutated Grey King Vulture was information conveyed to Byron by the employer regarding the avian beast. Explanation? If I told you the truth, you would all be paralyzed with fear, Michelle replied with a smirk, unperturbed by her actions. The level of the mutated Gu Huing Shio is something I must possess. Byron's anger flared. But my team can handle only level beasts at most. Had I known it was a level beast, I would never have accepted this job. This is deceit. Leader Byron, temper your attitude. The situation is as it is. And further words will not change that. We must unite to confront the situation at hand, Michelle interjected. She is a beastmaster, and naturally, she does not wish to relinquish a rare creature. Please understand, we can simply increase the payment. Chad stepped in, defending his goddess. I demand triple the original fee, otherwise, should my men discover they have been deceived, I cannot predict the consequences. Are you threatening me? Michelle's tone shifted, her irritation evident, causing even the meditative 5-star mage to open his eyes. The atmosphere grew tense. Miss Michelle, that was not my intention. I merely wish for you to comprehend the gravity of our predicament. My team has dwindled to a quarter of its original size. If you believe you can handle that beast, I am ready to take my people and leave. Byron showed no sign of retreat. Michelle, please do not be angry. Byron's points hold merit. The mutated Gu Huing Shio is indeed formidable, Chad added, attempting to mediate. Upon hearing Chad's words, Michelle shot Byron an exasperated look, but ultimately gestured for Chad to handle the matter. Chad, accustomed to playing the supportive role for the goddess, nodded eagerly and turned to Byron. Triple it is. I hope Leader Byron will exert himself. If we can capture that Gu Huing Shio, I can offer additional compensation. We, too, demand triple. Had we known it was a level beast, we would not have returned, and we can leave right now. Fang Tianyan suddenly transformed into a negotiator as well. Young Master Chad, we are in dire need of manpower at this moment, Byron added, seizing the opportunity. Chad gritted his teeth and ultimately acquiesced. He had ventured into the outer regions and possessed a clearer understanding of their current situation. Meanwhile, Michelle was obliviously indulging in her feast, regarding the fates of Byron and Fang Tianyan as inconsequential. The only thing of importance to her was the Gu Huing Shio. After accepting half of the advance payment, the 3 exited the room and exchanged a few more pleasantries before Byron guided the pair to a small, private room for them to rest. Though simple, the room spared them from mingling with the mercenaries. Byron seemed a decent man, but that woman, she must be dealt with. Once Byron took his leave, Lei Jiana began conversing with her master. Goodness, no wonder he has survived in the arena. He immediately speaks of killing. This dragon lady holds a grudge. You, despite your courage being well honed, are still too naive in the art of cunning and deceit. What do you mean? Lei Jiana queried, sensing an underlying message in Fang Tianyan's words. Do you truly believe Byron is unaware that the Gu Huing Shio is a level beast? This revelation startled Lei Jiana, and after a moment's contemplation, she inquired, "Are you suggesting this is all for the sake of money?" "Precisely. He is likely concealing a beast detector himself. Did you see how quickly he offered more money? He has been waiting for the day to confront the employer. And those soldiers? Indeed, mere sacrificial pawns. The more that perish, the less he has to share." This mercenary leader, it seemed, possessed a ruthless edge. Lei Jiana's opinion of Byron underwent a dramatic reversal. Do not be deceived by his previous words on our behalf. Byron is far from a benevolent soul. He possesses a keen awareness of the dire circumstances that surround him. Every individual striving for survival wishes for the two of us to remain, and Byron is no exception. Observing Fang Tianyan's composed and serene demeanor, Regina's heart inexplicably fluttered. Although she was older, this man surpassed her in every aspect, save for raw combat ability. Even in culinary skills, he excelled far beyond her. In the theater of war, you shall protect me, but in our daily lives, allow me to guide you. This tender exchange prompted Regina to lean her head against Fang Tianyan's shoulder, her arms encircling his neck. "You aren't intending to strangle me, are you?" she jested. The room was filled with their playful banter, and one might mistake them for mere tourists. In the evening, Byron arrived with a grave expression, summoning them for a meeting. Regina reverted to her frigid demeanor, her warmth reserved solely for the man named Fang. To others, she remained the fearsome black dragon warrior who had emerged from the tempest of bloodshed. Upon entering the main chamber, 8 individuals gathered for the conference. The mercenary leader Byron, Regina, Fang Tianyan, a 3-star warrior, and a 4-star mage, who had joined after encountering the group, along with Michelle, Chad, and a 5-star mage named Delu. Chad, a mere 2-star warrior, was merely a follower of his goddess. With the inclusion of Fang Tianyan and Regina, a sense of urgency pervaded the group. They could no longer afford to remain passive. This was Byron's proposed strategy, to which most agreed. "Currently, I have only 5 squads comprising 40 individuals capable of combat. And our armaments will have limited impact on that ghastly Gui Huang Shao. I urge everyone to voice their opinions. I must emphasize, we can no longer afford to delay. The state of my mercenaries may not endure through the night." Byron's words effectively eliminated any possibility of evading battle. "I should have spent more to hire a formidable mercenary group. We are nearly overwhelmed, yet we have not even pressured the Gui Huang Shao, and I must engage myself." "Humph." Michelle's sudden remark rendered many faces uneasy, save for Fang Tianyan and Regina, who remained unfazed. The fruit platter on the table was nearly depleted by old Fang's indulgence. "I apologize for disappointing Miss Michelle, but I must request your assistance. Without it, we cannot complete this mission." Byron was not only cunning but also eloquent. "I will set up a magical formation. You must lure the Gui Huang Shao into it tonight, and keep it there for 30 seconds. Finally, the 5-star mage Delu spoke. "Did you hear that? Tonight, we shall proceed as planned. Remember, I require the Gui Huang Shao alive. Should anyone inadvertently slay it, I shall ensure they suffer unspeakably." Chapter 28. A mere 100,000. What is life worth? Until now, Michelle had not engaged in battle, nor had her mage guardian Delu. Upon first encountering the Gui Huang Shao, an excited Michelle had contemplated summoning a battle pet, but the seasoned Delu advised against it. The aberrant Gui Huang Shao was beyond their capabilities. He needed time to prepare the formation, so during the ensuing battle, Michelle directed the Razor mercenary group to the forefront while she and her companions remained concealed behind their lines. Did she care whether the mercenaries lived or died? Byron was well aware of Michelle's intentions. He was indifferent to the casualties of his subordinates. His concern lay solely in maximizing his profits. While there are leaders who view their soldiers as brothers, Byron was not among them. Delu had completed the formation diagram, and Michelle, acting unilaterally, issued commands. Everyone began to prepare. 30 seconds may sound brief, but given the current lineup, confining the cunning Gui Huang Shao in one spot for half a minute posed a significant challenge. In stark contrast to the tension of others, Fang Tianyan and Regina, armed with metal spears, took a leisurely approach. A mere 100,000, what is life worth? Generally, warriors undergo strength assessments when hired, yet in this acute shortage of personnel, such protocols were overlooked. Otherwise, old Fang's 2-star warrior status would be revealed. But did it matter? In this dire situation, what was there to fear? 2-star warrior. Would you dare question it? At the cave entrance, a vast magical formation had been laid out and concealed with earth. To maintain the element of surprise during the formation setup, Byron sacrificed a squad of mercenaries to divert the Gui Huang Zhao's attention. Success or failure hinged on this night. As dusk fell, all were concealed in their positions. The mercenaries, alongside the 3-star warrior and 4-star mage, acted as bait outside the cave, while others hid within. Initially, they intended for Fang Tianyan and Regina to join, but the seasoned warriors would not comply. "We are responsible for protecting the illustrious and beautiful Beastmaster, Miss Michelle," they stated, leaving the others speechless. Michelle did not oppose, although she possessed some protective spells, who would reject additional guardianship. Her sole battle pet was a key asset that required vigilant protection. Chad, clad in ostentatious armor, readily declared himself the eternal champion of his goddess. Yet, confronted by this two-star warrior, who had been bested by her summoned beast, Michelle merely scoffed, too disinterested to respond. Observing Chad's disgruntled expression, old Fang nearly burst into laughter. After all, he had licked for so long and had yet to taste victory. Having engaged the Gui Huang Shao multiple times, Byron had gleaned some understanding of its behavior. He designated one mercenary as bait at the center of the formation, ensuring a conspicuous distance from the others to make him appear isolated. The sound of gunfire erupted once more as the Gui Huang Shao approached. Amidst the cacophony of terrified cries, the creature charged into the formation like a wolf among sheep, unleashing a torrent of carnage. Its metallic feathered black wings resembled formidable cleavers, claiming life at every stroke. The three-star warrior, wielding a dual-bladed axe, sought an opening from behind, only to find his powerful strike met with nothing but air. Above, a teammate shouted, but before the warning could sink in, the colossal shadow had seized the warrior's shoulders, its massive claws tearing him asunder. The dismembered remains fell to the ground, causing the faint-hearted to retch. The Gui Huang Shao, having dispatched the three-star warrior, did not retreat. Instead, it flapped its wings, unleashing a barrage of black feather blades toward the four-star mage. Prepared, the four-star mage conjured a magical shield to defend himself, gritting his teeth as he dashed toward the formation. Meanwhile, the mercenary in the formation had long since fled. Yet, after missing its strike, the Gui Huang Shao opted to withdraw, for it was cunning enough to avoid prolonged conflict. Just then, Byron executed a swift tactical roll into the formation, brandishing a sniper rifle crackling with blue arcs, and fired at the target. With a thunderous roar, a blue laser projectile shot forth, narrowly grazing the wings of the Gui Huang Shao. The might of this shot was akin to a blue meteor streaking across the night sky. Amidst the immense sparks, dozens of black feathers were shattered and sent flying. Such swiftness, truly deserving of being the darling of the wind element. At such a distance, this colossal creature could still execute evasive maneuvers, leaving Fang Tianyan astonished at the Gui Huang Shao's acuity. Inflicted with pain, the Gui Huang Shao was enraged. A flurry of black feathers surged towards the two individuals within the array. The four-star mage hastily activated the mage barrier, attempting to buy time for Byron to reload. With a sharp sound, he lowered his head, incredulous as he gazed at the black feathers piercing his chest. Blood spewed from the four-star mage's mouth as he collapsed to the ground, stricken by a sudden illness. The black feather blades unleashed in fury were beyond the defense capabilities of a mere four-star mage. Just then, Byron's electromagnetic sniper rifle finished recharging, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger once more. Facing the incoming blue laser, the Gui Huang Shao, wings folded and standing firm, elegantly tilted its head, and the laser zipped past its ear. In that moment, it appeared to smirk disdainfully. Is it possible for a bird to exude such charisma? A surge of warmth flooded Fang Tianyan's heart, while Michelle's eyes gleamed with fervor. The Gui Huang Shao transformed into a grounded predator, unrestrainedly advancing towards the pallid Byron within the magic array. A fine weapon indeed, but can you truly hit your mark? At this distance, how many shots can you fire? As the Gui Huang Shao stepped into the edge of the array, Byron turned and fled. Witnessing its prey attempt to escape, the Gui Huang Shao executed a low-altitude flight. Do not act yet. Chapter 29. Total collapse. This roar was nearly heart-wrenching. He was truly giving it his all. The mercenaries surrounding the scene quickly drew their trap guns, launching metallic nets towards the Gui Huang Shao within the array. A spatial portal opened before Michelle, from which a massive white spider, approximately 8 meters in length, leaped forth. A high-tier beast of the arthropod class, the White Strangler. Remarkably affluent, this creature represented the pinnacle of combat beasts available in the market. As the Strangler appeared, its mouth unleashed a barrage of white webs, spreading towards the magic array. At that moment, the Gui Huang Shao had just managed to free itself from the metallic trap net, only to be ensnared by the white web. The Strangler's web was far superior to those technological nets. The Gui Huang Shao found itself momentarily immobilized, with its wings flailing in a bid for freedom. Though the web was remarkably resilient, it could not withstand the relentless slicing of the metallic wings, beginning to tear apart bit by bit. Just as the Gui Huang Shao seemed poised to escape, Byron fired another shot from his electromagnetic sniper rifle. The Gui Huang Shao shielded itself with its wings, absorbing the impact, but was forced to stagger back a few steps from the force. You fool! Cease firing. Seeing the Gue Huang Shao retreating further from the array's center, Michelle angrily halted Byron's suppressive fire. At that moment, the strangler shot forth thick strands of silk from its front limbs, precisely binding the Gue Huang Zhao's four limbs. The two began to engage in a contest of strength. No one anticipated that the strangler, nearly twice the size of the Gue Huang Shao, would be pulled off balance. Stumbling awkwardly, had it not been for its rear legs anchoring its form, it would have appeared even more disheveled. As the Gue Huang Shao was about to break free from the magic array, Old Fang timely signaled to Lei Jana. Receiving the cue, Lei Jana charged out of the cave, spear in hand, leaping to deliver a fierce downward slash. The Gue Huang Shao, entangled by the strangler, was caught off guard, and its head was struck soundly. Though it did not suffer significant harm, the sheer force of the blow momentarily dazed the giant bird, allowing the strangler to pull the Gue Huang Shao back slightly. After successfully landing the blow, Lei Jana wasted no time and quickly returned to Fang Tianyan's side. Just then, the 30 seconds finally elapsed. Du Lu, who had been meditating, opened his eyes, and simultaneously, a red circular magic array, inscribed with arcane runes, suddenly illuminated the ground. Sensing the imminent danger, the Gue Huang Shao attempted to exert its strength, but a multitude of iron chains shot forth from the magic circle, ensnaring it tightly and securing it within the array. This was a formidable binding spell. Lei Jana glanced at Fang Tianyan, her expression tinged with urgency, only to receive a calming look in return. Up until this point, the Gue Huang Shao had maintained a mocking demeanor. Although this long-prepared binding array appeared formidable, Old Fang did not believe it could subdue the Gue Huang Shao. Even the most powerful weapon, the electromagnetic sniper rifle, was insufficient. Could they rely on the strangler? It would likely be the first to be torn apart. The only true threat was the 5-star mage Du Lu, but regrettably, he was wholly focused on maintaining the binding array and could spare no strength for offensive actions. Most critically, for the Gue Huang Shao, the game had merely begun. As the prey was ensnared, everyone rushed out of the cave, and the once sharp gaze of the Gue Huang Shao fixated intently on Du Lu. It could sense the inextricable link between the binding array and the middle-aged man incanting spells. With a swift motion, the two-bone darts atop the Gue Huang Zhao's head shot towards Du Lu. Anticipating this, Du Lu immediately erected a defensive barrier. Amidst the tremendous sparks, the darts were deflected, causing Du Lu to stagger back several steps. The rebounding darts, retaining their momentum, struck the unsuspecting strangler, successfully severing its two front legs. Infuriated, Michelle roared, yet failed to reflect on her own shortcomings. Had she trained effectively, this blow would not have been so easily executed. As the darts returned to their origin, the Gue Huang Shao spread its wings and bowed, a powerful gust emanating from its form. Its black feathers suddenly detached and danced around it in a swirling tempest, forming a defensive vortex of black blades. Amidst this terrifying onslaught, the cries of the mercenaries echoed, leaving them with scarce numbers. Fang Tianyan and his companions were gradually forced to retreat by the expanding vortex of black blades. Hurry and devise a plan to subdue it. My array cannot hold much longer. The binding chains within the array began to fray, and beads of sweat appeared on Du Lu's forehead as he withdrew another primal spirit stone to replenish his strength. Subdue it? How can we subdue it? This black blade vortex cannot be breached. How can we hope to prevail? The group exchanged glances, with Michelle, gritting her teeth, hastily commanding the strangler to burrow underground. Meanwhile, Chad had already retreated to the back of the group, his face pale. As a mere 2-star warrior, he would be of no help. Just then, Byron suddenly realized there were only 4 of them left. Where had Fang Tianyan and the half-breed woman gone? Had they perished in the black blade onslaught? At that moment, the black blade vortex began to subside, allowing the 4 to gradually gain clarity regarding the situation within the array. A silent black beam shot forth from the array with startling abruptness. Stunned, Du Lu slowly lowered his head to behold the enormous gaping wound in his chest. With his heart pierced, he tilted and collapsed, never to rise again. How could this be? Michelle murmured. At the moment the 5-star mage fell, it was as if this wealthy young lady finally comprehended the true meaning of crisis. Meanwhile, Chad simply crumpled to the ground, his trousers dampened. Byron, however, disregarded everything and chose to flee. In that moment of Du Lu's demise, the most clear-headed among them realized that the plan had utterly failed. His sole hope now rested on these 2 affluent heirs to buy him some time to escape. The gaping maw of the Gue Huang Shao slowly closed. The dark beam of death it emitted flickering like an illusion. As it rapidly matured, its wings regained their fullness, and it let out a long cry towards the heavens, as if declaring itself the ultimate victor of this game. With Du Lu's death, the array, deprived of its original spirit infusion, began to collapse, chains snapping one by one, allowing the Gue Huang Shao to gradually reclaim its freedom. With a thunderous roar, a colossal white creature erupted from the ground, entangling itself in battle with the Gui Huang Shao. It was the White Strangler, now missing 2 legs. Michelle also began to flee, finally realizing that if she did not escape now, she truly would be unable to do so. She did not even cast a glance at Chad. "Mimi, wait for me." Seeing the goddess hastily depart, a panicked Chad hurriedly followed, no longer appearing so feeble. At that moment, a crimson crescent moon tore through the dark earth in response to Michelle's terrified gaze, rumbling forth. Chapter 30. You are rendered useless. While the Gui Huang Shao struggled against the Strangler, its feathers suddenly bristled in alarm. For the first time, it felt the threat of death. However, the chains of confinement within the array had not yet disappeared entirely, and with a large spider still clinging to it, it found itself unable to effectively evade or defend against the impending danger. Boom. Under the horrified and dazed gazes of Michelle and Chad, the nearly 10-meter-long crimson crescent effortlessly tore through the White Strangler and struck the Gui Huang Xiao's body with a fierce blow. The once invincible Gui Huang Xiao emitted a mournful cry, its massive form sent flying by the crescent's blade, showering the ground with a deluge of blood. "Oh, if only you had put up a fight, I would not have to intervene." As night descended, Fang Tianyan approached slowly, with Leijana dutifully falling half a step behind, faithfully guarding him with her spear. "Who are you?" Michelle questioned in a mix of shock and anger upon recognizing the familiar silhouette. Boom. A massive figure, armed with a sword on its back, suddenly appeared behind Lao Fang. Upon seeing the newcomer, Michelle's pupils constricted to pinpricks. "The demon sword saint, you are a beastmaster?" The sudden twist of events was almost too much for Michelle to bear. She was no fool. The concealed identity of the other party was evidently aligned with her own, targeting the Gui Huang Shao. "Who are you really? Why have you deceived us?" Meanwhile, Chad stood aside, somewhat dazed and unable to grasp the situation. Fang Tianyan, uninterested in their inquiries, had yet to fulfill his own objectives. The fallen Gui Huang Shao struggled to rise from the ground, its unsteady posture revealing the devastating power of the Crimson Crescent. Ahau's hellish slash, derived from the Crimson Moon, was more than twice as potent as the original Bone Blade's attack. With that strike, one of the Gui Huang Xiao's wings was grievously wounded, the injury deep enough to expose bone, almost severing it entirely. Were it not for the constraints of the binding array and the Strangler's interference, it would have been nearly impossible for the slash to land, given the Gui Huang Xiao's terrifying reflexes and agility. A spatial portal flickered before Fang Tianyan, and the twin star, Shaoqing, drifted out. With a single wave of her hand, dense thorns broke through the ground, ensnaring the still-rising Gui Huang Shao before it could react. Severely injured, its ability to move was greatly compromised, yet it continued to struggle fiercely, unwilling to succumb, as its black feather blade shot forth, severing the binding thorns. However, just as it cut one, others would immediately take their place, the speed of regeneration surpassing the rate of destruction. As long as they were rooted in the soil, Shaoqing's endurance was unmatched. Even with injuries, the Gui Huang Shao remained ferocious, and it would take considerable effort to exhaust its strength. Truly wild at heart, Ahau, deliver the final blow. Upon receiving the command, Ahau moved swiftly, the bone blade launching from his grasp before he even arrived. The flying bone blade tore through the Gui Huang Shao, creating yet another significant wound. In close quarters, a brutal hand strike landed upon its neck, and the Gui Huang Shao finally tilted its head, fainting from the impact. At that moment, Michelle stood frozen in disbelief. The demon sword saint and the twin stars murmured to themselves, hardly able to believe their eyes. Envy, jealousy, a frenzy of jealousy. Who was this man? Such an extravagant array of battle pets. Was it something we, the youth, could possess? Wait. The combined magic energy of these two extraordinary battle beasts must exceed 20. Judging by his age, he seemed to be a few years younger than herself. Even the most gifted could only manage around 20 magic energy in their battle pet space, and these two beasts were certainly his limit. Could I still have a chance? This thought sparked a glimmer of hope within Michelle. Hand over the Gui Huang Shao to me, would you? You can name your price. The term handsome brother drew a frown from Leijana and a grimace from Chad. Fang Tianyan turned to see Michelle, who had shed her previous arrogance and aloofness, her eyes sparkling with newfound allure. "Oh, how much do you have? Show me, and I'll consider it. Remember, you only have one chance." Lao Fang also wore an intrigued smile, confirming that he indeed lacked sufficient magic energy space. Her behavior further solidified Michelle's suspicions. With a sense of self-satisfaction, she unhesitatingly produced her wealth from her storage ring, even urging Chad to contribute his belongings. 8 boxes in total, estimated to be worth nearly 20 million star coins. If you find this insufficient, upon returning to Xiangjin City, I can pay an additional 30 million. Of course, if you desire something else, that is also negotiable. For instance, Michelle seductively licked her lips, the meaning behind her words unmistakable. Yet in her eyes flickered a barely perceptible glint of malice. Burn that trash. Lao Fang inwardly scoffed, yet before he could speak, Chad jumped up in excitement, exclaiming, Michelle, I can help you with the money. You don't need to. Slap. A swift turn and a forceful hand covered Chad's mouth, silencing him and forcing the rest of his words back into his throat. Shut up. Does the Brown family lack money? Do you need to show off here? Do I lack a man to spend on me? You clueless fool. Seeing Chad's pitiful expression, too timid to speak, Lao Fang could no longer suppress his laughter. Indeed, a sycophant should not exist. Shaking his head, he exchanged glances with Lei Jiana, while Fang Tianyan approached the severely wounded and unconscious Gui Huangxiao. In the midst of Michelle's frozen smile, Fang Tianyan opened his battle pet space, the light of the contract shining upon the Gui Huangxiao. Moments later, twinkling stars coalesced into a galaxy. The contract was successfully signed. Gui Huangxiao, possessing 13 points of magic energy, left Fang Tianyan's battle pet space with 10 points remaining. How could this be? Michelle appeared as if she had lost her soul, her face as pale as a ghost, standing there muttering in disbelief. After 3 years of class transition, she had only attained 15 magic energy. Even if she captured the Gui Huangxiao, she would first need to dissolve the contract with the Strangler before forming a new one. Yet this person, how could he possibly? This young lady of privilege could no longer tolerate such a blatant violation of common sense, screaming in madness, Why? Why can you continue to sign contracts? Who are you really? Are you some ancient demon using strange methods to regain your youth? It's unfair. Unfair. It was I, the young lady, who first laid eyes on that Gui Huangxiao. You despicable and treacherous scoundrel, return the Gui Huangxiao to me. Did you not speak of a transaction? You fraudster, lacking integrity, may you meet a miserable end. If I return, I shall ensure you meet a wretched fate. Michelle, seemingly driven to madness, abandoned all pretense and recklessly charged at Fang Tianyan, resembling a rabid dog intent on tearing its prey apart. Yet, a formidable and towering figure stood in her path. Startled, Michelle looked up and locked eyes with the amber gold gaze that loomed over her. For one on the brink of death, there is no need for trust. Chapter 31, Eliminate her. The demand for you to willingly part with your money was merely to facilitate matters, alleviating the need to scavenge for spoils later. The chilling aura of murderous intent caused Michelle to gasp for breath. In that moment, Lei Jiana transformed back into the bloodthirsty black dragon warrior in the arena, her spear darting forth like a dragon, aiming for the heart. The strike was a lethal blow. In her panic, Michelle hastily conjured an ice crystal barrier. A Beastmaster not only commands beasts in battle, but also possesses versatile skills and superior self-defense capabilities. After all, if the Beastmaster perishes, so too does their beast, making self-preservation a primary concern. Moreover, some battle companions will forcibly emerge to assist their master when faced with fatal harm. Thus, assassinating a Beastmaster is no trivial task. However, everything is relative. Although Michelle had defensive spells, her limited training pitted her against a battle-hardened, 4-star martial artist who could unleash 5-star combat prowess. Furthermore, she currently had no beasts at her disposal. One thrust of the spear shattered the ice barrier. Noting the discomfort in her grip, Lei Jiana twisted her spear and sent Michelle flying. Is that armor for protection? With her spear held at an angle, Lei Jiana advanced with determined strides. No, do not kill me. I have money. I can offer you a great deal of wealth. Blood trickled from her lips, and Michelle, pale and terrified, realized the gravity of her situation. The violent woman truly intended to kill her. Having been pampered since childhood, Michelle had always trampled over others. This was her first encounter with death, so close at hand. Moreover, her only beast, the Strangler, was currently incapacitated, leaving her without any means of escape. I personally preferred the proud and unrestrained demeanor you exhibited when you called me a half-breed. Lei Jiana smiled coldly, her murderous intent intensifying. She never ceased her advance. You shall not harm Michelle. At a critical moment, Chad, clad in ostentatious armor, stepped in front of Michelle, wielding a great sword. Rest assured, Michelle. As long as I am here, I shall not allow it. Stab. The sound of a blade piercing flesh left Lei Jiana and Fang Tianyan momentarily stunned. Chad felt a chill in his lower back, the sensation draining all his strength. Lying on the ground, he gazed at the blood-soaked blade in Michelle's hand. His eyes filled with confusion and sorrow. What a predicament, a betrayal from a teammate. I swear I will not trouble you. If I break my vow, you can inform my family about what transpired here. Chad belonged to a prominent family in Xiangjin City, and should I kill him, his family would undoubtedly seek retribution. Gasping in agony, Chad finally succumbed. A bitter expression etched on his face, his eyes left open. Applause resounded rhythmically from old Fang. Truly remarkable. Simply remarkable. Miss Michelle, you are indeed astonishing. You agree, do you not? Tell me you consent. Michelle seemed to exhibit a hint of desperation. If I were Miss Michelle, the first thing I would do upon returning home would be to devise countless schemes to eliminate tonight's 2 witnesses, for only the dead can keep secrets forever. In the depths of Michelle's despair, Fang Tianyan waved his hand dismissively. Eliminate her. He no longer wished to engage in idle chatter with this foolish, venomous woman. Raised in a sugar jar, Lejana, having long harbored this intent, swiftly closed the distance, her spear radiating a fierce orange glow, targeting the same point. Stab. This time, the protective armor failed to withstand the assault. Michelle was impaled by the Black Dragon Warrior's spear. You cannot kill me. I am. With a gasp of blood, her head lolled to the side, the venomous heiress finally embarking on her journey to the underworld. That night, apart from Fang Tianyan and Lejana, there were no survivors. Even Byron, who had fled first, met his end at the hands of Gu Luosha before he could react. This individual was among the most powerful and ruthless of the group, and old Fang had been keeping a close watch on him. In the perilous expanse, where human presence was scarce and signals non-existent, brute force has always been the most direct and effective means of resolution. In certain circumstances, it is also the least costly. Should compassion lead to self-inflicted losses and unnecessary troubles? Old Fang declared that anyone who wishes to play the role of a benevolent saint may do so at their own discretion. Above the clouds, a great black bird soared through the skies like a bomber. On its back sat a man and a woman, gazing longingly into the distance. At last, we are back. Observing the towering city walls and wisps of smoke on the horizon, Fang Tianyan exhaled in relief. After nearly 2 months, the two were finally returning to human civilization. The great black bird serving as their flying steed was none other than the previously tamed Gui Huang Shao. It now bore a new name, Fang Gugu. The creature's incessant calls prompted Fang Tianyan to bestow upon it such a simple yet fitting moniker. During this time, the bird's primary activity had been engaging in battles with a Hao within the realm of the divine ruins. It seemed that the great black bird still harbored some resentment over the initial encounter. One in the sky and the other on the ground, they fought with great enthusiasm. Although a Hao's strikes were formidable, Fang Gugu maintained that as long as it flew high and fast enough, it would evade a Hao's blade. Having trained in the techniques of Ming Luo Wujian, a Hao's prowess made the Gui Huang Shao hesitant to engage in close combat, forcing it to maintain distance and rely on ranged attacks. However, its black feathered assaults proved largely ineffective against a Hao's increasingly refined swordsmanship. Even when struck by some stray feathers, its demonic physique possessed exceptional physical defense and poison resistance. Over time, Fang Gugu found itself on the receiving end of most exchanges. There were even instances when a Hao utilized the techniques of Ming Luo Wujian to bring it down from the sky. Nevertheless, the creature displayed remarkable tenacity, growing bolder with each defeat. Moreover, if it wished to avoid confrontation, a Hao was powerless to pursue it, as it lacked wings and the ability to fly. As the battles intensified, both fighters gradually honed their skills and experience. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing occasionally emerged to bask in the sun and stabilize her growth, as she had no desire to engage with the two formidable opponents. In a secluded area on the outskirts of the city, the two landed quietly, recalling Fang Gugu into the realm of the divine ruins. As they descended the mountain, the desolate city of Huangming lay ahead. The sun was setting, and due to their offbeat route, they had not encountered any pedestrians along the way. There are people. Lejana, with sharp eyes, gestured ahead. Fang Tianyan followed her indication and saw something lying on the ground. As they approached, a faint sound of sobbing reached their ears. No, this is far too small. Chapter 32, Return to Civilization. A few meters ahead on the road lay a little girl, crouched down, softly crying as she carefully picked up scattered flour with her tiny hands. The girl appeared to be around 10 years old, her clothing worn and faded, even patched, yet not disheveled. Rather than simply a little girl, she resembled a petite loli. Sensing something, the young girl paused her actions, lifted her head, allowing Fang Tianyan to discern her features. With her black hair falling to her shoulders and large, glistening eyes, her tear-stained cheeks bore a striking resemblance to a porcelain doll caught in the rain. However, her thin, pale physique suggested a degree of malnutrition. Upon noticing the two individuals before her, the girl seemed momentarily intimidated, silenced by the imposing presence of Lao Fang and Lei Jiana, rendered speechless and kneeling in place. Observing this charming girl, who shared his dark hair and eyes, Lao Fang felt a surge of compassion. He retrieved some rice, along with various canned meats and fruits from his storage ring, placed them into a sturdy plastic bag, and gauged its weight. Convinced that she could manage it, he crouched down, smiling as he said, "No need to pick up the flour. It will get dirty if it falls, and eating dirty things can make you sick. This is for you." The girl, momentarily stunned by the generous offering, stood frozen in place, hesitating to reach out. Lao Fang gently placed the bag into her arms, affectionately ruffled her hair, and then stood up to continue his descent down the mountain, with Lei Jiana promptly following suit. "Wait a moment," came a soft yet clear voice. Fang Tianyan halted, turning to see the girl hastily rise, clutching the bag as she struggled to catch up, her innocent eyes gazing up at him. "Thank you, but I have no money." Looking at the resolute little one extending the bag towards him, Lao Fang chuckled. "It's a gift, no payment required. But my grandmother said, nothing comes without effort. Dear child, let us race down the mountain and see who is faster." With that, Lao Fang dashed down the slope, while Lei Jiana, casting a tender glance at the bewildered lowly, hoisted her spear and sprinted after him. "Despicable master, do not think you can win me over simply by running ahead," she mused. In the blink of an eye, the little figure watched as the two silhouettes grew distant. "Who would have thought you possessed such a big heart?" teased Lei Jiana, prompting a light-hearted response from Lao Fang. "Your words suggest I am some heartless fiend. Besides, you have been wreaking havoc in the arena without me calling you a demoness." The exchange left Lei Jiana blushing, silenced momentarily. "By the way, is it safe to leave that little girl alone in these mountains? She seems accustomed to this terrain. She likely knows it better than we do. There are still some mountain dwellers around the outskirts of Huangming City, and given that this area is on the edge of Fengyuan Ridge, it remains relatively secure." Upon entering the city, the two indulged in a hearty feast at a hotel, resting for the night. The following day, Lao Fang began attending to pressing matters. First, he called his grandfather, Fang Yingjie, to reassure him of his safety, having been in a signal-deprived region for nearly 2 months, which had undoubtedly worried the elder. However, he refrained from disclosing his whereabouts in Huangming City, as it became apparent from his grandfather's demeanor that he still believed Fang Tianyan was studying in Yunfei City. This realization confirmed that his family had not sent anyone to track him, indicating a complete relinquishment of their concerns, which pleased him greatly. Next, he decided to auction off the Battle Beast sealing scrolls he had acquired, eagerly awaiting a substantial profit. His plans also included purchasing the most luxurious house and car, and enrolling in the finest school. Following an encounter with a band of bandits at Fengyuan Ridge, he found himself in possession of ample funds for the time being. The best school in Huangming City was Zhanhua Academy, although he had initially missed the enrollment deadline due to his Battle Beast endeavors. A generous sum of money combined with his identity as a beast master allowed him to secure a place. The principal's son emphatically stated that missing out on talent was an unforgivable mistake. Of course, had he shown even a hint of hesitation while accepting the funds, Lao Fang might have felt a touch of remorse. Attending school was a decision Fang Tianyan had carefully considered. At his age, it was unseemly to be idle, and he recognized the necessity of obtaining a diploma. He chose to major in Battle Beast Studies, with a minor in Beast Master training, attending classes in the morning and afternoon respectively. With a quarter of a year remaining before the official district competition for Beastmasters, he felt no pressure, as his current battle pet configuration would easily dominate the most basic district competition. As for housing, Fang Tianyan invested millions in a lavish standalone villa near Zhanhua Academy. Moving in with Lei Jiana, it was clear that he had no intention of boarding at the academy. "Why not hire some servants?" Lei Jiana inquired, her expression shifting between annoyance and embarrassment as she glared at the man before her, dressed in a black and white maid outfit. Albeit a modest design with a long skirt and long sleeves, she still exuded an air of fierce elegance. Even in simple attire, her striking figure could not be concealed. "I will address the matter of servants later. For now, I ask you to endure. Occasionally setting aside your weapons to prepare meals and tidy the house will serve as a form of relaxation." Lao Fang's aspirations were grand, and he sought capable individuals to manage the mundane tasks. Until he could find trustworthy help, he preferred to maintain a simpler lifestyle, as reliable companions were still few in number. "But I really am not skilled at that," Lei Jiana admitted helplessly, while she excelled in combat. The thought of cooking for this man made her anxious, as she had never truly prepared meals. "Fear not, take your time to learn. I am not picky with food." "All right, but you must promise not to be displeased if my cooking fails." "Not at all. I will praise you for your efforts." With Lao Fang's assurance, Lei Jiana felt more at ease and excitedly began searching for recipes on her phone. Just as Fang Tianyan was preparing to head out for household supplies, his expression suddenly shifted, and he swiftly ascended the stairs. "Do not let anyone disturb me until tomorrow evening, regardless of the importance of the matter. Wait for my return." Seeing her master's unusually serious demeanor, Lei Jiana, though unaware of the reason, nodded resolutely. "By the way, Tianyan, tomorrow marks your first day reporting to school. Report my foot. I am taking a leave." Chapter 33, The Scavenging Youth. Beneath the dusky sky, amidst charred earth and fractured mountains, lay colossal remnants scattered across the desolate terrain, reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic battlefield. Amidst this rugged landscape, a young man with black hair moved like a scavenger, wielding a shovel and shouldering a burlap sack. His feet flying with agility. His youthful, handsome face glistened with the sweat of labor, yet it bore a radiant smile. The scene unfolded with a somewhat foolish figure crouched on the ground, wrinkling his nose. The desolate wasteland did not deter my quest for treasures, for I could discern their peculiar scent. With deft strokes of the hoe, a skeleton wrapped in tattered garments was unearthed after mere minutes. Old Fang opened several porcelain vials he had scavenged, inhaling their fragrant aroma. Ah, delightful and well-sealed, free from spoilage, these potions were viable. Swiftly, he tossed them into his sack and continued on his path. Since the grand palace doors had swung open, Fang Tianyan had been mining the ancient battlefield for nearly 12 hours. The air was thick with an oppressive weight. During his initial visit, he had barely covered 3 kilometers in an entire day. As his cultivation progressed, his physical prowess improved, and the pressure's grip on him lessened. By now, equipped with a scavenger's attire, he had persevered for 12 hours and still retained considerable energy. It was not that he lacked the ability to harness primal energy. Rather, the inexplicable pressure had severely restricted his mental range. Nevertheless, with the advancement of his cultivation, Fang was confident that his efficiency in treasure hunting would only increase. In these 12 hours, his most significant find was the Baihu chapter of the 4 symbols returning to the primordial strength, a treasure he had sought for years, now finally completing half of his collection. Hence, his broad grin resembled that of a simpleton. Continuing his exploration across the vast expanse of the ancient battlefield, he stumbled upon several other trinkets. Eventually, he found himself standing before an immense skeletal structure. It was a gargantuan framework, and old Fang could scarcely fathom what kind of divine beast could possess such a colossal form. Yet, even this formidable creature lay interred here. A bold idea struck him. He secured his sack around his waist and initiated a free climbing ascent along the skeleton. Having already amassed a satisfactory bounty, he wished to ascend higher, to see if a different vista awaited him. After an undetermined climb, he craned his neck and, to his astonishment, noticed something embedded within the bones nearby. He had previously tested the hardness of this beast's bones. Otherwise, he would not have dared to climb so recklessly. Drawing closer, he finally discerned it was a crescent blade. The hilt gleamed of verdant hue, its material unknown yet reminiscent of jade, exuding an exquisite translucence. At the blade's base, a golden dragon's maw gaped, poised to strike, while the blade itself bore azure inscriptions, shimmering with a piercing brilliance. Small holes adorned the spine, adorned with crimson tassels, adding an air of elegance characteristic of traditional Chinese weaponry. When old Fang placed his hand upon the blade's spine, he was taken aback by its warmth, rather than the expected chill. Yet in an instant, he shuddered, beads of sweat cascading down, drenching his hair. Before him loomed a pair of colossal, bell-like eyes. Though the vision was fleeting and its nature unclear, the fury and hatred emanating from those darkened orbs threatened to upheave the world. What malevolence radiated from this crescent blade? Although no further illusions materialized, old Fang, still unsettled, withdrew his hand from the blade and grasped the cool, verdant hilt. The contrasting sensations of warmth and chill struck a balance within him. This was indeed a magnificent weapon. Without a moment's hesitation, he extracted the crescent blade from the skeleton. Gazing skyward, he named it the Qingtian Long Yinwei Dao. Securing the weapon across his back, he continued his ascent. This realm belonged to the world of consciousness, rendering his material storage ring useless. Otherwise, Fang would not have resorted to a mere sack. Regrettably, time was not on his side, and after 2 hours, darkness enveloped him, forcibly transporting him back to the palace gates, which were now slowly closing. Thus concluded a day of exploration. Fang sat down immediately, pouring out the contents of his sack to begin his inventory. "Your mental realm is impressive," he heard a familiar voice. Raising his gaze, he saw Xiao Qing drifting towards him, accompanied by a bruised and battered go-go chicken. Clearly, it had just had a tussle with a Hao. "Not bad. Just a bit rough around the edges," Fang Tianyan replied with a tone of self-deprecating humor. Xiao Qing, possessing a keen intellect, sensed that this was not their usual domain, but rather an independent realm of consciousness, a place of astonishing power. Yet even so, she could only grasp the concept of its might without any reference for comparison. Fang was unconcerned with such matters and chose not to elaborate. The loyalty of battle pets to their beastmasters was unquestionable. Should the beastmaster perish, so too would the companion. The dissolution of their bond would lead to the pet's demise, and the authority to sever this bond rested solely with the beastmaster. In essence, once the contract was sealed, there was no escaping it. At that moment, Fang held a black orb the size of a billiard ball, scrutinizing it intently. This orb was intriguing. Upon channeling primal energy, the surrounding space descended into darkness, reminiscent of a domain artifact. However, It was likely more complex than it appeared, with untapped functionalities awaiting discovery. Just as he prepared to store the black orb away, the plump go-go chicken waddled over, its body swaying adorably, and then, in a flash, it lowered its head. Before Fang could react, the orb vanished from his grasp. What? It ate it, he exclaimed, startled by the gluttonous bird. Quickly rising, he was less concerned about the orb itself and more apprehensive about any repercussions for the chicken. Yet, surprisingly, the plump creature spread its wings and began to dance joyfully. With a melodic call, darkness enveloped the sky, leaving Fang momentarily blinded. As a victim of this phenomenon, he realized that it was not merely the sky darkening. Even his senses and consciousness were significantly dulled. What the? This is possible? This skill, for a nocturnal predator like the Gui Huang owl, was akin to a gift from the heavens. After checking the chicken's condition and finding no significant harm, Fang decided to let it be. Energized by its newfound ability, the go-go chicken eagerly sought to challenge the knife-wielding demon once more. Meanwhile, Fang withdrew from the realm of consciousness, returning to the mundane world. Chapter 34. The back row by the window, the king's homeland. As the door swung open, a familiar graceful silhouette came into view. Are you finished? Upon hearing the commotion behind her, the armored guard, Lejana, quickly turned around, her excitement palpable. This was a city, a private residence, and security was adequately assured. There was no need for such tension. It was evident that the girl had spent a sleepless night on guard. It's all right. You know my physical prowess, she joked, flexing her bicep with a triumphant grin. Now, you must rest. That is an order. Upon seeing Fang Tianyan exit, Lejana's anxiety dissipated. And in her newfound ease, she readily complied with his instruction. By the way, this is for you. As she caught the object tossed her way, the Qingtian Long Yinhua Dao was firmly in her grasp. What is this? She inquired, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the hefty, exquisite weapon. This is the Qingtian Long Yinhua Dao. It can slash and stab, quite similar to your axe and spear, and should suit you well. Fang had already envisioned its rightful owner when he first acquired the weapon. Thank you. Legn dashed forward, swiftly planting a kiss on her master's cheek before turning to embrace her large blade and retreating into her room. By the way, the meal is ready and waiting in the pot. You just need to warm it up. A flushed head peeked through the door, and after speaking, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Next time, what does it mean to kiss a cheek? After shouting at the door, LOFing chuckled and made his way downstairs. Classmates, let us welcome the new transfer student to introduce himself, announced the balding middle-aged professor. As soon as his words fell, Fang T New York N, dressed in a suit-like school uniform, strode confidently onto the stage. His tall stature, striking looks, and fit physique immediately captured the attention of both the boys and girls in the class. Wow, he's so handsome, exclaimed a girl, her infatuation evident. Indeed. And his physique looks incredibly sturdy. I heard he is only 16, another girl chimed in eagerly. Humph, this guy skipped out on the first day of school. Clearly not a diligent student. A boy's envious remark cut through the chatter, regardless of the murmurs from the audience. LOFing maintained his customary smile and addressed the class. Hello everyone, my name is Fang T New York N. I am honored to transfer to ZH New Academy today and to be classmates with all of you. I look forward to your guidance as we progress together. Thank you. His standard, rehearsed speech earned him a round of applause, largely from the girls. Please find a seat for yourself, Fang, the old professor instructed. Nodding, LOFing descended from the stage, ignoring the waves of hopeful glances, and settled into an empty seat by the window in the last row. The back row by the window, a royal seat. He felt a wave of relief that no one occupied it. Now let us begin our class. The professor's voice drew the students' attention back to him. The course on the study of battle beasts was quite popular, with nearly 100 students in attendance. The curriculum primarily focused on the habits of battle beasts and various developments stemming from them. Fang T New York and listened attentively and took notes, earning a nod of approval from the professor, who had initially held reservations about this student who had taken leave on his first day. After a productive morning, LOFing found the course satisfactory, deepening his understanding of battle beasts. After lunch in the cafeteria, he slipped home for a brief rest before repeating the same schedule in the afternoon. However, the student count for the Battle Beast Trainer course was far less than in the morning, with barely 30 attendees. This profession had its barriers. Not everyone could aspire to it. Most students here were from affluent families. The instructor, GWN, a 32-year-old Battle Beast Trainer, ranked 14th in the city among adults, a rather mediocre achievement for his age. Only the top 10 in the city could qualify for state-level competitions, meaning GWN had never participated in such events. For those under 30, breaking into the adult group was even more challenging. Nevertheless, the students in this training course were mostly novices aged 15 or 16, many of whom had yet to acquire their own battle pets. Thus, GWN was well suited to lead this foundational class. However, he spent little time on actual teaching, instead regaling the students with grand tales of his past glories. His enthusiasm palpable, which captivated many of the younger students who listened intently, occasionally cheering him on. The atmosphere was vibrant. Seated in the back row, Fang Tianyan gazed out the window at the girls playing volleyball on the playground, appreciating the vitality of youth far more than listening to the instructor's exaggerated tales. He began contemplating excuses for skipping the afternoon class. Thus ended his first day at ZH New Academy. He had neither met any new school beauties nor felt any interest in doing so. School was merely a bland seasoning in the monotony of his life. Upon returning home that evening, Fang was greeted by the enticing aroma of food. "Your cooking skills are improving," he remarked as Legn, clad in a maid outfit, presented the last dish, her heart swelling with pride at the compliment. "So, there are many beautiful girls at school?" "Quite a few. Why do you ask? Are you feeling jealous?" Without preamble, Fang cut to the chase. "Who is jealous? I was just inquiring." "I'm going to serve the soup," Legn replied, flustered, attempting to slip into the kitchen, but he tightened his grip, preventing her escape. With a firm pull, he turned her to face him, and they stood eye to eye, the sound of their breathing palpable. "What are you doing?" Feeling his strong hand on her lower back, Legn lowered her head, her demeanor suddenly tense. The fearless dragon girl, who would brave mountains of blades and seas of fire, found herself faltering under the intensity of his gaze. "Listen closely to what I am about to say. Regardless of other women, you, Legn, hold a unique charm in my heart that no other woman can replace. Do you understand?" As she absorbed his sincere and resolute words, Legn's tension dissipated. Suddenly, she lifted her head, her beautiful vertical pupils no longer shying away but filled with determination. In the end, Fang felt something rush toward him, warmth enveloping his lips. He nearly gasped for breath. Chapter 35, A Familiar Little Figure. The morning sunlight filtered through the curtains as Fang awoke at the precise hour, his dark eyes opening with the accuracy of a clock. Years of habit had rendered him immune to the allure of sleep. Sensing the warmth of slumber, he drifted momentarily before retrieving his phone to request a day off. Skipping 2 days out of 3 was quite a feat. Having tucked in his companion, he quietly got out of bed and, seeing her still asleep, proceeded to wash up and head downstairs to buy groceries. He intended to treat her well. After purchasing the ingredients, Fang Tianyan noticed it was still early and decided to explore the vicinity. While wandering, he found himself in a humble neighborhood. It was deemed humble not because of its cleanliness, nor did it harbor beggars on the streets. Most of the residents had yet to awaken or practice their innate spiritual powers. Despite their limited economic means and cultural education, they were generally kind-hearted and gentle, with children playing nearby, cheerfully greeting Fang. However, when he made purchases, the vendors treated this elegantly dressed, distinguished young gentleman with a mixture of respect and reserve. Yet, there was no deceit. Their business practices were fair, and prices were reasonable, prompting Fang Tianyan to consider this area for future shopping trips. When a flower girl passed by, he bought a large bouquet of fresh roses. Only after purchasing did he remember that she could conjure a whole bunch with a mere wave of her hand. At that moment, a familiar little figure emerged in front of a recruitment poster. It was the little girl he had assisted days earlier when returning from Fnling. She was waving her small hands, trying to squeeze her way to the front of the crowd gathered around the poster, but being so small, she struggled to make any progress amidst the adults blocking her path. Occasionally, she would be bumped down to the ground only to rise and try again. Her persistence charmingly endearing. "Are you here in search of a job?" The young girl, having just plopped down on the ground, was about to rise and try again when a voice beside her prompted her to turn her head. Is that you, brother?" Lao Fang was taken aback that she remembered him. The little girl joyfully stood up, pulled out a crumpled little purse from her bosom, opened it, and retrieved a handful of scattered small star coins. "Thank you, brother, from a few days ago." Observing the girl, who was on her tiptoes, cradling the coins in her hands with a hopeful expression, Lao Fang felt a bit of a headache. This little girl indeed had her principles. "Is this what you've saved up from your work these past few days?" "Yes. Please put the money away." Unfortunately, the little girl remained unmoved, her eyes clear and resolute. "I do not want money. You may repay me in another way, if you please." Upon hearing Fang Tianyan's words, the girl cautiously returned the money to her purse. Lao Fang gestured with one hand towards the recruitment sign, and a job notice flew straight into his hand. "I never expected that the common district would still employ such a traditional and antiquated method of recruitment. The afternoon bakery delivery job requires 6 hours of work, with a salary of 60 star coins." Lao Fang squatted down and placed the job notice in the little girl's embrace. "This is currently the most suitable job for you from the recruitment board, and the pay is not insignificant. As for heavy labor like moving bricks or carrying gas canisters, let us skip that. Such strenuous work is more suited for Lei Jiana. Thank you, brother. The girl accepted the job notice, her face radiant with joy and gratitude. Here's the thing. My new home needs a maid, for tasks such as cleaning or cooking, with food and accommodation provided, a long-term position. Are you willing to come? Ah, I am willing. The girl was momentarily taken aback, but soon stood up, excitedly agreeing. All right, here's the address. If possible, you may start working tomorrow. Good. Thank you. After carefully reading the note with the address, the little girl tucked it away in her purse. By the way, what is your name? My name is Ling. When Fang Tianyan returned home, Lei Jiana was still fast asleep, clearly exhausted. It wasn't until evening that the dragon girl finally stirred. Upon seeing the empty space beside her, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of panic. Hastily donning her clothes and pushing the door open, she relaxed upon catching the aroma of food wafting from downstairs. You're awake. If you're still tired, rest a little longer. I will have the meal ready shortly. Sensing someone approaching, Lao Fang maintained his position, flipping the pan without lifting his head. No need. I rested well. Lei Jiana leaned against the kitchen door, silently watching the figure cooking, her large eyes shimmering with tenderness. It must be said that after being nurtured, the dragon girl exuded an increasingly mature and alluring aura. Of course, her appetite had also significantly increased. Not a single morsel of the meal went to waste. This is for you. Gazing at the large bouquet of red roses before her, Lei Jiana was momentarily stunned. Thank you. Accepting the flowers. She took a deep breath to stifle the surge of emotion, yet her trembling hands betrayed her unsettled heart. Lei Jiana felt that this period of time was the happiest she had ever experienced in her life. I will be going out tonight. You should stay home and rest well. Upon hearing the word rest, Lei Jiana's face flushed crimson, her beauty magnified. Are you going to participate in the underground competition? Yes. I had originally planned to go last night, but something came up. After hearing this, Lei Jiana promptly donned her battle armor, though her weapon remained in her storage ring. This storage ring was a gift from Lao Fang. I will go with you. However, that is of no concern. What is there to fear? Do you doubt my physical prowess? There will be no problem. Lei Jiana energetically patted her chest, exuding confidence. That sentiment nearly caused Lao Fang to spit out his food. This girl, as always, had a slightly reckless demeanor. At this moment, they were indulging in forbidden fruit, intertwined in a tender time, and Lei Jiana did not wish to part from the man before her. Lao Fang acquiesced. Given Lei Jiana's current exuberant state, the notion of resting was non-existent. After dinner, Fang Tianyan drove, carrying Lei Jiana, disappearing into the night. Chapter 36. Aiming for the elite, earning the money. Fang Tianyan's objective for this journey was to participate in the underground competition. The purpose was simple: practical training to earn money. The underground arena is a privately funded commercial competition, but it cannot be broadcast live or shown on television or public video platforms. Just as one cannot find genuine underground fighting on mainstream video platforms, the competition rules are not much different from regular matches, fundamentally the same. However, the underground arena's primary characteristic is its lack of restrictions. There are no age limits for participants, nor restrictions on the level of combat beasts. As long as your summoned beasts meet a certain magical energy standard, you can compete. This rule leads to a wide disparity in the quality of participants, with some being exceptionally strong while others are remarkably weak. The strongest competitors may even reach national-level proficiency, while the weakest might barely qualify at the city level. This refers to the top-tier underground arenas where the magical energy standards are set high. In lesser arenas, where the standards are lower, one might even encounter district-level competitors. Naturally, those truly skilled high-ranking beast masters are exceedingly rare, as they have no reason to enter the underground arena when financial stability is not an issue. However, under normal circumstances, they seldom lack for funds. Thus, the mainstream competitors in the underground arena are often those who are mediocre or possess average talent, likely unable to level up significantly. The Yihuang Arena is situated in the Huaxiang district of the city of Huangming, and it is the largest dark beast combat arena in Huangming City, covering over 110,000 square meters, equivalent to 2 Camp Nou stadiums, capable of accommodating nearly 200,000 spectators. Given that the land area and population of the Eternal Continent are several times that of Blue Star, it is entirely reasonable for beast combat arenas to be larger, especially considering the size of some combat beasts. In fact, this is not even the largest arena. The Huaxiang district is also a hub of gang conflicts, filled with vibrant nightlife, dining, gambling, and various indulgences. In this world, illegal activities are permissible, though the authorities manage and restrict gang activities by consolidating them into designated areas. Every city has such a zone for illegal activities. As Lao Fang drove into the Huaxiang district, he occasionally saw scantily clad young women waving at his luxury car, while numerous gang members in uniform patrolled the streets, and motorcycle gangs were ever present. However, many luxury vehicles frequented this area, as it was akin to paradise for those seeking entertainment. Although it was not yet peak hours, the outdoor parking lot of the Yihuang Arena already boasted a considerable number of cars. After parking, the two made their way into the arena. Upon realizing Fang Tianyan's intent to compete, the receptionist personally led them to a special registration room. Please take a seat and place your hand on the testing platform. If you would. A middle-aged man responsible for registering participants smiled and gestured accordingly. The small screen in front of the testing platform displayed the number 20, indicating the magical energy standard that competitors must meet at the Yihuang Arena. This standard is quite high. One typically needs at least 3 or 2 top-tier beasts, or 1 excellent beast to qualify for competition. Such configurations, if the combat beasts are exceptional, can achieve commendable results even in state-level competitions. Indeed, an arena of this size is not meant for watching kindergartners fight. Without sufficient skill, one would have no opportunity to even embarrass themselves. Fang Tianyan pressed his palm down firmly, causing the yin-yang fish to gradually materialize and flow, with the gray 20 icon instantly illuminating. Currently, the combined magical energy of Old Fang's 3 battle pets amounted to 38 points, far exceeding 20, which made meeting the standard an absolute certainty. Please hand me your identity card, so that I can make a record, said the middle-aged man, his smile broadening as he confirmed the successful passage of the test. However, upon receiving the identity card, he was momentarily frozen in place. 16 years old, the receptionist exclaimed, unable to contain his shock. Glancing at the information on the identity card, and then at the serene-faced young man with black hair, he felt a dryness in his throat. If the information was accurate, then this boy named Fang Tianyan was undoubtedly a prodigy, with an exceptionally bright future ahead. At the age of 16, achieving a battle pet space of 20 magical energy, was that not the very definition of genius? The minimum age for participants in the Yihuang Queen Arena had previously been set at 22 years, which already categorized them as exceptionally gifted battle beast masters. Yet, this young man had pushed the record to a nearly unbreakable level. Excuse me, sir, do you wish to conceal your identity as a contestant? The receptionist's tongue stumbled over his words, his respectful demeanor unmistakable. Even if this young man's competitive record here was not remarkable, it mattered little, for his foundation was overwhelmingly substantial, almost frighteningly so. There was no need to conceal his age. As for his name, let it be Tianyan. The underground arena respects the privacy of battle beast masters, allowing contestants to choose which personal information can be disclosed. Those renowned battle beast masters typically prefer to keep their identities concealed, as participating in the underground arena for profit might diminish their status. However, Fang Tianyan was indifferent, as he had yet to enter the most basic district competition, holding no ranking and nearly 0 fame. Revealing a bit of information was inconsequential. It might even serve to create buzz, making it a delightful topic of conversation when he gained renown later. Unlike human combat, which entails the shedding of blood among kin and is difficult for ordinary people to accept, battles between beasts do not result in true death for the battle pets, thus sparing any tarnish on one's reputation, no black history at all. Yet, Old Fang chose not to disclose his own name for now. He did not wish to be visited daily by those with ulterior motives before establishing his own name. That would be quite bothersome. After designing the contestant card and registering it, the receptionist stood up respectfully and said, "Young Master Fang, we have a detailed competition schedule here. If you wish to challenge others or be challenged, you can register on this." Following the receptionist's guidance, Fang Tianyan downloaded the exclusive software for the Yihuang Queen Arena. The app bore the name Yihuang, which might suggest something risky at first glance. Upon opening it, he found not only the schedule of matches, but also ticket sales, peripheral betting, and various other functions. It was quite comprehensive and showed an astute business acumen. Fang Tianyan casually flipped through the match schedule for the night, which listed a total of 5 contests, only 4 of which had competitors. The 5th match had no registered challengers, meaning it was uncertain if there would be a 5th contest that evening. The registration window still had 53 minutes remaining. Ma Xiao, 31 years old, currently on a 12-match winning streak, with prize money of 1.2 million. Upon seeing the information of the 5th contestant, Fang Tianyan finally understood why no one had dared to challenge him. It turned out he was a reigning champion. Without a second thought, Fang Tianyan registered his own information for that last match. I am here to face the elite and earn my fortune. Chapter 37, The King of Trash Talk. Hey, did you see? Someone has challenged Ma Xiao. There will be a 5th match tonight. I just saw it too. Did you notice that the challenger is only 16 years old? My goodness. What on earth is 16 years old? What? 16? Are you joking? Is the record wrong? Let me check. Brothers, I'm driving over there with my wife right now. See you tonight. What? I was just about to go to bed. And now I open my phone to this. The chat groups of enthusiastic spectators in the Battle Beast arena erupted at this moment. Following Fang Tianyan's successful registration, many people received the news through Yi Huang immediately. The thought of challenging the 12-match champion was thrilling, especially considering the astonishing age of 16. With Battle Beast magical energy exceeding 20, those in the know understood the significance. Some even speculated whether this was a young heir from a wealthy family sneaking out to train in secret. Regardless of the outcome, the hype surrounding this 16-year-old prodigy was undeniable, capturing the interest of many. Those at home began purchasing tickets in droves, driving towards the Huaxiang district. By 10 o'clock that evening, the first match finally commenced. The venue was already filled with 140,000 spectators, occupying nearly two-thirds of the seats. Old Fang was resting in a private contestant room with Lei Jiana. The opulent specifications of the contestant room featured floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of the arena. Through the ongoing matches and written introductions, Fang Tianyan learned the specific rules. The competition was a one-on-one battle of battle pets, with no limit on the number of beasts. It continued until one side had no battle pets left or conceded defeat, resulting in ultimate victory. Battle beast masters could cast beneficial spells on their pets, but attacking the opposing master was strictly prohibited, with immediate loss for any violators. If a master voluntarily left the safe platform to enter the arena, the prohibition against attacking them became void. In essence, while standing on the safe platform, if the opponent's beast attacked, it was deemed a violation. However, if the master jumped into the arena, any harm inflicted by the opponent's beast was simply unfortunate. They bore the consequences. The overall rules were quite similar to those of the official Battle Beast Master ranking competitions. After nearly 2 hours, the first 4 matches concluded. The information Fang Tianyan gleaned from these 4 contests was minimal. It's my turn now. I will prepare. Wait for my return. Good luck. Lei Jiana cheered, her fists raised in encouragement. She had unwavering confidence in the man before her. The odds for both sides were set at 1-5. In addition to the challenge fee of 600,000, Fang Tianyan had transformed into a gambler, wagering everything on the spot. The substantial challenge fee was due to his opponent being the 12-match champion, necessitating the deposit of half the prize money as a challenge fee. If victorious, he would secure 1.2 million in prize money, with the challenge fee refunded in full. If defeated, both the prize and challenge fee would belong to others. This practice was designed to elevate the stakes of challenges and deter skilled individuals from deliberately throwing matches. Approaching the battle entry point, Fang Tianyan faced a 20-meter-long suspended bridge, 30 meters high above the ground. At the end of the bridge lay a circular safety platform suspended in midair. Old Fang donned a half-white, half-black yin-yang mask and strode across the suspended bridge toward the 5-meter diameter circular platform. Surrounding him were a throng of spectators, their fervent cheers echoing in the air. It felt as though all eyes were fixed upon him, igniting an inexplicable excitement within Fang Tianyan. Was this the thrill of battle? At that moment, the crowd erupted into an even more fervent cheer as the 12-match champion, Ma Xiao, made his grand entrance on the opposite side. Although it is widely acknowledged that this 16-year-old youth is a prodigious beastmaster, his youth and inexperience are evident, particularly when contrasted with the seasoned competitor, Ma Xiao, who boasts an impressive 12 consecutive victories, making his popularity entirely understandable. Indeed, a rhythmic chant of Ma Xiao, erupted from a segment of the audience. The 31-year-old Ma Xiao, without a mask, smiled and waved to the crowd, earning a wave of cheers and applause in return. At that moment, 2 hosts emerged from the entrances designated for the competitors. Mr. Ma Xiao, as the reigning champion with 12 consecutive wins, do you have any words for your challenger? The 16-year-old prodigy, I can comprehend your desire to prove yourself, yet you should not have chosen a competitor with 12 victories, as this merely highlights your audacious ignorance. I hope this match does not leave a shadow on your tender spirit. Upon the conclusion of Ma Xiao's remarks, a wave of laughter and jeers erupted from the audience. Oh, Ma Xiao, you are truly wicked, yet I adore it, haha. Go back to your milk, little genius. This is no place for a child like you. Some who had placed bets on Ma Xiao, along with his fans, joined in the raucous taunts directed at the young challenger. The atmosphere became quite lively. In the realm of competitive entertainment, stirring the audience's emotions is crucial, hence the presence of such banter is entirely normal. As the excitement in the stands began to settle, the beautiful host beside Lao Fang seized the microphone and inquired, Mr. Tianyan, as a first-time competitor here, do you have anything to say? Gazing at the microphone extended towards him, Fang Tianyan smiled serenely, and his deep, composed voice resonated for all to hear. First and foremost, Mr. Ma Xiao may have misunderstood my intentions. My choice to face him is unrelated to proving myself. It is simply due to the value of his title. Secondly, had I been 31 years old, I would likely be the world's #1 and would not be here, making a fool of myself like a jester. Lastly, I hope that after losing to a 16-year-old like me, Mr. Ma Xiu does not lose hope in life. After all, there are still 15-year-old beastmasters from whom he can regain his confidence. Remarkable. Such sharp wit from one so young. This youth is truly audacious. How exhilarating. Yet, such bravado might lead to embarrassment should he falter in the match. Lao Fang's comments ignited a new wave of commotion in the audience, with some of the younger spectators applauding enthusiastically while others jeered and hissed. However, Ma Xiu's expression turned somewhat grim. This young challenger may be inexperienced, but his words cut deeply. Though it is merely banter, it still strikes a chord. Once the interview concluded and the atmosphere reached a suitable pitch, the two hosts retreated from the stage, and the doors at the competitors' entrances closed. The fifth and final match, marking Fang Tianyan's first official competition in this world, was about to commence. Chapter 38. The Twin Stars of Lei Gang Beast. At the edge of the arena, a protective barrier for the audience slowly ascended. A black magical screen, like a curtain, gradually closed from the center of the arena, isolating the competitors' views from one another. After 30 seconds, the curtain would part, allowing the competitors time to summon their beasts. A competitor who failed to release their beast within this time frame would be deemed to have lost the round. The purpose of the curtain is to prevent the Beastmasters from gaining advanced knowledge of each other's summoned beasts. Otherwise, if one were to summon a ground-based creature while the opponent summoned an aerial one, it would compromise the fairness of the match. For the first 20 seconds, both competitors stood motionless on the platform. As the countdown neared its final 3 seconds, both parties simultaneously pressed the button to release their first beasts. The curtain parted precisely on time. Grade Upper Tier, Sheng Mi Shuang Zi Xing. Grade Upper Tier, Shan Ming Lei Gang Shou. The colossal display screen in the arena vividly showcased the relevant information about the competing beasts. Following a brief silence, a cacophony of astonished gasps erupted. The Lei Gang show had been witnessed many times before. It was Ma Xiu's trump card. Yet the appearance of Sheng Mi Shuang Zi Xing sparked curiosity and excitement among the crowd. Some knowledgeable spectators were left utterly speechless. What are you dazed for? While grade upper-tier beasts may be rare, they can occasionally be seen here. One audience member, observing their companion's bewilderment, laughed derisively. You fool, what do you know? That is Sheng Mi Shuang Zi Xing. Do you have any idea how rare it is? It evolves directly into a grade upper-tier dual queen. Their companion responded with blatant disdain. As these informed individuals proudly shared their insights, more spectators began to appreciate the rarity of Sheng Mi Shuang Zi Xing. The atmosphere grew increasingly fervent. Ma Xiu himself was taken aback. He was well aware of the rarity of Sheng Mi Shuang Zi Xing, having never seen one in person before. Yet, he wondered how such a creature could thrive in this environment, which was predominantly composed of metal alloys with scant nutrients. Due to the height restrictions, he failed to notice the massive vase concealed beneath the petals of the gigantic flower. Lei Gang Shou, a beast of the wild, belonging to the canine family, is quick and possesses immense explosive power, wielding the ability to manipulate lightning. Caution is advised regarding its ranged attacks, and it may be prudent to lure it into close combat. Regardless of the reactions of those around him, Lao Fang promptly relayed information about the imposing 6-meter-long blue-horned canine to Xiaoqing. This exemplifies the benefits of effective communication. At that moment, the Lei Gang Shou opened its jaws wide, and amidst a dazzling white light, a spherical bolt of lightning began to coalesce within its mouth. Boom! The spherical lightning shot forth, marking the opponent's first tentative attack. With the rose whip flourishing in the wind, the blade exploded with a crack, directly shattering the incoming sphere of lightning. Simultaneously, with a flicker of petals, Xiaoqing gracefully ascended, advancing toward the Lei Gang Shou. However, the Lei Gang Shou chose not to engage head-on. Instead, it executed a series of leaps, creating distance between them. This Ma Xiu is quite cautious. No doubt due to his experience from 12 consecutive wins, and his age affords him considerable combat knowledge. As the distance widened, a surge of electricity crackled atop its horn, and another bolt of lightning descended. With a whip crack, the already insulated rose whip struck once more, dispersing the lightning. Thus, the Lei Gang Shou unleashed a flurry of lightning, while the rose whip continued to lash out, creating a symphony of thunder and sparks. The spectacle thrilled the spectators surrounding the arena. Given the intervals between the Lei Gang Shou's lightning strikes, Xiaoqing's whip-cracking speed was more than adequate to keep pace with the opponent's rhythm. Fang Tianyan felt elated. Engaging in a battle of attrition with Xiaoqing was a delightful experience. Meanwhile, Ma Xiu was engulfed in questions. He pondered how the Sheng Mi Shuang Zi Xing could maintain such ferocity even after leaving the ground. It wasn't until the Lei Gang show began to pant slightly that he realized he could no longer afford to play around. The more vigorous the duel stars became, the more he understood that the opponent must have devised some means to compensate for the soil requirement's shortcomings. With this realization, Ma Xiao altered his strategy. The Lei Gang show ceased its ranged attacks and instead crouched low, electricity crackling violently across its body. Its fur stood on end like needles, and the current raged more ferociously. It was gathering energy, likely preparing for close combat, so caution was warranted regarding its speed. Just as Lao Fang finished speaking, the charged Lei Gang show vanished from its position in an instant. A flash of blue lightning appeared before Xiaoqing as if it had teleported. If that gaping canine maw were to clamp down, it would likely sever Xiaoqing's body in twain. With the prompt received, Xiaoqing had long been prepared. The towering petals she had erected in advance effectively blocked a ferocious charge. The unsuccessful strike from the Lei Gang beast did not linger. It rebounded and repositioned itself. Ready to charge again, Xiaoqing commanded the petals to converge upwards, enveloping herself in a 360-degree defense without any blind spots. Under the frenzied assault, the petals gradually shattered and scattered. Around the massive flower bud, a blue streak of light darted at an astonishing speed, attacking the bud from various angles. When one attack missed, the beast retreated, refusing to engage further. Its terrifying speed created an electric aura around Xiaoqing, indicating the beast's formidable prowess. From an external perspective, Xiaoqing appeared to be in a precarious position, seemingly on the back foot, prompting a loud cheer from the majority of the audience. What do you think? Experience always trumps youth, right? I told you, following my lead guarantees victory. All that talk of genius is just that, talk. Even among those of the same level, there is a noticeable disparity. It seems the twin stars won't hold on much longer. Alas, it appears that Ma Xiao will achieve a 13th consecutive win. Due to the odds, most of the betting audience had placed their bets on Ma Xiao, resulting in a larger contingent supporting him. Now is the moment. With an internal shout from Lao Fang, Xiaoqing suddenly unfurled her petals. Simultaneously, a pink dust cloud radiated outward like a shockwave. Beneath her, a light green ripple spread and sank. Wherever the ripple passed, moss sprouted instantaneously. The charging Lei Gang beast collided head-on with the pink dust, causing a momentary confusion that significantly reduced its speed. This is bad. It's poison. Ma Xiao, initially confident, was taken aback. However, the Lei Gang beast reacted swiftly, electric impulses coursing through its body. With a surge of energy, its state of confusion diminished considerably. As the whip-like blade struck, the beast's foreclaws swung out, enhanced by the electric stimulus to its muscles, allowing it to withstand the blow without significant loss. Yet, unable to gain leverage in midair, the impact sent it crashing to the ground. Sweat pouring from his brow, Ma Xiao planned to create distance and regroup. Unfortunately, both he and his beast were out of options. Upon landing on the mossy ground, the Lei Gang beast slipped, and just as it attempted to adjust its stance, numerous thorny tendrils erupted from the earth, binding its limbs and neck tightly. Amidst a terrifying howl, the rose whips struck the Lei Gang beast with great force. Accompanied by a spray of blood, the familiar, sharp whimpering of a wounded beast echoed. Chapter 39, The Child of Destiny. The thorny tendrils, lined with barbs, secured the Lei Gang beast in a cruciform position midair. Xiaoqing, wielding the rose whips, unleashed a relentless barrage upon the ensnared beast, which howled in agony. Just moments ago, it had dominated the battlefield, but in the blink of an eye, it was now being mercilessly whipped. This abrupt reversal caused the audience to hold their breath in stunned silence. Why the sudden quiet? Do you not understand that fortune favors the bold? Ha! A fivefold return awaits. I should have wagered more. Those few who had backed Xiaoqing, previously disheartened, now erupted into exuberant cheers. The speed of the Lei Gang beast was indeed astonishing, but Lao Fang understood that such explosive power could not be sustained. To increase the odds of a decisive victory, he instructed Xiaoqing to adopt a defensive stance, deliberately not repairing the defensive petals, creating an illusion for the Lei Gang beast that victory was within reach with just one more strike. Meanwhile, he meticulously recorded the intervals of the beast's attacks. From an initial 3 seconds, the timing gradually extended to 6 seconds. As the burst period passed, Fang Tianyan seized the rhythm of the Lei Gang beast's attacks and executed a seamless counter, decisively bringing the creature down. Initially trapped, the Lei Gang beast still emitted reluctant sparks of electricity, but as the thorny tendrils injected venom and more powerful whip strikes rained down, it quickly became akin to meat on a chopping block, ceasing its struggles. At this moment, Ma Xiao's face had turned an angry red. Losing was one thing, but the humiliation of his beast being helplessly whipped was unbearable. It seemed deliberate. The whips had evidently been softened. The scene resembled a public execution. a dishonor too great to bear. Numerous spectators began to boo Ma Xiao. The sight of his beast being whipped was demoralizing. As the red lights illuminated, Ma Xiao, in a fit of anger, finally pressed the button to concede. Acknowledging the surrender, Lao Fang waved his hand, and Xiao Qing commanded the thorny tendrils to release the battered Lei Gang beast, which slid across the floor for several meters before falling unconscious. The first round went to Tianyan. As the announcer's voice echoed, the audience erupted into applause. Most attendees were individuals of some means, possessing a higher education. Though they gambled, it did not dampen their enthusiasm for the competition, nor did it deter them from applauding a remarkable performance. Moreover, the match was only in its initial stages. The outcome remained uncertain. The black curtain descended once more. Based on the information from the previous 12 matches, the Lei Gang beast was the strongest card in Ma Xiao's hand, so Lao Fang chose not to switch combatants, allowing the fully energized Xiao Qing to continue the fight. 30 seconds later, the second round commenced. In the mid-level category, Ma Xiao summoned a three-tailed Qi Yan Hu, a beast primarily known for its enhanced fire attributes. Upon seeing the three fiery tails of the fox, Fang Tianyan immediately discerned Ma Xiao's strategy. He intended to use fire to overcome wood. However, not all plants are susceptible to flames. The fox unleashed a torrent of fire as if from a flamethrower. Anticipating the fierce onslaught, Xiao Qing raised one hand, summoning a wall of ivy 5 meters in front of her. The ivy was impervious to fire, and the flames failed to ignite it, leaving the Qi Yan Hu awkwardly halted. In a fit of defiance, the Qi Yan Hu intensified its fiery assault. Yet, Xiao Qing's fingers glimmered with green light, and new ivy rapidly covered the wooden barrier, remaining steadfast despite the relentless burning. Engaging in a battle of attrition, the Qi Yan Hu was clearly at a disadvantage. Something was amiss. The roots of the twin stars undoubtedly harbored secrets. Observing closely, Ma Xiao finally caught a glimpse of the truth. Although Xiao Qing had enveloped the black soil pot with lower-tier petals, the unnatural shape of the roots could not be entirely concealed. With a sharp gaze, Ma Xiao commanded the Qi Yan Hu to raise its three tails, each igniting with a flame of equal size. Simultaneously, the three tails unleashed scorching orange rays, converging into a more robust beam aimed directly at the roots of the twin stars. This was the Qi Yan Hu's ultimate attack, the Li Shbop. Lao Fang understood that Ma Xiao was betting everything on this final move. Although he knew the quality of the black soil pot could withstand such flames, Xiao Qing, seeing the soil as her Achilles heel, instinctively felt rage. With her palms open, she pressed them together in a gesture reminiscent of a Kamehameha. In an instant, a massive, flesh-colored bud formed rapidly between her hands, resembling a cannon. Then, a brilliant blue light emanated from the flower as it burst open, releasing a powerful blue laser from its core. One of Xiao Qing's ultimate moves, the assault lantern cannon. The azure destructive laser collided with the flame beam, which faltered not even for a second before being forcefully pushed back by the destructive light wave, nearly 3 times its diameter. Boom. With this violent blast, Xiao Qing trampled over her opponent, carving a charred trench into the ground, her momentum unabated until it crashed heavily against the defensive barrier at the edge of the arena. The dazzling radiance stunned the onlookers into gasps of astonishment. As for the 4-meter-long Sanwei Qi Yan Hu, not a single hair was left. It was obliterated into nothingness, returning to the battle pet space to be reborn. In the second round, it was still Fang Tianyan, victorious. Hiss. Observing the flawless twin stars in the arena, the spectators exchanged glances, collectively gasping in disbelief. Was this truly so formidable? No one dared to boast anymore. They all fell into a unified silence, waiting for a moment of eruption. On the platform, Max looked on, his expression a mix of disbelief and shock. When his ace, the Lei Gang beast, was defeated, he sensed the precariousness of the situation, sending out the Sanwei Qi Yan Hu was a desperate gamble based on the principle of fire overcoming wood. However, the twin stars proved to be far stronger than he had anticipated. Although there was still one battle pet left in the space, it was merely a backup, and losing 2 pets already made it unwise to send the last one into battle. Moreover, sending it forth would be a futile gesture, a self-inflicted humiliation. It was better to save it for emergencies. From a distance, gazing at the masked figure standing straight across, Max couldn't help but sigh in resignation, pressing the surrender button. As the white light symbolizing surrender illuminated, the audience erupted into a frenzy. Son of Destiny! Son of Destiny! Son of Destiny! The chants rose spontaneously, crescendoing until they reverberated throughout the Night Queen arena. At this moment, a new king was born. Chapter 40. Eat, feed me. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Enough said. I concede. Tonight was worth it. TSK. That Max is truly embarrassing. With a 12-game winning streak, he couldn't even defeat a 16-year-old newcomer. To those above, you should take responsibility. If you lost money due to your lack of discernment, don't complain. When I initially suggested you follow my lead, you didn't believe me. Just think. A 16-year-old competing in the Night Queen arena is hardly an ordinary individual. Though the competition had concluded, discussions in various chat groups remained fervent throughout the night. Many were eager to acquire information regarding the Son of Destiny, but when they clicked on the player's profile, they found only the age section filled with 16, while all others were blank. Even the avatar was a perfunctory cartoon representation. Nevertheless, the majority assumed the Son of Destiny was a scion of a wealthy family. This assumption was quite understandable. After all, possessing such a rare battle beast at that age led one to think he could hardly be of common lineage. Regardless of how the excited spectators debated, at that moment, old Fang was gazing at the balance in his bank account, reveling in satisfaction. The 600,000 registration fee would soon be refunded, and with the grand prize of 2 million for the 12-game winning streak, along with the self-bets. He was set to become a millionaire overnight. As the winning streak continued, the prize for each subsequent match would escalate accordingly. Of course, one had to compete at least twice a month to maintain the winning record. Fang Tianyan had already devised a plan to compete once or twice a week, allowing for a minimum of 4 matches each month, neither more nor less. After an exhilarating night with Lei Jana, the following morning, old Fang energetically set off for school. The confidentiality of his identity was holding up well. No one came to disrupt his tranquil life. During lunch at home, old Fang spotted a familiar little figure. It was Ling, the maid. At that moment, the young girl, clad in a maid's uniform, was setting the prepared dishes on the table. Upon seeing Fang Tianyan enter, she hurriedly set down the food and approached him, saying, "Welcome back. I've prepared the meal." Observing the girl's somewhat anxious demeanor, old Fang gently ruffled her hair and replied, "There's no need to be so formal. You can just call me brother. We don't have so many rules here." The warmth of his hand drew a smile from Ling, easing her tension. "What about Nana? She hasn't bullied you, has she?" TSK, who is speaking ill of me? I heard that." A teasing voice came from the staircase, revealing Lei Jana, also dressed in a maid's outfit, her left hand holding a mop and her right a bucket, descending hurriedly. "Slow down, don't trip. It's just been one morning since we last met. There's no need to rush." Having her thoughts exposed, Lei Jana placed her tools on the ground, blushing as she picked up a bowl and began to eat. "Sister Nana treats me very well. She hasn't bullied me at all. She doesn't let me do any heavy work. I've just been in charge of cooking since this morning." Not realizing Fang Tianyan was joking, Ling hurriedly explained. "All right, Ling. The master was just teasing you. By the way, your cooking is truly wonderful. Can't you swallow the food in your mouth before speaking?" Fang Tianyan chuckled, half amused, as he watched Lei Jana's cheeks puffing up. "Thank you for the compliment, Sister Nana. I'm glad you like it. If you need anything, just call me." Ling's face lit up with joy. "Where are you going?" Seeing Ling turn to leave, Fang Tianyan asked with curiosity. "I'm going to eat next door." "What are you eating next door? Isn't the food right here on the table?" "I brought my own lunch." "What lunch? Didn't I say you would have meals provided?" "Here, take your lunch out." Under the serious gaze of old Fang, Ling timidly complied, presenting her packed lunch. Observing the 2 plain rice balls in the container, then glancing at the table laden with dishes, Fang Tianyan couldn't help but twitch his lips. He directly handed the lunchbox to Lei Jana. Following this, under Ling's astonished gaze, Lei Jana promptly emptied the lunchbox, devouring both rice balls in one go. "All right, now you have no lunch, so sit down and eat." As he spoke, Fang Tianyan unceremoniously pulled out a chair, helping Ling to sit down, providing her with cutlery. Before Ling could fully comprehend, her bowl was already filled with an array of dishes. Fang Tianyan and Lei Jana flanked her, their expressions making it clear that she would struggle to leave the table without eating. Startled, Ling quickly lowered her head, clutching her bowl and utensils, and began to eat in silence. Witnessing this scene, old Fang nodded in satisfaction and joined in the meal. To be fair, despite her young age of merely 10, Ling's culinary skills were surprisingly good, both ample in quantity and quality. It was evident that a child of the poor learns to take charge early on. While dining, old Fang noticed something seemed amiss. "Hey, why are you crying?" Turning his head, he saw Ling with streaks of tears on her cheeks, her beautiful eyes glistening. "I am sorry." Seeing both of them looking at her, Ling hastily began to apologize again. Lei Jana remained silent, unable to speak with her mouth full. Yet she offered some tissue. Thank you, Sister Nana." Ling quickly accepted the tissue, wiping her tears and attempting to regain control of her emotions. "I'm sorry if my earlier attitude put pressure on you." Ling had nearly calmed her emotions, but Fang Tianyan's words caused her tears to flow anew. "No, it's not that. Brother, please don't apologize. I'm just so happy," she explained in a panic, fearing Fang Tianyan would misunderstand. "As long as you're happy, just remember, here, it's just me and Sister Nana living together. There are no strict rules. You can treat this place as your home, understood? Old Fang gently wiped her tears, finally calming her agitated heart. After dinner, Ling took the initiative to wash the dishes. Originally, Ligiana was supposed to do it, but the little girl was adamant. And upon seeing her about to cry, Ligiana relented. This child's temperament is quite stubborn. Let her do it, otherwise, she won't be at ease. This girl, though gentle on the outside, possesses a strong will and unwavering principles, making her hard to compromise with. The two began to chat idly in the living room. Why not consider her as your little sister? Both of you share the rare traits of black hair and black eyes, which could be seen as a form of fate. Moreover, I quite admire this sensible little girl. You, however, seem to be all talk. She has only just arrived, and it is too soon to decide. Chapter 41. Teach me how to work? Observing the girl in the back seat, Fang Tianyan felt somewhat speechless. Did this girl also discover her hidden position as the main character? Due to the afternoon beast tamer training class, everyone's seating was not fixed. So Lao Wang didn't pay much attention and found another empty seat to sit down. As he arrived early, the afternoon class had not yet begun, and most of the students who came early were chattering away. The most attention-grabbing scene was at a table surrounded by a large group of boys and girls, seemingly watching a video, occasionally erupting in excited exclamations. Is this the underground arena? 16 years old, my goodness, just like us. 16 years, 20 points of beast energy. It must be fake. I recall the highest record in Huangming City was apparently at 15 years old with 16 points of beast energy, and that was many years ago. What do you mean fake? I secretly filmed this last night when my dad took me to watch the match. Dean, you fool, if you don't believe it. Just leave and stop making a fuss. Upon hearing doubts, the video's owner instantly grew displeased. Hu Bin, speak more politely. The challenged young man's expression was not pleasant. Why should I be polite? You haven't even seen it and are already doubting it. Have you heard of the Night Queen Arena? Have you ever been there? Newly rich are just newly rich, a country bumpkin. Hu Bin was unyielding, slamming his phone on the table and arguing with Dean. Who are you calling newly rich? Just because I've seen a few underground matches? What are you pretending for? That's better than you, who think too highly of yourself, sitting in a well and thinking you know the sky. Just because you have a little money and got a low-level battle pet, you think you're something. I am still a mid-level battle pet, and you still resent how badly I beat you last time, right? You just wait. Dean's face turned crimson, trembling with anger as he pointed at Hu Bin, but it seemed he really had lost him, so his momentum faltered. The surrounding classmates also began to mediate. With his head propped up, Lao Fang watched the scene before him with great interest. This kind of daily bickering and quarreling among students reminded him of the past. What are you all arguing about? A sudden female voice rang out from the crowd. Class leader. It was unclear who shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Upon seeing the suddenly appearing girl, the classmates all took a step back in fright, and both Hu Bin and Dean shrank their necks, falling silent. Fang Tianyan also noticed that the so-called class leader was the girl who had taken his seat in the back. With long water blue hair and delicate features, she gave off a somewhat expressionless, cold vibe, resembling a girl with three voids, judging from everyone's attitude. It seemed that this class leader held quite a bit of authority. Regardless of the crowd's reaction, the class leader's gaze was firmly locked onto the phone screen on the table. She even picked it up and began to scrutinize it closely. Sister Xia, you are the strongest in our class. Look at this, I secretly filmed it. How could it be fake? Hu Bin attempted to gain the class leader's approval while raising his eyebrows at Dean. Meanwhile, Hiza scrutinized the video, remaining silent for a long while. However, her slightly parted lips revealed her inner unrest. Taking out her own phone, she copied the video, then returned to her seat in the back, not uttering a word from start to finish. No one dared to disturb or question her. Everyone resumed their activities. Some even summoned their low-level pets, causing a flurry of exclamations from the girls, as if the earlier incident had merely been a minor episode. While Fang Tianyan quietly enjoyed the campus atmosphere, a girl with chestnut twin ponytails suddenly sat down beside him. The strong scent of her perfume made him frown. This girl was not unattractive, and her jewelry and clothing suggested she was likely a wealthy young lady. However, her heavy makeup and rebellious style made her seem somewhat mature and unappealing. After sitting down, her large eyes unabashedly roamed over Fang Tianyan, clearly indicating her interest in him. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. Unfortunately, Lao Fang had little interest in such a girl. Nevertheless, the ponytailed girl seemed to ignore his words, leaning in closer with narrowed eyes and boldly reaching out. However, the next moment, she felt a tightening at the back of her neck, and her entire body became weightless. Fang Tianyan expressionlessly stood up, extending his hand to grab the girl, and, with a startled cry, flung her out as if she were a small chicken, landing with a crash onto an empty chair. Are you crazy? The minor impact caused the ponytailed girl to wince, baring her teeth in pain, her eyes glaring fiercely at Fang Tianyan, clearly in disbelief. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of all the classmates in the room. I said I needed to use the restroom, and you blocked the way, leaning in close. What does that mean? Are you trying to help me undress? The somewhat rude comment left most students dumbfounded, and the classroom fell into an eerie silence. Although they did not understand what undress meant, they could comprehend that it was definitely not a good implication. Originally, this black-haired, black-eyed peer had been perceived as a somewhat introverted, aloof, handsome boy. However, no one expected that upon speaking, he turned out to be an absolute rogue. Coupled with Fang Tianyan's towering physique and cold demeanor, the group of 15 and 16-year-olds found themselves too intimidated to utter a word. Even the ponytailed girl was momentarily at a loss for words. Fang, although Haley's actions were inappropriate, your behavior and remarks are also rather crude. Such influence is quite negative. Hiza stood up, dutifully fulfilling her role as class leader. However, what she received in return was a mocking glance from Lao Fang. What is this? Teaching me how to behave. With a scoff, Fang Tianyan could not be bothered to respond, directly striding towards the classroom door. His extremely arrogant disregard caused even the expressionless Hiza to furrow her brows, while the other students dared not make a sound. Stop. You need to apologize. Yes. This is a classroom. Such violent behavior is not permitted. Watching the two young men step forward to block his path, Lao Fang smiled. There are always some young people who fail to grasp the situation, cloaking themselves in a guise of justice while acting pretentiously. They do not realize their own limitations, nor do they comprehend the risks of acting pretentiously. Fang Tianyan was also puzzled. Why had these young men not appeared to uphold justice when that girl had been bothering him? I will give you 3 seconds. If you do not move aside, you will bear the consequences. Chapter 42, Beast Pet Training Ground. What did you say? Are you threatening us? 3 seconds? Who do you think you are? At the age of 15 or 16, one is full of youthful vigor, especially with so many pairs of eyes observing in the classroom. Rather than retreating, 2 male classmates boldly stepped forward. Teacher Fang, undeterred by the circumstances, transformed into a relentless countdown machine. As the number 3 was announced, he sprang into action. The favored child of flames, the prodigy of tomorrow, emerged, little O. The terrifying pressure at his neck rendered this young classmate speechless, causing him to roll his eyes back and faint instantly. With a single punch, he knocked one out, and after swiftly incapacitating another with one arm, Teacher Fang merely curled his lips in exasperation. Was he adding so many lines for dramatic effect, as if he were dissatisfied with how quickly his battle pet had emerged? In the blink of an eye, the 2 obstructing classmates lay unconscious. Though he failed to maintain an imposing demeanor, he certainly lost face. The classroom fell silent, with most students gazing at the tall, dark-haired boy with expressions filled with dread. With a twist of his waist and a thrust of his spear, a battle beast that had just leaped from the battle pet space was pierced right through. Observing the spear tip at his nose, the assailant's face turned ashen, trembling in fear. Striking from behind, what nonsense! A swift motion of the spear sent the would-be ambusher flying. The count of the unconscious increased. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded. Was this a battle beast master? They began to suspect whether a martial artist had mistakenly joined their class. Ignoring the stunned classmates, Teacher Fang nonchalantly stored his spear in his storage ring and swaggered out of the classroom. This time, there was no one daring to intervene. Originally, the trip to the restroom had been an excuse to find a new spot to maintain distance from the unruly girl. Now, it was even better. There was no need to return, and skipping class became more convenient. There was no real concern. Teacher Fang acted with restraint, and the few little kids merely fainted. It was nothing but a flesh wound. Given his mental maturity, it was not excessive for Fang Tianyan to refer to his peers as little kids. With no class to attend and not wishing to return home just yet, he transformed into a wanderer, meandering through the city of Huangming. However, this was a purposeful stroll. He arrived at the Spirit Shadow Battle Pet Training Ground. Gazing at the magnificent structure, even larger than the Night Queen Arena, Fang was filled with profound curiosity. As the name suggests, this training ground was indeed a place for battle beast masters to train their battle pets. This venture was a costly endeavor. Only affluent capitalists dared to engage in such business. The Spirit Shadow Battle Pet Training Ground was the finest in Huangming. True to Fang Tianyan's style, he sought only the best. Upon entering, he noticed a decent flow of people, but compared to the vastness of the facility, it felt somewhat sparse. Hello, handsome. Is this your first visit? Before Fang could wander too far, a female staff member approached him with a beaming smile. Her keen observation of his curious demeanor and the Zhanhua Academy uniform made her approach him eagerly, akin to a mosquito sensing blood. Furthermore, serving a handsome individual not only promised profit, but also joy. Why not? Yes, it is my first time. Could you introduce me to the place? Of course. Please follow me. As he followed the charming saleswoman, Fang gained a general understanding of the training ground. It was divided into numerous independent training facilities, some open and some enclosed. The training venues varied in size, small, medium, and large, allowing battle beast masters to choose based on the size of their pets. There were mechanical devices to train various attributes of battle pets, akin to a gym, as well as simulated combat where one could train against friends or mechanical puppets. However, all required payment. Along the way, Fang observed several 15 or 16-year-olds engaging in friendly combat, although their battle pets were not of high rank, resembling kindergarten-level skirmishes. The atmosphere was filled with laughter and joy. Do you have a training facility of this magnitude? Fang marveled at a training arena that surpassed even a sports stadium. This is our only super-large training facility, capable of accommodating high-level battle pets, the saleswoman replied, pride gleaming in her eyes. High-level battle beasts? Those who possess them likely have private training grounds, Fang remarked, prompting a sheepish smile from the saleswoman. Indeed, those with high-level battle pets may not come here. But whether they do or not is one thing. Our offerings are another matter. Fang understood her point. One might not come, but the facility must exist. Otherwise, the Spirit Shadow Battle Pet Training Ground would not hold the top position in Huangming. So, handsome, are you satisfied with our facilities? Not bad, Fang nodded in acknowledgement. Despite having the Shenshur illusion as a natural training ground for battle pets, he chose not to be arrogant, but opted for an on-site inspection. Though the practical training in the Shenshur illusion greatly surpassed that of real-world training grounds, specialized equipment in reality would yield better results for targeted training in strength, endurance, and speed. After all, professional training had matured significantly, and battle pet training grounds possessed their merits. Combining strengths and compensating for weaknesses was the pathway to growth. Seeing the customer's affirmative attitude, the saleswoman seized the opportunity to introduce their membership system. Our membership levels range from silver to gold to diamond, with the silver card offering. Fang raised his hand to halt the enthusiastic sales pitch. I'll take the diamond, the most expensive. He had no interest in hearing a lengthy sales pitch. He simply wanted the highest tier. The saleswoman's eyes widened in disbelief. Securing a gold membership would have been a triumph. But here was a young man who must belong to a wealthy family. Would you prefer to pay by card or cash? Also, if you achieve a good ranking as a battle beast master, we have discounts available. The saleswoman's tone and demeanor transformed, gradually becoming more animated. Yet, Fang remained unmoved. He was not interested in such trivialities. Instead, a familiar figure caught his attention, the master of the lava cannon toad. Is he a member here? Master Mahiu is a renowned training instructor here. If you're interested, I can facilitate communication for you. The cost for one-on-one training can be significantly reduced. The saleswoman was determined not to miss any chance to showcase her value. That's all right. I don't need it at the moment, Fang replied, surprised to find his previous opponent working as a private instructor here. After completing the transaction and receiving his card, Fang departed. News from the auction house indicated that several sealed scrolls for battle beasts had sold, and he was due to collect his payment. He casually perused other items at the auction house, but found nothing compelling enough to purchase. Upon returning home, it was just in time for dinner. Ling, who had finished cooking, intended to leave but was invited to stay for a meal by two others. Observing the 300 star coins, Ling waved her hands in panic. This is truly overwhelming. In her previous job, Ling earned a mere 60 star coins a day at most, and now she was being given 300, leaving her momentarily hesitant to accept such a sum. Moreover, she did not perceive her own contributions as deserving of such remuneration. The salary is set by me, and I am thoroughly satisfied with your work, hence I believe your efforts are worth this much. Noticing the young girl's lingering reluctance, Lao Fang promptly slipped the money into her small pouch. Thank you, big brother. By the way, since it's your first day here, I bought you a gift. In the afternoon, Fang Tianyan had purchased clothes for Lei Jiana while browsing the market, and he casually handed a set to Ling. No refusals. It's only right for a boss to give gifts on your first visit. Before Ling could protest, Lao Fang preemptively quashed her objections. Gazing at the new clothes in the convenience bag, Ling nearly burst into tears again. Thank you, big brother. I will work hard again tomorrow. With a slight bow, the young girl, her eyes shimmering with gratitude, glanced at Lao Fang before turning to leave. If you choose not to return home, that is fine too. I have plenty of empty rooms here, and as I mentioned before, meals and lodging are covered. Yet Ling politely declined Lao Fang's generous offer, resolutely choosing to return home. As her small figure began to fade into the distance, she turned back to wave goodbye to Lao Fang. This little girl is quite sensible, evoking a sense of tenderness. Where are you headed, Xiaodian? Leaving already? A breathless Lei Jiana, sweaty and wielding a weapon, appeared beside them. I didn't want to disturb you while you were engrossed in your training. She just left. Oh dear, what if she encounters trouble on the way? I should escort her. A hint of anxiety crossed Lei Jiana's face, despite only having known Ling for a day. She had already formed a favorable impression of the young girl. The security in Huangming City isn't as poor as you might think. There aren't as many evildoers as you imagine. Ling has been working for a year now. Don't worry, she will be fine. After speaking, Lao Fang stretched and retreated indoors, only to notice Lei Jiana observing him with a peculiar expression. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? No. It's just that my master is a cautious person. Are you truly comfortable allowing that little one to be alone? Seeing Lei Jiana's concerned demeanor, Lao Fang shrugged. All right, you guessed correctly. I have Fei Gu keeping an eye on her. Lao Fang was unperturbed by the prospect of Gue Huang Xiao being discovered. As long as Fei Gu wished to remain unseen, few could detect its presence. Haha, I knew it. Lei Jiana cheered, rushing toward him. Enough. Go take a shower. We're still in the living room. In the ensuing period, Lao Fang's life became more structured. Morning classes were held punctually. While he took an indefinite sick leave from afternoon classes to train at home, occasionally resting due to the substantial protein consumption, the Night Queen Arena had already achieved 10 consecutive victories, with Xiao Qing standing out. Without the need for additional assistance, relying solely on her level and battle beasts, it was impossible to compel Lao Fang to reveal the 2 battle pets he possessed. It remained uncertain whether it was due to a perception of youth being easily deceived or the belief that Lao Fang only held Xiao Qing as his soul card. But as the fame of the Son of Destiny grew in the Night Queen's realm, the number of challengers unexpectedly increased. Lao Fang, however, remained indifferent to this. After all, whether it was a gamble on spinach or a joyous batch, challengers mattered little. Ling was gradually acclimating to her new job, and her rapport with both Lao Fang and Lei Jiana improved significantly, bringing forth more smiles and diminishing her initial timidity. Occasionally, Lao Fang would venture to the battle pet training grounds to allow a Hao and the others to lift weights, utilizing only private venues. Today was no exception. After finally shaking off a persistent saleswoman, Lao Fang stumbled upon a large, open training hall bustling with spectators, periodically erupting with cheers and gasps. Initially, he had no intention of joining the commotion, but upon passing by, he recognized several familiar figures. Many students from the Battle Beast training class were present, including class leader Hesha, the ostentatious dean, and the dual ponytailed delinquent, Haley. At that moment, they were engaged in simulated battle training with their battle pets, under the guidance of their instructor, Matthew. None of this was particularly noteworthy. What was most captivating and surprising was that Hesha possessed a lower-tier battle beast. It was an amphibious creature, the lava cannon toad. Squatting there, it stood 8 meters tall, enveloped in a thick layer of bluish-gray rock, showcasing formidable defense. The rocky skin was interlaced with crimson veins, and the patterns resembled magma seeping through cracked earth. Overall, its appearance was not unlike that of an ordinary toad. It was no wonder that the students in class held Hesha in such high regard. This lower-tier lava cannon toad indeed overshadowed many newcomers. This also indirectly indicated that Hesha's family must possess considerable wealth. Luck was on her side. After all, spending money did not guarantee encountering a high-level battle beast. Some beast masters desired to upgrade to higher-tier battle beasts, but faced numerous restrictions. Luck, financial resources, the magical energy capacity of their battle pets, and personal choices all played a role. A slight misstep could result in missed opportunities. Apart from Hesha, the highest level among her peers was merely upper tier, indicating a significant disparity. Naturally, all attention was focused on the lava cannon toad. Some gazed with envy, others in awe, while a few whipped out their phones to capture the moment, treating it as a celebrity encounter. Even Hesha herself appeared somewhat flustered, unable to suppress a hint of a satisfied smile. In a month's time, during the district competition, please show some leniency, class leader. Chapter 44, Impulsive Haley. A month later, the official district competition was set to take place, which was the reason for the sudden surge in attendance at the Battle Pet training ground. It's merely luck. What's so impressive about that? Watching as her classmates praised and envied Hesha, Haley could not help but reveal her frustration. When she had captured her first battle beast, she too had invested considerable money and resources, yet the best she had managed to acquire was merely upper tier. Had fortune favored her, it would not have been unreasonable to expect at least a mid-tier battle beast. Alas, there were no what-ifs. Just then, Haley spotted Fang Tianyan standing attentively in the training hall. It's him. Initially irritated, the sight of her familiar adversary ignited a blaze of indignation within her. After being humiliated previously, Haley had recruited some acquaintances from the streets, intending to teach him a lesson. However, she hadn't seen him for 2 months, and he hadn't even shown up for afternoon classes. He hadn't given her a chance to confront him. Is he just going to run away? Haley scoffed, branding Fang Tianyan a coward for fearing retaliation and avoiding class. Today, she felt it was her moment of vindication. Fang, you finally showed up. What's the matter? Afraid after our last encounter? Not daring to attend class, are you? If you have the guts, come in and duel with me. Haley's furious shout attracted considerable attention. Many classmates soon recognized Fang Tianyan's presence, leading to a flurry of discussions. After all, Lao Fang's domineering demeanor in class had left a lasting impression. Boring. Lao Fang had no interest in engaging with her and headed straight for the exit of the venue. Trying to escape again, are we? You were so arrogant back then. Let me tell you, if it weren't for being in the classroom, I would have unleashed my little knife on you long ago. You coward. Little Knife was the name of Haley's upper-tier battle pet, a flying leaf mantis. Seeing that he was ignoring her and not slowing down, Haley's fury boiled over. Little Knife, go and cut him down. Upon receiving the command, the flying leaf mantis brandished its two forelimbs like blades and charged directly towards its target. Stop, Haley, shouted both Matthew and Hesha from the training hall. But it was evidently too late. As the flying leaf mantis approached, Fang Tianyan suddenly turned his head, facing the threat, and opened his mouth to unleash a fierce tiger roar. A faint white tiger head silhouette flashed by, and the shockwave from the roar momentarily stunned everyone in the venue, nearly causing them to lose their footing. Those with weaker cultivation or standing too close immediately collapsed onto the ground. The flying leaf mantis, caught in the brunt of the tiger's roar, fell to the ground, dizzy and twitching. Following the roar, the expressionless old man raised his foot and stomped down on the convulsing mantis with immense force. With a sharp crack, the mantis, roughly the size of an adult, had its neck broken, lifeless on the ground. Given Fang Tianyan's physical prowess, approaching that of a third-tier martial artist, such a feat was hardly surprising. There are surveillance cameras here. Haley, releasing a battle pet to attack others without cause will lead the Safety Bureau to have a little chat with you. In a society governed by law, such actions are deemed unlawful, which is precisely why some intervened to stop Haley earlier. You bastard. You actually killed Xiao Dao. I'll get you for this. Upon witnessing her battle pet's demise, Haley erupted into tears, shouting and causing a scene, prompting others to rush over and restrain her in a flurry. Fang, Haley is at fault, but your response was rather excessive, Hesha began to critique. Perhaps feeling overly praised as class leader. Excessive? That flying leaf mantis could have severed a person's head with a single strike. Just because you wear the class leader's hat doesn't make you the arbiter of justice. It disgusts me, you know? Haley, the instigator, remained silent, while the supposed victim, Fang, expressed his irritation. What nonsense. I can't stand this. Fang Tianyan's unrestrained words momentarily stunned Hesha. Throughout her life, she had always been the most distinguished student. Treated with utmost respect by her peers, no one dared to speak to her in such a manner. While somewhat angered, she managed to keep her composure, refraining from further argument, and instead turned to console Haley. The class leader could endure, but the sycophant dean could not. He was about to leap into action but quickly retracted his neck upon seeing the lifeless flying leaf mantis at Fang Tianyan's feet. The fellow seemed too unpredictable. Better to avoid confrontation. Matthew, this guy is bullying us. Can you help me seek justice? Matthew, initially disinterested, knew that most present were affluent individuals and preferred to avoid conflict. However, upon witnessing Haley's tearful demeanor and the softness in her embrace, he felt momentarily swayed. After all, Haley was his trainee, and having her battle pet killed in front of her, though it could be revived, was a significant loss of face, reflecting poorly on him as her instructor. That student over there, this is a battle pet training hall, not a place for martial artists to intrude. Those unauthorized to enter bear no responsibility for attacks by battle pets. Old Fang was taken aback. Goodness. Matthew seems to consider himself a martial artist and is attempting to rationalize Haley's aggressive behavior. Is he? Excuse me, who told you I am a martial artist? Old Fang raised his hand, revealing the yin-yang fish symbol on his wrist, unmistakably indicating his identity as a beastmaster. This revelation startled many onlookers who were unaware of the situation. What the heck? A beastmaster? Is there really a beastmaster so formidable? That flying leaf mantis was defeated in a single encounter? What? As beastmasters, don't you all train your bodies regularly? Faced with the bewildered expression of the black-haired youth, everyone turned crimson, rendered speechless. Is such physical strength attainable solely through exercise? Who are you trying to fool? Matthew was equally dumbfounded. Goodness. Instead of practicing life-saving spells and supportive techniques, you spend your time honing your physique, huh? Chapter 45, Accompanying Training? Do you deserve it? Hesha found herself perplexed by Fang Tianyan as well. While there are beastmasters who multitask, the existence of battle pets diminishes the benefits of cultivating physical strength for them. A beastmaster charging into battle would likely face disapproval from their battle pet. However, they were unaware that old Fang was well-rounded. Training his body did not preclude him from refining his other skills. Deeply influenced by socialist ideals, Fang Tianyan understood that a strong body is the foundation of revolution. Moreover, not only was my physical fitness superior to yours, but my mastery of techniques and mental strength also surpassed yours. though that has yet to be demonstrated. Upon confirming Fang Tianyan's identity as a Beastmaster, Matthew felt somewhat embarrassed. Old Fang paid no mind to the awkwardness, instead taking out his phone to dial the safety bureau. Wait, Fang, Haley can offer financial compensation. We are all classmates. There's no need to escalate matters. Seeing that Fang was serious, Hesha attempted to mediate once more. Hesha, you are quite amusing. Is she your close friend? Why such concern for her? Based on what I observed, she seems rather envious of you. With a knowing glance, Fang Tianyan's words caused Haley's expression to shift dramatically. You're talking nonsense. Hesha, don't listen to this bastard slander. We've been classmates for nearly 10 years. I'm thrilled for you because of your powerful battle pet. Haley, akin to a cat with its tail stepped on, frantically tried to explain but only stumbled over her words, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Calm down, I know you're anxious, but don't rush. The more you hurry, the more you expose yourself. Think carefully before speaking. Fang's wordplay only served to aggravate Haley further, leaving her pale and flustered. All right, Haley. No need for so many words. I believe you. Hesha's statement finally calmed Haley somewhat. Clapping his hands, Fang Tianyan remarked, the class leader is truly a kind-hearted person. I admire that, but unfortunately, I am not well acquainted with her and do not require financial assistance. I simply wish to see her spend some time in the bureau. Furthermore, I would like to offer Hesha a piece of advice. Kindness is not so easily afforded. With that, Old Fang directly called the safety bureau, reporting the incident before everyone's eyes, infuriating Haley to the point of gritting her teeth. Others, too, realized that the black-haired youth before them was not to be trifled with. He was a formidable opponent. Very well, I trust that tonight Haley will have a delightful evening at the safety bureau. Farewell. Regardless of Haley's wealth, the undeniable fact of her aggression meant she would face a 24-hour detention. There was no escaping the consequences tonight. As Fang Tianyan turned to leave, Matthew interjected, since you are a Beastmaster, how about I personally train with you? If you win, my lessons will be free for you in the future. Of course, should you feel inadequate and fear embarrassment, you may decline. What a lowly provocation. It seemed Matthew was reluctant to lose face, harboring a desire to create a scenario that would humiliate Fang. Haley's eyes brightened with encouragement, wishing nothing more than for her instructor to annihilate Fang's battle pets and restore balance. Hiza furrowed her brow, hesitating as she felt that matters had escalated enough. There was no need to provoke further discord. Moreover, that individual was entirely unlike the others in her entourage, exhibiting an unpredictability that was somewhat alarming. Alas, the banter remained as insipid as ever, leaving the onlookers utterly perplexed. Yet, within Maxiu, a sudden chill coursed through him, as if foreboding some unpleasant event on the horizon. Accompany me in training? Huh. Although his back was turned to the crowd, the palpable disdain in his words was unmistakable. Had he lost his mind? Maxiu had competed in state-level tournaments. While his ranking was modest, he had once been among the top 10 at the municipal level. Training a novice Beastmaster was hardly a challenge for him. Did he truly think he was worthy of this? As he slowly turned to face the source of the arrogant proclamation, the shadows obscured his features, resembling a mask. Unlike the others who were bewildered, upon seeing that familiar half-black visage, Maxiu felt as though he had been struck by lightning. A chill ran down his spine, and his complexion drained of color. It's you? His trembling jaw only added to the confusion of those around him. How could Maxiu ever forget the devilish youth who had ended his 12-game winning streak? Hush! Placing a finger to his lips, Lao Fang smirked enigmatically before turning away and departing without a backward glance. Observing the retreating figure and the frozen Maxiu, the gathered crowd was utterly bewildered. Were they to miss the anticipated spectacle? Maxiu, Haley was equally stunned. What happened to the plan to teach that guy a lesson? What does this mean? Am I being played? The abrupt turn of events left her feeling increasingly exasperated. However, Maxiu chose to ignore the chaos and silently turned to leave. His disordered steps suggested an almost panicked retreat. Hiza watched Maxiu's departing figure and then turned her gaze toward Fang Tianyan's exit, lost in contemplation. There was undoubtedly something amiss between these two. Just who was Fang Tianyan? Dean, was that black-haired boy from your class? What is going on? As soon as a group of girls approached Dean to inquire about Fang Tianyan, his expression darkened. It's nothing, we were just asking. We'll buy you a drink if you share his name and contact information. The excitement on the girls' faces ignited a wave of inexplicable jealousy within Dean. That guy skips class every day, neglects his studies, and I have no idea how to contact him. Why would anyone want to know someone so arrogant and reckless? Seeing Dean's unfriendly demeanor, the girls quickly ceased their inquiries and turned to question others instead. That handsome guy was so imposing. It's a shame we didn't get his contact details. Indeed, he effortlessly took down that formidable flying mantis, truly impressive. Even Maxiu's trainer was too intimidated to speak afterward. Who knows what kind of background he has, taking on a group single-handedly and looking so dashing. It's so cool. Such discussions among the girls only deepened Dean's frustration. Could it be that even a domineering, sharp-tongued boy could attract admirers? How infuriating. Why isn't at me? Chapter 46. Do you dare to come? The personnel from the security bureau arrived, and after reviewing the footage, they promptly took the aggrieved Haley away. Lao Fang, meanwhile, led his battle pet to continue training in a secluded training facility. Observing the scattered components, some still sparking, Fang Tianyan felt a sense of trepidation. 10 advanced training robots faced off against a Hao, and none lasted more than 10 minutes. His power was growing increasingly formidable, due to his training in the Mingluo Wujian. Unless he deliberately suppressed his aura, a Hao occasionally emitted a unique crimson energy, reminiscent of a hellish executioner. It was awe-inspiring. Although he had yet to reach the level of evolution, he sensed that, at his tier, few could pose a threat apart from those with exceptional abilities. Upon returning home that evening, Lao Fang was surprised to find 2 girls, one older and one younger, embroiled in an argument. What is the matter? Tianyan hurt her leg while descending the stairs this afternoon. Her ankle is swollen and red. I insisted she rest here tonight, but she insists on going home. Leijana, too, was rather impatient, pressing the bell to keep her seated, while the little girl looked up at Lao Fang with tearful eyes. Sister Nana, Brother Fang. I want to go home. As the night had already grown late, Fang Tianyan intended to persuade the little girl to stay. But the mere mention of going home softened his heart inexplicably. Fine, I'll take her home. Lao Fang lifted the girl and headed to the backyard, then, under the astonished gaze of the little girl, summoned Fei Gu. By the way, keep an eye out lately. If any troublemakers come around, just incapacitate them. Don't kill anyone. We must maintain civility. What? Someone is causing trouble? Leijana's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her eager demeanor suggested she was ready for action. Just minor issues. Likely just some lowly troublemakers. I merely wanted to give you a heads up to stay alert in your daily life. Seeing Leijana's reaction, Lao Fang felt relieved he had given her the warning. Otherwise, with her fiery temper, she might have buried someone in the backyard, leading to considerable trouble. Once on the back of the bird, Lao Fang patted Fei Gu, who immediately understood the command and soared into the sky. Brother Fang, are you a beast master? Sitting atop Fei Gu, Ling curiously stroked the glossy metal feathers. You know about beast masters? Yes, I heard about them while working before. As the night breeze blew, Ling's face lit up with delight. Oh, this big black bird seems to know where I live. Ling suddenly realized she didn't need to provide an address. The black owl was aware of the route. Gazing up at Lao Fang thoughtfully, her small hands clutched tighter around him. Thank you, brother. Without requiring further explanation. She had already grasped the situation. Gently ruffling her smooth little head, Lao Fang remained silent. Even though they did not fly swiftly, in just 6 or 7 minutes, Fei Gu finally landed on a hillside outside the city. This is your home. Staring at the dilapidated shack before him, Lao Fang was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Ling kept her head down, nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothing, revealing her anxiety and trepidation. Lao Fang instructed Fei Gu to wander further away before carrying Ling into the small house. He wanted to keep Fei Gu at a distance to prevent it from accidentally causing damage while playing outside. Upon entering the house, Lao Fang felt an even heavier weight in his heart. The decaying, damp wooden structure had cobwebs hanging from the beams. Inside, apart from a necessary hearth, bed, wardrobe, and wash basin, there was hardly any other furniture. Various small wooden boards had been nailed to the walls, likely due to Ling's height and lack of strength. Only able to patch the holes with such makeshift materials. The roof was uneven, and in some areas, wooden basins were placed to catch rainwater, preventing leaks during storms. It was nearly a bare-bones existence. To speak frankly, even a dog would likely refuse to live here. At least a doghouse wouldn't have such drafty conditions. Lao Fang felt a lump in his throat and turned away to take a deep breath. With age, he had grown more sensitive to the suffering of others. Particularly when he saw Ling cheerfully boiling water to serve herself, the brightness in her eyes made Lao Fang's heart ache profoundly. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Brother, have some tea. This is from my own harvest. Perhaps due to the prolonged absence of guests at home. Ling's face was adorned with a radiant smile, and she was utterly delighted. The tea was bitter, yet had a sweet aftertaste. At that moment, Fang Tianyan noticed a small photo frame beside the pillow on the bed. The picture depicted a kind-looking elderly woman with Ling. Lao Fang recognized this to be Ling's late grandmother. He understood that Ling was an orphan, a fact that he and Leijana had only recently discovered. However, he was taken aback by the state of Ling's living environment. She must have earned quite a bit over the past 2 months. Yet how could she have managed to bring the furniture from the city? After a moment of contemplation, Fang Tianyan found himself puzzled. Given the small girl's strength, it was implausible for her to transport the furniture alone. Hiring help for such a long distance would likely cost enough to purchase an entirely new set of furniture, a luxury she would surely hesitate to spend. Nevertheless, some small items clearly bore the marks of being newly replaced, such as the bowls and chopsticks used for meals, the cups for drinking, and the bedding. Just then, Ling suddenly stood up. Due to the medication on her foot, she could only slowly make her way to the door. What's wrong? Lao Fang hurriedly followed her outside. Xiao Jin, didn't he come for dinner? Ling pointed at a large basin filled with assorted food. Xiao Jin. That's a big cat I rescued while picking fruits in the mountains 2 weeks ago. Although it looks a bit peculiar and has a feisty temperament, it has a hearty appetite. A big cat. Why didn't you tell me sooner? What does it look like? Upon hearing Ling's words, Fang Tianyan was startled and immediately began to inquire in detail. The cat that appeared in the mountains was likely a battle beast, and if it had a fierce temperament, Ling could be in danger, which caused him some anxiety. Don't worry, Brother Fang. Xiao Jin means no harm to me. It comes to eat every day and occasionally brings me some fruits from the mountains. Ling seemed to understand Fang Tianyan's concerns and quickly reassured him. Although Lao Fang felt somewhat relieved, he maintained a cautious demeanor. After all, that was a battle beast, inherently wild and fraught with risk, and it was not something to take lightly. As for why Xiao Jin had not come for meals at a specific time, Fang Tianyan had an inkling. With Fei Gu nearby, would it dare to approach? Just then, a gust of wind swept in from behind. Damn, it really dares to come. In Chapter 47, Ling's new home, Lao Fang's remarkable awareness led him to crouch down as an agile figure leapt gracefully over him, landing right in front of Ling. Just as Fang Tianyan intended to rush over, he noticed the creature had turned its back to Ling, facing him instead, with its back arched, baring its teeth, growling lowly, exuding a menacing demeanor. In an instant, Lao Fang clearly discerned the being's form. It was a golden-haired, nearly 2-meter-long cat. Its most distinctive feature was a pair of upright, elongated triangular ears, adorned with tufts of fur resembling antennae, which were strikingly lively and beautiful. Its physique bore a resemblance to that of a leopard, long and elegant, yet muscular and powerful. It was classified as a lower-tier, wild beast of the feline family, the Jinyang Shou. Observing this remarkably handsome large cat, shielding Ling behind it, Lao Fang momentarily regained his composure. No wonder it could evade Fei Gu's surveillance. Those large ears could detect sounds from kilometers away, likely hiding well before Fei Gu even landed. Xiao Jin, stop. Upon seeing the movements of the Jinyang Shou, Ling momentarily disregarded the pain in her ankle, hurriedly standing up and positioning herself in front of the cat with her arms outstretched. Watching Ling's protective stance, Lao Fang felt a warmth in his heart and smiled, saying, "It's all right. This Jinyang Shou wants to protect you. It may perceive me as a threat." Ling's intervention visibly surprised the Jinyang Shou, softening its fierce demeanor. Fang Tianyan raised his hand, summoning Xiaoqing. The moment Xiaoqing appeared, Ling was momentarily taken aback, while the Jinyang Shou took a couple of steps back, emitting a low rumble of apprehension. "Xiaoqing, help it to calm down." Following the command, Xiaoqing brandished a rose in hand, prepared to crack the whip, but Lao Fang swiftly intervened. "Stop. What are you doing? Didn't you say to help it calm down?" Lao Fang was both exasperated and amused. "I meant for you to communicate with it, not to physically subdue it. Have you become addicted to fighting lately?" Xiaoqing rolled its eyes at its master, sheathed the rose, and began to communicate telepathically with Xiao Jin. With Xiaoqing as a translator, their conversation soon eased the Jinyang Shou's tension considerably. However, it still exhibited caution towards everyone except Ling. Lao Fang did not mind. Building trust with a pet requires time, especially with a wild battle beast. Observing the docile Jinyang Shou being playfully handled by Ling, Fang Tianyan marveled at her kindness and strength. Not only was she endearing to people, but also to beasts. As Ling played with Xiao Jin indoors, Lao Fang took a stroll around the vicinity, thoroughly inspecting the mountain where Ling resided. He began to solidify some ideas in his mind. Before long, Fei Gu returned, carrying a vine-woven basket filled with an assortment of unique mountain fruits. Shuffling over with a comical gait, the plump Fei Gu approached Ling and placed the basket at her feet. Seizing the moment when Ling smiled in gratitude, Fei Gu slyly flapped its wings, inadvertently sending the unsuspecting Jinyang Shou tumbling into a nearby thicket. This amusing scene instantly brought a smile to Lao Fang's face. If a Hao was drifting further away on the path of a tyrant, then Fei Gu was the quintessential mischievous rascal. This ground-dwelling chicken was never short of crafty ideas. When Xiao Jin returned, still dazed from the unexpected flight, Fei Gu had already perched on a tree trunk, hanging upside down, leaving the bewildered Xiao Jin clueless about what had just transpired. Given Ling's ankle injury, Lao Fang insisted she rest at home for a few days and refrain from working. Upon witnessing her living conditions, he initially considered bringing her back with him. But reflecting on the girl's stubbornness and his own plans, he decided against it. Moreover, with the presence of the Jinyang show, safety was less of a concern for the time being. With a mix of emotions, he returned to the city. Early the next morning, Lao Fang took Lei Jiana to the market to procure various furniture and supplies. By noon, in the excitement of Ling's gaze, the two returned to the little wooden house. Lei Jiana, visiting for the first time, was taken aback by the living conditions, nearly brought to tears as she struggled to contain her emotions. After unpacking the purchased ingredients, Lao Fang took to the kitchen himself, and after a delightful meal, he released his 3 battle companions. Xiao Jin was instantly terrified and lay flat on the ground, too frightened to make a sound. Xiao Qing, you go farm. Here are the seeds, and I've already planned the vegetable patch behind. Ahau, you chop wood. I need timber. Fei Gu, you keep watch and check if anyone is lurking nearby. Ling looked at Fang Tianyan issuing commands, her bright eyes filled with confusion. Sister Nana, what is going on? Your brother Fang couldn't sleep a wink last night after returning home and took me out early this morning to buy materials. We plan to renovate your place. Ling's delicate face flushed with excitement, a blend of gratitude and a tinge of guilt as she expressed her thanks. Thank you, Sister Nana and Brother Fang. Observing the flustered little one, Lei Jiana affectionately patted her small head. Throughout the afternoon, everyone busied themselves with various tasks. Xiao Qing diligently improved the soil and nurtured the seeds in the fields meticulously planned by old Fang, demonstrating an exceptional prowess in agriculture. Meanwhile, in the forest, the sound of heavy footsteps resonated, accompanied by the swish of blades, as trees fell in clusters. Ahau, a martial enthusiast, remained committed to his training even while working. Though Ling felt a pang of reluctance, she ultimately nodded in agreement to demolish and clear the dilapidated house. As everyone understood that the crumbling structure could not withstand the test of time, Old Fang and Lei Jiana began to process the timber felled by Ahau, embarking on the reconstruction of a new abode. Despite her foot injury, Ling busily engaged in tasks within her capabilities. The reconstruction of their home brought her immense joy, her smile radiant. Through their collective efforts, by evening, a new, luxurious wooden house stood proudly once again. They painted and polished it, moved in an array of newly purchased furniture, and allowed Xiao Qing to adorn it with flowers and vines. The 2 fields behind were also enclosed with a roof and fence. Gazing at the enchanting little house before him, Old Fang felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction and comfort swell within him. Ling stood quietly in place, yet her eyes sparkled with tears of joy, revealing the excitement in her heart. Ling, I've added 2 more beds and created some partitions inside. In the future, Sister Nana and I will come to visit you during our leisure time. Consider today's labor and material costs as payment for our future meals and lodging here. So there is no need for you to feel embarrassed or keep thanking us. Haha. Lao Fang felt a weight on his leg, and upon glancing down, he discovered a small figure clinging tightly to his thigh. The embrace was fervent, almost fervid. Looking up, he beheld the lovely and gentle visage of Ling, her eyes glistening with tears, smiling radiantly. That pure and healing smile elicited an involuntary grin from Lao Fang, reminiscent of a child's innocence. Lei Jiana, too, was entranced. It was the first time she witnessed her master smile with such unadulterated purity and naivety. This inexplicable warmth stirred within the robust woman an overwhelming urge to weep. Brother Fang, Sister Nana, this will forever be our home. Chapter 48. We are professionals. The mountain breeze, the bright moon, the fireworks, and the delectable cuisine. It was a delightful night, one of enjoyment and warmth. The following day, after advising Ling to rest well at home, Lao Fang, accompanied by Lei Jiana, returned once more to Huangming City. Though the port was pleasant, their goal, having replenished their supplies, remained the vast starry sea. My name is Henry, a minor leader within the Viper Gang. There is no such thing as studying. I made my debut at 17, having roamed the streets, hidden in the alleys, and spent 3 years in various circles to attain my current modest rank. Although I am still far from the upper echelons of the Huaxiang district headquarters, I manage a small group of over a dozen followers, collecting debts, intimidating the young, or occasionally rallying my subordinates to assert dominance over some unscrupulous enterprises has made for a somewhat adequate existence. However, recently a significant opportunity arose. A certain delinquent from Zhanhua Academy contacted me, claiming that a wealthy heir was willing to pay handsomely for our assistance in teaching a lesson to a fellow student. This type of job, low in cost and high in efficiency, was one I was all too familiar with, and I had every reason to accept. The target was a 16-year-old youth named Fang Tianyan, distinguished by his black hair and eyes. It was said he attended only half a day's classes and possessed half the swagger I once had. After several days of surveillance at the school gate, we finally confirmed our target. He was quite tall and appeared robust, reputed to be a beastmaster. Ultimately, what could he accomplish? A novice beastmaster. Who could he possibly intimidate? However, Being cautious, I refrained from acting immediately. Instead, I observed for several days, discreetly ascertaining the location of my target. Good gracious, a villa in a prestigious school district. Indeed, a person of considerable wealth. It infuriates me, these privileged second-generation rich, starting the race with a 10,000-meter lead. Thus, I resolved not only to exploit him, but to do so thoroughly. To my knowledge, this individual employed a mere child laborer within his grand estate. What a sordid face of capitalism. Even in our underworld, there are age restrictions for initiation. Yet, this circumstance plays to our advantage, facilitating the execution of our plan. One afternoon, as the sky darkened, hinting at an impending thunderstorm, the vicinity of the mansion was nearly devoid of pedestrians. The man fortuitously had stepped out. An opportunity had arisen. I led my subordinates, expertly donning long socks, weapons secured at our waists. We scaled the wall and entered the premises. Our approach was to steal first, then extort. I could not claim proficiency, but I maneuvered with ease. I was already envisioning which nightclub to indulge in with my brothers that evening. Suddenly, a tall, stunning mixed-race maid, unaware of her peril, obstructed our path. We laughed, and she too smiled. However, our amusement was short-lived. The two frontline subordinates were sent flying in an instant. The tremendous shriek momentarily transported me to a slaughterhouse at 5 in the morning. Upon landing, they foamed at the mouth, rolled their eyes, their legs tightly shut, clutching their groins, convulsing as if struck by electricity. A kick to that area sent one soaring through the air. At that moment, I must confess, although I was the leader, my legs trembled ever so slightly. The ferocity of her attack had diminished our morale by at least 30%. Yet, she remained merely a maid. Though possessing some martial skills, what did it matter? We were numerous and equipped with weapons, professionals in our field. Bang! Crack! In less than 10 seconds, the maid stood before me, gazing down with an air of authority. Behind her, my subordinates lay incapacitated, unable to rise again. I must confess that the uncomfortable dampness on my trousers caused a moment of hesitation. For the first time, I realized that human joints can be illustrated geometrically. I discovered that a knife lacks the solidity of a fist, and within a 5-meter range, a firearm is both slow and inaccurate. I learned that a maid who cannot fight does not make for an effective security guard. I came to the unsettling conclusion that perhaps I should surrender voluntarily and admit my wrongs. This may afford me the chance to preserve my limbs and walk normally. Are you their leader? Yes, no, not at all. You possess but a singular opportunity. Who has compelled you to commit murder? Should you refuse to answer or provide an incorrect response, I shall shatter your essence. You have but 3 seconds to respond. 1. Zhanhua College's first-year Beastmaster training class. Barobuk. Without a moment's hesitation, I made a decisive choice, for there is only one opportunity. I cannot afford to gamble. Bang! A sudden sharp pain shot through my nose, and darkness engulfed my vision, leaving me utterly oblivious to my surroundings. Turning around, I beheld a sea of lamenting souls, while Illegitimate apathetically clapped her hands. Promptly, Long Yang reported the unfolding situation to Lao Fang via her mobile device. Understood, came the response. After receiving the directive, she ended the call and dialed the security bureau. As night fell, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour. Barrow, as per his usual routine, prepared to revel in the bar's ambience. He, along with Haley and a few other miscreants, were frequent patrons of the establishment. The mere thought of Haley ignited a fervor within him, accompanied by an undercurrent of dissatisfaction. He pondered the task entrusted to him by the goddess, uncertain of how well that scoundrel Henry had fared in its execution. It had been nearly 10 days. Perhaps he would find a moment that evening to make a call and urge him along. At that moment, Barrow arrived at a secluded intersection, nearly deserted due to the relentless rain. As he passed through the blind spot of a surveillance camera, a sleek black luxury sedan screeched to a halt beside him. Before he could react, a precise chop from a figure leaping out of the car rendered him unconscious. The assailant tossed him into the vehicle, and Lao Fang sped away into the stormy night. Amid the bumpy journey, Barrow gradually regained consciousness. Who are you? This is kidnapping. Let me go? You're finished. Barrow shouted in anger, realizing he was tightly bound and unable to move. Stop yelling. We are en route to the security bureau. You might want to contemplate how to select a more comfortable prison cell, a mocking voice replied. Upon hearing this taunt and catching a glimpse of the familiar face in the rearview mirror, Barrow was taken aback. What's happening? What do you intend to do? His expression and tone were awkward and stammering, revealing his inner turmoil. TSK, hiring a hitman. How many years do you think that merits? Well, at least you won't have to attend school anymore. What are you talking about? Hiring a hitman? What do you mean? Barrow's face paled, panic setting in. Henry, right? This afternoon, armed with firearms and blades, they trespassed into my residence, and they have all been apprehended. You, however, have been implicated. Hiring a hitman. TSK, Barrow. We aren't well acquainted, nor have I wronged you, have I? That's slander. This is blatant fabrication. Fang, you must believe me. Just as you said, we have no grievances. No enmity. Why would I hire someone to kill you? It's illogical. Lao Fang internally chuckled at Barrow's desperate attempts to justify himself. Still trying to argue, are we? Let us see how long you can hold out. You should explain yourself to the Security Bureau. After all, it's Henry who is accusing you. My lawyer is already on the way. This matter won't be resolved until the real culprit is uncovered. If you honestly reveal the truth, I might consider not pursuing your culpability. After all, we have no enmity, and I believe you must have your reasons. Lao Fang's apparent understanding momentarily silenced Barrow, his expression shifting to one of hesitation and conflict. What you choose not to say is of little consequence. I have a good idea of who it is. The only one in our class with whom I've had significant conflict is Hailey, correct? Upon hearing this, Barrow deflated like a punctured balloon. Yes, it was Hailey. Chapter 49, a heavy burden. Lao Fang's astute observation struck Barrow hard. There was no other person Lao Fang had offended significantly, and after considering all possibilities, Hailey was indeed the most likely candidate. Brother Fang, you are truly remarkable. You guessed it correctly. This matter is largely unconnected to me. It was Hailey who asked me to find someone to deal with you. Furthermore, we only asked Henry and his group to teach you a lesson. Who could have anticipated they would resort to knives and guns? Please, Brother Fang. This was never our intention. Still lying, are we? Henry has already confessed, stating that you hired a hitman to eliminate me. And you still wish to argue? Speak. Was it Hailey who instructed you to send someone to kill me? The sudden outburst shattered Barrow's composure, causing his heart to race. Gazing into the rearview mirror at Lao Fang's grim countenance, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. No, it wasn't us. We didn't hire anyone. Oh, I see. So, Hailey instructed you to teach me a lesson, and you, driven by some wrongful notion, sought to eliminate me. Is that correct? I understand now. You are the mastermind. That's a false accusation. Brother Fang, you must believe me. It wasn't me. I couldn't possibly have the courage to do that. It must have been Henry and his group who acted on their own. With the weight of such an accusation thrust upon him, Barrow scrambled to explain desperately. It seems you still don't grasp the gravity of the situation. Henry's gang members entered my private residence armed with knives and guns. Do you comprehend the severity of that crime? They are now claiming you hired a hitman. Do you understand what you are facing? Let me remind you that I have surveillance footage. You claim Hailey merely asked you to hire someone to teach me a lesson, but in truth, it amounts to attempted murder. It seems for this woman, you are willing to take all the blame. TSK, such a promising youth. Yet it appears you will squander it behind bars. Lao Fang's words fell upon Barrow like heavy blows, nearly suffocating him. The terms surveillance, attempted murder, and hiring a hitman echoed in his mind, causing a buzzing sensation. No, he must not bear this immense burden alone. Though Barrow possessed the traits of an obsequious sycophant, his selfish nature prevented him from acting selflessly. It was indeed true that he had intended for Henry to teach Fang a lesson. But the reality of the charges against him was that of attempted murder. He had substantial financial dealings with Henry, and if Henry turned on him, he would not escape culpability. That insufferable man. He merely needed to teach a lesson, yet things had escalated to this extent. Armed intrusions into private residences. According to the laws of the AOZXN Federation, allow homeowners to use lethal force against intruders without consequence. Now, as they claimed, the charge was attempted murder. A serious accusation from which he could not extricate himself. It felt like a mess of yellow mud in his trousers, neither pleasant nor easily dismissed. He understood that every word and action was being recorded, and Barrow knew he had to force himself to remain calm. Otherwise, any further erratic statements could seal his fate. It was Hailey. She hired a hitman to kill me. Brother Fang, you must understand, Hailey harbored resentment towards you due to your prior conflict, prompting her to seek my assistance in eliminating you. The words kill you were nearly bitten out through clenched teeth, his resolve hardening. In light of the heavy accusations of hiring a hitman now resting upon him, he could not allow himself to shoulder the blame alone. Defending Hailey would only complicate matters further. Dragging her down would serve his best interests. Upon hearing Barrow's confession, Lao Fang's lips curled into a secretive smirk. This was precisely the outcome he desired. However, Lao Fang was not averse to squeezing a little more from the situation. Oh dear, please refrain from tarnishing Miss Hailey's reputation. She is a refined young lady from a wealthy family. How could she possibly hire someone to kill me? You must have misunderstood her intentions and acted on your own. A good girl. She frequents bars, dances, smokes, drinks, and is well-versed in bullying. Having changed boyfriends a dozen times within a year, all due to her family's wealth and influence. Otherwise, she would have been sold off long ago. Brother Fang, you had conflicts with her during training. Thus, she harbors resentment and has the motive to commit this crime. She even transferred a significant sum to me for this purpose, and I can provide relevant records and evidence. Barrow was resolute. If he was to expose the truth, he would do so thoroughly. Amidst the intense friction, the car finally halted at the entrance of the security bureau. Ding ding. In the midst of the stormy night, who could it be? Awakened by the doorbell, the servant hastily donned his coat and moved to the monitor. A group of sharply dressed individuals, holding umbrellas, stood solemnly, their expressions serious. May I inquire who you are and the purpose of your visit? I am Chief Inspector Liu Xian of the Security Bureau, and we have a case involving Hailey Ward, suspected of instigating criminal activity. We need to take her in for questioning, so please open the door promptly. All right, I understand. Please hold on a moment. The servant, startled, hurried to inform the master. Before long, the entire Ward residence was illuminated. Bowen stormed upstairs in a fit of rage, kicking open the door and shouting inside. Hailey, what on earth have you done this time? Yet, beneath the intensity of his voice, there was no response. Bowen turned on the light, revealing Hailey sprawled on the bed, drenched and reeking of alcohol, still in her clothes. Lost in a deep slumber, it was evident that she had spent the entire night reveling and had just returned, thoroughly intoxicated. Bowen, already seething with anger, was pushed to the brink and, in a fit of rage, seized the fish tank from the nearby table and splashed its contents over her. The cold, fishy water jolted Hailey awake. Are you insane? What are you doing? As she noticed the lively goldfish flopping on the bed, realization dawned on her. But she paid no heed to her father's furious expression and shouted back, "What have you done outside? Why are the agents from the Security Bureau here to arrest you?" The Security Bureau? I haven't done anything. I was just drinking and dancing with friends. Is that a crime? Bowen's frustration intensified as he witnessed his daughter's nonchalant demeanor. He felt an overwhelming urge to hurl the fish tank at her. Bowen, what are you doing? Put the fish tank down. Hailey is a beastmaster. Can you bear the consequences if she gets hurt? Another woman rushed in, panting, glaring at Bowen and shielding Hailey behind her. You spoil her. Look at how arrogant and rebellious she has become. The chief inspector from the Security Bureau has come personally to take her away. And what of it? Hailey is still a child. How much trouble could she possibly be in? Besides, we have plenty of money. As the head of the family, if you cannot handle this trivial matter, I will take Hailey back to my parents' house. Chapter 50. Not necessarily bad, but certainly foolish. Bowen's head throbbed at her words. His wife had indulged their daughter far too much since childhood, forbidding any form of discipline. Since Hailey became a beastmaster, her behavior had only worsened, and she was now associating with a rough crowd. The fact that the chief inspector from the Security Bureau had come to their home at such an hour was no trivial matter. Ugh, wash your face and come downstairs. Sighing in resignation, Bowen descended the stairs first. Inspector Liu, I apologize for the delay. I was asleep and did not hear you knock. Please forgive me. Mr. Bowen, your family is quite esteemed and busy with affairs. We understand, but we need your daughter, Miss Hailey, to assist us with an investigation. What has Hailey done? I hope Inspector Liu will enlighten us. Seeing Bowen's bewildered expression, Liu Xian responded gravely. She is suspected of conspiracy to commit murder. The criminal gang has already been apprehended, and the evidence against her is substantial. Bowen felt as if struck by lightning, his vision blurred, nearly causing him to stumble. At that moment, Hailey and her mother descended the stairs. You. Bowen's face flushed crimson, his finger trembling as he pointed at Hailey. Yet, Hailey seemed oblivious to his fury, instead expressing her annoyance. What are you all doing here? This is my home. Leave now, or I'll sue you for trespassing. The young lady's ire was palpable as she confronted the agents. Exactly. What do you want at this hour? You already took my daughter last time. Are you here to harass us for money? Liu Xian frowned, glancing at the exasperated Bowen, then at his wife and daughter, bewildered by the family's dynamics. This is an arrest warrant, Miss Hailey. Someone has accused you of hiring a hitman, and the gang involved has been detained. Please cooperate with us. What? Are you serious? Hailey was taken aback, the gravity of the accusation leaving her stunned. You're mistaken. I did not hire anyone to kill. The suspect has confessed, and the evidence points to you. You must come with us for clarification. Liu Xian had witnessed such scenes countless times. No, stop. I did not hire anyone. Why should I go with you? Hailey retreated 2 steps, her face a mask of anger and defiance, showing signs of petulance. What do you intend to do? Do you wish to use force? My daughter has declared her innocence. Do you not understand her words? If you dare to act, I will. Let me remind you, resisting arrest is a serious offense and will only escalate matters. Liu Xian bluntly interjected, issuing a clear warning. As Bowen sensed his wife was about to escalate the situation, he took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. He stepped forward and whispered, "If you continue to cause a scene, it will benefit no one. The warrant has been issued. They must take her regardless. We cannot resolve this with chaos. Let her go with them, and we will follow to understand what is truly happening. Do not exacerbate the situation further. Bowen's words managed to calm his wife slightly. She glared at the agents, then instructed her daughter, "Darling, go with them for now. Your father and I will be right behind you. I want to see who dares to tarnish your name." Seeing her mother relent, Haley, still fuming, kicked the wall in frustration before reluctantly following the security agents. By the time they arrived at the security bureau, it was nearly 4 in the morning, and Mr. Fang was blissfully asleep at home. Meanwhile, Haley's family was beginning to grasp the full scope of the incident. This is surveillance footage provided by the victim's family, clearly documenting the intrusions by Henry and his accomplices, armed with firearms and blades. This video testimony was recorded while Barrow was being transported to the victim's custody. He pointed out that all the conspiracy to hire a hitman was orchestrated by Miss Haley as an act of revenge. Watching the 2 segments of video, Haley's face turned crimson with rage, yet she defiantly crossed her arms, arguing, "This is a frame-up, an outright slander. I had nothing to do with this. Is that so? Then can Miss Haley explain why you transferred 1 million star coins to Barrow's account last Wednesday? The money is mine. I can transfer it to whomever I choose. That is my personal freedom," Haley retorted without a hint of concern. Upon hearing this, not only did Liu Xian scoff in disbelief, but even Bowen, listening from the observation room, could not bear to watch. Whether she was good or bad was beside the point. Her foolishness was undeniable. In the face of Haley's obstinacy and unreasonable behavior, Liu Xian produced a recording device, from which emerged the conversation between Haley and Barrow. "Barrow, you mentioned you have many friends in the underworld. Can you handle that guy named Fang?" "Absolutely. Just give me 1 million, and I'll deal with Fang for you." "All right. I'll transfer it to you tomorrow. Once the matter is settled, I'll give you a bonus as a reward." After the recording concluded, Liu Xian fixed his gaze on Haley, asking, at this juncture, "Do you have anything else to say?" "Uft. So what? I merely asked Barrow to teach him a lesson. What's the big deal?" Haley remained unfazed, her expression nonchalant. "Oh, a lesson? Does teaching someone necessitate a dozen individuals armed with guns and blades invading their home? Does it require spending 1 million star coins?" Liu Xian found it utterly ridiculous. 1 million is not a lot. You simply cannot afford it. As for the armed invasion, that was a decision made by those gang members themselves. It has nothing to do with me. Are you finished? What time is it? I got home at 1 last night, and am exhausted. Hurry up and let me go home. Haley's face displayed her disdain and impatience. "I apologized, Miss Haley, but it seems you will not be able to return. I hereby announce, Miss Haley, that you shall be charged with inciting others to commit murder and attempted extortion, with ample evidence and witnesses against you. You have the right to remain silent, yet anything you say may be used against you in court." Upon finishing his statement, Liu Xian opened another door in the interrogation room, and 2 guards rushed in, unceremoniously handcuffing Haley and escorting her down the corridor. "What are you doing? How dare you treat me so roughly? Let go of me. Mom, help me." Chapter 51, A Mess of Feathers. The commotion caused by Madame Bowen was quickly subdued by a nearby guard. As Liu Xian exited the interrogation room, Bowen hastily approached him. "Officer Liu, my daughter has been spoiled and has many faults. If she has offended you, I hope you will not take it to heart." Observing Bowen's courteous demeanor, Liu Xian couldn't help but marvel. Is this truly a father-daughter duo? The disparity is astounding. With all due respect, the conduct your daughter displayed during the interrogation was far from commendable. This statement left Bowen blushing with shame. A lack of proper upbringing is indeed the father's fault. Haley's disgrace brings him no honor. "Officer Liu, you are correct. I will certainly discipline my daughter upon her return and will arrange a banquet to express my apologies." "There is no need for apologies. It would be prudent for you to hire a competent lawyer to minimize her sentence." Liu Xian's words tightened Bowen's chest with anxiety. "Officer Liu, the video testimony made by Barlow in the car clearly exaggerates the charges against him and attempts to mislead. This matter requires further consideration." It was evident to Bowen, an elite in his field, that old Fang's methods during the private interrogation of Barlow were not particularly subtle. Not only Bowen, but even Liu Xian sensed the ulterior motives in Fang Tianyan's words. Yet, what does it matter? What you say is inconsequential. Firstly, Fang Tianyan did not employ any illicit tactics during the private interrogation of Barlow, and the testimony obtained is valid. Furthermore, upon returning to the station, Barlow's recounting bore no discrepancies. Secondly, while Henry accuses Barlow, and Barlow accuses your daughter, both can provide substantial evidence, whereas Haley lacks sufficient proof to exonerate herself. Moreover, her statements during the interrogation nearly amounted to a tacit admission of guilt. Compared to the victim Fang Tianyan, Haley left Liu Xian with hardly a favorable impression. "Officer Liu, while Haley may be willful and disobedient, she harbors no malicious intent. Perhaps, as she claimed, she only wished to teach that student named Fang a minor lesson. Do you have evidence?" The simplicity of those 4 words left Bowen momentarily speechless. Henry's armed intrusion can indeed be charged as attempted murder and extortion. The nature of the offense is already established, and Barlow's recordings, along with the substantial sum of 1 million, make the notion of a mere lesson difficult to substantiate. Barlow's recording was indeed an unexpected stroke of fortune. It appears he had been cautious. Words like settle and handle, while somewhat ambiguous, certainly do not align with the notion of merely teaching someone a lesson. Moreover, the idea of teaching someone a lesson for $1 million is perplexing to the average citizen and even more so to the masses, who might think it insufficient. Alas, foolishness. Bowen shot a glare at his weeping wife nearby. Without this indulgent mother, Haley would not have developed into the person she is today. Officer Liu, I wish to meet that young man named Fang. Please provide me with his address, as I intend to pay him a visit. To untie the knot, one must tie it. Regardless of the circumstances, Bowen was determined to make an effort for his daughter. Residential addresses are private information, and I cannot disclose them casually. However, you may wait for him to arrive in the morning, which is only a few hours away. Also, you would do well to manage your wife's emotions. We cannot afford any further outbursts, as there are cameras everywhere. With that, Liu Xian departed, leading his subordinates away. Bowen sat in a nearby chair, helplessly covering his forehead in contemplation. If you continue to cause a scene, I will have you taken directly inside. This is not our home, and such antics are intolerable. Furthermore, if you wish to prevent Haley from spending the next several years in a cell, you must keep quiet. Seeing his wife poised to escalate her emotional outburst, Bowen's irritation flared, prompting him to preempt her. Why are you being so fierce? Do not think I am unaware of your misdeeds outside. I tell you, as long as I am in this house, that vixen has no hope of entering. You have an illegitimate child outside, and now you do not want your daughter? Bowen, let me make it clear. She is my only daughter, and if anything happens to her, I will not let this go. With that, Bowen's wife stormed out in anger. Alas, Bowen sighed deeply. What a mess. Stretching contentedly, Fang Tianyan awoke precisely on time. The thunderstorm had passed, and the morning sun filtered through the curtains. It seemed some individuals had kept themselves awake throughout the night. As he spoke to himself, old Fang made his way downstairs to wash up and have breakfast. Would you like me to accompany you to the security bureau? No need. I expect Ling will arrive today. If you go, I fear your excitement may lead to violence, which would not be amusing. If it were up to me, I would seize that Haley and eliminate her. Then stuff her in a sack and toss her off Fengyuan Ridge. Wouldn't that resolve everything? Coughing, old Fang chuckled at the sight of Lei Jana animatedly illustrating her hypothetical plan with a spoon. You are consumed with thoughts of violence. After all this time, have you learned nothing? Indeed, while you handle the intricate details, I am better suited for more straightforward matters. The maid shot a playful wink at old Fang before focusing on her meal. In a civilized society, one must adhere to its rules. Neglecting them could lead to unfortunate consequences. I shall take my leave now. After finishing his meal, Fang Tianyan donned his coat and drove to the security bureau. Oh, Brother Fang, you are here quite early. Officer Liu, good morning. After a long night, I brought breakfast for everyone as a token of my appreciation. No need for formality. My friend. The two shook hands in greeting. Though they had only met the previous day, Liu Xian held a favorable impression of this mature, courteous young man. I must inform you that Haley's father has been waiting for you inside all night. Upon hearing this, Fang Tianyan smiled slightly, unfazed. Let us attend to business. Let us review the records for any necessary additions. Old Fang was fully aware of the purpose for which the other party sought him. Yet he had no intention of engaging in any transactions. This iron-barred tearful meal is a fate Haley must accept. Chapter 52, The Rise of a Strong Man. Just as old Fang settled in the office to complete the follow-up records, a somewhat weary middle-aged man entered from outside. You must be Fang Tianyan. I am Haley's father. Bowen, first and foremost, I owe you a sincere apology. As he observed the middle-aged man bowing slightly before him, old Fang initially failed to grasp the situation. He had assumed the man was a staff member. However, after a moment of dialogue, old Fang grew intrigued. This scenario diverged significantly from his expectations. Shouldn't Haley's father have entered with arrogance, attempting to coerce him through threats and inducements? Why was he here apologizing instead? The respectful demeanor of the man before him led old Fang to question whether he had mistakenly entered the wrong scene. You are Haley's father? Old Fang inquired, his skepticism evident. Indeed, although Haley is rather unruly, she harbors no ill intentions. I am aware that she has caused you considerable distress, and I am willing to offer appropriate compensation, pleading only for you to refrain from filing a case and to grant my daughter a chance for redemption. Please, have a seat. Let us converse further. To be candid, it feels somewhat awkward for an elder to engage in such courteous banter, considering the gravity of the situation. My disposition is rather straightforward. Should you choose to confront me directly, we shall see who breaks first. However, if you approach with gentleness, perhaps we may find common ground. May I inquire, are you truly Haile's father? It is not my intention to be rude, but the sincerity and politeness of the man before me starkly contrasts with the demeanor of the rebellious girl. Yes, indeed, my daughter, regrettably, has caused quite a stir, and I hope for your understanding. What a remarkable talent Haile possesses, forcing her own father to stand on equal footing with her peers. The rapid-fire response from Fang Tianyan has swiftly concluded the matter, leaving little room for the other party to recover. Admitting defeat was indeed the wisest course of action. To be honest, I had considered threats, accusations, and unreasonable demands, but I failed to foresee the current circumstances. It is not that I lack understanding. Your daughter incited gang members to invade my home with weapons. What would happen next? Would they arrive in tanks or aircraft? Young man, this was entirely an accident. Although Haile holds grudges, she never intended to harm you. The gang members likely acted with ulterior motives. However, since this incident originated from Haile, we bear an undeniable responsibility, and I am willing to make any amends necessary. Rest assured, Officer Liu is present, and I guarantee that if you grant her mercy this time, she will not trouble you again. I will ensure she is properly disciplined and personally apologizes to you. It is indeed peculiar that such a reliable father would have such an outrageous daughter. Is it true that a fierce father begets a wayward daughter? At that moment, the office door swung open violently, and a furious woman stormed inside. You are the one named Fang, correct? It was because of you that my daughter ended up in the safety bureau. I have yet to settle the score with you, and you dare to trouble my daughter? Even if she sent someone to bother you, she is merely a girl. Since you have not suffered any harm, why must you be so harsh and aggressive? What do you intend to achieve? Is it money you seek? How much do you desire? I have plenty. The three men in the office were left dumbfounded. Wiping the spittle from his face with a tissue, Fang Tianyan chuckled. Now, this aligns with logic. A peculiar mother breeds outrageous offspring. This feels right. Who let you in? Get out. Seeing the odd smile on the young man's face, Bowen's heart sank, and he quickly urged his wife to leave. Leave? Do you expect this coward to rescue my daughter? Bowing down to a younger generation, Bowen, you are regressing. The woman, hands on her hips, glared fiercely, embodying the spirit of a fierce debater. To be honest, Bowen's earlier sincere demeanor had almost swayed old Fang, making him consider granting Haile another chance. But now, what a shame. Just when the conversation was progressing well, this outburst, tut tut, I must applaud. Old Fang sarcastically gave a thumbs up to the lady. Mr. Bowen, it seems you are not in charge of your household. I now harbor doubts regarding the assurances you previously made. Thus, Fang Tianyan paused, then turned his gaze toward Liu Xian. Officer Liu, please file the case. Bowen glared angrily at his wife, his eyes crimson with fury. If not for her sudden appearance, there might have been a glimmer of hope. Now, it is utterly hopeless. Liu Xian glanced at the irate woman, exasperated, and nodded. This case will be prosecuted. Once filed, it cannot be mediated or withdrawn. You three may leave. As old Fang stood to depart, Bowen's wife had yet to fully react when guards burst in from outside and restrained her. Why on earth did you not stop her at the door? Bowen felt a surge of frustration. Brother Fang, wait. We can still try to negotiate. Mr. Bowen, if you wish to continue this discussion, please consult my lawyer, who should arrive in about half an hour. Furthermore, since you are not in charge, what business do you have discussing matters with me? This remark left Bowen momentarily stunned. Goodness, he was belittled by a younger man. Yet the ongoing commotion caused by his wife only intensified Bowen's anger, mingled with a sense of bitter resignation. It seemed he truly was not in charge. Otherwise, matters would not have escalated to this point. Bowen, how could you let him go? You coward. If Haile does not emerge, I will. A sudden slap interrupted her tirade, sending her words flying. Staggering from the force, she clutched her reddened face, staring blankly at Bowen. The shock left even the officer speechless. The chaos was not yet over. Bowen, his face twisted in rage, delivered another resounding slap to his wife. You are the one causing trouble. You are more a hindrance than a help. Our daughter is in this predicament because of your actions. Do you understand that you bear most of the blame? Why are there people outside? Don't you have any awareness of the situation? If you could offer me even a modicum of emotional support, would I have to resort to this? Damn it. Were it not for family obligations and pressure from elders, would I have ever married someone like you? Damn it. Each word punctuated by a slap. She was left wailing in agony. Chapter 53, Complete Control. Bowen had long been suppressing his frustration with his wife, managing to keep his composure until now. However, since yesterday's incident, he had been racking his brain for ways to rescue their daughter while simultaneously managing the chaos caused by his own family. It was utterly exhausting. Just as he saw a glimmer of hope, he was betrayed by his own. Old Fang's earlier remark about Bowen not being in charge had ignited a spark. pushing him beyond his limits. He transformed into a furious man, unleashing his wrath upon his wife. Liu Xian shot a glance, and the two officers who had prepared to intervene stood frozen in shock. As the woman's cries grew louder, signaling the potential for serious harm, Liu Xian hurriedly stepped in, pulling the increasingly irrational Bowen away. The woman, now too frightened to protest, huddled in a corner, her hair and clothes disheveled, her face resembling that of a pig's head, trembling in fear. Indeed, this was a situation beyond repair. It seemed that Bowen's fierce demeanor had truly frightened her. Regardless of the uproar in the office at that moment, old Fang had already driven away from the scene. Later that afternoon, a throng of reporters gathered outside the Safety Bureau and the Bo family residence. Simultaneously, several prominent media outlets in Huangming City reported the same sensational news. Shocking. The wealthy heiress hires thugs to harm a classmate. The Beast Master returns home, only to collapse at the sight of the chaos. The Beast Master returns home, only to find his daughter involved. Apologies, I mistakenly took the wrong document. Not only did they extensively cover the news of highly hiring gang members to commit violence, but they also disseminated related audio evidence across the internet. The incident has stirred considerable commotion, even drawing the attention of senior officials from the school and the Security Bureau. Observing the related reports on his phone, Liu Xian couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. That young man truly acted with decisive and ruthless swiftness. This maneuver has significantly intensified public scrutiny and increased pressure on the Security Bureau, compelling them to enforce the law impartially. The Ward family, who already faced limited opportunities, now find themselves essentially unable to recover from this predicament. Liu Xian was well aware of the events that transpired early that morning in the Barrow detention facility. But at this point, it hardly mattered. Fang Tianyan has firmly ensnared the Ward family. As for Haley, she is undoubtedly set to serve her time. A woman who has been coddled by a strong man usually finds herself in one of two situations. Either she decides to fight back fiercely, or, like Mrs. Bowen, she submits quietly under the weight of her partner's authority. Witnessing his wife's silence, Bowen felt a pang of regret, pondering why his warrior spirit had not awakened sooner. Had it done so earlier, perhaps she would not have caused such a ruckus at the Security Bureau a few days prior. If she had refrained from intervening, their daughter might have been spared from this turmoil. Alas, the more he thought about it, the more vexed he became. Meanwhile, Mrs. Bowen quietly shifted back, sensing her husband's displeasure. Master, there is someone outside delivering something addressed to you. At that moment, a servant entered, holding an envelope, which he handed to Bowen. Bowen inquired, eyeing the white envelope. What did the sender look like? He appeared to be a robust young man, with a black buzz cut and dark eyes. Before the servant could finish his explanation, Bowen snatched the envelope away and opened it. Inside was a disc. Without further ado, he hastily connected it to his computer. The disc contained 2 video clips. Come here, Bowen called his wife over to watch the videos with him, and she complied without hesitation. The first video revealed a conversation taking place inside a vehicle between Barrow and Fang Tianyan. Old Fang, this is private time. I want to propose a deal. Barrow, what kind of deal? Old Fang, I will transfer 2 million to your family's account. But there's only one condition. If the Ward family approaches you with a bribe to take all the blame, you must refuse. Taken aback, Barrow struggled to comprehend. Old Fang, don't you understand? The Ward family will likely approach you with offers, asking you to take the fall for them. My only request is that you remain impartial, do not accept any bribes, and record a video for me. After speaking, Old Fang tossed a button-sized military-grade camera to Barrow. Do we have an agreement? If so, I will transfer 2 million to your family's account right now, and in 3 years when you're released, I will send another 2 million. Given your family's financial situation, 4 million should suffice for a long time. If you refuse, don't worry, I have backup plans. You won't be able to take the blame, and I will ensure your imprisonment is extended to 10 years. At that point, you will have wasted your youth without any compensation. You are a clever man. You know how to choose wisely. The implications were clear and the stakes were high, prompting Barrow to quickly respond. I agree. I agree. It was obvious to anyone that accepting the blame would lead to a decade behind bars. And even if the Ward family offered millions, Barrow would not want to squander his youth in prison. But how do I deliver the recorded video to you? Old Fang handed Barrow a business card. Find this person to be your lawyer. Once you have recorded it, give it to him, and he will deliver it to me. After receiving the phone from Old Fang, Barrow fell silent for a moment before expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Fang. Let me be honest, we truly just should stop right there. You must understand 2 things. First, you have committed a wrongdoing, and second, you must face the corresponding consequences. No further discussion is necessary. Once Barrow finished communicating with his family, Fang Tianyan transferred the funds, concluding the first video. Bowen remained speechless after watching, contemplating the meticulous strategy the grasp of human psychology, and the sharp insight displayed by a mere 16-year-old. The composure and calmness throughout the process were characteristic of an experienced strategist. What a formidable young man. Following the failure of his private settlement with Fang Tianyan, bribing Barrow became Bowen's next strategy and his only chance. Upon returning that afternoon, he had been gathering information about Barrow, knowing this was his last opportunity to rescue his daughter, and he needed to tread carefully to strengthen his bargaining position. Unfortunately, news broke that very afternoon, rendering his plans futile. He had ultimately fallen behind the curve. Bowen now suspected that the media uproar was precisely the backup plan he had anticipated. It was a seamless and relentless chain of events, executed with precision and ferocity. Just then, as Bowen lamented the situation, he noticed his wife beside him, pale and trembling. "What's the matter? Are you unwell?" he asked with a hint of concern. Following the emotional outburst from a few days prior, he felt a twinge of guilt. "I'm fine," she replied, her voice betraying her distress. Bowen, though puzzled, refrained from probing further. However, upon clicking on the second video, his eyes widened in disbelief. The woman on the screen staring back at him was none other than his own wife. As he scrutinized her expression, which was filled with annoyance, Bowen felt his confusion deepen. "Why did you expose my daughter?" she demanded. "What is this nonsense? Haley made me do it. Why should I take the fall for her?" The voice was unmistakably Barrow's. "My daughter would never cause harm. It must be you. You orchestrated this, didn't you?" At this point, Bowen's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably as he cast a horrified glance at his wife. "Do you even know how to focus on the main issue? You went to such lengths to meet Barrow just to spout these absurdities? Do you understand the urgency of the situation? What are you even doing here? Where are the guards? Guards! Guards!" As Barrow began to shout, Mrs. Bowen panicked and quickly interjected. "Don't shout. Listen carefully. No matter what, you must take the blame. Once you're out, I'll give you 3 million. How about it?" Smack, smack, smack. This time, Bowen was not hitting anyone. He was forcefully slapping his own forehead, desperately suppressing his warrior spirit and avoiding glancing at the woman beside him. What sin had he committed to deserve such a celestial punishment? 4 million over 3 years. Half up front, 3 million over 10 years. Everyone knows how to choose. It was utterly ridiculous. "Are you openly bribing me?" "Yes, I am bribing you. Just tell me if you're willing to accept 3 million. It was evident that Mrs. Bowen was playing a conservative bidding game, starting with a low offer, expecting Barrow to negotiate upwards, ultimately reaching a mutually beneficial agreement. The elderly matriarch purchases groceries while women typically indulge in shopping for clothes. They remain blissfully unaware of the urgency of dire situations. Indeed, faced with such procrastination tactics, Barrow promptly activated the alarm button in the detention room, causing the entire detention area to be illuminated with flashing red lights and blaring sirens. Mrs. Bowen, in a state of panic, fled the scene. The video concludes here. Sigh. In recent days, Bowen has lost count of how many times he has sighed. He feels as though he has aged a decade over the past few days. While he contemplates strategies to enhance their odds, his wife has already taken matters into her own hands. The outcome of this battle has been determined in less than a day. The situation has been firmly grasped, leaving no room for escape. It can be said that their undergarments have been thoroughly exposed. At that moment, Bowen discovered a small note within the envelope, which read, "Take care of yourself." He chuckled, feeling a mix of admiration and melancholy, tinged with envy for the children of others. "My dear wife, please listen carefully to what I am about to say. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, but absolutely do not cause a scene. If you do, our marriage will come to an end." Upon hearing his words, the woman instinctively wanted to protest, but, recalling Bowen's murderous glare and the recent encounter with the righteous male fist, she suppressed her temper. Haley is likely to be sentenced to 3 to 5 years, but with some maneuvering and connections, she could be out in less than 2 years. "Are you suggesting that Haley should go to prison?" The woman's face displayed disbelief. "A brief stint in there may be beneficial, otherwise, she will truly be lost." Before his wife could speak further, Bowen continued, "Look at this boy who is also 16. Now observe our daughter. As a mother, don't you feel any pangs of conscience? Frankly speaking, the two of you combined couldn't match even a fraction of his abilities. If Haley were not our daughter, she might not even realize how she perishes. I genuinely envy others. If only Haley possessed half of that boy's talents, I would wake up laughing from my dreams. My dear, you must change your ways. You can no longer indulge her mindlessly. We are not invincible. We cannot protect our daughter forever." At this point, Bowen's tone turned almost pleading. Even if Haley escapes this incident, what about the next time? If she doesn't provoke someone with the surname Fang, she could easily cross paths with someone named Song or Wang. If her nature remains unchanged, she will inevitably face consequences. Do you understand what it means when they send a plate? They are showing mercy, keeping it within limits. If not for your bribery of Barrow with that video, You would be the one facing imprisonment now. Bowen felt a sense of lamentation within. The young man's methods and vision are truly astounding. It is not merely ruthless, but rather a balance of tact and intimidation. Bowen was unaware that if it were not for his rationality, Fang Tianyan would have already sent his wife to prison as well. It is a matter of either submission or fear. Sometimes one must adjust their approach based on the individual. I cannot comprehend why a grown man would fear a youth not yet 20. I am not afraid. I am a businessman. I adhere to reason. By your logic, should I hire a hitman to eliminate the opposition? Even if successful, what would be the gain? If I fail, the risks multiply. Hasn't Haley's lesson been sufficient? When will you learn to use your intellect to manage your emotions instead of allowing your emotions to control your mind? Remember, this matter ends here. I will hire the best lawyer for Haley. You need not involve yourself further. If you create any more complications, you can return to your family for good. Regardless of the chaos surrounding them, old Fang will continue his life, leaving everything to the lawyer to handle. The case progressed swiftly. Within a week, the verdict was delivered. Henry received 6 years, while Barrow and Haley were sentenced to 3 years each. No appeals were filed. It seems that Bowen truly is a sensible individual, though regrettably not in charge. Otherwise, matters would not have reached such a pass. This case could have easily dragged on for 6 months. However, the Ward family preferred a swift resolution, aiming for early release. Old Fang understood that his grievances with the Ward family had reached a conclusion. Following the conflict with Haley at the training grounds, Fang Tianyan spent some money to uncover the Ward family's background. They are a wealthy merchant family, yet lack significant positions within the system, resulting in weak connections. In plain terms, the Ward family does not possess the power to overturn the table or violate the rules of the game. So, what is there to hesitate about? Just proceed. On that morning after school, old Fang had just exited the classroom corridor when he spotted a familiar figure blocking his path. Oh, is that you, the class monitor? Do you seek my counsel? Chapter 55, The Class Monitor's Sniper, a skilled opponent approaches. Fang Tianyan was somewhat surprised to find that the one blocking his way was the enigmatic girl, Hesha. Haley has been sentenced to 3 years. I am aware. But given their family's financial resources, with some connections, she will likely be out in less than 2 years. Old Fang slightly bent down, maintaining eye contact as he teasingly remarked, So, you specifically sought me out for this matter? You have not attended classes for quite some time. Hesha replied unfazed. Yes, it has been nearly 3 months. Did the teacher send you? Old Fang's curiosity was piqued. He genuinely wanted to know what this girl wanted from him. For next week's district competition, which district will you register for? Observing Hesha's serious demeanor, Old Fang widened his eyes and feigned terror. Oh, the class monitor must intend to target me. Noticing Hesha's continued silence, Old Fang mused aloud. It seems the class monitor holds a strong opinion of me. Perhaps wishing to avenge your good friend Haley? Oh dear, the district competition features high-stakes battles. Will you allow me to participate? Admittedly, Old Fang's current demeanor was rather cheeky. Yet Hesha remained stoic, uttering not a single word. Well, never mind, lacking a sense of humor. Listen carefully. I will not register for an outside district. I will compete in this district, and you are welcome to target me at any time. Upon receiving his response, Hesha turned and walked away without hesitation. Hey, class monitor. At the sound of his call, Hesha paused. Don't blame me for not warning you. If you run into me unexpectedly, you might not even make it into the top 10 and miss out on qualifying for the city competition. Hesha glanced back, her gaze sharpened. Meanwhile, Fang maintained his typical nonchalant demeanor, exuding an air of carefree bravado. As he watched Hesha walk away without looking back, a smile of amusement crept onto his face. What initially seemed to be a mundane district competition now appeared to hold a hint of intrigue. In Huangming City, there are 12 districts, and when registering as a beastmaster, one is not limited to their residential district. They can choose freely. Some individuals, wishing to avoid familiar formidable opponents, opt to register in different districts, thus evading strong competition and enhancing their chances of advancement. For instance, upon learning which district Hesha would be in, several classmates hastily chose to sign up elsewhere. Registration opens 3 days prior to the competition, and as soon as the online registration window opened, Old Fang immediately registered to participate. However, regarding this district competition, Fang Tianyan was far more concerned about the upcoming match at the Night Queen Arena in 5 days. Lao Fang is currently on a remarkable streak of 14 consecutive victories. Just after he updated his battle schedule for 5 days later, within half an hour, challengers began to register. Initially, he paid little attention, but soon his phone buzzed incessantly with notifications. Out of curiosity, he opened his phone only to find that the audience group for a certain Yi Huangho had erupted in excitement. Messages were popping up almost every second. Wow. Did you see who is challenging the Son of Destiny? I just saw it. Unbelievable. This is too impressive. I might just skip my night shift for this. The Son of Destiny has been on fire lately, and now he's being targeted by the bounty butcher. This is going to be interesting. By the way, have you seen the betting odds? Hey, tone it down with the gambling talk. The combatants have just been matched, and it takes time for the odds to be evaluated. I conservatively estimate it to be at least 1/6. What is going on? I'm a bit confused. Just check the battle chart yourself. Explaining it too clearly takes away the fun. Upon hearing the term bounty butcher, Lao Fang's eyes lit up with excitement. He quickly opened the battle chart for 5 days later, scrolled to his section, and checked the challenger's information. Name, Xiaoan, age, 34. Rank, 18th in Minzhou. Battle pet configuration, mid-tier, dark type, undead class, Wu Tuan Mundle. Low tier, beast type, orc class, Huangyan Kaiwangxi, mutated. High tier, beast type, raptor class, Shuang Tianjiu. What a formidable lineup. The Kaiwangxi is even a mutated specimen. Typically, battle beasts with personal prefixes, like Huangyan or Bingfeng, are generally benign mutations. After all, malevolent mutations are not something one would want to flaunt. For instance, Lao Fang's own beast has the prefix Yushin Gua Wang Xiao. Although ranked 18th in the state-level competition, which does not place him in the top 10, he is still a significant contender, especially within the context of the underground arena, where he is considered a top-tier player. In adult groups, if he were in the youth category, ranking in the top 10 would likely be within reach. It has been mentioned before that in the underground arena, the more consecutive victories a player achieves, the higher the prize money. Some skilled players deliberately target those on winning streaks, allowing them to earn the maximum rewards with minimal matches, much like fattening a pig before slaughter. Such players are commonly referred to as bounty butchers by the audience. Lao Fang is from Donghua State, while Minzhou is located in the northern part of the AO Zexan Federation. Xiaoan's reach with his challenge is quite impressive. Alright then. After being ambushed by Hesha in the regional competition, and now being targeted while on a 14-match winning streak, this is bound to be entertaining. However, Lao Fang remains calm and even feels a surge of excitement. Competing against lower-tier players has lost its charm, and he hasn't yet had the opportunity to test his own battle pets. This is a rare chance to gauge his abilities, and Xiaoan serves as a perfect test stone. Monday is the day of the regional competition. When Lao Fang arrives at the venue, a considerable crowd has already gathered, primarily consisting of young individuals aged between 15 and 20. There are very few people over 20, typically in the youth category. Those aged 15 to 20 aim for the top 10 in regional competitions, while those aged 20 to 25 target the city-level top 10. And those between 25 and 30 aim for the state-level top 10. Meeting these standards is already commendable and deserving of the title genius. As for the national and world-level top 10s in the youth category, those are reserved for prodigious talents and extraordinary individuals. 99% of Battle Beast trainers have little to do with these two tiers. They simply stay at home, watching television as spectators, cheering in front of the screen. Many young trainers participating in the competition are quite nervous due to their inexperience, which is entirely normal. Lao Fang, on the other hand, is different. He sits comfortably on a stool, casually crossing his legs, munching on sunflower seeds without a care in the world. Next, number 30, Fang Tianyan. Oh, here it comes. Hearing his name called, Lao Fang swiftly approaches to collect his number and enters the arena. As it is only a regional competition, the venue is not very large, though it is about 2/3 the size of Yihuangho. The arena space is divided into 4 sections with magical barriers, allowing 4 matches to take place simultaneously to enhance selection efficiency. Official Battle Beast trainer rating events are akin to examinations, and spectators are not allowed inside the arena. Only participating competitors occupy the surrounding seats. Within the arena, there are judges, evaluators, and registration personnel. When someone's name is called, they step down to participate in the examination. If your name is not called, you simply sit among the spectators and watch others compete. At this moment, Lao Fang, with snacks and drinks in hand, lounges by the sidelines, enjoying the thrilling competitions below. A gaze, subtle yet piercing, occasionally sweeps in his direction. Lao Fang doesn't need to look to know who it is. Chapter 56, Rank? Average, I suppose. While the rated events do not allow spectators, they are typically broadcasted on television. However, unfortunately, regional events do not have coverage. The city of Huangming has 12 districts, but there is only one local television station. How could they possibly broadcast it? Would the screen be divided into 12 sections? Only at the city-level events does the television station provide full coverage. As for higher-level events, various major media outlets, including official channels and Battle Beast Trainer Association channels, participate, garnering national attention. Although these novice-level events lack television coverage, reporters are still present for interviews, as they need to prepare news reports, and highlight reels are essential. Initially, Lao Fang found the matches engaging, but after half an hour, he began to feel drowsy. The majority of the matches featured mid-tier beasts, with only one high-tier beast thus far, with a match of his own coming up in 2 days. It was indeed a challenge to stay alert. Number 42, Hesha, please proceed to Arena 3. Upon hearing this familiar name, Lao Fang finally perked up. When the massive form of the lava cannon toad emerged in the arena, it instantly captured the attention of the entire audience, eliciting gasps of astonishment. My goodness, the lava cannon toad? Are you joking? A low-tier monster, what are we supposed to do with that? If I had known, I would have registered for a different district. This is a complete mismatch. While there was envy, there was also genuine dismay. The appearance of a high-tier battle pet drew the attention of judges and evaluators, as its presence in a regional competition typically heralded an overwhelming performance. Hesha's opponent was a 17-year-old boy with a mid-tier battle pet, a little rock puppet. Essentially a 2-meter-tall stone figure that was only slightly tougher and had minimal earth-type spells. The intimidation factor of a high-tier battle beast had the boy trembling in fear. Meanwhile, a beautiful reporter was also excited, urging her colleagues to point the camera toward Arena 3. Begin. As the judge's voice fell, a vibrant, orange fire serpent shot forth, and with a loud crash, the little rock puppet was sent tumbling backward, its head gone. Most contestants on the sidelines didn't even catch what had transpired. Through the slow-motion replay on the grand screen, everyone realized that the robust, fiery serpent was, in fact, the tongue of the lava cannon toad. With an extraordinarily rapid ejection speed, it struck the little rock puppet's head with a force akin to a flaming meteor hammer, obliterating it instantly, leaving no room for any reaction. After watching the replay, a sense of dismay lingered in the air. What are your thoughts on the recently concluded match at Arena number 3? The beautiful reporter timely inquired, microphone in hand for the sideline interview. Thoughts? My current thought is that if I head home now, I might still catch my mother's lunch. Huh, what do you mean? The reporter's face displayed confusion. My next opponent is this lava cannon toad, the interviewed young man replied stiffly. That's all right, you're still young. I wish you good luck next year. The beautiful reporter perhaps did not anticipate stepping on a landmine and hurriedly sought to change the topic, swiftly shifting to another interview target. What is your assessment of this lava cannon toad? It's just mediocre, acceptable really. If luck is on my side, securing second place should not be an issue. Upon uttering this bland statement, not only did the interview's beautiful reporter look stunned, but the surrounding competitors also turned their heads, jaws agape, eyes wide, all gazing intently at this young man with black hair. Brother, are you trying to create a show? No, man. Although we are youthful and passionate, there's no need for self-deception, right? You look quite handsome, but unfortunately, your intellect seems lacking. Brother, just stop trying to be sensational, okay? Are you here to drop internet catchphrases? What if you go down and get completely exposed? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Mediocre battle beast? Acceptable? That's not how you fake it. What thickness of skin must one have to utter such words? The gazes directed towards the young man with black hair were akin to observing a lunatic. If you say that beast can take second place, then who can take first? Ignoring the jeers from the surrounding competitors, the beautiful reporter continued with eager inquiries. Such peculiar words and characters are the most likely to attract surprising viewership. People enjoy watching not only the ordinary, but also the absurd. Isn't that obvious? Besides me, who else could? Fang Tianyan's nonchalant demeanor perplexed those around him. Could this truly be a lunatic? Number 30, Fang Tianyan, please proceed to Arena number 1 for preparation. Here he comes. Without waiting for others to voice their condemnation, Fang Tianyan rose and strode decisively towards the arena. Oh, this is getting interesting. Let us see what level this oddity possesses to dare speak such nonsense. Perhaps he truly has some skill. Enough already. No matter how skilled, can he surpass that lava cannon toad? Blowing hot air is just self-humiliation. The competitors murmured amongst themselves, all eagerly anticipating the spectacle, while the television crew aimed their cameras once again at Arena number 1. At this moment, Hisha's gaze was fixated on Fang Tianyan down below. To speak candidly, ever since their last exchange, Hisha had felt an inexplicable pressure. Though their interactions had been minimal, this individual displayed a certain arrogance that set him apart. However, Fang Tianyan did not appear to be one who spoke without substance. Let me see what qualifications you have to utter such words, Hisha silently thought. Begin. At the command, a muscular black rat with a mouse head and human body, roughly the height of Lao Fang, was released by the opponent. Intermediate level, Mighty Mouse. Initially intending to release his battle beast, upon seeing it was an intermediate level, Fang Tianyan immediately altered his strategy. Thus, under the watchful eyes of all, Lao Fang leapt directly from the safety platform, charging towards the Mighty Mouse. Subsequently, the two engaged in a fierce battle. The opponent was left in disbelief. The referee was bewildered. The judges were astonished. The surrounding audience was utterly flabbergasted. Even Hisha, who had been anticipating the match, could not suppress a twitch of her fair face. Is this how we play? Stop. The referee raised his hand to call for a halt. Just as Fang Tianyan had executed a cross-hold on the mighty mouse, he looked puzzled at the referee. What is the matter? Is there a problem? This question left the referee bewildered. Indeed, is there a problem? It seems there's no infraction. No. Where is your battle beast? In the battle beast space. Then why didn't you release your battle beast? It's just an intermediate level. I can handle it myself. Why release a battle beast? Wow, you're something else. The audience was nearly petrified, their minds entering a state of paralysis. In the realm of battle beast competitions, who had ever witnessed such a phenomenon? This was indeed unprecedented. No, are you even a battle beast master? The referee felt his mind was swirling, his understanding of competition norms being entirely upended. Without further ado, Lao Fang flashed the mark of his battle beast space on the back of his hand towards the referee. Identity confirmed, right? Don't disrupt the match any further. I'm almost finished here. Upon finishing his words, with a surge of strength in his cross-hold, the mighty mouse let out a wail as its arm was rendered useless. The fierce scene caused the surrounding youths to tremble, their eyelids twitching. What kind of unorthodox battle beast master is this? Chapter 57, Top 10 Competition. The recently risen mighty mouse, in excruciating pain and fury, swung its metallic claw towards Lao Fang's head with force. The Xuanwu divine shield flashed and effortlessly deflected the powerful blow. The immense recoil not only repelled the attack, but also caused the mighty mouse to stumble, leaving it wide open. Lao Fang twisted his waist and delivered a punch with the force of a cannon, striking the unguarded chest of his opponent. With a resounding boom, the entire front of the mighty mouse was ripped apart by the wind generated by the punch, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Can you withstand a punch honed over 16 years? The white tiger, associated with metal and known for its ferocity, had significantly enhanced Fang Tianyan's overall prowess since he began cultivating the white tiger section of the four symbols return to origin technique. Particularly notable was the increase in his physical strength, which had reached an almost monstrous level. The Xuanwu water nourished his body, while the white tiger's golden body enhanced his striking power. The two complemented each other, allowing his current abilities to rival even a 3-star martial artist. Moreover, due to his cultivation, his affinity with the elemental attributes of wind, water, and metal had greatly improved. If he were facing a lower-level battle beast, Lao Fang would not foolishly engage with bare fists, but against an intermediate-level beast, it posed no significant challenge. Ignoring the astonished crowd, Lao Fang dusted himself off and calmly exited the arena. As he passed, others instinctively stepped aside, fearful that he might take offense and bully them. Upon returning to his seat, Lao Fang suddenly noticed that he was nearly alone. A vast vacuum of space had formed around him. Several meters away, competitors were whispering to one another, but when Lao Fang cast a normal glance in their direction, those who had been stealing glances quickly turned their heads away, too intimidated to look again. The sight of a bare-handed battle beast takedown had undoubtedly left many young minds shaken. Fang, why did you choose this hands-on approach to achieve victory? The reporter from May LV, of course, could not leave. She looked at Lao Fang with eyes that sparkled with admiration. This unconventional individual, who defies the norm, is a true magnet for views. To strengthen my body and achieve well-rounded development in virtue, intelligence, and physicality. The serious demeanor of the young man with black hair even left the seasoned reporter slightly at a loss. But don't you think this behavior is quite dangerous for a battle beast master? Perhaps it is dangerous for others, but for me, it's manageable. May I ask, do you have a battle beast? No, Lao Fang replied, his face unwavering and heartbeat steady. What? The beautiful reporter's hand trembled in astonishment, nearly losing her grip on the microphone. The surrounding male and female competitors, who had been attentively eavesdropping, were equally taken aback. No battle beast? Surely this must be a jest. They began to doubt whether this individual was merely a martial artist masquerading as a beastmaster. Was this truly how you intended to proceed with the competition, Fang Tongxue? Is it not permissible? The incredulous expression on his face sent the reporter into a frenzy. What will you do if you encounter a formidable battle beast? Will you continue to rely solely on your physical prowess? Well, if that happens, I shall cross that bridge when I come to it. Did you not assert that you would secure first place? The reporter from Mayu was becoming increasingly agitated, her tone growing more impatient. This young man, though still quite young, was unexpectedly audacious. One step at a time, by simply walking, one can reach first place. Old Fang remarked nonchalantly. Such absurdity is beyond belief. Observing the reporter's flushed face, Old Fang almost lost his composure. Just then, the judges called out his name once more, and the second round commenced. The same level, the same hand-to-hand combat, the same outcome. Are you back for more? Have you become addicted? Despite being mentally prepared, the spectacle still sent shivers down the spines of some competitors. The judges had grown silent. At that moment, Hesha was equally perplexed, unsure of what strategy her opponent was employing. Could it be that he truly had no battle pet? Reflecting on it, it seemed that this fellow had indeed resolved his issues with sheer physical strength. But if that were the case, facing a level beast like the lava cannon toad would offer him no chance whatsoever. Hesha shook her head slightly, unable to comprehend it further, deciding it best not to dwell on it. This individual was truly unpredictable. Fang Tianyan's fortune was indeed commendable, as he managed to avoid several formidable opponents. With all his upcoming matches being against level competitors, the surrounding contestants had grown somewhat numb to his antics. Even in the 5th round, Old Fang's opponent chose to forfeit and flee. Fang Tongxue, might you kindly disclose the source of your formidable combat abilities? The Mayu reporter had discerned that this dark-haired youth possessed exceptional physical attributes. He abstained from alcohol, eschewed smoking, maintained an early bedtime, consumed low oil and salt, exercised for 2 hours each day, embraced life, welcomed nature, prevented sudden death, and safeguarded against hypertension. Learn from me. Strike against rogues, kick battle beasts, fortify your physique. You deserve this. Are you reciting an advertisement? The reporter was both amused and exasperated, realizing that this young man had a penchant for rambling, seldom offering any substantial truth. Nonetheless, the Mayu reporter felt a sense of joy. The presence of such a peculiar character would undoubtedly elevate the excitement of this regional competition. If this fellow were to advance to the finals, or the top 10 employing such a combat style, it would be utterly remarkable. She dared not imagine it. Yet the vision was undoubtedly enchanting. This regional competition had half its intrigue centered around the level lava cannon toad, and the other half on Old Fang. Victorious competitors leaped and cheered in exhilaration, while the defeated ones departed in sorrow, tears streaming down their faces. As afternoon settled in, following intense rounds of elimination, the time had come for the merciless top 10 competition. The final 20 contestants needed only to endure this round to secure a place in the top 10 and qualify for the city-level competition. Those who lost would face disappointment, waiting another 6 months for another opportunity. The judges drew lots again, and aside from Old Fang and Hesha, the other competitors were sweating profusely, their hearts fervently praying not to encounter that monstrous toad. Thus far, Hesha had dominated with her relentless prowess, instilling fear in all who faced her. At that moment, the first group of matchups was announced. Contestant number 30, Fang Tianyan, to the arena. Contestant number 42, Hesha Taylor, to the arena. Instantly, the crowd erupted in excitement. How dramatic. The two most popular contestants were set to clash in the opening round. I had hoped to witness that handsome fellow make it into the top 10. After all, it would be quite amusing to see someone advance through sheer physicality. That's impossible. You witnessed the performance of that rock-like toad. No one has lasted even a round against it. It is unfortunate, but let us be content. Achieving this level through such unconventional means is already absurd. Admitting defeat against a level battle pet is not disgraceful. Many failed competitors chose to remain at the scene, becoming spectators and engaging in fervent discussions. They could not judge someone as unique as Fang Tianyan, but for Hesha, everyone present, including judges and referees, unanimously believed she was the sole candidate for victory. Sigh. Even you sigh? Hesha looked at the dark-haired youth beside her, astonished. The two were about to step onto the competition stage simultaneously. I merely feel it is a pity for someone with a level battle pet to not even make it into the top 10. With a disdainful huff, Hesha dismissed the need for further discourse. This fellow's incessant chatter was a remedy for low blood pressure. The less one heard, the better. Young man, while you possess some martial skills, do not blame me for not warning you. If you continue to rely solely on physical strength against a level battle pet, the outcome will be dire. The referee offered a kind-hearted caution to the peculiar dark-haired youth, acknowledging that, despite his unconventional approach, he was indeed a talent. Thank you. But rest assured, I shall not be reckless this time. With a respectful clasp of his fists towards the referee, Old Fang positioned himself on the safety platform. As the competition had progressed to its final stages, matches were now held one after another, and the four arenas had merged into one expansive space, perfectly suited for the impending battles. Hurry, hurry. The reporter from Mayu urged her colleagues to set up the cameras, anxious not to miss any detail. Hesha extended her right hand, fingers splayed, and with a swift motion of her arm, a droplet-like symbol rippled through the air. Subsequently, a spatial portal appeared, and a massive figure leaped forth from it, revealing the level lava cannon toad. At that moment, all eyes turned towards Fang Tianyan. Was he truly powerful, or merely posturing? The atmosphere grew eerily silent, as everyone held their breath, curiosity reaching its peak. Meanwhile, Fang Tianyan calmly pressed his palms together, and an expansive yin-yang fish symbol materialized before him. This individual's battle pet spatial imprint was quite unique and aesthetically pleasing. Indeed, it was my first encounter with such an intricate mark, far more complex than the typical battle pet spatial imprints. The two judges began to converse quietly upon witnessing the yin-yang fish. Under the gaze of the crowd, old Fang slowly parted his clasped hands, the yin-yang fish unfolding, and a shadowy figure emerged from the battle pet space, silently landing on the ground. For the initial 3 seconds, the audience remained utterly speechless. After 3 seconds, hiss. Those quick to react widened their eyes, gasping in shock. What the a ghost, a gui huang owl. Before the excited student could finish, his companion delivered a swift slap to his head. Stop with your rambling. That's an aberrated entity. Damn it, I didn't see that coming. In an instant, the arena erupted. Even the judges and referees were wide-eyed, their spirits lifted. Indeed, this was a rare sight in the regional competition. No wonder that fellow spoke so boldly. It turns out he truly possesses substance. In the realm of the supernatural, the Gu Huing Shio, a creature of aberration, faces off against amphibians. To be candid, I find myself somewhat apprehensive regarding the toad. Sister, lend me a hand. I feel a bit lightheaded. What's the matter, little sister? Noticing her sibling's pale complexion, the elder sister quickly offered her support. This duo came to compete as a pair of sisterly blossoms. Sister, isn't this the top 10 competition? If one of us falters. Upon hearing her sister's words, an unsettling chill crept over the elder sister, her expression betraying her unease. Enough of that. If we keep this up, we may not muster the courage to sign up again in 6 months. The mere thought of failing to crack the top 10 was enough to induce a sense of despair. Many hearts were wailing in silence. What sorcery had led to such rare misfortune, encountering 2 competitors from the same district? Had they not offered incense before registering? Meanwhile, the other 18 contestants awaiting their draw breathed a collective sigh of relief, silently thanking the heavens for their fortune. Monsters facing off against monsters was only fitting, after all. They had narrowly escaped calamity. At this moment, HSH was overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. Shock, tension, and a myriad of complex feelings surged within her. Although she had prepared herself mentally, the reality laid before her was still hard to fathom. This unpredictable man was indeed unpredictable. Her own match was fraught with peril. Nevertheless, despite her anxiety, HSH did not lose her confidence. In a direct confrontation, while the Gu Huing Shio was an aberration, she still had her chances. The gaze of every spectator in the arena shifted dramatically towards Fang Tianyan. No one dared to question him anymore. Only reverence remained. Contestants began to speculate that Fang's previous decision to personally engage in battle had been rather conservative. Had he released the Gu Huing Shio earlier, many opponents would likely have succumbed today. In an instant, the atmosphere in the arena shifted, with many leaning towards Fang's side, predominantly the female audience. After all, women are often drawn to handsome men, while men admire strength. Moreover, in terms of battle pets, the Gu Huing Shio's aesthetic far surpassed that of the tattooed toad. In fact, when choosing his combat companion, Fang Tianyan had deliberated extensively between Shio Qing and Fig. Choosing Shio Qing was a desire to challenge himself in a higher-tier battle, and he believed the odds of success were significantly in his favor. However, he reasoned that once the footage of today's battle was released, he would no longer need to wear a mask when attending the Y Huing HU. Until he secured first place at the municipal level, Fang Tianyan had no intention of revealing all his cards. Thus, after careful consideration, he opted to let Fig take the stage. Whether this decision would leave a psychological scar on the Thrino girl was contingent upon her own resilience. For Fig was quite the mischievous character. As the atmosphere in the arena began to settle, the noise gradually diminished, and the judges nodded towards the referee. The first battle of the top 10 had commenced, and it promised to be the most formidable. Begin. Chapter 59. Patience, let it play. Why isn't it flying? Fly already. Observing the Gu Huing Shio standing in the arena, all the spectators were taken aback. This plump creature had kept its wings tucked in from the start, simply standing there. One large yellow claw, akin to a human toe, tapped rhythmically while its tilted head provocatively regarded the LNYNPOCH across from it, as if to say, "Come on, strike me." It was an undeniable display of bravado. HSH, with a cold expression, initiated a tentative attack. The LNYNPOCH opened its mouth, unleashing its long, fiery red tongue in a fierce assault. Fig tilted its head to evade. It didn't hit. It wiggled its rear, but still missed. It turned its head, yet again avoided the strike. A mighty slap sent it flying, yet once more, it escaped unscathed. To the spectators, the fiery tongue appeared as a lance, darting forward with astonishing speed and force. Yet, in a truly remarkable display, the Gu Huing Shio remained perfectly still, evading every attack with the simplest of movements. One might say the attacks and evasions were too swift for the naked eye to discern. Only visible on the large screen replay. Occasionally, it would flap its wing in a single stroke, producing a thunderous sound and dazzling sparks. Quick reflexes were to be expected, but was it not somewhat excessive for this bulky blackbird to possess such agility? A captivated contestant could not help but voice his thoughts, only to be overheard by a hefty individual beside him. Are you discriminating against the stout? The burly man grumbled, clearly displeased. The young man who spoke shrank back, focusing intently on the match, silencing himself. The combat in the arena fell into a tense calm, perhaps realizing its attacks were ineffective. The illegitimate retracted its extraordinary tongue assault. At that moment, Fig sprang into action. Shaking its rotund body and taking adorable strides, it maintained its rhythm as it leisurely approached its opponent. My goodness, this bird is far too arrogant. Strutting like a land chicken, everyone began to notice that the Gu Huing Shio seemed to share its owner's audacity. The combat capabilities of avian creatures in the air are undeniably superior to their counterparts on land. Even HSH, the Thrino girl, felt a surge of irritation at Fig's slow and deliberate pace. With a pointed finger, she commanded the Lynpochn, which inhaled deeply, its belly visibly swelling. Black smoke billowed from its nostrils, indicating the formidable heat brewing within. Then, with a wide-open mouth, a massive ball of lava began to form within. The lava cannon was the signature technique of this giant toad, and its name was derived from this very attack. This was the first time the Lynpochn employed this skill, as prior matches had deemed it a waste to unleash such power on trifling opponents. Wait a moment, isn't this a bit overboard? Though this technique wielded immense power, the question remained, could it truly connect? Hey, I'm thinking the same. Given the Gu Huing Shio's displayed agility, hitting it will be a challenge. I'll bet $100. Do you dare? I've no habit of gambling. The student hesitated, sensing a lack of confidence, and declined his friend's wager. Finally, the Lynpochn completed its charge and unleashed a colossal lava fireball, nearly 2 meters in diameter, hurtling forth like a meteor, trailing a fierce tail of flames. Faced with a fireball nearly half its height, Fig shook its crest. It moved. With wings unfurled, it became enveloped in a whirlwind. As the fireball approached, it slightly tilted, wings poised, its entire body seemingly merging with the fireball. The whirlwind trajectory enveloped the lava fireball. As Fig spun, its wings flaring open and closed, guiding the wind with astonishing speed. To the spectators, the fireball and the blackbird appeared to engage in a rapid dance, akin to a couple performing a close-contact waltz, the movements so swift that afterimages appeared. In the dazed gaze of the audience, Fig masterfully maneuvered the lava fireball, directing it behind itself with a fierce flick of its wing. Boom! Gazing at the debris exploding against the defensive barrier and the immense shockwave of flames, all eyes turned to the grand, rotund blackbird, standing with one wing extended, head tilted and mouth open. Every spectator stood in stunned silence, their minds momentarily turning to mush. The ghostly Huang Xiao, while toying with the fireball, seemed to simultaneously manipulate the minds of the spectators, leaving them in a state of dizzy bewilderment. The elegant fluidity of the Tai Chi sequence they had just witnessed still lingered in their minds. Wasn't he just splendid? My goodness, I can hardly contain myself. This is simply too magnificent. Did you see that? Did you see it? This bird possesses martial skills. I have never heard of a Huang Xiao executing such a maneuver. How utterly outrageous. If only I had wagered on that earlier. A wave of regret washed over someone's heart. Thankfully, that person did not feel the relief of having not placed a bet. But how can such a powerful lava fireball simply vanish? Some competitors were still struggling to accept the reality before them. It was gone, treated like a mere ball by that bird. And who would have thought that the barbarian beastmaster could train their pet to such an absurd level? Many contestants gazed at the figure on the platform with longing expressions. Unbeknownst to them, at that moment, Fang Tianyan was also feeling a bit taut inside. According to old Fang's original plan, this match would have concluded by now. Yet, Fei Gu, with a flap of its wings, declared, "No rush, let us play a bit." Given that it was Fei Gu's first official competition, and its excitement was palpable, old Fang indulged its whim. He allowed it to engage playfully with the lava giant toad. Fei Gu's maneuver, which could be described as a creation of its own, was a battle technique collaboratively developed by old Fang. Initially, when Fei Gu used this move while playing with the Wulong missile at Fengyuan Ridge, Fang Tianyan had taken a keen interest in it. After acquiring it as a battle pet, he intentionally reinforced this skill during training. Not only was this the most manageable spherical object, but even a house hell slash could sometimes be evaded by the now agile Fei Gu. As long as you dare to have a trajectory, I possess infinite possibilities. Old Fang gazed across the distance, and even from afar, his remarkable eyesight allowed him to clearly discern the pale, yet lovely visage of the young girl. Class leader, how much longer can your resolve endure? Old Fang mused with a playful smile. At this moment, the surrounding cheers gradually subsided, and Fei Gu, tucking its wings away, wobbled forward once more. Chapter 60. The game concludes. At this juncture, Hesha felt a twinge of panic. Upon witnessing the lava cannon being perfectly neutralized by the Huang Xiao through an astonishing maneuver, she found herself at a loss. Consequently, a peculiar scene unfolded. Fei Gu boldly advanced, while the lava toad refrained from launching any further attacks. Not only did it refrain from attacking, but it also took a small step back. This spectacle prompted old Fang to shake his head slightly, and even several judges sighed inwardly at the missed opportunity. The bond between the Beastmaster and their pet was evident. The lava toad was clearly influenced by Hesha's psychological state, revealing signs of hesitance. Still too young, lacking in combat experience, and needing mental fortitude. Since acquiring the advanced lava toad, Hesha had been virtually undefeated, and claiming superiority over her peers would not be an exaggeration. Before this battle, she had scarcely faced a challenging situation. Even in simulated training, it was merely a matter of touching upon tactics, which differed greatly from actual combat. Old Fang, having engaged in numerous underground competitions with various Beastmaster opponents, knew that such fundamental errors were uncommon. When one's mindset falters, it is better to create distance with the beast or maneuver for control, all while seeking an opportunity to recover. Standing still and dazed was nonsensical. The battle pet is the spearhead, charging into the fray, while the Beastmaster must maintain composure. If the commander is flustered, how can the battle be fought? As Hesha's nerves began to settle, Fei Gu found itself directly in front of the lava toad. The two beasts faced each other, their large eyes locked in a tense stare. A gulp echoed. The spectators exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of astonishment and amusement. Due to its larger size and ample air sacs, the sound of the lava toad swallowing was audible to many contestants and spectators, leaving Hesha feeling embarrassed enough to wish for a hole to hide in. In terms of height and size, the lava toad was significantly larger than the compact Fei Gu. Yet in terms of presence, it seemed to falter. Classmate Hesha. At that moment, old Fang's resonant voice echoed throughout the venue, drawing everyone's curiosity, including Hesha's, as she wondered what he intended to do. Considering we are classmates, I advise you to surrender. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome, and you certainly cannot either. What was he saying? Advising surrender? What did he mean by not being able to guarantee the outcome? Wasn't he the battle pet hers? How could he not control it? Confused murmurs erupted among the spectators, who occasionally directed hisses toward Hesha, with some even urging her to concede. However, the majority wished for the battle to continue, as such a display of battle pets was a rare and enlightening experience for the youth. Surrender? Not a chance. Faced with old Fang's well-meaning suggestion, Hesha's face hardened, and she resolutely declined. Just as expected, old Fang shrugged nonchalantly, his hands raised. The opportunity was given. If you refuse to seize it out of pride, do not blame others. Fei Gu, from here on, it's your show, I won't interfere. Before all present, old Fang uttered this, settling cross-legged on the safety platform, producing a bag of chips, and began munching away. What did this mean? Allowing the battle pet free rein? The audience, having thought they were accustomed to his outrageous antics, were once again shown that there is no limit to absurdity. Upon hearing this, Fei Gu flared its wings, joyfully swaying from side to side. Its plump body wobbled adorably. Debeo, burn it. Even the typically gentle Hesha was now furious. The series of actions from her opponent felt deeply insulting. Responding to the command, the lava toad opened its massive mouth, unleashing a torrent of fiery flames. This fire was far fiercer than the previous Sanwei Qian fox. Success! Hesha felt a rush of joy, but in the next moment, she was left dumbfounded. The lava toad, in the heat of its attack, sensed something poking at its side. Turning its head, it found Fei Gu gently prodding its large belly with its wings. Where are you aiming to burn? Not possible. How could it evade at such close range? Reluctantly, Hesha commanded Debeo to continue its assault. Yet it ended up spinning in a full circle without landing a single hit on Fei Gu. The opponent consistently stayed a step ahead of the flames. Hesha finally understood that her lava toad was vastly inferior to the Huang Xiao in agility. This aberrant Huang Xiao was excessively powerful. Observing the frantic foot-tapping of class leader Hesha, old Fang couldn't help but chuckle. Fei Gu, with its blend of cunning, charm, and the most elixirs acquired from him, had an overall quality that was not comparable to an ordinary Huang Xiao. At that moment, in a fit of frustration, Hesha commanded the lava toad to flick its tongue, then open its mouth wide to bite at Fei Gu. Likely bored, Fei Gu easily dodged the tongue strike, then swung its wings forcefully forward. You wish to bite me? Here is a slap for you. Typically, a playful swat would produce a sound of smack, but this time it was clang. A shower of sparks erupted as the massive body of the lava toad was sent staggering sideways by Fei Gu's slap. If it weren't for its considerable weight, that blow might have sent it flying. The damage was minimal, yet the insult was profound. As if sensing the ire of its master and the humiliation it has endured, the lava artillery toad finally entered a state of fury. Its crimson veins emitted an intense heat, glowing brightly, and the temperature of the massive amphibian continued to rise. Subsequently, it opened its mouth wide. However, this time, it did not unleash flames, but rather molten lava. The lava was not aimed at Fei Gu, but directed underground. Before long, the lava artillery toad had created a high-temperature lava zone surrounding itself. Fei Gu retreated to the edge of this molten area. Is this your last semblance of dignity? Tilting its head, Fei Gu observed the large toad concealed within the lava zone, and suddenly, its languid sclera snapped open. With wings spread wide, the black feather blades shot forth. The sky was filled with black feathers, leaving nowhere to hide. The clanging sounds resounded incessantly as the enormous body of the lava artillery toad was nearly engulfed by the black feather blades. Although the toad's lava shell boasted decent defense, it began to emit sparks under the relentless assault of the black blades, gradually cracking and shattering. This sudden onslaught firmly suppressed the lava artillery toad. The audience collectively gasped. From earlier until now, the Gui Huang owl had been exhibiting various theatrics, but upon showing a hint of seriousness, the scales of victory immediately tipped. Hearing the anguished cries of Dabao, Hisha recognized the dire situation and hurriedly commanded her pet to leap away. The hind legs of the toad were still powerful, and with a push, it leapt into the air, evading the relentless assault of the black feather blades. However, had it forgotten who held dominion over this sky? The moment the lava artillery toad jumped, Fei Gu's figure vanished from its original spot. Coincidentally, Lao Fang had just tossed the last chip into his mouth. The game was over. Chapter 61. All of you. No one expected the silhouette of the Gui Huang owl to silently appear above the lava artillery toad. The rock-skinned toad felt a sudden tightness and pain in its back, realizing it could no longer descend, as Fei Gu's massive yellow claws had firmly latched onto its back. The lava shell, confronted with the unmatched sharpness of the talons, had no choice but to yield. The spectators gasped in astonishment. What terrifying strength! Watching Fei Gu calmly grasp the much larger adversary, soaring in the air, this breathtaking scene caused the audience to rise from their seats in excitement. In stark contrast to the awe and shouts of others, Hisha's expression was filled with anxiety, and cold sweat never ceased to trickle down her brow. Fei Gu, showcasing its prowess as it circled the arena with the struggling lava artillery toad, seemed to flaunt its dominance. The power emanated from its feet. And even as the airborne toad struggled mightily, it was all in vain. When the moment felt just right, Fei Gu suddenly thrust its head downward, its sharp beak piercing through the rocky layer and penetrating flesh. Following this, its head pulled down along the midline, sending a shower of sparks erupting. Like a dagger, the beak carved a deep, long wound in the back of the lava artillery toad, exposing bone. At last, with a firm grip, Fei Gu forcefully tore at the wound. All the spectators gazing skyward witnessed a scene that would be etched in their memories forever. The lava artillery toad suddenly split in two. Through the rain of blood and the torn flesh, the familiar visage of the Gui Huang owl emerged. Yet this time, what surged in the hearts of the crowd was profound terror. The once exhilarated young competitors, who had been looking up with excitement, froze in horror as the rain of blood and dismembered flesh fell around them. What a morbid spectacle! Almost in unison, the pale-faced audience members hurriedly lowered their heads, frantically searching for any bags to contain the chaos. Some less resilient female students, upon witnessing this gruesome scene reminiscent of a horror film, fainted on the spot, while others simply slumped into their seats. The previously excited reporters were so startled that their hands trembled, nearly dropping their microphones. The entire venue descended into chaos, punctuated by screams and confusion. Such brutality from this bird. The judges exchanged glances, shocked by the sight before them. Though experienced, they too were taken aback by the horrifying transformation of the Gui Huang owl. What had seemed entertaining and stylish before now unfolded into a gruesome display. The creature revealing itself as a merciless butcher. The contrast was stark. Fei Gu casually discarded the remnants of the lava artillery toad and silently descended back to the ground. Some recently eliminated competitors finally felt a sense of relief in their chests and dared to glance towards the arena. Upon seeing the black, rotund figure standing with wings folded, they experienced a tinge of fear. At that moment, some realized that this creature, despite its seemingly cute appearance, was indeed a relentless predator. A glance sideways revealed the shocking sight of blood, entrails, and dismembered remains. I can't take this anymore. Give me a bag, please. In response to the gruesome scene, many began to grab bags once more. The contagion of panic spread, triggering a wave of similar reactions among the younger audience members. Once again, chaos ensued. Observing Fei Gu's savage behavior akin to Li Yuanba, Lao Fang remained unfazed. He was well aware of his pet's nature. As he had previously stated, Allowing Fei Gu to act on its instincts meant no one could control it. This had been validated during their time at Fengyuan Ridge, where the fierce tactics of this large black owl against foes had proven exceedingly ruthless. It possessed an inherent ferocity that had long been associated with raptors. Now, Lao Feng shifted his gaze to the other side, where Hishan knelt on the platform, her eyes vacant, her tears long dried, appearing as a mere shell of a person. Even as the deceased lava artillery toad transformed into a constellation of starlight, returning to its battle pet space. She remained in a daze, devoid of any reaction. Her spirit was shattered, if not broken. It would likely take a considerable time for her to fully recover. Even experienced battle beast masters found their hearts stirred when witnessing their pets fall in battle, let alone a 16-year-old girl. Although battle pets could be revived, the memories of such experiences could not be erased. If not properly managed, these memories could significantly impact future growth. For instance, when Hisha's lava artillery toad next faced a challenging situation, would she not recall the harrowing moments of this defeat? Would such unpleasant memories adversely affect her subsequent strategies and mindset? Indeed, some psychologists specialize in counseling battle beast masters, as psychological issues are most prevalent among them. Thus, the strength of a battle beast master transcends mere wealth and the acquisition of formidable beasts. A powerful battle beast master must possess a comprehensive skill set to uncover their pet's potential and maximize their capabilities. A single incompetent general can lead to the demise of an entire army. Feeling the awe and even fear emanating from her peers, Lao Feng couldn't help but reflect. While battle beast competitions were not mere child's play, it seemed the stakes had escalated rather dramatically. The young competitors witnessing the event would likely find themselves plagued by nightmares upon returning home. After returning Fei Gu to the Shinshu illusion, the outcome of this match was decisively established. Fang Tianyan emerged as the first to enter the top 10, securing a qualification for the next city competition, while Hisha, regrettably, was eliminated from contention for the top 10. As she silently exited the scene, the forlorn girl evoked a sense of sympathy among the onlookers, who felt a profound regret for Hesha. Had fortune favored her, and had she not encountered such an eccentric dark horse, she would certainly have secured a spot in the top 10. Alas, the pain was palpable. Observing Hesha's retreating figure, Lao Feng's heart did not swell with the same compassion as the others. After all, who invited her to target him? It was entirely her own doing. He had clearly communicated the risks, yet her blind confidence had led her astray. Had she chosen a different district, a first-place finish would have been assured. Instead, she had chosen to provoke disaster. Now, she lay shattered, and he wondered if she felt any satisfaction. Lao Feng believed that merely refraining from kicking her while she was down, while maintaining a sardonic demeanor, was already a display of considerable restraint. Upon returning to the audience, he found himself even more isolated. The other competitors maintained a respectful distance, too intimidated to even glance in his direction. When he cast a glance their way, they bowed their heads, lacking the courage to meet his gaze. However, a few competitors of the opposite sex stole furtive glances his way. The brutal finale delivered by Fei Gu had instilled more fear than respect in the hearts of the onlookers. Yet, there was a silver lining. This match would be his final contest in this district, as all subsequent opponents had forfeited. Even the championship match would proceed in this manner. Despite the allure of substantial prize money and certain privileges in the city competition, the opponents chose to surrender without hesitation. Remarkably, no audience member voiced dissent. They accepted it as a matter of course. After all, if even a formidable lava cannon toad could be obliterated, wasn't it only natural for others to concede defeat? Consequently, Lao Feng emerged as the undisputed champion of the district competition, a feat unprecedented and unparalleled. Chapter 62. A Night of Fame. Although the district competition had concluded, the fervor surrounding Fang Tianyan was far from extinguished. His bare-handed conquest of battle beasts and the prowess of his combat pet, each could spark endless discussions among netizens. Coupled with his audacious proclamations, while the influence of the district competition was limited, it nonetheless elevated his profile significantly within Huangming City. Particularly, the highlights of his epic showdown with Hesha had garnered over 1 million views. Naturally, the final moments were censored to spare the sensitivities of fragile hearts. The class monitor had inadvertently become a mere backdrop in this unfolding drama. In a single night, Lao Feng had garnered a modicum of fame. On the following morning, Fang Tianyan attended his battle beast research class as usual, but upon entering the classroom, he immediately sensed that the atmosphere was unusually charged. Over 100 pairs of eyes converged upon him, making it seem as though the teacher had just walked in. The intensity of their stares momentarily took him aback. Yet he soon resumed his composure. His seat by the window in the back row was pristine, adorned with his name in the upper left corner, signifying its ownership. Was this a special privilege? Some extroverted classmates approached him with smiles to greet him, while the more reserved ones cast furtive glances his way. The girls, however, were decidedly more enthusiastic. A few bold individuals even initiated awkward conversations. Despite Lao Fang's typically subdued demeanor, his high physical scores had drawn the attention of several admirers. After claiming the title of district champion, he now embodied both talent and grace, becoming the focal point of interest for nearly all the girls in his class. Fortunately, Lao Fang possessed a strong mental fortitude. Otherwise, feeling the weight of 100 pairs of eyes upon him would have been quite overwhelming. "Teacher S here," someone shouted, and the once lively classroom fell into a hush as students hurried back to their seats. At last, Fang Tianyan found a moment of respite. As the old professor ascended the podium, he surveyed the class before fixing his gaze intently on a particular corner. Not again. Upon recognizing that familiar gaze, Lao Fang could not help but smile wryly. It was understandable for youthful students to idolize, but did a man in his 50s need to be so animated? Before we begin, let us congratulate student Fang Tianyan for achieving first place in the Oak District competition. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous applause erupted, with classmates once again directing their fervent gazes toward the corner. Lao Fang stood up, smiling as he waved his thanks in return. "Fang, please come to the stage." Although uncertain of what the old professor had in mind, Lao Fang complied and stepped up to the podium. "Could you demonstrate your mutated Gui Huangao for the class? It would serve as a practical lesson and broaden the students' horizons. Of course, if you feel it is inconvenient or if the battle beast poses any danger, we can forego this. It is merely a personal request from the teacher." Professor Wang, in his 50s and a veteran educator of over 30 years, had always held a favorable impression of the diligent young man before him. However, he had not anticipated the child's remarkable prowess. Possessing a combat beast of such caliber at a young age and winning first place in the district competition, all while defeating a formidable opponent. The thrilling highlights from yesterday's battle had captivated him, and he was eager to see the mutated Gui Huangao in person. Don't get me wrong. This is merely a professional curiosity. Scholars like them, dedicated to the study of battle beasts, harbored an almost fanatical obsession with rare mutations, akin to farmers drawn to their fields or police officers spotting thieves. Feeling the professor's fervent gaze and the expectant expressions of his peers, Lao Fang smiled and replied, "Certainly, there's no inconvenience at all. I would also like to ask the professor to help me create a detailed Pokédex entry for Fei Gu." "Haha, that would be my honor." Professor Wang beamed as he agreed, and the students erupted into applause once more. As the spatial door opened, Fei Gu made its entrance. The podium was spacious enough to accommodate the creature comfortably. Wow! Upon seeing it in person, many students instinctively recoiled, a mix of curiosity and apprehension coursing through them. After all, most had watched the video from the previous day, and Fei Gu's brutal claw strike, though censored, had left many trembling in fear. Professor Wang, however, was undaunted. His excitement palpable as he examined Fei Gu closely, comparing it to the typical Gui Huangao in his mind. Fei Gu, standing majestically with its wings tucked, glanced at its master before softly emitting a low sound, obediently posing like a model. This mischievous creature may have been wild at heart, but it showed great respect for its owner. As they observed the imposing black bird, the students' curiosity gradually eclipsed their fear. Soon, some even took out their phones to capture the moment. There was no denying that, in terms of appearance, this stout owl evoked a sense of endearing cuteness, causing many to overlook its inherent wildness. "Its feathers appear metallic?" Professor Wang marveled, carefully running his fingers along them. "Yes, Professor, but do be cautious. The edges of its feathers are quite sharp and possess a toxic quality." "It has a toxic attribute?" The professor's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Indeed. It seems this gluttonous creature inadvertently consumed something metallic, resulting in its transformation." Lao Fang boldly presented his own hypothesis. Regarding the revelation of the toxicity inherent in Fei Gu's feathers, Lao Fang appeared rather unconcerned. As the subsequent competitions increased, this characteristic could not possibly remain concealed. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Fang Tianyan's fame is destined to rise, and the recognition of his combat pet will inevitably soar as well. Renowned beastmasters possess combat pets that rival celebrities, complete with exclusive illustrations and merchandise. Not only do beastmasters cultivate a fan base, but even their combat pets attract fervent admirers. From Lao Fang's knowledge, for instance, within the Aozi Federation, the Dragon Prince Ashu, ranked first in the national youth group, once ignited a fervor for dragon-type combat pets. At this juncture, Fei Gu suddenly assumed a serious demeanor. The wind surged, facing the crowd, and its wings spread wide. Chapter 63. "Sister, I invite you to watch the match." "Ah, what the heck?" This action, when coupled with the imagery of soaring black feathers from the video, caused all the students to scream, shielding their heads and hiding beneath their desks. Ultimately, apart from an initial gust of wind, nothing else transpired. Goo woo goo woo goo woo. The lively calls evoked puzzled glances among the students huddled beneath the desks. However, seeing that everyone was unharmed and no unexpected incidents occurred, a few brave students cautiously emerged from their hiding places. To their surprise, they beheld the large, rotund black bird, its wings cradling its belly, eyes tightly shut, swaying back and forth as though in laughter, and indeed, it appeared quite joyous. Have we been played? The students exchanged glances, some astonished, others amused. The jolly, quivering Fei Gu continued to bob its head in delight. At that moment, it fortuitously met the stern gaze of its master. Under their mutual stare, the plump creature ceased its trembling, its head froze in place, striking an oddly comical pose with its belly covered and neck arched backward. Stand straight, Lao Fang commanded. Startled, Fei Gu immediately straightened up, resembling a military recruit, obediently retracting its wings and standing at attention on the podium. This spectacle elicited laughter from the students. This large black bird certainly possessed a charming personality. Indeed, it was even more amusing during the preparation of shredded toad meat. In the end, Lao Fang provided Professor Wang with several of Fei Gu's feathers to facilitate his research. Professor Wang also assured that he would create an exclusive illustration for Fei Gu following his studies. The atmosphere in the afternoon Beastmaster training class shifted remarkably. Only 2 individuals were absent. Naturally, one was Lao Fang, the notorious truant. The other was Hesha. Everyone was well aware of the reason for the absence of their esteemed class leader. The results of the previous day's Oakwood District competition left all students in a daze. Utterly incredulous, the seemingly invincible class leader, nearly their age, had faltered, failing to secure any advancement slots. Merely contemplating it was enough to send chills down their spines. All of this stemmed from that black-haired, black-eyed individual. Fierce and combative, the truant king, indifferent to his studies. These were the labels affixed to Lao Fang during his rare appearances in the training class. In fact, it could be said that after more than 2 months of absence, some classmates had almost forgotten his existence. Even in casual conversations, he was often the subject of disparaging jokes. However, following yesterday's events, the chatter surrounding him had ceased. Even the usually discontented teacher Gavin, who had repeatedly expressed dissatisfaction with Fang Tianyan's habitual truancy, unexpectedly lavished praise upon him during class today. That fellow, through undeniable facts, imparted a profound lesson to all. The fool was indeed myself. Not only did he secure a city competition qualification, but he also clinched first place in the district competition. To express envy and admiration for such a spectacle would be disingenuous. On the other hand, all the students in the training class felt a sense of pity for class leader Hesha. Although she typically exuded a stoic, emotionless demeanor, she was still a competent and responsible leader. With outstanding grades and never late nor absent, she managed class affairs with remarkable organization. Her abilities were commendable, and she enjoyed a decent rapport with her peers. Reflecting on the nearly absent classmate Fang, many felt a sense of injustice for their class leader. It could only be said that her luck was exceptionally poor, having encountered a hidden dragon in the water. Initially, the students believed that Hesha would need at least 10 days to recuperate at home after such a setback. To their astonishment, the very next day, the class leader appeared in class. Although she appeared as indifferent and expressionless as ever, her pale complexion and dimmed eyes revealed a deeper turmoil beneath her calm exterior. Look, the class leader seems to be daydreaming again. Indeed, I admire her quite a bit. If it were me, witnessing my combat pet being criticized, I doubt I would even be able to sleep well for a month. That fellow Fang is truly ruthless. You may whisper a few words behind their back, but if that person decides to attend class one day, do you dare speak to them directly? Come on, I only grumble behind the scenes. Who dares confront him face to face? His cursed Huang Xiao. As the boys whispered among themselves, one recalled the match video from the previous night, causing him to shiver and retract his neck, hesitant to continue speaking. The impact of that segment was indeed too profound. In the classroom, many students were exchanging hushed words, casting furtive glances toward Hesha. After all, Hesha and Lao Fang were currently the 2 most talked about and prominent figures in class. Sister, are you feeling any better? At that moment, a boy unexpectedly approached with a smile. It was Hu Bin. Although many wished to comfort Hesha, none dared to do so, as it was no simple matter. Moreover, Hesha's demeanor was inherently cold. Nevertheless, Hu Bin showed no fear, approaching with a playful grin, for he was Hesha's cousin. He had initially planned to visit his cousin in a couple of days, yet Hesha's appearance in class the very next day took him by surprise. Hence, he naturally came forth to inquire. Thank you, I am fine. Hesha replied expressionlessly. A silence fell between them. Even the socially awkward Hu Bin found himself at a loss for words. If this was how his cousin behaved, one could only imagine how others felt about approaching her. Cousin, Do not be disheartened. Tonight, the Night Queen will host an exceptionally thrilling match. I invite you to witness it in person. Noticing Hesha still lost in thought, seemingly unresponsive, Hu Bin persisted, Sister, I assure you, this match will be riveting. Come and watch. Consider it a way to lighten your spirits. Still no response. With determination, Hu Bin plopped down beside his cousin, pulled out his phone, accessed the Night Queen page, and presented it to Hesha, saying, Look, sister, my idol. The 16-year-old son of destiny, with 14 consecutive victories in the underground arena, will face the 18th-ranked competitor from the Minzhou adult group tonight. Just look at that impressive array of combat pets. It's simply ruthless, even in her current state of low spirits. Hesha's attention was piqued by the information displayed on the phone. Do you see? Sister, as I mentioned, the Eternal Continent is filled with hidden talents. Although you faced a setback this time, it is hardly a significant issue. It was merely an accident. Just wait another 6 months. I, too, faced failure yesterday in advancing. Yet I am still young. It is just a minor hiccup. It must be said that Hu Bin's mindset is truly exceptional. Chapter 64. The Battle of Great Anticipation. Although the twin stars are remarkable, they are not on par with the twin queen, rendering this match a foregone conclusion. Hesha furrowed her brow, perceiving this contest as one with a significant disparity in strength. When she noticed her cousin initiating conversation, Hu Bin felt a surge of joy. He feared her silence. As long as she engaged, showing interest, it would ease matters. The Son of Destiny has achieved 14 consecutive victories, and since he has not chosen to forego this match, it undoubtedly holds some intrigue. After all, information about Scion has been made transparent, and the Son of Destiny is not a fool. He must have a clear understanding of his own capabilities, wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing Hu Bin's words, Hesha felt there was some merit to his argument. At 16, reflecting on yesterday's individual, as a peer, her heart experienced a stir. Perhaps, just as her cousin asserted, the Eternal Continent is replete with hidden talents. Perhaps she truly has little to boast about. Hu Bin, sensing the momentum, pressed on excitedly, Sister Sha, you wouldn't believe it. The audience groups I joined have been abuzz these past few days. If you hesitate any longer, you might miss out on tickets tonight. He continued. The betting odds are astonishingly at 110, with most placing their bets on Scion. But I think differently. Fortune favors the bold. I tell you, sister. Hu Bin was animated, his words flowing until he caught a glimpse of his cousin's icy gaze, causing him to stiffen and abruptly cease. You placed a bet too, didn't you? I only wagered 1,000, just for fun, to show my support for my idol. A small bet for enjoyment, he replied. Though internally he remained skeptical about the match's outcome, given the stark disparity in perceived strength. Otherwise, he would have wagered a more significant amount. Could you reserve me a ticket closer to the front? Sure. That evening, nearly 200,000 spectators filled the Night Queen arena, with every seat occupied. Although only 3 matches were scheduled, it did not dampen the audience's enthusiasm. A sea of people stretched as far as the eye could see. Hesha, attending the underground arena for the first time, was awestruck by the grandeur of the scene. The experience of witnessing it live was entirely different from what she had seen on television. Due to her father's fondness for underground competitions, Hu Bin had been exposed to this world earlier than most. At this moment, Lao Fang had already arrived at the dedicated players' lounge with Lei Jiana. His demeanor towards tonight's match was considerably more serious than that for the district competition, and he was filled with excitement. Encountering such a high-caliber competitor in the underground arena was an unexpected delight for him. Finally, the last match is approaching. Rest assured, this final bout will likely be more of a spectacle than a contest, and the conclusion will come swiftly compared to the first 2. True, being targeted by a top 20 competitor in the adult state competition is unfortunate for that young man. Looking at the odds, 110 seems conservative. Regardless, very few will bet on the Son of Destiny. Most attendees are merely eager to observe the prowess of Scion, the top competitor from the state competition. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Hesha felt a tumultuous stir within her heart. After watching the first 2 matches, she realized the atmosphere, intensity, and the competitor's prowess exceeded her expectations. Compared to this, the district competition seemed akin to child's play. Indeed, in the Night Queen arena, the competitive intensity could reach national-level extremes at times, while at its lowest, it might only be at the municipal level. The disparity was vast, explaining the arena's packed attendance. Such high-stakes battles are exceedingly rare, naturally drawing spectators. Hesha, coming from an affluent background, had little exposure to the underground scene, nor did she have any need for it. Yet now, she found herself anticipating the final match. Witnessing the prowess of a top-state competitor up close was a rare opportunity. Indeed, regarding the 16-year-old Son of Destiny, Hesha held little hope. According to her cousin Hu Bin's insights, the required magical energy for the combat beast here stands at 20 points. She marveled at this, as her own combat beast space only reached 18 points, already considered exceptional for her age group. Yet, the Son of Destiny possessed combat beasts with magical energy reaching 20 points. Such an anomaly is hard to dispute. However, it was unfortunate. Aside from the twin stars, the Son of Destiny likely had only one additional beast, and that was the most optimistic assessment, bordering on the absurd. Most opinions suggested he had at most one additional beast or a pair of lesser ones to reach the required 20 points of magical energy. He-Sha naturally shared this sentiment, as even with such a duo, or a pair of mid-tier beasts, they would still be formidable contenders for their age, not inferior to her own singular combat beast. Emotionally, He-Sha found herself rooting for the Son of Destiny, being a peer. Yet, rationality dictated that he stood little chance in this match. Even under the most favorable circumstances, his odds paled against the clearly superior lineup. Moreover, it was hard to believe that a 16-year-old Beastmaster could outmatch Xiaoan, who was 34 years old in terms of experience, ability, and mental fortitude. Sighing inwardly, He-Sha felt a pang of regret. It was not that the Son of Destiny lacked strength. In fact, he was exceptionally powerful. It was merely that this stage was rather premature for him. At that moment, He-Sha pondered another question. Who exactly is this Son of Destiny? Considering their shared age, he should also be a district competitor. However, since the last time she saw a video of him through her cousin, she had sought out additional information but found nothing relevant. She strongly suspected that he had not participated in this district competition. After all, the appearance of a twin star would have generated significant coverage and buzz. Could he have disguised himself by using another combat beast in the district competition? This scenario was not entirely implausible. Thinking of the district competition, He-Sha's mind involuntarily drifted to that black-haired boy. Amidst the swirling emotions, curiosity began to bloom. She wondered how the Son of Destiny would compare to that individual. Yet, she leaned towards believing that the latter would prevail. Her understanding of the Son of Destiny was limited, but when it came to that man, the mere thought of the hefty black bird sent chills down her spine. Suddenly, a roaring cheer erupted like a tsunami, jolting He-Sha back to the present. She noticed that the doors to both competitors' tunnels had swung wide open. The highly anticipated final match had arrived. Chapter 65, The Facade of Pretension. Both competitors emerged simultaneously from the tunnel. The audience rose to their feet, hands cupped to their mouths, shouting in fervor. The cacophony was deafening, resonating even beyond the confines of the venue. One side featured a seasoned contender with 13 consecutive victories, while the possibility of his streak ending tonight loomed large. A formidable expert approached with an imposing presence, yet in the realm of Yi Huang, he was merely a novice. Thus, although the audience's cheers were deafening, they bore no allegiance to any particular contender. They were simply an unrestrained expression of their fervent enthusiasm. In the underground arena, it was this slightly frenzied energy that was sought after. As the two competitors traversed the long bridge to the safety platform, the surrounding tumult gradually subsided. He-Sha tilted her head back, gazing at the Son of Destiny adorned with a black and white mask. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with him. Meanwhile, Lao Fang's attention was directed elsewhere. Despite the considerable distance, his keen eyesight allowed him to discern Xiaoan's elevated chin, the disdainful curl of his lips, and his confidence radiating in a broad smile. Frankly, even those withdrawing money from a bank did not exhibit such arrogance. At that moment, the two hosts approached from either side of the passage. May I ask, Your Excellency Xiaoan? Before the host could finish, Xiaoan abruptly waved his hands forward. As the spatial gate opened, accompanied by a thunderous roar, a formidable beast leaped forth, landing heavily in the arena. Standing approximately 6 meters tall, with a rhinoceros head and a human body. Fully armored and wielding a massive axe in each hand, smoke billowed from its nostrils, exuding an air of majesty. This was none other than the formidable Hua Yankai Wangshi, a beast imbued with additional fire attributes. Was this not merely banter? The match had yet to commence, and the black curtains had not even been drawn. Just as the audience was left bewildered by this display, Xiaoan seized the microphone from the host's grasp. Do as you please, I am pressed for time. Those 7 nonchalant words perfectly encapsulated his arrogant demeanor. At that moment, the crowd understood his implications. Wow, how audacious. That Xiaoan is truly overstepping. Yet what of it? He possessed the strength to back it up, and indeed, a measure of arrogance is not uncommon among the capable. Moreover, the two competitors were not even on the same level of prowess. Xiaoan's actions instantaneously ignited the audience, generating a cacophony of excitement and a fervent atmosphere. This is a showdown, clearly laid bare. Sister Sha, do you think the double stars can triumph over that armored rhinoceros? Hu Bin, filled with curiosity, inquired. Knowing full well that He-Sha's expertise surpassed his own, thus her judgment would be more accurate. It's difficult. Perhaps the double stars may excel in attrition. But the Kai Wangshi's greatest strength lies in its defense, and the double stars lack effective means to breach it. Xia pondered before shaking her head, not harboring much hope for the son of destiny above. Ignoring the surrounding commotion, Lao Fang clasped his hands, opening the spatial gate, and a purple figure discreetly emerged in the arena below. That's not the double stars. What could it be? It seems to be a new battle pet of the son of destiny. Let me take a look. With Lao Fang's movement, the audience craned their necks, standing to observe the humanoid beast, arms crossed, and a long blade slung over its back. No, it can't be. What is that battle beast? Hurry, tell us. Gu Luo Sha, the demon sword saint. Good heavens. Is it formidable? A nearby friend, intrigued by the trembling tone of the questioner, pressed for clarification. It's of medium rarity, you fool. Do you even need to ask? A dark type, demon class, medium tier rare demon sword saint, also known as the blind blade sword master. Gu Luo Sha. The large screen displayed a house information clearly. Suddenly, the entire venue fell into a chilling silence. They needed time to digest this astonishing information. Is it really true? The most outrageous and improbable conjecture had materialized, and it was a terrifying medium rarity. Bro, don't panic. Even if the son of destiny is one short, Shaoan is not likely to lose. Right. That makes sense. I even secretly took out my wife's savings book for this. It nearly gave me a heart attack. The stunned gamblers, upon regaining their composure, exhaled a sigh of relief. The atmosphere gradually became lively once more. Lao Fang, who had summoned a howl, took the microphone from the host. You're just putting on a show. You haven't even made it into the top 10 of the state level. This statement elicited a chorus of cheers and boos from the audience. This young man, regardless of the outcome, remained as sharp-tongued as ever. Lao Fang had such a temperament. If you approached him amicably, he would reciprocate with a smile. But if you tried to show off, he would undoubtedly dismantle your facade. At this moment, Shaoan wore a grim expression, dark and foreboding. The appearance of the demon sword saint had indeed startled him. Yet, he felt no panic, for in Shaoan's mind, this match remained firmly within his control. Even facing a medium rarity Gu Luo Sha, he believed he could overpower it. The advantage remained on his side. Moreover, that kid was only 16, no matter how talented. He was still a fledgling, and the extent to which the demon sword saint could unleash its power was still debatable. However, he had not anticipated that the son of destiny could possess two such exceptional rare battle beasts at this young age. It was truly enviable. Fortunate to have arrived early. He mused that in a few years, this boy's potential would be immeasurable. Just as Hu Bin, brimming with excitement, leaped about. He suddenly turned to find his cousin staring blankly, her mouth slightly agape, and her eyes vacant, as if her spirit had drifted away. Hey sis, what is wrong with you? Hu Bin shouted, finally prompting Xia to blink and return to reality. She forcefully pushed Hu Bin aside and sprang to her feet. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the figure above. Tianyan, it must be him. It's undoubtedly that guy. Chapter 66, a Hao-S debut. Upon recognizing the familiar yin-yang fish emblem, Xia was rendered momentarily numb as if struck by lightning. In an instant, the two figures seemed to converge into one. How could she forget that man's battle pet spatial mark? Each battle pet spatial mark was unique, and at that moment, no matter how absurd or fantastical it seemed, Xia knew that the masked man above was Fang Tianyan. Reflecting on why trainer Ma Xiao had fled in haste that day at the battle pet training hall, everything suddenly made sense. The upper tier double stars, the lower tier mutated entity Gui Huang Xiao, combined with the medium tier blind blade sword master before her, left Xia parched and dizzy. The horror of the situation intensifying with each thought. The combined magical energy space required for these three battle beasts must be nearly 40. What kind of being was this? At 16, a magical energy battle pet space of 40? Was he even human? At that moment, Xia felt a wave of shame wash over her. Her cheeks flushed. She had always perceived his words as inflated, arrogant, and rather unlikable. However, it now appeared that he had spoken nothing but the truth. The disparity in their strengths was simply too vast, making such blunt truths difficult to comprehend. To put it plainly, they seemed to exist on entirely different planes. Although the reality was harsh, Xia would not deceive herself. The individual above was undeniably a true state-level contender. Could such a monster genuinely exist in this world? Gazing up at the figure above, Xia felt that the distance between her and him was only growing. Sis, stop daydreaming and look at the match. It's begun. Hu Bin's excited voice rang in her ears, prompting Xia to close her eyes and take a deep breath. When she opened her eyes once more, her gaze was filled with a fierce determination as she looked upon the arena. Let me witness the extent of your prowess. As the competition officially commenced, the gaze of over 200,000 spectators was fixated on the two formidable beasts below. Eyes widened. None wished to miss any thrilling detail. The armored king rhinoceros remained still, as did the Gu Luo Sha. To be precise, Ahau stood motionless in the arena after emerging from the battle pet space, resembling a statue. With arms crossed over his chest and head slightly bowed, his features were obscured beneath the brim of his hat. One could not deny the coolness of his demeanor, especially as the wind tousled the tail of the scorpion, ensnared by prayer beads, gently swaying. Death, like the wind, accompanies me always. The atmosphere became tense, frozen in anticipation. Shaoan exhibited patience, and so did old Fang. However, the majority of the audience showed little patience, erupting in boos. What is this? The 18th-ranked competitor at the state level? Is this all he has? It is sensible to be cautious, but come on. A 34-year-old against a 16-year-old, and he is so timid. He must remember that he, Shaoan, is the challenger. If he is afraid, he should not fight. Wasn't he just boasting about being pressed for time? Why the sudden change? The cacophony of discontent grew louder, most directed at Shaoan. Even the experienced Shaoan found it challenging to endure the immense jeers of nearly 100,000 spectators. Due to a slight inferiority in the battle pet's rank, he had intended to adopt a more conservative strategy, relying on the armored king rhinoceros's exceptional defense to wait for opportunities to observe the Guluo Sha and identify its weaknesses. However, the mounting disdain from the audience became unbearable. He was a figure of some repute, and after the earlier bravado, prolonging the situation would only tarnish his reputation. Thus, under Shaoan's command, the armored king rhinoceros could no longer remain passive. It crossed its two battle axes before it, opened its mouth wide, and unleashed a torrent of flames. Instantly, the axes ignited in a ferocious blaze. This display of skill silenced the audience, who finally realized that the battle was about to commence. Subsequently, the armored king rhinoceros charged at the stationary Guluo Sha, wielding its flaming axes. The ground trembled, the entire arena vibrating slightly. Despite its seemingly cumbersome armor, the armored king rhinoceros accelerated with surprising speed. Yet, before this tank-like warrior, Ahau remained steadfast, not budging an inch. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. As the distance between the two beasts diminished, the audience's hearts raced with anticipation. Even when they were just 10 meters apart, Ahau remained unmoved. Is he insane? Some perceptive spectators could no longer contain their excitement and leaped from their seats. 6, 5, 4. As the armored king rhinoceros raised its arms high, the fiery axes poised to descend, Ahau finally moved. No one witnessed what transpired. All that resonated was a howl unlike anything from the mortal realm. That scream was fierce as a demon, resonating like a bottomless abyss. Those who heard it felt as though they stood at the gates of hell, their spirits trembling. Accompanying the terrifying wail was a fleeting crimson flash. When the audience's gaze refocused, the two beasts had crossed paths in the blink of an eye. Ahau's original position was now vacant. The ground cracked beneath him. He appeared behind the armored king rhinoceros, the two now standing back to back, separated by a mere 2 meters. The armored king rhinoceros remained frozen in place, its axes still raised high, flames licking at their edges. Beneath his low-brimmed hat, Ahau now wielded a colossal, crimson long knife, the drawn scarlet crescent. The ghostly wail and red glow had vanished. Everything returned to an eerie silence. No one understood what had transpired, but this bizarre scene weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Their rapid heartbeats seemed to foretell some impending horror. The wait was not long. After Ahau executed a dazzling flourish with his knife, the blade's tip rested against the sheath. As the blade retracted, a striking blood-red line appeared along the armored king rhinoceros's side, accompanied by the graceful melody of the returning blade. That vivid crimson line began to move, slowly stretching from right to left. Finally, as the line lengthened, some keen observers noticed the anomaly on the armored king rhinoceros. What is that? Glances exchanged among the crowd revealed shared terror and astonishment in each other's eyes. At last, the red line extended fully from the far right to the far left. Just then, the knife hilt met the sheath with a crisp sound. The scarlet crescent had returned. In tandem, a resounding crash echoed, and the massive upper body of the armored king rhinoceros, guided by the crimson line, collapsed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of blood-red dust. The armored king rhinoceros had fallen. Chapter 67, A Gamble for Survival. A breathtaking blade, cleaving the foe in two. In an instant, the audience erupted into a cacophony of astonished gasps. Has the first round concluded? It seems so. Questions and conversations filled the air, disbelief etched across every face. The large screen replayed the astonishing strike repeatedly. Swift, too swift. Observing the purple figure with arms crossed once again adopting a fixed stance, and glancing at the severed body lying in a pool of blood behind it, everyone felt a dryness in their throats, swallowing involuntarily. The disparity is immense, even among ranks. The difference between lower and middle tiers could not be so exaggerated, could it? Perhaps the armored king rhinoceros was somewhat weakened? Weakened? Where's the weakness? The armored king rhinoceros was an aberration, performing perfectly, while the Gu Luo Sha proved overwhelmingly powerful, its strength calibration terrifyingly precise. Moreover, that red knife managed to bypass the formidable defenses of the armored king rhinoceros in a single blow. Enough. A good saddle must accompany a fine horse. If you wielded that knife against the armored king rhinoceros, you would be the one to perish. Compared to the excited and animated spectators, Xiaoan's nails dug almost painfully into his flesh, his expression twisted with rage, shock, confusion, and disbelief. Even in his wildest dreams, he never imagined such a scenario would unfold. Xiaoan's combat experience was considerable, yet being defeated so swiftly was a humiliation he had never encountered before. He had believed the odds were balanced. Even if the armored king rhinoceros could not overcome the Gu Luo Sha, its exceptional defensive capabilities could wear down the opponent significantly. However, the stark reality before him was nearly intolerable. Could today be the day of my disgrace? As that terrifying thought surfaced, Xiaoan shook his head vigorously. Remain calm. I must remain composed. The battle is not lost yet. There is still a chance. This first round was virtually a free gift. No useful information had been gleaned. The heavy pressure loomed ahead, and Xiaoan understood that he must summon every ounce of focus and determination. Sister, did you see that? Oh heavens, truly my idol. That demonic sword saint strike was breathtaking. I am in awe. Unlike his cousin, who was exuberantly animated, Hesha silently observed the arena, lost in thought, utterly still. That individual relentlessly shatters the conventional wisdom held by the masses time and again. The unpredictable monster, at this moment, caused the once thunderous venue to fall eerily silent. After the initial rush of excitement, the majority of the audience suddenly confronted a horrifying realization. They had seemingly bought into the performance of that Xiaoan. Now, gazing at the solitary purple figure in the arena, a sense of dread crept over everyone, cold sweat erupting at once. Looking around, nearly every face wore a bitter expression. It was over, completely over. What do we do now, my friend? You ask me? Who should I ask? That fellow is nothing short of a freak. Damn. A terrifying beast. I have invested over 100,000. Be grateful. I have staked an entire apartment on this. I once dreamed of transforming 1 into 10. And now look where we are. Heh, it's hopeless. The speaker, though bitterly smiling, seemed to take it in stride, likely a person of considerable means. Ha! I told you so. Fortune favors the bold. I have not wavered in my support for my idol. And here we are. Ha ha ha. With losses come victories. Some young spectators who had bet on the old master began to revel in their success. Consequently, tempers flared among some disgruntled audience members, leading to a skirmish that erupted into chaos. Yet, most maintained their composure, as the match was not yet concluded, and they were still some distance from the grand stage. Regardless of the uproar in the stands, the contest in the arena pressed on. This time, Xiaoan could no longer feign confidence. With the black curtain drawn, he humbly counted down the seconds. After 30 seconds, the second round officially commenced. Observing the blue frostwing eagle opposite him, Ing felt a twinge of surprise. Had the shamanic beast missed its mark? The frostwing eagle, without hesitation, took flight, soaring high into the sky, distancing itself significantly. Initially, the audience harbored doubts about Xiaoan's strategy. Sending one out against a mid-tier opponent? Was he rendered speechless by the previous swift defeat? However, as they beheld the soaring bird and the demon sword saint below, some astute spectators quickly discerned the underlying truth. The demon sword saint on the ground seemed unable to reach the bird. Observing the frostwing eagle circling above, Ing let out a derisive laugh. Was this an attempt to redeem the humiliation of the prior defeat? Dreams are lush, yet reality is often harsh. When the distance was deemed sufficient, the frostwing eagle flapped its wings, unleashing a fierce wave of chilling frost that began to accumulate in the air. As the cold intensified, frost began to form on the ground of the arena, freezing it. Oh, this frostwing eagle can alter its surrounding environment? Ing's interest piqued. It seemed the potential of this bird had been well harnessed by its master. However, with merely this degree of chill, to affect the demon-bodied AHO was a fanciful delusion. Ice mages. Yet, the problem lies in the inadequacy of your ice magic level. AHO, ever keen on showmanship, effortlessly brushed off the frost from his body, extending a single hand, a bone blade manifesting. With a swift motion, he unleashed the hell slash. Although the slash was fierce, the frostwing eagle, having maintained a safe distance, had ample time to react, evading the terrifying blade of air that extended nearly 10 meters. The hell slash, though it missed the frostwing eagle, still disrupted and diminished the accumulation of frost above. Damn, that massive blade of air can travel so far? Truly astonishing. Witnessing the torn frost currents, Xiaoan felt a weight in his heart. Upon observing the frostwing eagle, unperturbed after evading the attack, continuing to release cold air. And the visible white frost clouds above, Ing fell into contemplation. The opponent must be concocting something, merely cooling the air. No matter how the Frostwing Eagle exerted itself, would not yield any substantial impact on AHO. While the distance afforded the bird safety, it also constrained its offensive capabilities. The chilling air cascading from such a range would at most result in a light snowfall, utterly meaningless. Ing directed AHO to launch a few bone spears, yet due to the distance, the results were negligible. The ground was barren, rendering them rather passive. As long as the bird remained elusive, the one on the ground could not touch it. At this moment, Ing realized that the Frostwing Eagle was likely preparing a significant move. Thus, in full view of the audience, AHO crossed his legs and sat upon the ground. Within a certain range, even a plump bird would inadvertently be felled by AHO, let alone a mid-tier Frostwing Eagle. If you dare descend, everything will be manageable. Ing smiled at the sky. Come, I grant you time. Chapter 68, A Dilemma. 5 full minutes passed before the release of cold air ceased. At this moment, the space above had transformed into a vast expanse of white, shrouded in a thick mist of ice crystals. Even the spectators at the sidelines, separated by a protective barrier, could faintly sense the pressure emanating from the frosty cloud. The silhouette of the Frostwing Eagle was obscured within the white mist. Suddenly, the frost cloud began to tremble violently, swirling rapidly and coalescing. In no time, a colossal frost tornado formed in the air. Ice crystals danced, and the tornado soared, its might truly formidable. The time spent charging was not in vain. The spectacle of this skill had undoubtedly surpassed the limits of a mid-tier beast. The massive ice tornado gradually extended downward toward the seated AHO. You shall pay for your confidence. Can your blade cut the wind? Xiaoyan shouted across, as if venting the pent-up frustration from the previous round. This roar, infused with primal energy, reverberated throughout the venue. Just as Xiaoyan's taunts fell, AHO, seated on the ground, was enveloped in a fiery plume of blood-colored steam. Unhurriedly, he stood up. What a sinister power! Even from a distance, many mage and martial artist spectators felt the intense malevolent aura contained within that blood-red vapor. This was not a technique originally possessed by the Demon Sword Saint. According to known records, Ji Lu Sh did not wield such power. Observing the transformation of Ji Lu Sh, HSH felt a twinge of astonishment. That individual, along with his battle pet, was truly extraordinary. As the icy storm loomed closer, a massive bone blade materialized once more in AHO's hand. Gripping the blade with both hands, he turned and swung. The netherworld blade of the abyssal wind. The malevolent power surged forth, accompanying the blade. A vast blood-red tornado was cleaved forth. Immediately, AHO's figure vanished into the blood-red whirlwind. The blood-red tornado expanded at a visible rate, becoming fierce and unrelenting. In the arena, 2 massive tornadoes clashed, one icy white, the other blood-red. Upon the emergence of the blood-red tornado, the icy tornado accelerated dramatically, seemingly drawn towards the blood-red vortex. Ultimately, under the gaze of the crowd, the 2 tornadoes collided without a hint of hesitation. The outcome was the complete annihilation of the ice storm, disintegrating into nothingness. In the arena, only the blood-red tornado remained, occasionally emitting a sharp blade aura. Whether it could cut the wind, I cannot say, but cutting your bird would be effortlessly achieved. As the understated voice of Lao Fang resonated, the crimson whirlwind began to dissipate autonomously. The sanguine winds faded, revealing a majestic purple figure standing tall. Meanwhile, the frost sky griffin was no more, utterly obliterated, leaving not even a feather behind. At this moment, there was not a trace of color left on Xiaoyan's face. His lips tinged with a hint of purple. His composure was clearly fraying. The majority of the audience began to emit wails of despair, each donning a mask of anguish. The trajectory of this match had transitioned from a firm grip to uncertainty, and now, clarity had emerged. The gamblers were now in a state of panic. How could a mere 16-year-old possess such a formidable beast? This was beyond fair play. Now, reduced to an orphan, while the Demon Sword Saint remained unscathed. It was no wonder that at 34, he barely made it to the state competition ranked 18th. Such a fate. Could it be that he would be swept away in a string of defeats? Oh heavens, how could such an absurd situation arise? Who exactly was this child of destiny? The tide of public sentiment had completely shifted, and amidst the lamentations, several individuals stood up to hurl abuse at Xiaoyan on the platform. They dared not confront Lao Fang, the favored contender, and thus vented their frustrations over their losses onto Xiaoyan, the underdog. The pressure swiftly returned to Xiaoyan. Amidst his fury and panic, he was consumed by regret. He had thought he was up against a soft target, only to discover he was facing a cactus that pricked painfully upon grasping. What now? Hesitating? Contemplating flight. Too intimidated to fight? Then surrender swiftly. After all, he had but one battle pet left. Surely, everyone would understand. It was not shameful. And you must thank me for this. As you mentioned being in a hurry, I had to ensure that Ahao took things seriously. Sensing Xiao An's intention to withdraw, Lao Fang transformed into an antagonistic figure, eagerly taunting. What? Planning to flee? Damn it. Xiao An, if you dare to run, I swear you'll be branded for life. What happened to your initial bravado? How infuriating, to cower when faced with adversity. You have a name and a reputation. If you concede now, we will expose you on your city's community forum. Yes, you must fight, or we will ensure you become a trending topic online. Lao Fang's words ignited the already volatile emotions of the audience, prompting them to launch foul eggs and drink bottles towards the safety platform, leaving Xiao An in a most disheveled state, gazing at the unperturbed figure across from him. Calmly enjoying the spectacle, Xiao An was overwhelmed with a mix of shame and rage. If he retreated now, he would surely incur the wrath of the masses. Had he known, he would have kept a lower profile and concealed his identity. Alas, there is no remedy for regret. Caught in a predicament, Xiao An glared fiercely at the young man opposite him, then nervously glanced at the towering purple figure below. Gritting his teeth, he released his final safety battle pet. This was a gamble. If he fled now, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. He had no choice but to fight. He could only hope that the Demon Sword Saint had expended significant energy in the previous battles. If he could indeed push this ancient beast down, perhaps he would stand a chance against the twin stars that followed. Amidst the eerie green flames, a gaunt figure emerged in the arena, standing around 4 meters tall. It was a hunchbacked creature, clad in a tightly wrapped gray hooded robe, its face a ghastly, decayed visage of an ancient zombie, with greenish eyes that were quite unsettling. On its back, it bore a black wooden frame, from which hung a lamp radiating a ghostly green light. In its hand, it wielded a long black wooden staff. What a sight, a classic necromancer. Chapter 69, The Undying Body. This time, Ahao deviated from his previous cautious approach, and with a flash, the crimson crescent moon was unleashed, delivering a hellish strike straight ahead. In response to this sudden onslaught, the hunchbacked necromancer reacted swiftly, slamming its black wooden staff to the ground, erecting a barrier of protective energy. The crimson crescent moon struck the barrier, as if sinking into a viscous substance. Its speed drastically reduced. Seizing the moment, the necromancer swiftly repositioned itself, and as the barrier vanished, the hellish strike, now restored in speed, could no longer reach its target. Quite skilled indeed. Failing to hit, Ahao gripped his sword with both hands and charged forward. The necromancer, recognizing the threat, wasted no time. It drew forth a ghostly green flame from its black wooden staff and pointed it to the ground before it. Green ripples spread out, and skeletal warriors formed from ethereal power surged from the earth, rushing madly towards the Demon Sword Saint. Ahao dispatched them effortlessly. These wretched creatures posed no hindrance whatsoever. Just then, having completed his incantation, the necromancer brandished the black wooden staff engulfed in green flames, sending forth a massive serpent of ghostly fire towards the rampaging Demon Sword Saint. More? As the 20-meter serpent approached, Ahao struck with a hellish slash, cleaving it cleanly in two, the force propelling it against the defensive barrier with unyielding momentum. Cursed! Xiao An could not help but slam his fist against the railing of the safety platform. The necromancer's summoning abilities typically allowed it to hold its ground for dozens of rounds, yet the Demon Sword Saint was closing in rapidly. Barely 3 rounds had passed, and it was nearly upon them. The pressure was immense. Against such an opponent, he could not afford to stall. He had to fight. Xiao An realized he could no longer afford to think about the twin stars. His immediate priority was to survive this encounter. Continuing with a conservative strategy would likely lead to his downfall. Gritting his teeth, Xiao An conveyed his determination to the necromancer. A howl erupted from the necromancer as it took the lamp from its back and drew it close, then opened its mouth wide and inhaled sharply. The ghostly fire energy flowed into the necromancer like a rushing stream. As the energy dwindled, the lamp's green glow dimmed until it extinguished completely. Now filled with energy, the necromancer's body began to swell irregularly, as if undergoing a terrifying transformation. What? It had consumed the spirit fire? Lao Fang was taken aback by the necromancer's actions. The lamp on its back could produce and store a certain amount of spirit fire, said to be a high-level power from the underworld. The necromancer could wield this spirit fire in combat. However, the skill of consuming fire had never been documented in written records. It appeared to be a self-developed technique. The question remained, could this necromancer's physical form withstand such a vast amount of spirit fire? Moreover, it had consumed it entirely. Lao Fang discerned the opponent's intent. They were leaving no escape route, and were prepared to fight to the death. Just then, Ahao arrived before the necromancer. Regardless of its grotesquely swelling body, he swung his sword for a vicious strike. However, unexpectedly, the necromancer resisted the psychological impact of the attack, swiftly dodging its head. Yet, one of its arms was severed and fell to the ground, just as Ahau prepared to follow up with a decisive blow. A violent gust of wind tore through the air, nearly ripping it apart. He raised his sword to defend, and amid a shower of sparks and immense force, Ahau's legs skidded across the ground, carving a shallow trench nearly 10 meters long as he absorbed the impact. At that moment, the necromancer had undergone a dramatic transformation. Standing nearly 10 meters tall, its physique doubled in size. The creature was a grotesque spectacle of bulging muscles and revolting tumors, continuously emitting green flames. Its left hand transformed into a massive, razor-sharp claw, the source of a powerful strike it had just delivered. Remarkably, not only did it withstand the blow, but it also morphed from a mage into a warrior, significantly amplifying its strength. The creature, wreathed in eerie green flames, chose not to attack, but instead retrieved its severed right arm from the ground. With a flash of green light where the arm was severed, it reattached itself with an audacity that was astonishing. Furthermore, it swiftly expanded, transforming into a symmetrical claw akin to its left hand. This spectacle left the audience in awe, with jaws dropped, and even Lao Fang momentarily taken aback. What a marvel! Regardless of how it had transformed, Brother Hao wasted no time, unleashing a hellish strike. This time, the creature did not evade. Its colossal claws intersected, firmly blocking the crescent blade of energy aimed at it. After being pushed back several meters, the creature let out a roar, flexing its muscular arms, and with a tremendous effort, it tore free. For the first time, the hellish strike was countered head-on. However, the price of such a bold confrontation was the shattering of all 10 razor claws. Yet, after the green flames enveloped them, the claws rejuvenated, showcasing a troublesome regenerative ability. Lao Fang began to take the situation more seriously, recognizing that the creature's current strength was nearing its peak. The resounding clashes of claws against blades echoed as the two figures engaged in fierce combat. Although the creature's strength slightly surpassed that of Ahau, its agility was significantly lacking. As for technique, transitioning from a mage to a warrior meant its skill was understandably limited. In the blink of an eye, the creature endured several strikes. Yet its powerful regeneration allowed it to stand firm. The intensity of the battle stirred the audience, who leapt to their feet, cheering wildly. At that moment, Ahau suddenly erupted, seizing the opportunity to deliver 2 swift strikes. One severed an arm, the other took a head. Surprisingly, the severed arm, seemingly under some form of telekinetic control, lunged at Ahau from an improbable angle. Reacting swiftly, Ahau dodged, yet the claw still left a faint scar on his chest. Though it did not inflict severe damage, it marked the first tangible contact with the creature after 3 rounds. An excited Scion shouted, "Keep chopping. Show me what you can do. Do you understand the concept of an immortal body?" Ha! Observing Xiaoan's frenzied exclamations, Lao Fang was taken aback. Had he perhaps been too harsh in his treatment of the opponent, leading to this rebound effect? An immortal body? Watching the creature restore its severed head with the aid of the ghostly flames, Lao Fang merely smiled. This was nothing more than a fragmented ability. Moreover, once the ghostly flames within it were depleted, it would ultimately meet its demise. Yet, that was clearly not Fang Tianyan's style. An immortal body, you say? I shall demonstrate how it can be vanquished. Chapter 70. Another one goes mad. Wow. A creature that cannot be killed. Even with its head severed, it can reattach. How can we win against such a monstrosity? There is still a chance. Brothers, it seems we won't need to go to the rooftop tonight. Let's go? An indestructible monster. Stop yelling nonsense, you outsider. Look at that demon sword saint. He is still unscathed. Who knows how this match will end? As the battle reached a fever pitch, the audience was flushed with excitement, engaging in heated debates and shouts. Oh no, this is troublesome. Regenerating limbs? How does it possess such a grotesque ability? It's utterly shameless. Hu Bin, who had consistently supported his idol, was now frantically scratching his head in despair. Don't worry, that ability has a time limit. Once the ghostly flames are exhausted, this match will conclude. In contrast to her anxious cousin, Hisha remained calm, her professional expertise ensuring her judgment remained sharp. However, to everyone's astonishment, the creature showed no intention of retreating. Instead, it charged forward again, positioning itself directly in front of the creature, with both hands gripping its blade. Crimson steam erupted from within, and a blood-red banner unfurled, billowing fiercely. The banner depicted ferocious Rakshasas, fearsome Yaksas, mountains of skulls, and wailing demons. The sounds of torment filled the air, as various torturous images unfolded, shocking all who gazed upon the spectacle. As Ahau, charged to his limits, faced the oncoming creature, he swung his weapon from below, unleashing the infernal banner of the underworld. The blood-red banner sliced through the air, creating a perfect arc of crimson. The creature momentarily halted, frozen in place, A vivid line of red extended from its forehead down to its groin, signifying a devastating cut that cleaved it in two. Ha! I told you it was futile. You are merely wasting your efforts. No matter how much you strike, Mundar will regenerate. With the familiar method of execution in play, Xiaoan laughed triumphantly. Stop your madness and pay attention. His casual remark caused Xiaoan's expression to shift uneasily. He suddenly realized that the situation on the field seemed off. Logically, the Demon Sword Saint should have been turning away from their creature, presenting an open opportunity for attack. Yet, his creature remained motionless, frozen in place. A sense of foreboding washed over Xiaoan. With a thunderous crash, the creature's massive form was finally split along the crimson line, collapsing to the ground. Just then, the severed halves writhed in agony, screaming as they squirmed like maggots. How is this possible? Xiaoan roared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The audience, watching through the arena's large screen, were equally horrified. The severed edges of the creature revealed a swarm of ghostly red apparitions, ravenously consuming the green ghostly flames, along with its flesh. It was as if the ghostly flames were a nourishing feast, and the apparitions grew more fervent with each bite. The creature's immense body was visibly diminishing, being devoured at a staggering rate. This gruesome consumption was torturous. Mundar lashed out with its massive claws at the fiends clinging to it. Yet, the claws passed through the apparitions effortlessly, causing no harm whatsoever. Never had anyone heard of a ghost being slain by a mere blade. Under the relentless torment, the helpless creature was ultimately consumed by the horde of hellish apparitions. With a single strike, 100 demons were slain. The satiated apparitions then coalesced, transforming into familiar blood-red steam, reintegrating into Brother Hao's form. Although the harrowing ordeal had concluded, the audience remained in a state of shock, unable to regain their composure. What is the true nature of that ancient Gu Luosha? It is simply unexplainably eerie, beyond comprehension. Could it really be possible? What is that? How could Gu Luosha possess such power? I cannot believe it. After being defeated in a 1-on-3 scenario, Xiaoan's composure ultimately shattered. His visage contorted as he flailed his arms wildly, shouting incessantly. This outcome was utterly unacceptable to him. A person of his stature, renowned and respected, losing to a competitor half his age, not only did he lose, but he was also humiliated in such a manner. If word of this spread among his peers, what face would he have left? Regret, profound regret. Xiaoan wished fervently for a chance to turn back time, to return to the next day and prevent his foolish endeavor. This was not merely a blunder. It was akin to walking into the mouth of a cannon, a form of self-destruction. Who are you? Who exactly are you? Are you masquerading under a false identity? 16 years old. Who do you think you are fooling? Is this something a mere 16-year-old could accomplish? Indeed, you must be a renowned master, pretending to be weak to catch us off guard, right? How cunning you are? Observing Xiaoan's frenzied state, murmuring incoherently, old Fang couldn't help but stroke his chin in bemusement. Had he truly been too ruthless? Was it merely a one-sided defeat? Surely it couldn't warrant such a breakdown. Moreover, wasn't it Xiaoan who initiated the challenge? Why did the conclusion seem to cast him as the villain while Xiaoan appeared the victim? Fortunately, old Fang kept his thoughts to himself. Had he voiced them, Xiaoan might have collapsed from sheer distress. It truly is a case of one's position dictating their mindset. With all 3 of his battle pets incapacitated, it meant at least a quarter of a year without any available companions and a half-year absence from various competitions. Xiaoan had lost before, but never so devastatingly. This was an unprecedented defeat. Impossible. How could the power of the underworld be vanquished? How could it be subdued by mere blades? What precisely was that? What was that crimson energy? Gazing at Xiaoan's disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes, old Fang politely offered a calm smile, saying, "The underworld? I apologize, but we hail from hell." Chapter 71. The match concludes. The boss awaits. Hell. Xiaoan felt as though all his strength had drained away, collapsing onto the ground, engulfed in an unusual silence. Hell indeed. The individual before him was his very own inferno. It was over, utterly over. Was this truly a 10-to-1 defeat? How could it be? My goodness, my betting company, this is a 10-to-1. How could one toy with a person's psyche like this? How will I explain this to my wife? Explain what? Just come with me to the rooftop in a moment. As the match concluded, a chorus of lament echoed from the crowd, half in despair, half in silence. Truly, it was the doomsday for gamblers. The progression of the match was seamless, a relentless onslaught. The audience placing bets experienced a similarly smooth descent from heaven to hell, with no intermediate stop. The events of today's match, both the process and outcome, were beyond anyone's imagination. The entire affair could only be described as outrageously absurd. Even now, some were slapping themselves, trying to convince themselves this was not reality. Was that son of destiny truly human? Many turned their gazes toward the masked figure on the platform. His strength was so extraordinary it felt unreal, especially considering his age. Words failed to encapsulate his prowess. Who is he? Does such a deity truly need to descend into this underground arena to torment our fragile spirits? Regardless, some had already made up their minds. To hell with the betting odds, from now on. Any match involving the Son of Destiny would warrant a blind bet in his favor. However, after today, the betting company would undoubtedly reassess the Son of Destiny, and substantial odds would likely become a rarity. Thus, under the awe of the crowd, Old Fang's figure vanished down the contestant's passage, concluding his match for the night. He, too, had formed a rough evaluation of Ahau's strength. After consuming elixirs and mastering the realm of Ming Luo, his prowess as a demon sword saint had become quite formidable. However, regarding the levels, Old Fang pondered for a moment, ultimately shaking his head. The gap between lower and upper tiers was not trivial, it was a vast chasm. The disparity between the top and bottom was significantly greater. As one ascended the ranks of battle beasts, the difference in strength expanded. Though the grading appeared close, the actual disparity could be insurmountable. Even with Ahau's abundant resources, he still had a long way to go to break through the bottleneck and reach the upper tier. Lost in thought, Fang Tianyan returned to the contestants' lounge. Congratulations. Upon entering, he was greeted by an enthusiastic embrace that nearly suffocated him in its grandeur. What a murder attempt. Once freed, Old Fang gasped for air. Meanwhile, Leijana stood proudly, provocatively performing a show of strength. Just one word, dizzying. As their relationship grew closer, she became less shy and more audacious in his presence. Stop talking. Tonight, let us fight with all we have. Just as they jested while exiting the lounge, a long-waiting woman approached, slightly bowing as she spoke. Mr. Fang, our boss congratulates you on your victory tonight. To celebrate, she has prepared a feast in your honor, and we hope you will grace us with your presence. Observing the respectful maid before him, Old Fang felt a twinge of curiosity while his mind raced. What business could the owner of the Night Queen Arena have with him? As for the celebration and banquet, they were merely formalities. Many victorious contestants frequented the Night Queen, and if the owner congratulated everyone daily, how would she manage her business? It seemed his revealed strength had piqued the interest of certain individuals. I have matters to attend to, so I will not be joining. In response to Old Fang's refusal, the maid remained unfazed, keeping her smile intact. If you have matters to attend to, we can discuss this another time. I wish you a good rest, and hope for your continued victories. With that, she turned and departed. There was no forceful invitation. Whether or not he accepted seemed rather casual. However, after taking a few steps, the maid abruptly halted, sensing something, and turned back. Mr. Fang, you. Nothing. The matter has been resolved. Please lead the way. Looking at Fang Tianyan's impassive expression, the maid hesitated, her mouth opening in surprise, yet failing to utter a word. Are you attempting to play tricks? No wonder he possessed such monstrous strength. Indeed, his audacity was not that of an ordinary person. Following the maid for about 10 minutes, they finally arrived at a resplendent golden door. Upon entering, the room's decor was exquisite, luxurious, and elegant. At the center of the dining table lay a variety of steaming, delicious dishes, freshly prepared with evident care and detail. On either side of the table stood 2 rows of maids, ready to serve at a moment's notice. Opposite the dining table, facing the entrance, sat a woman. Her rose-gold hair cascaded down her back like a silken waterfall, her long neck resembling that of a swan. Her skin as flawless as snow. Even with a half-mask covering her face, the elegant bridge of her nose and radiant lips revealed her striking beauty. Particularly captivating were her magenta eyes, exuding both calm wisdom and an alluring charm. Draped in a resplendent magenta and black jumpsuit, adorned with a luxurious fur shawl and sparkling diamond earrings, stood a woman of extraordinary poise, leaving an indelible impression. After surveying the scene, Lao Fang's mind was consumed by 2 thoughts, grandeur and wealth. This woman exuded an air of immense affluence. The mere glass jewels dangling from her ears were worth a staggering 7 figures. To Lao Fang's surprise, the proprietor of the Yi Huangho Arena was indeed a woman, seemingly only a few years older than Lei Jina. Could she be the owner's daughter, or perhaps an agent? Before Lao Fang could ponder further, the woman at the head of the table elegantly covered her mouth and smiled. Esteemed guest, I trust you do not intend to remain standing indefinitely? Her voice was magnetic, mature, and composed, revealing her as a true femme fatale. Lao Fang grinned, refraining from excessive dialogue, and pulled out a chair to sit down. Just as he contemplated inviting Lei Jina to join him, the formidable woman stood directly behind him, brandishing a Qingtian Yinhua blade. Her right hand gripping the hilt firmly against the ground, while her left hand rested on her hip, her armored figure standing resolute like a stalwart pine. The intensity of her presence surged, and Lao Fang momentarily believed he had a formidable guardian at his back. Observing the vigilant and serious demeanor of Lei Jina, he He felt warmth bloom in his heart, choosing not to press her further. At this moment, their hearts were in sync. Words were unnecessary, as a single gesture could convey their thoughts. In the privacy of their home, they playfully bantered and laughed without a care, but when in public, Lei Jinna preferred to adopt the role of a devoted bodyguard. You have your grandeur, and my man possesses his as well. I can uphold it single-handedly. Chapter 72, A Risk-Free Transaction. Beholding the imposing mixed-blood female warrior standing with her weapon, the wealthy woman's eyes flickered with intrigue. After Lao Fang took his seat, she spoke at the opportune moment. Mr. Fang, greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Maggie, the principal overseer of the Yi Huang Ho Arena. Principal overseer? May I interpret this as such? Certainly, Maggie replied with a smile, exuding an air of nobility, yet possessing an affable demeanor. She had become the owner of the largest underground arena in Huangming City at a young age. This woman was extraordinary. Very well, may I inquire, Ms. Maggie, what business do you have in summoning me? Lao Fang was accustomed to a straightforward approach, eschewing small talk. Shall we not converse over a meal? I apologize, but I prefer to eat in peace and discuss serious matters with focus. When dining, I tend to indulge in flirtation, so let us prioritize the business at hand. Moreover, the hour grows late. The sooner we conclude, the sooner we may rest. With this, Lao Fang deliberately yawned, leaving an impression of ambiguity. Clap, clap. Maggie lightly applauded twice. And moments later, several bespectacled bodyguards entered, meticulously arranging the dishes on the table. Wearing sunglasses at night. Now that was professionalism, was it not? Notably, having bodyguards rather than maidens attend to the meal was rather intriguing. Lao Fang casually surveyed the surrounding maidens. They might not be genuine attendants, but the bodyguards were unmistakably formidable. The cleanup was remarkably swift, and before long, the dining table was cleared. Mr. Fang, I wish to propose a transaction. Here are the details of the contract for your review. With a wave of her hand, a maiden presented the prepared documents to Lao Fang. Upon careful perusal, he grasped Maggie's intentions. She was involved in numerous businesses, each facing stiff competition. When conflicts arose in business, competitors often resorted to private beast battles to determine the victor, providing a straightforward solution to their disputes. This method was brutally simple and direct. The rationale for not allowing humans to fight was straightforward. Fatalities would invite legal repercussions. Warfare is merely a continuation of political systems, while these private beast duels represent an extension of business ventures. Now it is clear why capitalists initially invest in beast tamers. They essentially employ these tamers to safeguard their enterprises. Winning is advantageous, but losing could entail personal financial repercussions and scorn from investors. The pressure is indeed immense. Thus, it is evident that a capitalist's money is not easily acquired. However, the contract in Lao Fang's possession was distinct. It was an employment contract. When Maggie's business required a private beast duel to resolve outcomes, she would notify Lao Fang, who could then choose whether to assist. If he chose to help, a significant reward awaited him. Conversely, if he opted not to assist, there would be no repercussions. What captivated Lao Fang most about this contract was its unprecedented leniency. Even in the event of a loss, Lao Fang would not be liable for any compensation, and Maggie would still offer a token of gratitude. In essence, assisting would yield financial gain regardless of the outcome. This was indeed a remarkable proposition. The woman's vision was exceptional. Any reasonable individual would be inclined to sign this contract, as it presented no risk to the second party. The choice to assist was voluntary, and financial reward was guaranteed, presenting an unparalleled opportunity. Yet, Lao Fang perceived the contract's generosity as merely a natural consequence. Given his performance today and his potential for future growth, such an almost self-effacing contract was to be expected. A discerning capitalist would inevitably offer similar terms. In truth, if one were not to offer such terms, there would be others willing to do so. It was he who chose them, not the other way around. Lao Fang was acutely aware that this wealthy woman was among the few who understood his true identity and approximate capabilities. She knew his name, age, and appearance, information easily accessible. Yet, he was not particularly troubled by this. The knowledge of a select few would not disrupt his current lifestyle, thus it was of little consequence. I have reviewed the contract. I will contemplate it for a few days and provide my response upon my next visit. Lao Fang placidly placed the contract upon the dining table. If there are any aspects that do not meet your expectations, please do not hesitate to voice them. We may negotiate further. Lao Fang's refusal took Maggie by surprise. She had believed her approach sufficiently accommodating. This matter is unrelated to the contract. Let us reconvene at a later date. After speaking, Lao Fang rose to depart. I look forward to our next meeting, Maggie replied with a composed smile, her demeanor unflustered, revealing no hint of urgency. There is no need for you to personally see us off, Ms. Maggie. We are familiar with the way. Farewell. Noticing the hostess's intention to rise, Lao Fang politely declined her gesture of goodwill. Very well, Maggie, please escort our guests. Remember, the main entrance is crowded. Lead them through the side exit to avoid disturbing our esteemed guests. Yes, master. The attendant who had guided Lao Fang and Lei Jiana stepped forward at the command. Oh, and if we are to meet again, I hope Ms. Maggie might remove her mask if we are to discuss matters. It would be best for both parties to be forthright. As Lao Fang's words fell, the atmosphere in the room shifted abruptly. The maiden's gazes turned towards him, brimming with hostility, even harboring a hint of malice. With a huff, before Lao Fang could react, Lei Jiana had already coldly snorted, brandishing her blade and positioning herself protectively in front of him. The towering figure, exuding an aura of formidable battle intent and a palpable sense of lethal energy, instantly subdued the spirits of the maidens in attendance. So, you wish to engage, do you? In matters of intimidation, glaring, and unsheathing a blade. Lij and boldly declared that she had never feared anyone, were it not for the fact that she was mindful of the elder Fang's silence. She would have already drawn her knife at the audacity of these maidens, who dared to cast a fierce glance at her man. No one anticipated that a conversation, which had been quite pleasant, would swiftly turn tense due to a casual remark from the elder Fang. How audacious! Chapter 73, The Empress of Extreme Paths. As Maggie spoke, the maidens immediately subdued their demeanor, lowering their gazes and reverting to their harmless roles of servitude. The servants are ignorant and have offended your excellency. I apologize for my inability to discipline them, and I hope you will not take offense. It is but a trivial matter, no harm done. With a dismissive wave towards the slightly bowing Maggie, the elder Fang turned to follow the maiden Mary as they departed. After casting a watchful glance over the entire room, Lij and also turned to follow in their footsteps. As the resplendent doors closed once more, Maggie poured herself a glass of red wine, and, holding the ornate goblet, approached a nearby floor-to-ceiling window. Through the window, one could overlook the entire arena, which offered the finest vantage point for observing the Night Queen's events. Gently swirling her wine, Maggie stood quietly, observing the sparse crowd dispersing from the arena, her lips curling slightly. Such terrifying strength is one thing, but a personality so meticulous, with emotions concealed, truly makes for a precocious young individual. Were the elder Fang to overhear such remarks, he would surely shake his pulse bottle and demand the retraction of the term young individual, teaching her what it truly means to be a youthful giant warrior. Walking along, Fang Tianyan remained focused on the path ahead, while Mary, without glancing back, inquired, "May I ask if my previous words inadvertently offended your master?" Reflecting on the earlier scene, Fang Tianyan began to sense something amiss. The conversation had been progressing well until a single remark caused Maggie's subordinates to glare with hostility, indicating that an unseen boundary had been inadvertently crossed. Upon hearing the question from behind, Mary paused slightly before responding, "I apologize, but I cannot elaborate further. I can only inform you that my master wears a mask not in opposition to you. It is customary for her to present herself this way in public settings." This clarification brought understanding to the elder Fang. Beneath the mask lay secrets, or perhaps privacy. "Sister, when shall we return? It is quite late, and we have classes tomorrow." In the entrance hall of the Night Queen's arena, HSH sat quietly on a guest sofa, her eyes fixed intently on the contestant passage. "I never expected that a girl like you, with no notable traits, would possess such curiosity." Beside her, HBN, witnessing his cousin's oblivious demeanor, simply sat down, choosing to remain silent. He had not anticipated that HSH would come once and show greater interest in the favored child of destiny than he did. Once the match concluded that evening, she rushed to the hall, taking her seat and entering observation mode. HBN, compelled to let his father leave first, quickly followed. His curiosity piqued. If he could intercept the favored child of destiny for a photograph or an autograph, he would have something to boast about in their group. However, he lacked his cousin's patience, wanting to slip away after less than 20 minutes. Bored, he scrolled through his phone, noticing the audience chat was filled with lamentations. Seeing the disgruntled comments from those who had lost money brought him some joy, but he also chastised himself internally. Why did he only invest 1,000? Had he purchased more, his pocket money for the coming years would have been secured. Alas, it seemed his enthusiasm for idolizing was not fervent enough. "Miss, sir, we are about to close. I kindly ask you to return another day." Glancing up at the arena staff, HBN was momentarily taken aback, quickly checking the time. "Oh no, it's already past midnight. We've been waiting here for over an hour." The hours slipped away unnoticed while engrossed in their devices. "Have all the contestants already departed?" "I apologize, miss, but contestant information is confidential, and we are not authorized to disclose it." Hearing the staff's response, HSH cast a reluctant glance back at the contestant passage before ultimately leading her cousin away. Little did they know, The elder Fang had already exited seamlessly through a side door under Mary's guidance, rendering their wait entirely futile. At this moment, Fang Tianyan was at home, perspiring profusely as he played Dragon Quest. The afternoon was still a blissful time without classes. Ling was watering flowers in the front yard, while Lijin practiced with her sword in the back. Meanwhile, the elder Fang reclined in a chair in the backyard, perusing the newly acquired information. It was a dossier concerning Maggie's personal details. A few days prior, the elder Fang had declined an opportunity at the Night Queen for a very simple reason. He knew nothing about this woman Maggie. Previously, as a contestant, the identity of the owner, whether male or female, held no significance for him, and thus he had no interest in such matters. However, now that a connection had been established and potential collaboration was on the horizon, he could not afford to remain in ignorance. Therefore, upon returning, he invested a considerable sum to gather intelligence about her. The results were astonishing. He was taken aback by what he discovered. The Empress of Extreme Paths. In Hu 11ing district, many years ago, there existed a gang known as GSHG, whose power was unmatched, nearly establishing a dominant force in the region. The gang's leader was an unequivocal tyrant, engaging in arson, pillaging, and all manner of malevolence, with no principles or boundaries. In the tyrant leader's own words, he was the one and only 1 plus 99, perfectly summing to 100. Hence, the gang was named GSHG. During the height of the gang's reign, it was also the most chaotic period in Hu 11ing district. The number 99 became synonymous with dread, striking fear into the hearts of all. It is said that during that time, the authorities could no longer tolerate the situation and attempted several crackdowns, but these merely resulted in a temporary lull. Once the storm passed, GSHG resumed their wickedness, addressing only the symptoms rather than the root causes. And this Maggie is the daughter of the tyrant leader of GSHG. More accurately, she is his illegitimate child, sharing a similar status to the elder Fang. Yet, her upbringing was undoubtedly fraught with far more peril. The tyrant leader, aside from having a wife as ruthless as himself, had numerous connections with other women and several illegitimate offspring, but very few survived. Those who were not killed by him were often met with the same fate at the hands of his wife. They were the very embodiment of a psychologically twisted, violent pair of dual calamities. Although the elder Fang was not favored in his family, at least he had basic provisions for his living. In contrast, Maggie likely lived in constant fear, treading cautiously each day. Yet, 5 years ago, everything changed. Overnight, this pair of dual calamities, along with their equally malevolent son, perished suddenly. Subsequently, Maggie emerged, swiftly taking control of GSHG and establishing herself as the new Empress of Extreme Paths. The dossier provided only a cursory overview, but the intricacies of human relations, power struggles, and deep-seated hatred would likely require an entire television series to portray fully. Following her acquisition of GSHG, Maggie initiated sweeping reforms. From that moment onward, the once infamous GSHG vanished entirely. From the ashes of GSHG, a black rose blossomed. Chapter 74. How did she arrive? The Black Rose is the new name of the gang that Maggie established after taking over GSHG. Not only had the name changed, but the entire ethos of the gang underwent a remarkable transformation. The hotel, casino, and entertainment industries dominate the scene, while illicit activities have been systematically eliminated. Strict regulations have been established within the gang, leading to significant changes in its hierarchical structure. Although the influence has diminished compared to the former Jujo gang, sustainability, reputation, and connections have all been successfully cultivated. Remarkably, the organization has even received an award for excellence from the authorities, maintaining its prestige while gradually building a positive public image. The gang's transition into legitimate business reflects a blend of legality and illegality. Upon reviewing the documents, Lao Fang held a high regard for Maggie. The tangible results speak volumes. Her vision and capabilities are undeniably impressive. Although Lao Fang is not a paragon of virtue, he possesses principles and boundaries. He harbors a deep-seated disdain for drug trafficking, human trafficking, and organ trade, resolutely opposing such heinous acts. After meticulously examining the documents and confirming that He Xiangwei has not breached any personal taboos, Lao Fang made up his mind. However, some details in the contract would require adjustments. For the time being, Lao Fang does not have much need for money. His recent victory against Xiao and has yielded him billions, leaving him in a state of abundance. His life goals in this lifetime differ markedly from those of his past. On launching, the pursuit of fame and wealth prevails. In this lifetime, money serves merely as a tool for realizing his dreams. Generally, a sufficient amount suffices. He Xiangwei, however, offers him something far more valuable than money. Brother. A sudden call interrupted Lao Fang's thoughts. Upon seeing Ling, who was joyfully running towards him with a watering can, A smile broke across his face. Recently, her nutrition had improved, and her complexion and overall condition were noticeably better, with her height also increasing slightly. What is it? Lao Fang gently patted Ling's head. There is an older sister outside looking for you. An older sister? Confusion crossed Lao Fang's face. Yes. She looks to be around your age and is very pretty, with blue eyes. Upon hearing Ling's description, Fang Tianyan immediately recognized who it was. What does she want? Where is she? I told her to wait outside for a moment. Ling replied, her tone a bit apprehensive. Lao Fang chuckled and patted her head again, encouraging her. Well done. Despite Ling's timid nature, she is quite perceptive. She would not lead a stranger into the house based solely on a few words. You wait outside. I will go in and report. There is no problem at all. Ling, reassured by her brother's affirmation, smiled even more brightly. That is indeed your classmate. Please take her to the reception room. I will be there shortly. Okay. Ling placed the watering can down and cheerfully ran to the front door. Ah, it seems the master possesses quite the charm. Even the ladies come seeking him. After her training, Lei Jiana, while sipping on a glass of cold water, teased Lao Fang with a playful expression. Compared to those young girls, I prefer you. Fang, squinting his eyes and raising his eyebrows, gave Long Yang a knowing look. Humph. A small horse pulling a heavy cart. What? Seeing Lao Fang momentarily stunned by her words, Lei Jiana could not help but burst into laughter. However, the next moment, the imposing man rushed toward her. A small horse, is it? Who's the small horse? Say that again. Who begged for mercy first last night? Who was too lazy to move until noon? Ha ha ha, don't scratch. I was just joking. I was wrong. In the blooming backyard, Hisha sat quietly in the living room, nearly finishing a pot of tea. May I ask, little sister, what is your relationship with Fang? Growing somewhat bored from waiting, Hisha struck up a conversation with Ling, who was arranging flowers beside her. She felt a certain curiosity about the 11-year-old girl. I am here to work for the master, Ling replied with a smile. Work? Hisha looked at Ling in astonishment. You're so young and already working? Don't you go to school? The master said he plans to send me to school when the new semester begins. Lao Fang had discussed the matter of schooling with Ling and recognized the yearning and conflict in her eyes. Thus, he decided to enroll her when the new semester commenced. Upon hearing Ling's words, Hisha refrained from further inquiries. What on earth is that man doing? Hisha pondered, feeling a bit perplexed as nearly half an hour had passed. Sister, don't be anxious. Once I finish arranging these flowers, I will check in the backyard. The master may be delayed due to some matters. Ling, ever attentive, noticed Hisha's subtle impatience. Just then, Hisha seemed to faintly hear a high-pitched female voice coming from the backyard. For some reason, the sound made her feel slightly restless. Thirsty, she instinctively took a sip of her tea. I must go see. Could something have happened? As Hisha stood up, a familiar tall figure emerged from the backyard, looking refreshed. Ah, is this not the class leader? What brings you here? Please, take a seat. Don't be shy. Ling, go boil another pot of tea. No need, Fang. Let us sit down and discuss serious matters. Hisha, having had her fill of tea, found herself somewhat speechless at Lao Fang's playful demeanor. This man either remains silent with a cold face or acts inappropriately. Serious matters? Lao Fang appeared a bit confused. However, noticing her perfectly composed demeanor, he commended her for maintaining a good mindset. After being humiliated by him, she recovered rather swiftly. All right, may I ask what serious matter the class leader wishes to discuss? After finishing a cup of tea, Lao Fang noticed she was still silent and raised his head, only to meet her gaze directly. Hisha, your unwavering gaze is quite disconcerting. Lao Fang silently mused, feeling slightly uneasy under her scrutiny. Is this girl perhaps a bit peculiar? Unfazed by Lao Fang's teasing, Hisha diverted her gaze slightly and calmly stated, the end of the year approaches, and tomorrow our class will engage in an exchange competition with 2 other Academy's beast trainers. I hope you can participate. What? An exchange competition? Lao Fang had little interest in such an event, which involved beating up children, and promptly declined. Thank you for coming all this way, but I am not interested. Besides, with you around, isn't that sufficient? 1 level. It will be a complete rout. Observing Hisha's expressionless face, Lao Fang suddenly recalled something and hesitated mid-sentence. Just a few days prior, he had torn apart her large frog, which was still in its rebirth phase. How could he have forgotten? Chapter 75, Give me a good beating. Lao Fang found himself in a bit of a predicament. However, Hisha remained calm, her expression as stoic as ever. I understand this competition may seem like a waste of your time, but aside from the 2 of us, the others in our class are at most at the intermediate level, while the other 2 academies each have a beast at the advanced level. Before I came here, the principal personally instructed me that this exchange competition is crucial for the academy's reputation, and they hope you can lend a hand. You have been absent from nearly a quarter of the classes. The principal also mentioned that if you assist in this matter, your absences will be overlooked, and your credits will be fully granted. Well then, I will be there on time tomorrow. With her words laid out so plainly, Lao Fang felt it inappropriate to refuse further. Moreover, he recognized that skipping classes had indeed been a bit ostentatious, and it was reasonable for him to help out tomorrow. With such a large house, you only hired a little girl to help? There aren't many people. For now, we can manage with just 2 or 3. 2 or 3. Casually glanced around, wondering if there were others present. Just then, illegitimate entered the living room, exuding an undeniable aura of authority that momentarily stunned HSH. It was her first encounter with such a tall and beautiful woman in real life, whose unique and extraordinary charisma was simply captivating. Being in her own home, illegitimate donned a stylish, fitted outfit that showcased her stunning physique. HSH couldn't help but notice her long legs, majestic curves, and perfectly shaped figure, which prompted her to instinctively lower her gaze and assess her own appearance. Old Fang felt a peculiar chill emanating from illegitimate, as if her usual stoic demeanor had shifted slightly, drawing his attention. The way she moved was seamless, almost ethereal. Tianyan, is this your classmate? Allow me to introduce Miss HSH, my esteemed class leader. Hello, I am illegitimate, Tianyan's personal guardian. Before Old Fang could respond, illegitimate took the initiative to introduce herself, emphasizing the term personal with a deliberate inflection. Her languid yet satisfying presence left HSH momentarily spellbound. Instinctively, she extended her hand for a handshake, causing Old Fang's heart to race with concern that illegitimate might inadvertently apply too much pressure, potentially harming HSH. I just finished training and need to shower. Please, continue your conversation. With a playful wink at Old Fang, illegitimate ascended the stairs. Tianyan. Such an affectionate way to address him, HSH thought, feeling an inexplicable surge of irritation at the thought of the two of them being alone together. Was it the principal who sent you to find me? Yes, she replied. Old Fang sensed a hint of uncertainty in her tone, which was unexpected. He was unaware that it was not the principal who had tasked HSH with this visit. Rather, she had taken it upon herself to volunteer. In the afternoon, Principal's son had come to the class to inform them of the arrangements for the following day, and, while inquiring about Fang Tianyan, HSH had proactively suggested that, as class leader, it was her duty to personally visit him. Seeking to act with honor, she took the initiative, and the principal subsequently provided her with Old Fang's address. Now that the matter is settled, I shall take my leave. Would you care to join me for dinner this evening? Old Fang proposed with a smile. Thank you. But that won't be necessary, she replied, and Old Fang's smile widened at her refusal. Did you walk here? After seeing her expression stiffen, he nearly laughed aloud. Wait here. I will go fetch the car. This seemingly naive girl was endearingly oblivious to social nuances. Had she simply stated that she would accept a ride, it would have absolved her of any suspicion of insincerity. During the drive, the two fell into a comfortable silence. Fang Tianyan, is your battle pet just a Guhu Anxio? Yes, he replied. How much magic energy does your battle pet currently possess? I've forgotten. After exchanging a few words, HSH fell silent, realizing the conversation had hit a dead end. Old Fang chuckled inwardly at the irony of a girl with such a stoic demeanor struggling to maintain a lively discussion. As the car came to a halt, they arrived at the destination. Peering through the gates, Old Fang noted that it was indeed a residence fit for royalty. Thank you, Fang Tianyan. Would you like to come in for tea? No, it's getting late. We can talk another time, he replied, just as HSH was about to turn away. He called out, by the way, during the last district competition, I may have been a bit too forceful. I hope it hasn't adversely affected your mindset. HSH froze in place. No, it's fine. It's all in the past. Are you apologizing to me? She had always perceived him as a man who, despite his playful demeanor, harbored a deep-seated arrogance. It was surprising to see this side of him. No, don't misunderstand. I'm merely being polite. With a sudden acceleration, he performed a quick drift and departed, leaving HSH standing there, bemused by the unpredictable encounter. The following day, Old Fang arrived punctually at the ZHN Academy's Battle Pet Arena, where numerous students were already milling about. Hey, look at that handsome guy with black hair. He seems to be the champion of our district competition. Really? Where? Hearing the conversation behind him, Old Fang quickened his pace, as it was becoming increasingly common for students to approach him for selfies or contact information. At that moment, he spotted a familiar figure approaching from a distance. Principal Sunday. Oh, Fang Tianyan, you finally made it. Welcome. Sun placed a hand on his shoulder, creating an amiable atmosphere. Seizing the opportunity, Principal Sun leaned in and whispered, regarding today's exchange competition. Rest assured, I understand. I will temper my approach to ensure it's suitable for viewers under 15, Old Fang interjected confidently. Temper? Why would you temper it? You should hit me hard. The excitement on Principal Sun's face momentarily left Old Fang at a loss. But, Principal, they are merely young people. There is no need for excessive force. Precisely because they are young, They should be challenged and experience the harsh realities of society. Go ahead, they can handle it. And pets 1T perish, so it's no big deal. What is going on? Is it really that intense? Seeing the confusion on old Fang's face, Principal Sun clenched his teeth and whispered, I feel ashamed. Our academy has consistently ranked at the bottom in previous exchange competitions, with those two old geezers incessantly mocking me. Look at me now, my hair is falling out from stress. He ran a hand over his thinning hair. Is it really appropriate to attribute your baldness to this? This year, we finally have a chance, but as for HSH, well, I can't rely on her for now. So I'm counting on you to help us reclaim our honor. Please. Although ZH-Inhu Academy is the top institution in Jiaming City in terms of overall strength, it has struggled in the specialized field of battle pet trainers. With HSH's presence, Principal Sun had hoped to finally shine, only for old Fang to emerge as an unforeseen dark horse. Sun's joy was palpable, as he anticipated no longer having to worry about their ranking in battle pet trainers for the next few years. It seems that the principal is indeed a person of sentiment, but I do hope that the parents of HSH-1T confront me at the school gates. Have HSH's parents given you any trouble? Principal Sun inquired with a smile. Not at all, old Fang replied, contemplating the situation. When one faces defeat, seeking parental intervention is a sign of fragility that will earn the disdain of peers, and parents would never want to tarnish their reputation in such a manner. In our community, such detrimental trends are non-existent. How could one harbor such peculiar notions? Observing the perplexed expression of Principal Sun, Lao Fang offered a sheepish smile. My apologies. I was influenced by the ingrained mindset of launching, since there was no need to worry about crossing boundaries that might lead to parental complaints or confrontations. Lao Fang confidently declared, Understood, I will take action. With the instructions conveyed, Principal Sun departed, as he had numerous responsibilities to attend to at the intercollegiate exchange meeting. Lao Fang made his way to the spectator section designated for his class. Upon his arrival, the collective gaze of his classmates fixated on him. This marked Lao Fang's first official appearance on campus following the district competition. Given his newfound fame, he had become a veritable idol within the academy, and he had grown accustomed to such spotlight moments over time. Choosing a corner to sit, he noticed that the attention of those around him remained unwaveringly focused on him. Were it not for his previous reputation of being a stern individual who had physically reprimanded classmates, it was likely that the girls on either side would have already approached him. Presently, however, their admiration was tempered by a healthy respect for his presence, allowing him a rare moment of tranquility. As he surveyed the nearly filled venue, Lao Fang discerned three distinct sections demarcated by varying school uniforms. The students from Zhanhua, Qingyuan, and Minglan, hailing from the three leading academies, began to arrive in succession. A considerable distance was maintained between the student sections, with tall barriers erected for separation. At the junctions of these sections, robust young men, evidently from the martial arts classes, stood guard. Additionally, crates of bottled beverages were surreptitiously retrieved from storage rings, and many female students began to style their long hair into elegant arrangements. Even before the exchange meeting commenced, the atmosphere within the arena was charged with a competitive spirit. It was indeed a fierce environment, characteristic of the Edge City. At that moment, Hesha made her entrance. After a brief assessment of her surroundings, she effortlessly identified her target. You arrived quite late, Lao Fang remarked with a smile, glancing at her graceful figure. There were too many people, so I lingered a bit longer, she replied. The classmates seated in the back corner, observing a boy and a girl together, exchanged bewildered glances. What was happening? Had they reconciled? Although the class monitor had visited him the previous day, that was for official matters. Based on their past interactions, one would have expected them to maintain a cold silence for at least a year. Yet here they were, seated together and seemingly engaged in conversation. This was indeed troubling. The dynamics had shifted dramatically. The female students' gazes were now riveted on Hesha, while the male students' attention was fixated on Lao Fang, their expressions laced with envy and hostility. Hesha was undoubtedly the belle of Zhanhua Academy, complemented by her affluent family background, making her the object of many boys' affections. Though she may have lacked in certain physical attributes, her youthful charm resonated with the aesthetic preferences of adolescent boys. As the two sat closely, a wave of jealousy surged among the male students. Hu Bin, too, was left gaping in astonishment. From what he understood, his cousin had always struggled to connect with her peers, particularly the opposite sex. With her icy demeanor and prestigious lineage from the Edge City, boys of her age generally dared not approach her, let alone strike up a conversation. Who would have imagined that his aloof cousin would one day sit beside a boy? It felt as if the sun had risen in the west. Yet, considering their compatibility, Hu Bin couldn't help but grin. The jealousy of the girls was easily explained, as their envy could be more intense than that of boys. Faced with the scrutiny of their peers, the duo in the corner remained largely unfazed. The girl, with her naturally expressionless face, was impervious to the chatter. The boy, on the other hand, was indifferent to the piercing gazes directed at him. However, when Lao Fang glanced up, the group of boys hastily averted their eyes, intimidated by his formidable presence. Through his interactions with Hesha, Lao Fang learned that this intercollegiate exchange was a cherished tradition among the top 3 academies. It was not solely the Beastmasters who were to participate. The martial artists and mages would also engage. This event served as a small-scale year-end assessment, with rewards for commendable performances. Dear students and esteemed faculty, I extend a heartfelt welcome to all at the year-end exchange meeting of the 3 academies, Principal Sun announced, his voice resonating amidst thundering applause as the event officially commenced. As Principal Sun concluded his formal address, the exchange competition began in earnest. The order of events featured martial artists first, followed by mages, and finally the Beastmasters. The moment the martial artists took to the stage, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The exuberance of the youth rivaled that of the adult spectators in the Night Queen arena. The victorious expressions on the faces of those who triumphed were unmistakable. The taunts exchanged across the barriers were laced with fervor, as each side hurled insults and projectiles, creating an atmosphere thick with competitive fervor. Bottles, shoes, and even foul-smelling eggs were launched, resulting in a cacophony of sensory chaos. If not for the imposing barriers separating the competitors, a free-for-all brawl would likely have ensued. Such scenes were reminiscent of the antics of football hooligans. Surprisingly, there seemed to be little authority to manage the situation, with only sporadic attempts by teachers to prevent students from scaling the barriers. However, students attempting to vault over the barriers would soon realize the folly of their actions. Given the barrage awaiting them, the intensity of the spectacle left Lao Fang momentarily stunned. Was it truly this exhilarating? He found himself joining in the revelry, tossing a few objects of his own into the fray. Indeed, Principal Li and Principal Kevin, it appears that this year's students are as spirited as ever, beamed Principal Sun, the host, clearly delighted by the lively display. With Zhanhua Academy's Beastmasters performing adequately, the martial artists securing the top spot, and the mages vying for second place, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction observing the commendable performances of his students. The 2 neighboring principals smiled in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Principal Sun, relishing the moment, couldn't help but mentally critique his 2 old adversaries. How curious that these 2 cunning old foxes, who had previously overshadowed him, were now feigning humility. As the saying goes, the second and third always conspire against the first. In past years, when Zhanhua Academy's Beastmasters were overshadowed, these 2 rivals would have been eager to seize the opportunity to belittle him. After all, such opportunities to assert dominance were few and far between, and they must be cherished. This year has proven to be challenging. The renowned individuals possess influential connections, thus requiring a certain level of discretion. This group of cunning old foxes is acutely aware of the underlying dynamics. Perhaps fate has conspired to elevate Principal Sun's life to unprecedented heights, as he astonishingly secured first place in both the martial arts and Beastmaster interprofessional exchange competition. At this juncture, all attention is fixated on the Beastmaster category. The expressions of Principal Li and Principal Kevin have soured noticeably. Initially, they had hoped to attain at least a first place in the earlier 2 categories to save face. But now it appears they might end up with nothing. Truth be told, had it not been for their respective statuses, both might have chosen to flee at this moment. Meanwhile, Lao Fang stood atop the safety platform, yawning. Although the gazes of the students from all 3 factions were upon him, he remained unfazed. Were it not for the official rating competition being held biannually, he would have long since ascended to a higher level rather than wasting time here engaging with youngsters. He glanced at the young female Beastmaster opposite him, her face reflecting anxiety and trepidation. In the upper tier, Lan Hua Dai, Lao Fang scratched his cheek, contemplating whether to leap down and engage in combat. Ultimately, he decided against it, feeling disinterested. Instead, he released Fei Gu. As soon as Fei Gu emerged, the entire arena fell into a hushed silence. No one dared to make a sound, and the atmosphere was remarkably subdued, with only a few timid students audible as they nervously swallowed. The sound of others capturing the moment on their phones punctuated the stillness. The video of this aberrant Gue Huang Xiao had garnered nearly universal attention within the audience. Fei Gu's fearsome reputation was well known among the younger generation in Huangming City. Just as Lan Hua Dai unleashed her ultimate move, Fei Gu casually swatted it aside with a single sweep. "I surrender," the young lady promptly declared, without a trace of hesitation, swiftly recalling Lan Hua Dai into her beast space. Lao Fang exhibited no reaction. After all, conceding when outmatched is a common occurrence. However, after 3 rounds of such play, Lao Fang found himself quite exasperated. Is this how it is to be played? Launching an ultimate move only to surrender instantly. denying any opportunity for a proper contest? The students of Zhanhua Academy erupted into a chorus of boos, leaving the youthful opponents visibly embarrassed. Indeed, in their youthful exuberance, they felt the sting of shame at such a cowardly tactic, yielding without a fight, leaving their audience bored and their reputation tarnished. Lao Fang's remarks resonated throughout the arena, reddening the faces of the opposing students, who gritted their teeth in frustration yet remained powerless. A collective sense of indignation quickly mounted. Let us do this. It's not easy for our colleagues to gather once a year. I propose that all your competitors come forth together. Let us not waste anyone's time, shall we? If you're still too afraid to fight, then just surrender outright. There's no need to summon your beasts only to have them suffer alongside you in shame. What do you think? His words sparked an uproar in the crowd. How audacious. A true exemplar of youth. Although brash, it was indeed appealing. Did you hear that? He has invited you all to join forces. Yet you still stand there in silence? Is that how cowardly you are? If you're too scared to fight, just surrender and spare us the delay. The fervor of Lao Fang's words ignited a fire within his own classmates, prompting a surge of support. At this point, even the most composed among the opposing team found it increasingly difficult to maintain their composure. After all, they were all young and brimming with vigor. Their tempers were not easily quelled. With such a challenge laid bare, it was not just the Beastmasters who felt the pressure. Lao Fang, a martial artist, was equally incensed. Can we not confront him? Is that formidable blackbird truly so intimidating that you all hesitate? The atmosphere grew charged. Students rallied together, realizing they could not retreat now without facing the scorn of their peers. With a collective nod, they resolved to fight. The camaraderie fostered in shared adversity proved to be effective. As the remaining contestants charged into the arena, the audience erupted with excitement, many students shouting in exhilaration. This spectacle was indeed a rarity. Observing the opposing side, now a formidable assembly, Zhanhua Academy's students could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Wait, did we perhaps overestimate our own prowess? No one anticipated their opponents would dare to band together so boldly, and now the pressure was palpable. Yet, they reassured themselves that in the face of justice, even a loss would not be shameful. As numerous beasts were summoned, the sheer presence of it was somewhat intimidating. The cacophony around the arena quieted considerably. This sight was undeniably imposing. Sister, this is getting dangerous. If it were you, would you win? Hubin sought counsel from his cousin. I'm uncertain, yet if it were him, victory would be assured. Hubin looked at Hisha with a bemused expression, before teasingly adding, Sister Sha, it's quite unusual to see you so confident in a male. Hisha, oblivious to any underlying implications, replied with her usual composure. It's not confidence, it's merely that you do not understand him. A flock of sheep can never best a tiger. At that moment, amidst the roars of the Beastmasters, the multitude of beasts surged forward. Standing steadfast, Feigu merely tilted his head, seemingly unimpressed. Ugh, I can't take it anymore, ugh. You've made me sick. A pale-faced girl lamented, but before she could finish, another wave of nausea overcame her. The arena was now permeated with an indescribable stench. As the chaos spread among the audience, many were left speechless, some slumped in their seats, unable to articulate their shock. Goodness, what a monster. It's truly a monster. The match concluded in under 5 minutes, a brutal massacre. 4 students fainted, 3 succumbed to nausea, and 6 appeared utterly defeated. Harsh, exceedingly harsh. Those whose stomachs had settled finally regained some composure, even as the beasts in the arena dissipated and respawned. Yet, the memories of the preceding chaos lingered, leaving many feeling queasy anew. The Gui Huang Shao had unleashed a barrage of black feathers, rendering half of the opposition incapacitated. With wings as sharp as blades and claws that shattered souls, it was akin to a tiger among sheep, slicing through the ranks with ease. Numerous beasts were toyed with, never even grazing the formidable blackbird. A few flustered beastmasters inadvertently directed their pets to attack their own teammates, leading to further confusion and a complete breakdown of morale. The blackbird and its youthful handler were evidently forces to be reckoned with. In witnessing the terror of the aberrant Gui Huang Shao firsthand, the audience was left with a profound understanding of its formidable nature. It was indeed a spectacle that surpassed all expectations. As they surveyed the desolate scene around them, everyone came to the stark realization that their psychological resilience had been grossly overestimated. After swiftly resolving the conflict within 5 minutes, Lao Fang departed the venue amidst the awestruck gazes of his peers. With matters settled, there was no reason for him to linger in such an unappealing atmosphere. Although the crowd had dispersed, the legend of Fang lingered in the air, with some even bestowing upon him the monikers Nightmare Kid and Nightmare Brother. Truly, the appellations crafted by the youth were both vulgar and imposing. How about it, my friends? Does our Zhanhua Academy not deserve the title of the finest in Huangming City? Observing the two heads of academies whose expressions darkened like a soot-stained pot, Principal Sun felt an exhilarating rush coursing through him. After today's battle, the second and third ranks would find it hard to lift their heads for at least a few years. Chuckling, Principal Kevin clasped his hands in admiration. Yet he harbored a deep sense of frustration. He could not fathom the stroke of luck that had led Sun's Academy to acquire such an extraordinary talent. If only his own institution had possessed such a gem. Regardless, the heads of Qinyuan Academy and Minglan Academy understood that for the foreseeable future, particularly until Fang Tianyan graduated, they would struggle to gain any advantage in the realm of beast tamers. The explosive victory of Lao Fang was captured by students and disseminated online, inciting fervent discussions. The peers of Huangming City gained a deeper understanding of this champion from the Oak District. Now, beyond his fame, he had acquired a reputation that instilled fear. However, Lao Fang remained largely indifferent to the external clamor. At present, he was contemplating how to plan his upcoming holiday. Following the exchange competition, there was merely a week until the school would break for the winter vacation. The ominous number 16 had finally transformed into 17. It appeared altered yet remained a daunting figure. Lao Fang initially intended to visit the Silver Sand Sea to the north of Huangming City during his holiday, a popular location for capturing marine beasts. However, upon further reflection and consideration of his current circumstances, he abandoned this plan. Marine beasts merely served as supplementary types and would not facilitate a breakthrough of his existing limits. To transcend those limits, one must attain the pinnacle of the third-level contracts. Lao Fang had frequently watched footage of elite beast tamers competing in international events, where the battles could only be described as cataclysmic. Such contests could exhaust thousands of mages maintaining defensive barriers to the brink of collapse. To draw a cinematic parallel, the scale could be likened to that of Godzilla versus King Ghidorah. Lao Fang had conducted a self-assessment and realized that, with his current lineup of beasts, his chances against lower-tier beasts would be a mere 30 to 35%. Experts had conservatively estimated his strength to be 8 to 10 times lesser. To make that leap into evolution was akin to reaching the heavens. Presently, he possessed two beasts, and if Xiaoqing continued to develop normally, she too would become formidable in due time. Thus, it could be said that he currently had 3 beasts at his disposal, and acquiring a fourth at this stage would yield diminishing returns and potentially elongate his developmental trajectory. Catching higher-tier beasts relied 30% on luck and 70% on human effort, with the magical energy capacity of beast space being paramount. Over the past 6 months, through rigorous training of various techniques, Lao Fang had amassed an astonishing 60 points of magical energy capacity. Yet, this very 60 points was inadequate for his ambitious plans ahead. Ahau had experienced a meteoric rise in strength, increasing his magical energy to 18 points, while Fei Gu now stood at 14 points and Xiaoqing at 12 points. Consequently, Lao Fang had only 16 points of beast space available, while his beast space had surged ahead. The rapid ascension of his beast strengths meant he had only accrued 6 additional points of magical energy since a few months prior. To obtain a third-level beast, a minimum of 30 magical energy points was essential, making his 16 points grossly insufficient. Thus, his forthcoming plan involved dedicated training to elevate his magical energy space to beyond 30 points in preparation for the third-level beasts. Moreover, the 3 beasts he currently held also had potential for evolution, placing significant pressure on him regarding beast space. Nevertheless, there was a potential solution. Humans, being remarkably clever creatures, could innovate in the face of slow expansion of beast space by considering a reductive approach, leading to the exploration of an alternative avenue, the destiny contract, a type of advanced contract that could have the magical energy of beasts. The 3 primary contracts concerning beasts in the Eternal Continent are the Equal Contract, the Beast Contract, and the Destiny Contract. The Equal Contract is characterized by its applicability solely to non-beast tamers, specifically tailored for martial artists, mages, or ordinary individuals. While it sounds appealing, it comes with numerous restrictions. To begin with, the Equal Contract must be voluntarily accepted by the beast, otherwise, it cannot take effect. In other words, a coerced agreement yields no fruit. One must win the hearts of the beasts without force. This condition alone sets a high threshold for entry. Furthermore, because the signatory only possesses the contract space and lacks beast space, the beasts acquired through this contract do not possess resurrection capabilities. Once they perish, they are truly gone. However, there is an advantage. Upon contract dissolution, the beast does not die or vanish. Lastly, an individual can only possess a single beast under the Equal Contract. Lao Fang planned to find a suitable time in the future for Ling to sign an equal contract with the golden fierce beast residing in the mountains. Presently, it would be beneficial for the young girl to cultivate a bond with the large golden cat, thereby enhancing the success rate of the Equal Contract. Should luck favor Ling in a few years, and she successfully transition into a beast tamer, the equal contract could seamlessly convert into a beast contract. From what Lao Fang knew, the Royal Lion Mastiff Knights of the Federation, the Battle Insect Army of the Kaba Empire, the Violent Bear Guards of the Bailong Kingdom, and the Holy Light Pegasus Knights of the Light Spirit Church all foster bonds between beasts and soldiers from a young age, subsequently forming teams through equal contracts. Essentially, this represents a fateful contract. The beast contract, as one might expect, applies to the 3 beasts Lao Fang currently possesses and can only be signed by beast tamers. The destiny contract, on the other hand, is an upgraded version of the beast contract. The condition for this upgrade is the fusion of human and beast. This is a vague concept, simply implying a profound spiritual connection and harmony between the beast tamer and their beast, resulting in an unparalleled synergy. The standards for this contract are nebulous, lacking a precise definition. However, official data indicates that the success rate for signing a destiny contract is only 1 in 5. A successfully contracted beast has its magical energy permanently halved. Conversely, a failed attempt results in the immediate dissolution of the beast contract, leading to the beast's demise. High rewards accompany high risks, making this gambling contract one that most beast tamers hesitate to undertake. Even for someone like Lao Fang, whose mental acuity is exceptional, he remains cautious about attempting such a venture, as the consequences of failure are dire. Experts have drawn vivid analogies. If your beast can wield a needle with precision, effortlessly threading through 100 eyes, then perhaps you might contemplate taking a gamble. Lao Fang had considered this route, with Xiao Qing as the target for the contract. Given her ability to communicate telepathically, she undoubtedly possessed the highest success rate among his 3 beasts. However, he deemed it unwise to pursue this contract just yet, as the day for capturing new beasts had not yet arrived. Moreover, the longer one delays in executing this fateful contract, the greater the likelihood of success becomes. For now, it is imperative to diligently cultivate and accumulate resources, while simultaneously employing various means to search for traces of formidable battle beasts in both the virtual and real worlds. The quest for these beasts is indeed a matter of fortune. It is quite commonplace for those who have never encountered a battle beast in their lifetime to find themselves amidst an abundance of them. Locations where formidable battle beasts have manifested typically leave behind signs and phenomena, such as earthquakes, tsunamis, and superstorms, suggesting that certain natural disasters may be instigated by the presence of these beasts. This is not a matter to be resolved hastily. It requires patience and a calm demeanor. When Lao Fang was devising these plans, it appeared he gave little thought to his actual age. The pressures stemming from the battle pet realm are significant. If others were to hear this, they might think they were listening to a fantastical tale. Is this something a person under 30 ought to be contemplating? Comparisons between individuals can be quite disheartening. Just as Lao Fang was perusing relevant materials online in his study, a sudden knock echoed through the room. Tianyan, someone is looking for you. Someone is looking for me. Lao Fang was taken aback. It was already past 8 in the evening. Who could it be? He opened the door and inquired, "Who is it?" A charming middle-aged woman stood before him. Well then, a middle-aged lady, that offers no clues. Lao Fang descended the stairs and found a formally dressed woman in the living room, standing with utmost decorum. "Hello, may I ask who you are?" "Greetings, Your Excellency the Baron. I am the office secretary of the city lord, and I have come specifically to deliver an invitation to you." "An invitation?" Lao Fang's expression revealed his confusion as a white invitation with golden embellishments was presented before him. "Next Saturday, the city lord will host an end-of-year banquet in the assembly hall, and we kindly invite you to grace us with your presence." "Very well. Thank you for making this special trip. I appreciate it." Lao Fang accepted the invitation with gratitude. "You're welcome. It is my duty." Perhaps the invitations were not yet fully distributed, for after delivering her message, the middle-aged woman turned and departed. As Lao Fang contemplated the invitation in his hand, he pondered the significance of the city lord, akin to a mayor, who holds the highest authority in the city. One should not question why there isn't a committee of 4. In the Eternal Continent, such a structure does not exist. This end-of-year banquet is likely an elite gathering, attended by the prominent figures of the political and business realms of Huangming City. The reason for his invitation is presumably linked to the noble title conferred upon him for securing first place in the district competition. Champions of the official Battle Pet Master ranking tournaments receive noble titles, ranging from Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, to Baron, corresponding to the 5 levels of championship: World, National, Provincial, Municipal, and District. A noble title not only bestows certain privileges, but also signifies social standing, serving as a symbol of identity. Many commercial families find it exceedingly difficult to obtain even a baron title without notable social contributions. From what Lao Fang knows, his grandmother contributed vast sums of money and employed various means before ultimately acquiring a viscountcy. This serves as the primary motivation for all battle pet masters to strive fervently for the coveted top position. At times, people tend to forget the second and third places. Only one can emerge victorious. After tucking the invitation away, Lao Fang couldn't help but smile. Unbeknownst to him, he had become one of the upper echelons. With a week remaining, there was no rush. Turning to the freshly descended Lejana, he said, "Next week, accompany me to the banquet as my partner." I initially thought I would be attending as a guard, Lejana responded, seemingly unfazed until the term partner caught her off guard. "What do you mean? Who brings a guard to a public banquet?" Observing Lejana's flustered demeanor, Lao Fang found it amusing. "But I have no experience, and I can't dance." Lejana was genuinely anxious, particularly concerned about her mixed heritage and the potential negative implications it might have on Fang Tianyan in such a setting. After all, the power of prejudice can be quite formidable. At this moment, Lejana cared only for Lao Fang. As long as this man before her bore no prejudice against her, she was indifferent to others' opinions. Yet, she did not wish to bring unnecessary trouble to her beloved. Why not seek out Hesha? She is of a suitable age and would be a good fit. Seeing Lejana's forced smile, Lao Fang gently grasped her hand and reassured her, "Did I not say before? You shall one day stand in the light, enjoying dignity and glory? Whatever difficulties lie ahead, I will walk alongside you. Do not overthink it. If I cannot protect you, what worth am I?" Looking at the calm and composed man before her, Lejana's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she suddenly embraced him, launching into a whirlwind of exhilaration and joy. "You rascal! What do I have to fear? A partner is just a partner. Who said you were guarding me? I am your protector, understand?" In the Night Queen arena, as Lao Fang effortlessly achieved his 16th consecutive victory, a tinge of regret filled his heart. The bliss of sudden wealth from the previous night would likely prove unattainable again. Presently, the odds concerning the Son of Destiny have rendered it nearly impossible to witness such significant fluctuations again. Moreover, Lao Fang's challenge slots had remained vacant for 2 rounds without any contenders daring to sign up, until today when a lackluster participant finally appeared. Upon exiting the competitor's lounge, he encountered the familiar maid, Mary. "Let us go meet your master." Lao Fang was not surprised by her presence. Nearly 10 days had passed since their last encounter, and it was indeed time for explanations. Arriving once more at the familiar door, Lejana did not accompany Lao Fang this time, as she was busy practicing in high heels. Lao Fang couldn't help but chuckle. Was it truly necessary for someone over 6 feet tall to wear high heels? Setting aside his thoughts, he pushed open the door, revealing the familiar rose-colored beauty before him. To Lao Fang's astonishment, this time, she indeed wore no mask. Unlike the previous encounter with the maid Lin Lai, this time, only Maggie was present in the room. As Lao Fang sat across the long dining table from the alluring figure, Maggie stood respectfully behind her master, her head bowed. "Your absence has been felt these past 10 days. I nearly feared the Night Queen would be abandoned by you," she remarked with a graceful smile, her charm fully on display. Without her butterfly mask, Maggie proved to be an enchanting beauty, though the absence of the mask still left half her face obscured. Previously, the mask concealed everything above her delicate nose. Now, her flowing bangs of rose-gold hair shielded the right side of her visage. Even from a distance, Lao Fang could discern the faint scar peeking from beneath her hair. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. He comprehended why she had chosen to wear a mask. Perhaps there lay an unspeakable secret behind it. "I cannot be blamed for the lack of challengers," Lao Fang thought to himself, averting his gaze so as not to linger on her features. "How have you considered our previous discussions?" "I agree to collaborate, but the contract requires some amendments," Lao Fang replied, taking a sip of tea. "What alterations do you propose? Please, elucidate." "Quite simply, I do not require as much financial compensation, perhaps even none at all." What is it that you desire instead?" Maggie inquired, taken aback by his words. "Straightforwardly, I need you to assist me with matters that I cannot conveniently handle myself." This was a condition that Lao Fang had long contemplated. It is better to trade favors than to seek monetary gain. The influence of the Black Rose organization holds significant value for Lao Fang. As he becomes more illuminated by the spotlight in the future, employing certain less savory methods may become inconvenient. Some matters may indeed find their optimal resolution through the path of extremity. Chapter 81. Resolutely boarding the pirate ship. "It seems, my esteemed guest, that you possess a rather spirited disposition." Upon hearing Lao Fang's words, Maggie was taken aback. The young man's gaze extended far beyond her expectations, and his intentions appeared strikingly clear. To evoke jealousy is the mark of a mediocre talent. Which formidable figure has ever traversed a path devoid of obstacles? More often than not, one encounters malevolent spirits and sinister entities along the way. Given Maggie's awareness of her own identity, Lao Fang spoke with a certain casualness. "Mr. Fang, as a beast master of boundless potential, Drawing too close to the path of extremity may not bode well for your reputation. Maggie's words rang true. Although the path of extremity is legal, its societal standing leaves much to be desired. When compared to Lao Fang's professional status and noble title, the disparity is indeed significant. These are mere trifles. I am a pragmatist, and considering Ms. Maggie's stature, I surmise she will not languish in the path of extremity for long. It appears, esteemed guest, that you have devoted considerable time to study at home, expanding your knowledge, which Maggie finds admirable. I fear my secrets have also been glimpsed by you. Miss Maggie, we are alike in that regard. Conversations among the astute reveal much with just a hint. Yet, Lao Fang's metaphor seemed somewhat crude, one hand in trouble, the other in friendship. I wonder, Miss Maggie, do you need to ponder this further? Not at all, Black Rose. I shall rely on you more in the future. Truly a wise and resolute woman. Lao Fang silently acknowledged the dual talents of this queen of extremity with a thumbs up. She was indeed determined to board this pirate ship, no matter the cost. After concluding their discussion, Maggie invited Lao Fang to dine with her, an offer he did not decline. Despite the long dining table between them, their conversation flowed joyously, with Maggie occasionally covering her mouth in laughter. From distant lands, they engaged in casual banter, steering clear of serious matters. With rich experiences and eloquence, combined with Lao Fang's latent formidable strength, Maggie found this 16-year-old youth excessively remarkable. Oh, should I say 17 now? After a satisfying meal, Lao Fang rose to take his leave. Just before exiting, he suddenly turned to Maggie and said, I possess some knowledge of medicine, which may improve your condition. Consider it. A minor flaw in an otherwise pristine beauty, a rather regrettable circumstance. After speaking, Lao Fang departed. As Maggie sank into a daze, a hint of panic flickered across her face. She instinctively brushed her silky bangs, as if drawing a curtain to obscure something. Beside her, Mary hastily handed over the prepared butterfly mask. Upon receiving the familiar mask, Maggie swiftly donned it, feeling a slight sense of calm amidst her turmoil. Is it truly necessary for you to go this far, my lady? A trace of concern appeared on Mary's face. It is essential, very essential, Mary. You do not comprehend the man's potential, which surpasses our imagination. While Lao Fang was investigating Maggie, she too was delving into his background. The illegitimate son of a prominent family, leaving home alone, journeying to the remote borders, awakening his spirit for the second time at 16, less than half a year ago. He was merely a fledgling beast master with nothing to his name. Yet, after a trip to Fengyuan Ridge, he returned with 3 exceptional battle pets, clinching the championship in the district competition and crushing seasoned contenders. His growth over the last 6 months could only be described as astonishing. Initially, Maggie sought only to uncover Lao Fang's background, but the deeper she probed, the more enthralled she became, leaving her utterly astonished. She once believed her life was sufficiently thrilling, only to discover that beyond the heavens, there exist greater realms and individuals. Fang Tianyan's experiences are not merely captivating, they are explosively extraordinary, a living legend. Thus, seizing any opportunity that arises is imperative. Gaining this man's friendship may very well be a pivotal turning point for the Black Rose. My lady, perhaps you should truly consider his words from earlier, Mary suggested, her excitement palpable. If he could heal the scar on her lady's face, it would alleviate her inner turmoil. And Mary, as her loyal guard, would gladly sacrifice anything for that. The words of her devoted attendant left Maggie's gaze wavering. In truth, she had felt a flicker of inclination upon hearing his offer. Yet, the thought of revealing her terrifying scar to an outsider, particularly a man, after years of concealing it behind a mask, left her hesitant. I shall ponder it further. After all, we have only just begun our acquaintance. After some contemplation, Maggie chose to remain watchful. The day of the banquet had finally arrived. After Lao Fang had spent nearly half an hour idly flipping through his phone while seated on the salon sofa, Rejana finally emerged. Clad in an ivory evening gown and towering in stature, she exuded both elegance and authority. With a strikingly beautiful visage enhanced by subtle makeup, she embodied grace and charm, adorned with luxurious accessories and towering heels that seemed to defy gravity. This transformed figure captivated Lao Fang's attention. The salon's patrons, both men and women, were drawn to Rejana like moths to a flame. The unique aura of the dragon lady, when meticulously groomed, was irresistible to all. Undeterred by the attention, Rejana strode confidently to Lao Fang, her face adorned with a frown. Makeup is such a hassle. I truly cannot fathom how those women endure it daily. Upon hearing her grumble, Lao Fang couldn't help but chuckle. Given Rejana's temperament, allowing the makeup artist to toil on her face for half an hour was quite the feat. Are you impatient? Well then, let us depart. Noticing the appreciative gaze from her companion, Rejana felt a warmth in her heart and playfully linked her arm with Lao Fang's. Suddenly, Her expression shifted to one of icy severity. That abrupt change in demeanor startled Lao Fang, causing him to instinctively scan for potential threats. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall ensure you regret it. Her amber, slit-like pupils glared at the surrounding onlookers. With a thunderous shout, the men who had been admiring her beauty felt a chill down their spines, their legs turning to jelly as they quickly averted their gazes. Some even succumbing to fear and embarrassment. Let us go. Still in a daze, Lao Fang was led out of the salon by the smiling dragon lady. Is the art of split personalities already so advanced? He mused. You truly startled me just now. What else could I do when those men's gazes were so repulsive? Well, they were merely looking at a beautiful woman, as is customary. I care not. Any man who dares gaze at me, aside from you, makes me feel nauseous and prompts a desire to strike him. Goodness, you are even more extreme than I am. Yet, I find it appealing. Chapter 82. The city's top? Not interested. Once prepared, Lao Fang drove Rejanna towards the assembly hall. Upon arriving, they were greeted by a line of luxury vehicles parked at the entrance. The site was filled with handsome men and beautiful women, affluent gentlemen and elegant ladies. Indeed, a considerable crowd had gathered for the evening. Lao Fang and Rejanna walked closely towards the banquet hall, attracting numerous glances along the way. Standing at nearly 2 meters tall, and accompanied by a young man of striking presence, it was impossible not to draw attention. Lao Fang felt somewhat disheartened. At nearly 1.90 meters, he was undoubtedly a standout among his peers. Yet, Rejanna, in her 10-centimeter heels, surpassed him by half a head. Truly, it was a case of genetic advantage, leaving him with no recourse. After exhausting 7 or 8 pairs of high heels, the dragon lady truly honed her skills in walking on stilts. Within the grandiose banquet hall, a majority of the elite had already gathered. Familiar faces engaged in lively conversations, interspersed with bursts of laughter. Those less acquainted sought opportunities to initiate dialogue or relied on friends to introduce them, hoping to establish new connections. Such occasions served as prime opportunities for the elite to expand their social networks and exchange resources. Those present were either wealthy or influential, and naturally, everyone was eager and enthusiastic. The atmosphere was congenial and vibrant, akin to a turtle observing a green bean. Upon entering the banquet hall, Lao Fang immediately took Rejanna by the hand and found a somewhat secluded spot to sit. He discreetly grabbed a glass of wine from a passing server and began to quietly observe his surroundings. In a previous life, he might have donned a facade of false politeness, searching for suitable individuals to converse with for the sake of expanding his business. However, in this life, such pretense was unnecessary. In the wake of destruction, money, life, and the current glitz and glamour would all dissolve into nothingness. Yet, the war beasts could bring about annihilation. Those who abide by the rules of the game and possess the power to break them and establish new ones are the true players. It was clear who needed to ingratiate themselves with whom. In a setting like this, a throng of individuals clamored to gain entry while lacking the connections to do so. Conversely, for someone like Lao Fang, he need not exert any effort. Invitations were readily placed into his hands. Thus, one must grasp the core power. At this moment, Lao Fang sat quietly, doing nothing, yet several affluent individuals approached him with smiles and friendly intentions. In the face of these visitors, Lao Fang greeted them with a warm smile, navigating the interactions with ease. Initially, when the dragon lady arrived at this gathering, she felt a twinge of anxiety. However, she soon noticed that those who approached Lao Fang merely cast her a cursory glance, perhaps astonished for a moment, before redirecting their attention entirely to her partner. No one dared to regard her with the derision that had been customary in the past. Consequently, she instinctively tightened her grasp on her companion's arm, understanding that the respect she now received stemmed from others' regard for her partner. Unconsciously, Rejanna recalled a phrase Lao Fang had once shared with her. The respect you receive is contingent upon the cost and consequence of offending you. Do you mind if I sit here? A familiar cold voice interrupted her thoughts. Lao Fang looked up to see the class leader, clad in a black evening gown, standing before him with her signature expressionless demeanor. With such ample space, why bother with such formality? I didn't see you being this courteous at the school competition, he remarked with a smile, gesturing toward the sofa to his left. Hesha elegantly adjusted her skirt and took a seat beside him. With Rejanna on the right and Hesha on the left, the duo of striking women flanked Lao Fang on the long sofa, making him the focal point of attention for numerous guests. The men were undoubtedly envious. It would be disingenuous to claim otherwise. The mixed-race woman was indeed stunning, though her status was somewhat lesser. However, Hesha was a true heiress, a coveted object of admiration among the young men present. As for the women, many hesitated to openly criticize Hesha. Instead, they whispered about Rejanna's mixed heritage in hushed tones. The trio on the sofa remained unaffected by the surrounding chatter. I completely forgot that the district competition's first place holds an invitation quota due to the reward of nobility. Are you regretting not having chosen me as your partner? Lao Fang teased. I came with my parents. What need do I have for a partner? The class leader retorted with a slight huff, turning to sip her juice. The other 11 champions from the district competition were either sheltered by their parents, behaving as mere spectators, or ensnared by the overwhelming enthusiasm of others, or lost in the flattery directed at them. Their youth rendered them somewhat inexperienced in such environments compared to the seasoned socialites. Some harbored envy towards Lao Fang, as he not only enjoyed the company of 2 beautiful women, but also held the title of the most prominent figure in the district competition, even being hailed as the strongest contestant under 20 in Huangming City. Nevertheless, they dared not voice their jealousy, for he was notorious as a troublesome figure. At that moment, Lao Fang felt a pull towards a particular direction and noticed, amidst the distant crowd, a striking figure donning a butterfly mask, raising her wine glass in a gesture of acknowledgement. Maggie had also arrived. Lao Fang reciprocated the gesture with a wave. What are you doing? Hesha inquired, having noticed her companion's subtle movements. Nothing much, just greeting an acquaintance, he replied. In such an environment, Maggie refrained from approaching directly, and Lao Fang understood the underlying message. Their relationship was best kept discreet for now, as it might yield unexpected benefits later. Wow, Dick is here, exclaimed a chorus of youthful voices. What? My idol has arrived? Young people gathered around the entrance of the banquet hall, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Even those who were slightly older and more composed turned their gazes towards the entrance. Aren't you going to take a look at the district champion? Lao Fang remarked to Hesha. Dick, a war pet master aged 24 and the top victor of this city-level event, was undoubtedly the star of the evening. As for how Lao Fang was so well informed, it was due to the deluge of headlines that had dominated the news for an entire week upon the announcement of the district champion. Observing Lao Fang reclining with his legs crossed and tapping his foot, Hesha maintained her stoic expression. Not interested. Well, considering that the district champion is merely 24. It's understandable for you to lack enthusiasm, Lao Fang conceded. After all, Hesha was a notable contender herself, having secured the district championship at the age of 16. Amidst the cheers and screams of the youth, a rather handsome young man entered the banquet hall, his radiant smile illuminating the room as he greeted those present, reminiscent of a star walking the red carpet. Following him was an older, middle-aged man and a tall, slender youth. The middle-aged man appeared slightly portly, his face flushed and brimming with joy, while the young man bore a pallid complexion, embodying the effects of excess indulgence. What captivated Lao Fang's attention was the young man's gaze, which, whenever directed at Dick, betrayed an unmistakable hint of malice. Who is that? Lao Fang inquired of Hesha. Harry, Dick's younger brother, seems to be 22, the youngest son of the deputy mayor, a 2-star martial artist with a rather poor reputation. You seem to know quite a bit. Our families have had some dealings. My father shared the details with me. It was evident who was favored in their household. One could easily deduce it. Surrounded by admirers, Dick was in high spirits, engaging in cheerful banter with the throngs of young people, while others congregated around his father, the deputy mayor, basking in the flattery and praise from all directions. The only one neglected was young Harry, who sat apart, consuming drink after drink, his hostility almost palpable. I must take my leave. We can chat later, Hesha suddenly announced as she rose to depart. Lao Fang followed her gaze and saw a pair of affluent middle-aged individuals beckoning her. Their eyes lingered on Lao Fang for a moment before they turned away. They were likely Hesha's parents. How much have you eaten? Upon witnessing illegitimate once again flaunting a plate of pizza, old Fang couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Ever since this girl took her seat, the rhythm of food entering her mouth had not ceased. It's so dull here, I might as well indulge in food, mumbled Na, sauce at the corners of her mouth. There's no fault in finding solace in food when boredom strikes. Having Ing in such a setting indeed felt somewhat out of place, given her nature. The city lord has arrived. This exclamation instantly shifted the atmosphere in the banquet hall, followed by a synchronized round of applause. With the head honcho present, of course, the ambience needed to match. This was a basic understanding. However, old Fang astutely noticed that the deputy mayor and his 2 sons did not join in the applause, with Deputy Mayor HNT even frowning in displeasure upon hearing the city lord's arrival. The crowd that had gathered around him dispersed noticeably. Indeed, the bureaucratic sphere is never short of intrigue and rivalry. Amidst the applause, a pair of middle-aged couples, also wearing smiles, entered the banquet hall. The city lord's smile was considerably more subdued, lacking ostentation. I truly envy the deputy mayor for having such sons. Tang Chngzh, you flatter me. H&T replied, attempting to maintain composure, though the corners of his mouth betrayed a slight upward curve. Meanwhile, after exchanging pleasantries and turning away, The city lord's lips also moved, albeit downward, revealing a hint of concealed anger. Following this, the city lord delivered a formal speech, accompanied by the customary applause. After a year, it's rare for everyone to gather here. I shall refrain from prolonging the mood-killing remarks. Now, let this year's city champion, DK, say a few words. The year-end banquet and the championess address were indeed annual traditions. Amid cheers and applause, DK, with an air of pride, took the stage to commence his speech. Old Fang paid little attention to the words. He merely noticed a group of women making a ruckus. Old Fang was too disinterested to listen to the city lord's sentiments, let alone those of a city champion. First and foremost, I must express my gratitude to my father. Without him, there would be no me. Therefore, please give a warm round of applause to welcome my father to speak. Goodness, how self-aware. Is that truly my deputy mayor father? However, upon hearing this last remark, Old Fang's expression turned curious. Many guests also altered their expressions, but quickly concealed their reactions. The applause that followed became all the more intriguing, varying in volume and pace, creating a rather convoluted rhythm. At the year-end banquet, the city lord spoke due to his position as the host, while DK's speech was merited by his unique honor. The deputy mayor coming up to lecture seemed rather out of place, did it not? Moreover, even if he were invited, it was at the behest of the city lord. Could DK truly have summoned him? That would be a bit presumptuous. Meanwhile, Deputy Mayor H&T appeared oblivious to the attitudes of some individuals, approaching with a beaming countenance and a round belly, ready to deliver a lengthy discourse. Truly, one bold enough to request, another bold enough to comply. He could even outtalk his superior. To the unknowing observer, one might assume he was the head of the city. The city lord, seated in the main chair, donned a serene smile, quietly observing H&T's impassioned speech, his spittle flying. Yet, Old Fang understood that the head honcho was likely contemplating whether to unleash a torrent of gold coins. Perhaps it was DK's status as the city champion that granted his father unparalleled confidence, leading to such reckless abandon, almost as if he were pushing boundaries. Finally, the banquet resumed after the lengthy discourse. Perhaps having consumed too much alcohol, Old Fang exchanged pleasantries with Ing before heading to the restroom. What is the matter? Illegitimate suddenly lifted her head, her beast-like eyes causing Harry to flinch, though he soon wore a lewd grin. Since earlier, Harry had taken note of this exquisite hybrid beauty. Though illegitimate was strikingly beautiful, individuals of stature tended to be cautious about their social standing, and in this world, beast-human hybrids generally held a lower status, often facing prejudice. As such, no one approached Ing for conversation. The attendees here were affluent individuals, preferring to seek pleasures discreetly. No one desired to embarrass themselves in public or offend others unnecessarily. Everyone was quite discerning. However, Harry was different. Had he been a wise man, he wouldn't have found himself in such a predicament, with men exasperated and women avoiding him. His father having to use connections multiple times to extricate him. Everyone knew this second son of the deputy mayor was a frequent visitor to the red light district, indulging in both sensual and wholesome pursuits without much discernment. Especially after a few drinks, upon seeing the hybrid beauty's perfect figure and unique attributes, his desires surged uncontrollably. Seizing the moment, and noticing the man beside her had left, Harry could no longer restrain his lust and approached her. "My dear, how much does your master pay you? I'll offer you double to spend the night with me." Chapter 84. What can you do if I don't let go? As soon as those words left his lips, Harry felt an icy chill penetrate his very core, the alcohol in his belly instantly transforming into cold sweat. It felt as though something were constricting his throat, and for a moment, he felt as if he were drowning, each breath becoming increasingly laborious. The terrifying, murderous intent sent a shiver through the crowd around them. As more and more people turned their attention to this unfolding scene, Harry, whose eyes were nearly rolling back in his head, suddenly found relief in his throat, collapsing to the ground, gasping for air. After managing to catch his breath, he looked up at Ing's chilling expression. Terror mixing with rage surged within him. "You wretched creature. How dare you threaten me? I demand, you have 3 seconds to disappear, or you shall face the consequences." Before Harry could finish his tirade, her cold words interrupted him. Illegitimate had taken deep breaths, and if not for the concern of causing trouble for Old Fang, she would have already dealt with this disgusting man. Many began to notice the commotion, with HSH and MJ hastily making their way over. 3 seconds? Are you kidding me? 3. I'm afraid this round has no 1 and 2. With a swift motion, her long legs executed a perfect 90-degree kick, sending Harry flying amidst a howl reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, his figure soaring through the astonished gazes of the crowd. After rolling several times, he finally came to a halt, sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Just emerging from the restroom, Old Fang was equally bewildered by the scene before him. What on earth was happening? Then, he saw a familiar tall woman striding towards him with an aura of menace. Who else could it be but illegitimate? Old Fang quickly approached to inquire about the situation, and upon learning the cause of the incident, his eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded the groaning figure on the ground. Well. Let me see which brave soul is so eager to meet their maker that they dared provoke this female tyrant. As he spoke, Old Fang pulled the groaning figure closer. And as he turned him over, he couldn't resist giving a few hard pinches to the side of his ribs, eliciting more cries of pain. We are serious about this. The man's face was scraped and bruised, a tooth likely knocked out, blood mingling with dirt, rendering him quite a mess. Although Engming's kick had been restrained, it still carried considerable force, especially delivered with high heels. It wouldn't be surprising if he were left with a serious injury. However, Harry, valuing his life, had worn a protective inner armor, so despite his disheveled appearance, he had merely sustained some superficial injuries. With trembling effort, he rose to his feet, gazing at the dragon lady, whose murderous intent remained unabated. Harry, terrified, took a step back, and before he could utter a harsh word, he felt a tight grip on his wrist that made him grimace in pain, only to be effortlessly moved aside by an overwhelming force. In front of him stood a young man with a smile. She is my ally. What do you wish to say? Your ally? What are you even worth? The excruciating pain in Harry's wrist caused him to half kneel on the ground. Stop! A loud command echoed as Dick approached with a stern expression, and the onlookers quickly diverted their path. Old Fang tightly grasped Harry's wrist with one hand, tilting his head and smiling at Dick without uttering a word. Does this seem familiar? Now you understand why Fei Gu enjoys tilting his head and provoking with a smile. Don't you? I demand you release him. Each word was delivered with a powerful cadence. Initially, Dick and his father were merely spectators, but upon hearing those familiar words, their expressions shifted. Wasn't this Harry? The drama had unexpectedly involved his own family. After exchanging a glance with his father, signaling that he would take responsibility, Dick quickly spoke up. It wasn't that he particularly cared for his brother. In fact, he looked down on Harry. But he was still a member of their family, and to allow such public humiliation would be detrimental to their family's reputation. Besides, given his recent elevation to a viscount, he could not afford to let others see him ridiculed. What will you do if I refuse to let go? Old Fang's smile deepened, causing the onlookers to exchange glances, their expressions shifting. This young man appeared excessively brash. Even Maggie and Hesha revealed subtle signs of anxiety. They understood that Old Fang's strength warranted a lack of respect for Dick, but confronting him with brute force was not the optimal solution. Dick was the city's top figure, renowned among the citizens, and when he participated in state competitions, he represented the face of Huangming City. Thus, his popularity and recognition were substantial, even prompting the city lord to momentarily avoid confrontation. Otherwise, why would his father be so elated? Guards, take this man away and imprison him. Hearing the footsteps of the guards outside, Old Fang maintained his smile while gripping Riajana's hand tightly, preventing her from drawing her weapon. Oh, such a display of authority. This is the central hall of the government, and the city lord is the highest authority here. What gives you the right to speak? The guards, initially intending to intervene, paused, exchanging glances before opting to stand down. City lord, this man has audaciously harassed a respectable woman in public. Would it be excessive to teach him a lesson? Haha, both of you are promising young talents. Why let this matter ruin the mood? Dick, my dear nephew, your brother has not harmed her life. Perhaps we should let this matter rest. Though the city lord did not elaborate, his meaning was clear. You know what kind of character your brother possesses, don't you? The city lord waved his hand, his gaze sharp, prompting the two guards who had dared to retreat hastily. With this declaration, Old Fang felt reassured, his smile widening. Dick, too, was taken aback, suddenly recalling the audacious young man before him. He had seen that video, and now it made sense why he seemed familiar. I did not harass her. She lured me first. Damn it. The enraged Rajana was about to charge forward, but a gentle and trusting gaze calmed her fury, allowing her to regain composure. Only Fang Tianyan possessed the ability to quell Riajana's wrath. Upon hearing Harry's words, the surrounding crowd collectively expressed disdain. This brainless rogue was present only due to fortunate circumstances. She lured you and then beat you up? What could she possibly gain? A prison sentence? As Old Fang spoke, his grip tightened, causing Harry to wince in pain, gasping for breath. My lord, perhaps it is time to cease this. Chapter 85, offending me gravely. Suddenly, the crowd sensed a shift. Dick's previously brash demeanor seemed to have tempered, though he remained assertive. Old Fang smiled at Dick, glancing at the young brother who knelt in pain before him. Since the city lord has spoken, we must give him face. Dick, your brother is rather disappointing. He needs reform and proper education, lest he suffer greatly in the future. With those words, Old Fang released his grip. Although the individual was freed, the message was clear. This was the city lord's decree, not merely Dick's display of power. The city lord, too, wore a beaming smile as he assessed the flamboyant young man. It was beneficial for him to see someone challenge the Hanny family's authority, once liberated from his restraints. Harry twisted his face, ready to continue his barking, but upon seeing his father's cold visage, he merely huffed and fell silent. If young Master Harry wishes to indulge, he may visit Huaxiang District, where the ladies are abundant and diverse, surely to satisfy your desires. What do you think you are? Is this a place for your words? Hiding behind a mask, are you a grotesque creature? Do you think this is a masquerade ball? Get lost. Maggie intended to alleviate the tension on Old Fang's behalf, but Harry's uncontrollable rage turned her into a target for his outburst. Taken aback by Harry's outburst, Maggie felt a surge of anger rising within her. Truly, he was a mad dog ready to bite anyone in sight. Maintaining her composure, Maggie retreated 2 steps to display her concession. Fang Tianyan could be audacious and confrontational, but she could not afford that. As the second-in-command of Huangming City, her current strength was far from adequate. As Harry prepared to lunge forward once more, a familiar smiling face appeared before him, startling him into retreat, interrupting his tirade. It was him again. Facing this audacious black-haired youth who dared to confront his family without suffering consequences, Harry felt a tinge of apprehension, unable to discern the young man's background. Young man, is it truly worth it to go to such lengths for a lowly half-breed woman? At that moment, Vice Mayor Hanty squinted and spoke. His meaning unmistakable. Was it worth offending him for a woman? If you don't mind, how about your wife spends a night with me? Though she may be a bit aged and unattractive, with the lights off, I wouldn't mind her company. This statement was met with utter shock. Where did this audacious young man come from? Such an analogy was profoundly insulting, compounded exponentially. The guests were aghast, and even the city lord widened his eyes in disbelief, his heart racing. Observing Hesh's stunned expression, the middle-aged man beside her sighed. My dear daughter, this classmate of yours has truly opened our eyes. Indeed, they had been conservative in their reactions. To put it bluntly, the wildness of this black-haired youth was not far removed from that of Harry. In that moment, Maggie could only smile wryly at the absurdity of the situation. To speak candidly, she suddenly felt a tinge of regret. This was no mere pirate ship. It was clearly a mad pirate vessel surfing the waves of a tsunami. With such partners, even those with a slightly weak heart, wishing to live a few more years, must consider fleeing at the earliest opportunity. How unexpected it was to witness such an exhilarating scene. This young man was truly captivating. Even more audacious than I was in my youth. Captain, please remain calm and composed. We must. In the corner of the hall, 2 men were present, one gesturing animatedly, his face alight with excitement, while the other frantically attempted to rein in his teammate. However, at that moment, all eyes were fixated on Lao Fang, and no one paid attention to them. Meanwhile, the family of the vice mayor stood there, mouths agape, eyes wide in shock, unable to process what had just transpired. They had thought they were hallucinating. You are courting death. The first to react was Dick. As the mark of his battle pet began to glow ominously, just as he was about to unleash his fury, a large hand settled on his shoulder. It belonged to his father, the vice mayor. Good. Very good. Young man, you are remarkable. Hant's smile belied a predatory glint in his eyes, revealing his desire to devour. Although he yearned to strip the young man before him of his dignity, years of political training restrained Hant, compelling him to make the prudent choice and quell his son's impulsiveness. In such a setting, initiating violence would be detrimental to his interests. The clash of battle beasts was no trivial matter. The guests present were the elite of Huangming City, and any casualties would significantly impact his political career. Moreover, there were ways to deal with adversaries in secret. The desire for revenge did not need to be immediate. It seems the deputy city lord is quite furious. Perhaps you can now comprehend my previous sentiments? So is it worth it? Since you inquired whether I would offend you, let me clarify. Not only do I intend to offend you, but I shall do so with great fervor. At that moment, many guests, upon hearing Lao Fang's words, experienced a shift in their perceptions. The striking mixed-race woman was indeed his wife. How bold of you to ask if one would offend you for the sake of a wife. Any man of stature and integrity would know precisely how to respond. Of course, some believe that Lao Fang should have been more tactful. Even if he did not wish to be diplomatic, he should not have struck a blow in return. Others thought the dark-haired youth was too young. After all, he was the second in command, and to offend him over a woman seemed unwise. If one were to offer their wife in exchange for greater resources, would that not be a shrewd transaction? Once resources were obtained, what beautiful women could not be acquired? Youthful naivety, indeed. Thus, in this vast world, one encounters all manner of individuals. Among the female guests, however, Lao Fang's favor soared, and his character loomed larger in their eyes. What woman would not admire a man who stood against tyranny for the sake of his beloved? It is not that they would necessarily desire such a man, but they would undoubtedly hold a strong admiration and impression of one who is responsible and accountable. Hesha's complexion was paler, yet her gaze remained fixed on that man. Meanwhile, Maggie's beautiful rose-hued eyes sparkled with interest as they focused on Fang Tianyan. Lejana, too, watched the man standing before her, her eyes glistening as she felt a pang of emotion. On that day, deciding to follow this man may have been the most correct and fortunate choice of her life. At that moment, Hant's brow furrowed slightly. He had initially perceived the mixed-race woman as a disposable plaything, only to realize she was someone else's wife. Thus, his earlier threats had indeed been a bit abrupt. However, with the conflict already ignited, he would not yield, especially given the analogy presented by Lao Fang. Hant was unperturbed by the escalating discord. In fact, he was eager to extinguish this audacious young man. Chapter 86. First, let us have some fun. Your taste is truly lacking, Dick remarked coldly. This was a blatant mockery of Lao Fang, implying that he had elevated a mixed-race woman to an undue status. What are you? Do you possess the right to question my taste? Lao Fang retorted without reservation. The tension in the air thickened considerably. Strangely, the mayor, who had moments ago sought to mediate, now sat silently like an observer. Young man, I recognize that you possess some skill, but you are merely a district champion. Do not let a modicum of success inflate your ego. I am the first at the city level, and my title surpasses yours. Understand? Although violence was not permissible in this setting, the seething Dick was unwilling to find himself on the losing end of a verbal exchange. City level first? Huh. I recall you have participated in the city competition for 2 years, nearly 4 times, only to secure the title at the end of your 23rd year and the beginning of your 24th. Do you have any inkling of your own aptitude? One does not strike the face when one can avoid it, nor does one expose the underlying truths. However, Fang was daring enough to unveil what most would not. Dick's talent was decent, though not extraordinary. It was merely above average. Yet, comparisons mattered. The vice mayor's eldest son had achieved 3rd place in the district competition at the age of 19. In contrast, Fang Tianyan had reached his peak at 16, claiming 1st place in the district. The disparity was glaringly evident. Dick's complexion turned slightly red as he was publicly humiliated and scorned by a district competitor. How could he, a rising star, endure such indignity? Even Hant, with his cultivated composure, wore a rather fearsome expression. The rift between them was widening. Yet, Lao Fang felt no pressure. In fact, he felt exhilarated. With the confrontation escalating, the leader had remained silent, suggesting an underlying message that was clear to him. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. This principle is universally understood. Fang Tianyan was no reckless fool. He had weighed the relationships involved before making his decision. Even if matters escalated to their utmost conclusion, he could always seek a moonless night to eliminate the vice mayor's family, erasing all traces and relocating with his beloved to another city to continue his carefree life. Smaller entities have their advantages, after all, when it comes to sheer audacity. His opponent was deeply rooted here and could not match his freedom. While I am a civilized individual, it does not imply that I lack the means to exact retribution. However, the current situation had yet to reach that ultimate juncture. Observing the father and son duo who seemed ready to devour him, Lao Fang felt an exhilarating thrill. It is not the anger that frightens me, but the lack of it. What? You appear displeased. Shall I offer you an opportunity for a little game between us? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the guests grew tense. This young man was serious. To them, the vice mayor's influence was akin to a tiger. While Lao Fang was merely a leopard, their strengths were not on the same level. Yet, here was a leopard, not only refusing to flee but also boldly engaging the tiger in a relentless pursuit. Was this what they called the fearless audacity of youth? Seeing Dick frown in silence, Lao Fang continued with a smile. What? Afraid of losing? You were quite imposing when you proclaimed your honors earlier. A mere district champion like me dares not challenge you. Is that it? Besides, with so many guests present, merely drinking and dancing is rather dull. We might as well entertain them with a little match, don't you think? His audacious demeanor stirred the crowd's emotions, proving somewhat effective. How arrogant. Young Master Dick, teach him a lesson. Indeed, a district champion challenging a city champion? How absurd. Yes. Why hesitate? Young Master Dick, we shall always support you. One voice rang out. My brother may endure, but our circle cannot. As the offspring of a prominent figure, Dick naturally attracted a considerable following. Many present, eager to demonstrate their loyalty, began to take on challenges in honor of their idol. In their perspective, being the champion at the municipal level surely eclipsed that of the district, making defeat inconceivable. The onlookers were captivated, while the experienced recognized the subtleties of the situation. If there were any confidence in securing victory, Diku would have sought the opportunity for a duel long before old Fang made his request. He had indeed watched the video of the ghostly Huang Shao. To be frank, he felt some uncertainty within. The two creatures at his disposal stood little chance. Only his mid-tier beast could contend. After all, it was also a first-place contender at the municipal level, demonstrating a commendable intellect. Should he win, the outcome would be deemed normal. After all, 24 against 17 is hardly remarkable. However, a loss would be a significant blow to his pride. Of course, a victory would allow him to decisively quell the arrogance of this opponent, a prospect that Deku found appealing. Yet, the lack of absolute certainty made him hesitate. In this setting, amid his indecision and the growing fervor of the crowd, he felt a sense of being trapped. The confrontation between the ghostly Huang Xiao and the elite ultralight falcon, both formidable raptors, was bound to be thrilling, adding a splendid touch to the year-end banquet. The title of the municipal champion resonated sharply in the air. Han Te, at this moment, was furrowing his brow in contemplation. The rivalry among beast tamers was a realm he preferred to observe from the sidelines, awaiting his son's decision. If he wished to engage, he would provide encouragement. If he hesitated, Han Te would offer excuses. However, his eldest son exuded an ambivalence that suggested a desire to fight, yet a reluctance to commit. This internal conflict left Han Te in a state of uncertainty, inhibiting his ability to interject and fearing he might disrupt Deku's plans. Deep down, Han Te yearned for the battle, convinced of his son's victory. A win would not only allow for the humiliation of that insufferable dark-haired boy, but also elevate Deku's stature. The attendees were all distinguished individuals, making this an excellent opportunity for enhancing one's reputation. Coincidentally, Old Fang shared this sentiment, initially present merely to fulfill a formality. The prospect of gaining prestige through this unexpected challenge compelled him to seize the moment and elevate Deku's standing. Making a name for oneself in such elite circles was undeniably valuable, potentially yielding numerous benefits. With a touch of irony, he remarked, "My lord, hosting this evening's banquet. It seems rather inappropriate to engage in a duel here. If you truly possess the skill, let us arrange a private contest for another day." After careful consideration, Deku opted for a face-saving retreat from the confrontation. Although perplexed, Han Te supported his son's choice to avoid the fight. Just as he prepared to speak in defense of Deku's decision, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. This grand event, featuring such a spectacular display, is indeed a privilege for us. Shall we not seize the day? Let us proceed to the arena and indulge our eyes. With this pivotal encouragement from the lord of the city, the contest was now inescapable. That cunning old fox. Han Te cast a glance at his superior, feeling a mix of frustration and indignation. Old Fang, however, was pleased with the mayor's decisive involvement. The surrounding guests erupted in applause with the mayor's declaration. There was nothing left to discuss but to enjoy the spectacle. Under the guidance of the attendants, everyone migrated towards the nearby arena. Only a few hundred meters from the main hall, Isha had intended to approach Old Fang for a brief conversation, but, due to the attention surrounding him, her parents prevented her from doing so for safety's sake. Ma Ji, meanwhile, kept her gaze fixed on Old Fang from a distance. Lei Jiana walked beside her partner, her demeanor radiating confidence as her sharp eyes scanned the area, fully embracing her protective role. Upon arrival, Old Fang elevated himself gracefully, landing on a high safety platform from the audience area, drawing gasps of astonishment. In contrast, Deku's ascent was far less grand. He climbed the stairs slowly. Even though he could have leaped up with ease, yet the act seemed rather undignified. Once the spectators were settled and the competitors prepared, the match commenced. Deku cast a fierce glance at his opponent, thrusting his hands forward to open a spatial gate, unleashing his battle pet first. The beast, a mid-tier ultralight falcon, was smaller than Fei Gu, standing nearly 3 meters tall, adorned in a blend of white and brown feathers, with a yellow beak and talons. Despite its size, it was reputed to be the king of aerial domination, overpowering ground-based beasts lacking aerial capabilities or those with limited vision. The ultralight falcon's diving speed was astonishing, reaching velocities of 2 to 3 Mach, comparable to a supersonic fighter jet. Consequently, creatures with poor visibility often met their demise before even recognizing the threat. However, the effectiveness of aerial attacks paled in comparison to its ground assaults, a fact that had caused Deku considerable deliberation. As his opponent revealed their beast first, Old Fang wasted no time, summoning Fei Gu into the arena. The aberrant ghostly Huang Xiao, a rare sight indeed, remarked a spectator, his eyes widening in surprise. You're not usually online. That ghostly Huang Xiao is quite famous in Huangming City. How could you not know? The man chuckled, responding to the puzzled looks. I just returned from an outing, so I'm not well informed. Haha. Captain, best not to speak carelessly. Weevee snuck in. Hearing the whispered remarks, the man smiled broadly, flashing a grin at his teammates. On the competition stage, as Fei Gu materialized, the ultralight falcon wasted no time, launching straight up into the sky with remarkable speed. Goodness, it's fast. Deku, experienced in such matters, recognized that a ground battle might not yield favorable results and opted to ascend quickly to unleash a powerful attack. The audience collectively gazed upward, witnessing the ultralight falcon vanish into the night sky in an instant. Is it using its ultimate technique right off the bat? The attendees were somewhat familiar with this municipal champion beast, with some news outlets having dedicated detailed reports. Look at that ghostly Huang Xiao Ha. That movement is hilarious. How absurd. Regardless of the outcome, many in the audience found themselves charmed by the creature's flamboyant posture. As laughter echoed through the crowd, most of the dignitaries, who had initially looked skyward, lowered their heads to focus on the arena. There lay the ghostly Huang Xiao, neither soaring nor engaging in battle. Instead, it had simply sprawled on the ground, resting its head on its left wing, its right claw crossed over its left, while its right wing lay flat against its side. The spectators were all too familiar with this pose, reminiscent of lounging on a sofa while watching television at home. How absurd. Yet, amidst the serious atmosphere of the competition, the audience found joy, pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Was this creature truly as fearsome and ruthless as the rumors suggested? Many guests began to question whether the reports surrounding the ghostly Huang Xiao were exaggerated for the sake of sensationalism. The rotund figure and comical movements, coupled with a somewhat fierce yet charming appearance, led many beast masters in attendance to contemplate whether they too should capture a Gui Huang Owl as a battle companion. How amusing. What a genius. Such audacity. Captain, could you please lower your voice? Which of these two birds do you think will prevail? Who will win? Who could possibly know? Have you ever seen a battle companion that starts off by lying flat on the ground? And it does so with such practiced ease. I am truly witnessing something remarkable today. As the Gui Huang Owl lay provocatively on the ground, Dick's expression darkened ominously. He had anticipated a fierce aerial battle, investing considerable thought into his strategy. Yet, seeing such arrogance, he noted that there was no remedy for regret in this world. A cruel smile crept across Dick's face. Daughter, how could you lose to that Gui Huang Owl? He questioned, observing the large black owl leisurely stretching its claws in the arena. Hesh's father also appeared puzzled, laughing softly. Since the television station only aired the highlights, those not present could not fathom the entirety of the events that transpired. Hesha cast a glance at her father, her expression neutral as she replied succinctly, "Just watch." This brief yet pointed response aligned perfectly with her character. Hesha was among the few who truly understood Fei Gu's nature, being one of its seasoned victims. Even now, seeing Fei Gu in the arena invoked a measure of unease within her. At that moment, the meteor hawk soared effortlessly to an altitude exceeding 10,000 meters, unimpeded. Then, it retracted its wings and dove. A delicate blue energy, akin to flames, enveloped the meteor hawk, forming a protective shell around it as its descent accelerated. A deafening crash resonated through the night sky, and despite the distance, many spectators were taken aback, experiencing ringing in their ears and dizziness, shaking their heads in discomfort. Old Fang, gazing upward, chuckled, realizing that they had surpassed the sound barrier. Meanwhile, the reclining Fei Gu turned its head and for the first time directed its gaze skyward. Chapter 88. A major upset. Some guests, equipped with binoculars, gazed intently at the night sky. While this evoked envy among other spectators, it also stirred a sense of frustration. Who would have thought one would need binoculars at a banquet? Most guests were left to either look up with their naked eyes or rely on some elemental practitioners who infused their vision with energy to enhance their sight. Unfortunately, the improvement was minimal, and under the veil of night, they could only hear the rumble above, unable to see anything. However, the pressure in the air grew increasingly palpable, causing some audience members to feel an inexplicable anxiety, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Everyone understood that something terrifying was about to crash down upon them. The Starfall, Meteor Hawk's signature technique, would strike the ground at supersonic speeds, targeting its opponent with lethal precision. In essence, it was a declaration of, "I shall end you." This was far more violent than a bulldozer. Furthermore, the trajectory of the dive was not singular. The Meteor Hawk could adjust its course with subtle movements of its body during the assault. Coupled with its exceptional visual tracking, this maneuver resembled a homing missile, boasting an extraordinarily high accuracy rate. For the spectators peering up, the moment they laid eyes on the Meteor Hawk, it had already struck its target and concluded the battle. This was the reason for the Meteor Hawk's high success rate against ground opponents. If one's perception and vision could not keep pace with its speed, one's actions would inevitably falter, leaving one to be defensively battered. The rumble from above intensified, resembling a fighter jet plummeting toward the earth. At that moment, Fei Gu slowly rose, brushing off its plump body with its wings. In strategy, it belittled its foe. In tactics, it took its adversary seriously. Even if Fei Gu were to face the dive head-on, it would spell the end of the game. Everyone held their breath, anticipating the imminent impact. Fei Gu's eyesight was exceptional, particularly under the cloak of night, greatly enhancing its visual acuity. 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers, 1 kilometer, 500 meters. Half a kilometer. This distance could be traversed in less than a second. As the crowd caught sight of the figure enveloped in a blue sonic cloud, a haunting call resonated throughout the arena. Dick, whose expression was contorted with excitement, suddenly found himself engulfed in darkness. He could neither see, hear, nor sense anything. As if he had been cast into a realm devoid of light, utterly losing awareness of his surroundings. This abrupt change caused him to shudder, his mind momentarily frozen. A surge of confusion overwhelming him. This same phenomenon befell the diving Meteor Hawk. What would you do if you were driving at full throttle, at 300 kilometers per hour, about to collide with someone, only to suddenly lose all 5 senses at a distance of 50 meters from your target? Would you brake and slow down? Would you be momentarily stunned and then continue? Would you cry out for your mother and wish to go home? Regardless of your choice, without prior preparation, your mind and bodily functions would inevitably lapse into a brief state of stasis. This response is instinctual. If you were to freeze, at least the vehicle's speed and direction would remain unchanged. However, the Meteor Hawk was different. Its entire body was engaged in the flight. In the instant it lost its senses, its body tensed, and its vision faded to black, akin to an aircraft's navigation and radar systems failing simultaneously. At such a critical juncture, this was utterly lethal. Even though this dark abyss descended swiftly, it also dissipated quickly. The loss of senses lasted but a fleeting second. Yet that was sufficient to determine the outcome. In that moment of sensory deprivation, the Meteor Hawk felt itself spiraling, its body skidding uncontrollably against the ground. Upon regaining its senses, it instinctively attempted to regain control and resume flight. This attack was undoubtedly a failure. It needed to pull up and seek another opportunity. Ascend? The question remained, would there be a chance left? After losing control and colliding with the ground, the Meteor Hawk's speed significantly diminished. Fei Gu, naturally, would not let this opportunity slip away. The moment the Meteor Hawk regained its senses, Fei Gu stealthily approached. With a sudden burst of acceleration, it charged in from the side. You enjoy the thrill of the hunt, do you not? Those who hunt others shall themselves be hunted. No mistakes there. Initially intending to salvage its flight, the Meteor Hawk was met with a fierce side attack. My goodness, not only could it not recover, but its movements were also entirely disrupted. It tumbled and crashed, the scene reminiscent of an unstoppable whirlwind. Sparks flying and feathers scattering as it skidded for over 100 meters before violently colliding with the protective barrier. The resounding impact startled the spectators outside the barrier, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Had the protective barrier not been in place, it would have continued to roll. The aftermath of this catastrophic crash left the audience in stunned silence, wide-eyed and speechless. In their perspective, the instant they had glimpsed the Meteor Hawk, they were met with a cacophony of noises, and just as they shifted their gaze downwards, they witnessed an object rapidly tumbling into the protective barrier. The entire sequence unfolded in under 2 seconds. What just happened? As they beheld the Meteor Hawk sprawled against the barrier like a pancake, many were left utterly perplexed. Subsequently, they instinctively turned their attention to the large screen for a replay. What a disaster. The moment the YNSH Su-in transformed, everyone could discern the operation, yet they remained perplexed as to why such a situation arose. How could a rookie make such a fundamental error while maneuvering at 300 kilometers per hour? HSH was equally bewildered. She had been utterly engrossed in the battle, fearful of missing any detail, yet that Gu Huingxiu must have executed some form of trickery. However, HSH was at a loss regarding the specifics. Captain, what is going on? Intriguing, remarkably intriguing, he chuckled. That Gu Huingxiu possesses the ability to conduct remote interference. Impressive indeed. Remote interference? Could it not merely be a blunder on the part of the YNSH Su-in? A blunder? Alas, you, a martial artist, would do well to focus on your sword and shield. Enjoy the spectacle for amusement's sake. Casting a bemused glance at his junior, the man referred to as Captain could not be bothered with further explanations. DK's nails nearly dug into his flesh, his eyes filled with rage. Only he, the one directly involved, understood precisely what had transpired moments before. A mental assault. This aberrant Gu Huingxiu had even mastered techniques of psychic attack. A blow he had delivered with utmost confidence had been effortlessly countered. In his fury, the city's foremost contender felt an unbidden sense of panic grip him. What to do? What must be done? If he were to lose this match, it would spell disaster. Chapter 89. A desperate gamble, the Azure Pill. Bravo. The new generation surpasses the old. Splendid. The lord of the city laughed heartily, leading the applause. In stark contrast to the lord's beaming countenance, the expression of Vice Mayor H&T was far more dramatic. Shocked and pale, he struggled to maintain his composure. his trembling hands betraying the turmoil within. Why was this happening? H&T could not fathom how a district champion could so easily best a city champion. Was this even reasonable? Those from the Beastmaster Association. Come forth. Is this justified? Although the match had yet to conclude, it was evident that DK was at a significant disadvantage. Meanwhile, HL trembled beside him, having finally recognized the identity of the dark-haired youth. He had seen videos of the Gu Huing Shio. Had it not been censored, he would have surely remembered. Unfortunately, HL's memory was fleeting, easily obscured by distractions. Yet now, he recalled, filled with regret, not quite regret, but profound remorse. Looking at his brother's prized battle pet, still sprawled on the ground, barely clinging to life, he shivered even more. Father, as HL attempted to speak. He was silenced by the fierce glare of his father. Seeing his timid son, H&T felt an overwhelming urge to consume him whole. Had it not been for the present circumstances, he would have seized a chair and unleashed his wrath upon him. Were it not for this wretched individual, they would not be embroiled in such chaos. Their hard work, not to mention the event tonight, was on the verge of ruin, at least half of it. Was this truly his son? The disparity between people was greater than that between man and beast, while the audience remained oblivious to the grievances on the sidelines. On the arena, the YNSH Su-In, after a brief cry of pain and a moment of unconsciousness, somehow managed to rise unsteadily. Quite a resilient physique. Old F-ing mused, marveling at the astonishing physical prowess of these battle beasts. A crash at nearly 2 Mach would have obliterated a fighter jet, yet this creature endured. Of course, after friction and deceleration, the impact would be lessened, but still, it was beyond the capacity of most entities to withstand. Although it had risen, the staggering state of the YNSH Su-In suggested it was nearing its limits. While its bones might not be entirely shattered, they were certainly close. At that moment, FIG strolled over languidly. The audience exchanged incredulous glances. Had the underdog truly triumphed? Moreover, it appeared to do so with remarkable ease. The guests directed their attention toward the figure on the safety platform, as if their prowess forbade any semblance of modesty. In contrast to the earlier flamboyance, Old F-ing now exuded an unusual calmness. Defeating an opponent of DK's caliber no longer stirred any emotional upheaval within him. Yet DK, unwilling to concede, wove a series of restorative spells and directed them toward the YNSH Su-In. Unfortunately, the creature's injuries could not be rectified by a mere handful of spells. Yielding little effect, FIG continued its leisurely approach, entirely unhurried. Conversely, DK was in a state of frantic urgency, drenched in sweat. He could not afford to lose, absolutely must not lose, as he sensed the mocking and incredulous gazes of the surrounding guests. The thought of the rumors he would face upon failure drove him to the brink of madness. This loss of reputation was simply unacceptable, even if defeat were inevitable. He would ensure that DK's fierce, predatory gaze was directed at the platform opposite, demanding retribution from that individual. As if resolved to a significant decision, DK suddenly produced a turquoise orb the size of a billiard ball in his hand. Then, channeling his essence into it, he hurled the orb at his YNSH Su-In with fervor. Upon releasing the azure sphere, DK's expression transformed into one of manic delight, as if avenging a great wrong. Yet, in the next moment, his face froze. FIG was now tossing the azure orb up and down with its wings, shaking its head in a display of triumph. DK, drained of energy, felt his body weaken, clutching the railing to avoid collapsing. All the guests witnessed DK's actions. What had he thrown? Unclear, but it seemed to be a potion. Disregarding the decorum of the match, how shameless. Even more humiliating was having that Gu Huing Shio intercepted mid-flight. How amusing. One could only wonder what the young master was thinking. With injuries as severe as those of the YNSH Su-In, no potion could possibly sustain it in battle. In beast fighting competitions, such actions of external potion tossing were deemed violations, prompting the audience to erupt in boos and display thumbs down. Confronted by the blatant scorn surrounding him, DK felt an overwhelming urge to leap from the safety platform. That accursed Gu Huing Shio, how detestable. Then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded before the crowd. The Gu Huing Shio, after fiddling with the orb in its possession, tossed it onto the ground and proceeded to kick it toward the YNSH Su-In. What is this? A mockery? Since the competition began, DK's infractions had tarnished his reputation beyond repair, with many discreetly recording the match. Upon witnessing the azure pill roll to his battle pet's side, DK's pallor transformed into one of renewed vigor, as if revitalized. You shall pay dearly for your arrogance. His roar echoed throughout the arena, revealing the depths of his seething hatred. Meanwhile, under the scrutiny of all, the YNSH Su-In consumed the azure pill. One must admit, in comparison to human medication, This pill was indeed substantial. After ingesting the pill, the YNSH Su-N's body began to writhe, expand, and contract, reminiscent of the creature that once swallowed the infernal spirit fire. It appears that the Azure pill possesses remarkable efficacy. Upon the body of the YNSH Su, a viscous azure substance began to ooze incessantly. In a mere moment, it became entirely coated in this sticky fluid, akin to being drenched in a layer of azure glue. Even from its mouth, a long strand of this adhesive drool dangled down to the ground, creating a rather repulsive sight. Its expression appeared somewhat dazed, with facial muscles twitching uncontrollably, completely devoid of the avian grace it once possessed. With a sudden flap of its wings, it stirred up a fierce gust. Remarkably, its skeletal structure seemed to have been restored. Ing felt a twinge of astonishment. What on earth was that azure pill? How could it instantaneously mend broken bones? Captain, that pill seems to be observing the serious demeanor of his junior. The man addressed as Captain narrowed his eyes, took a drag from his cigarette, and then fixed his gaze intently on the excited DK. Indeed, Shioli. It appears our expedition to Ngming City has not been in vain. Chapter 90. The Fusion of Two Beasts? Fragmented. What manner of medicine is this? The instantaneous full recovery of the YNSH Su caused the expressions of several beastmasters on the sidelines to shift dramatically. The potency of this medicine was simply astounding. Although DK's act of administering the medicine from outside the arena was met with disdain, it was, after all, an informal exhibition match. Moreover, seeing that the contestant F.T. New York Inn appeared willing to continue, no one raised a ruckus, and they calmly focused on the unfolding events. HSH cast a disapproving glance at DK, her heart filled with unease. The YNSH Su did not seem quite right. Not only did its injuries appear to have healed, but its state was also frenzied, reminiscent of a creature under the influence of a stimulant. With its vigor restored, the YNSH Su flapped its wings once more and took to the skies. However, a shadowy figure swiftly intercepted it from above. This time, FIG had no intention of allowing it to ascend again. The two birds engaged in aerial combat, akin to two fighter jets. The outcome, of course, was FIG dominating the encounter. The YNSH Su was inherently smaller than FIG, and its dogfighting skills among raptors could only be deemed average. Against FIG, whose feathers had a metallic quality, it was swiftly outmatched, sustaining numerous gashes from FIG's powerful wings. Strangely, however, the wounds did not bleed. Instead, a thick green adhesive oozed out, sealing the cuts before they could even spatter. Was it as if it had consumed an entire bottle of glue? Watching the green adhesive, Ng's mind raced. This substance felt eerily familiar. Then, in a moment of realization, he thought, a great upper. The slime beast AMB. A semi-liquid creature resembling slime. Yet unlike slime, it did not split into independent entities, but possessed a unique regenerative ability. However, due to its low lethality, its rating was modest. Yet, the AMB's near-perverse regenerative capabilities could almost be deemed a form of pseudo-immortality. Unless one could precisely eliminate the core bacteria within it, it would rapidly self-repair due to the bacteria's terrifying reproductive capacity. The bacteria were not static. They roamed within its liquid-like body, evading danger. Unless one could launch a devastating attack that annihilated indiscriminately. Targeting the sole core bacterium among trillions would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The green slime now enveloping the YNSH Su and its displayed formidable regenerative abilities were indistinguishable from those of the slime beast. In that instant, Ing comprehended why the YNSH Su could return to battle so swiftly. Its bones and muscles were likely all adhered together by this slime. This was, in essence, a form of false recovery. Once the slime dissipated, the YNSH Su would inevitably fall apart, possibly sustaining even greater injuries. Ing marveled at the existence of such a wondrous drug, to encapsulate a creature's abilities within a pill, allowing another beast to temporarily wield those powers. Sounded remarkably appealing. Yet, amidst his astonishment, he scoffed. Such a bizarre concoction surely harbored side effects. Moreover, it must possess a limited duration. Formulating a plan, Ing directed FIG to maintain a standoff with the opponent. He was genuinely curious to explore the true nature of this drug. As a torrent of black feathers were unleashed, the YNSH Su, though shielded by an energy barrier, still sustained several punctures. The wounds remained adhesive, and the toxicity was thwarted by the slime, failing to take effect. The fierce skirmish between the two birds thrilled the spectators, who were witnessing the terrifying prowess of the aberrated spirit, the Gu Huing Shio, for the first time. Each attempt by the YNSH Su to ascend was thwarted, causing it to plummet repeatedly. Once the imposing black bird became earnest, the disparity in their raw strength became glaringly apparent. DK's fists pounded against the railing, frustration mounting with each failed ascent. Engaging in close combat, he found himself utterly outmatched by the Gu Huing Xiao, suffering severe blows without gaining any advantage. Initially, he had hoped to push the limits of the rules, leaving some marks on his opponent, ideally achieving a mutual demise, thus salvaging some dignity and alleviating his pent-up frustration. Yet now, DK could only stand impotently on the safety platform, howling in vain. Throughout these minutes, the audience came to a renewed understanding of the Gu Huing Xiao. FIG relished the experience, akin to a durable punching bag, while the guests in the stands were left trembling with fear. Had it not been for the resilient slime, preventing any intense visual effects from manifesting, some might have been compelled to undergo gastrointestinal cleansing. As FIG continued its torment, the state of the YNSH Su gradually shifted. Its exuberance waned, the spark in its eyes dimmed, and its movements became increasingly sluggish. Currently, its body was marred by green scars, grotesque and tragic. The W2 beast that had once absorbed the fires of the underworld could genuinely regenerate severed limbs, whereas the YNSH Su, having ingested the medicine, merely adhered its wounds together with slime to sustain combat, an entirely different concept. When the YNSH Su attempted to ascend once more, FIG refrained from obstructing it, instead alighting gracefully on the ground. As confusion spread among the onlookers, a loud crack resonated as one of its large wings struck the defensive barrier, startling everyone. Subsequently, before the horrified gazes of the crowd, the YNSH Su, now missing a wing, disintegrated mid-air. At last, the slime could no longer hold. In an instant, it was as if a puzzle had shattered, with various fragments cascading from the sky. Horror may arrive late, but it never fails to make an appearance. HSH recalled the fear she had once felt under the Gu Huing Xiao's dominion. LOF Ing remarked, "Consider this collateral damage." Ugh. HI was the first to react, his expression mirroring that of his father. However, at that moment, his father HNT was gazing blankly at the night sky, seemingly soul-lost, and thus offered no reaction. DK, more audacious, erupted in a fit of rage, expelling blood like a new 3 prime ministers, before collapsing in a fit. Meanwhile, LOF Ing calmly checked the time. 4.5, nearing 5 minutes. This medicine was quite effective. Chapter 91. Impressive creatures. 1 is sufficient. Although the battle remains fierce, the guests display a far superior demeanor compared to the previous student audience. After all, they are individuals of considerable experience. Despite some feeling a touch of nausea, they managed to suppress their bile. Only a few ladies expressed slight discomfort, becoming a bit queasy. Of course, this includes individuals like HL, who found amusement in the disarray of the deputy mayor's family, while the lord of the city appeared utterly refreshed. The depths of despair they once faced have now transformed into heights of exhilaration. F. Ng's reputation, in the eyes of the lord of the city, is steadily ascending. In fact, it is not only the lord of the city. All the guests present begin to harbor unique thoughts about this promising young man. Thus, upon returning to the grand banquet hall, old F. Ng becomes the center of attention. His goblet scarcely leaves his hand as visitors come and go at an unrelenting pace, leaving him scarcely a moment to breathe. Numerous couples have specifically brought their daughters to meet him, and seeing those blossoming young ladies aged around 14 to 16 leaves old F. Ng in a state of helpless amusement. He senses that after this night, his days of leisure may well be over. Reputation bears its own advantages and disadvantages. Captain, are we still staying here? The deputy mayor's family has fled. Should we not also? Oh, why the rush? Allow me to satisfy my hunger first. I have yet to eat since the banquet began. Well, he is still a deputy mayor. We must devise a plan. Besides, handling cases is not a matter of a day or two. We must take our time. The man referred to as captain let out a hearty belch, setting aside the half-eaten leg of lamb in his hand, reaching for a glass of drink to ease his discomfort. His crude manner of eating drew disapproving glances from the nearby guests, who then subtly distanced themselves. Captain, you seem quite interested in that young man, remarked Sholi, observing that although his senior's words flowed continuously, his gaze remained fixed on the one known as F. Ng T. New York N. A person of such unprecedented caliber naturally piques my interest. Unprecedented? Sholi pondered. While the recent match was indeed thrilling, instances of a singularly powerful battle pet toppling higher-ranked opponents, though rare, are not unheard of. Surely, this does not reach the level of being unprecedented. Seeing the younger man's uncertainty, the older man chuckled, wiping his greasy hands on his formal attire without a care, then retrieved his phone, deftly navigating it before placing it in front of Sholi. Take a look. This is a recent hot topic within the circles. Sholi accepted the phone and meticulously perused the details. The state-level adult group saw its 18 contenders meet their demise in the underground arena at the hands of a mysterious young boy. The news on the phone recounted the earlier battle between old F-ing and Shi-On at the Yu. Indeed, as a martial artist, although not an insider, Shi-I could sense the extraordinary nature of the events. After a moment of contemplation, Shi-I's pupils widened in sudden realization. No, it cannot be. He gaped at the dark-haired youth surrounded by a throng of elite individuals, then glanced back at his captain. In an instant, he seemed to grasp his senior's thoughts. Sharing the same age, the same city, somewhat similar combat styles, and both being prodigies, why could it not be so? But captain, being 16 and already possessing such rarity, coupled with a gu-huing Shio, it is simply Shio I dared not fathom further. Nor did he see the necessity to articulate it. Well, since we are already defying common sense, a touch more absurdity would not be surprising. In a single state, to encounter such an impressive individual is a tremendous stroke of luck. Yet, to find two in the same city is a situation I cannot accept. Hearing the captain's confident assertion, I hesitated. So, this is merely your conjecture, without any tangible evidence? The captain shot a disdainful glance at his Ernest Jr. and reclaimed his phone. You are young, yet you resemble those old-timers in the bureau, fixated on proof. I am merely expressing a personal hypothesis. Who needs evidence? Sensing the captain's exasperation, I chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. At last, the ordeal concluded. Exiting the grand hall, old F-ing dabbed at the fine sweat on his forehead with a tissue, exhaling a sigh of relief. He would rather engage in a brawl than continue entangling with this elite crowd. Excessive indulgence loses its charm. Noticing Lign stifling her laughter nearby, old F-ing scowled. Seeing your man surrounded by so many women does not make you jealous? Why should I be jealous? A man like you receiving attention from women is only natural. Even a difficult woman like me cannot resist you. What more can I say about others? The fact they did not strip you bare is already a sign of respect. Hearing Lign's words, F-ing's face reddened. Well, I shall take that as a compliment. Upon reaching the parking lot, they happened to see MJ entering right behind them. After exchanging nods with her, old F-ing led Lign to the car. Subsequently, MJ's vehicle exited the parking lot first, with old F-ing following closely behind at a respectful distance. By the way, why hasn't he your class leader come to chat with you? Did you anger her? Do not make me sound like a heartthrob. She came with her parents, not like us two, free and easy. Besides, with HSH's temperament, it is better not to engage in conversation when there are no topics to discuss. This does not seem to be the way home, Lign suddenly remarked. Noticing the route appeared off. I am heading to MJ's. I have something to discuss with her. Hearing old F-ing's words, Lign contemplated but refrained from further inquiry. Tonight has indeed stirred considerable trouble due to her, and it is essential to address the aftermath thoughtfully. Suddenly feeling warmth on her leg, Lign looked down in surprise. Whose hand could it be if not old F-ing's? Do not overthink. This is merely a matter concerning that wretch, unrelated to you. Besides, I have gained from this as well. Every situation has its duality. It is merely the deputy mayor. It is not as troublesome as you imagine. If you were holding my hand rather than resting it on my leg, I believe I would be far more touched. Well, since you have discovered it, I, F-ing, shall not conceal it any longer. My hand shall remain here. Do as you wish. Of course I shall. Not only did she not withdraw, but Lign also firmly grasped old F-ing's hand. You shall not let go today? As the temperature within the car began to rise, suddenly, the vehicle ahead slammed to a halt. Quick to react, old F-ing also decelerated in time. What is happening? Is there an incident? Chapter 92. You think I will let you escape? After experiencing what could be deemed a catastrophic disaster, H&T could no longer remain in this place, fearing further embarrassment. When DK collapsed, he nearly lost his composure entirely. Following this battle, the value of his household's hard-won city-level champion diminished significantly. After a brief farewell to his superior and instructing his subordinates to carry DK back, he left the banquet with unsteady steps. HL hastily followed suit, seizing the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. To be precise, he was frightened away. H&T paid no mind to his younger son, directly departing with DK. It was perhaps for the best not to return home. In his current state of rage, he might very well unleash a torrent of violence upon him. Thus, HL sat in his vehicle in the parking lot, drinking as he contemplated his next destination. Home was certainly not a place he could return to. He was acutely aware that he had committed a grave mistake that night, one that had inflicted considerable damage upon his family. Returning home might very well mean missing a few essential components. Going to Huaxiang District? The thought was daunting. He could hardly muster the courage. Not only did he refrain from seeking solace in Huaxiang District, he didn't even dare to check into a hotel. fearing that his family might storm in and drag him out. This lad had likely indulged too much in drink, or perhaps his lack of intellect had clouded his judgment. He failed to consider that if Hanny truly wanted to retrieve him, the sheer foolishness of parking his car in the lot and then daring to return for it made him an easy target. If someone were stationed to watch the vehicle, apprehension would be inevitable. Yet in Harry's mind, his continued freedom was a testament to his exceptional evasive skills rather than his father's reluctance to capture him. Having made a multitude of nonsensical calls, surrounded by the haze of smoke and alcohol, Harry found himself utterly perplexed. Just then, the banquet concluded, and as guests began to disperse, the parking lot grew increasingly lively. In his state of agitation, Harry suddenly spotted a familiar silhouette, the woman in the mask. At that moment, his pent-up desires and unbridled fury found an outlet, surging forth uncontrollably. He distinctly recalled her cutting remarks during the banquet, and her mysterious masked persona only fueled his irritation. He was determined to teach her a lesson that night. Given the public nature of the event and the sensitivity of her Yakuza identity, Maggie had chosen to remain discreet, bringing along only Mary and 2 handmaidens. To Harry, they appeared to be 4 defenseless women. Moreover, he believed that with her limited strength, she would not dare oppose him. A mere decree from his father would send her and her ilk trembling in fear. Acting impulsively and without forethought, Harry pursued her without restraint, driven by his whims and desires. As all his attention was fixated on the woman, he failed to notice another luxury vehicle trailing behind him. Relying on his familiarity with the route, Harry accelerated down an alternate path and successfully intercepted Maggie's convoy at a secluded intersection. Though brazen, he was not foolish. While the intersection was obscure and devoid of foot traffic, cameras still monitored the area. After all, she was a person of notoriety, and he feared that if she panicked, a confrontation could leave him at a disadvantage. As the debauched scion emerged from his vehicle, Maggie frowned and exchanged glances with Mary. Upon receiving her silent command, Mary pressed the accelerator, executing a smooth drift to evade him and continue onward. How despicable! Harry exclaimed, his earlier bravado evaporating as he hastily made his way back to his car. He was determined to make the woman pay. Thus, the 2 vehicles raced along the highway, with Maggie in a business car and Harry in a sports car, leaving him unable to shake her off. Just then, Maggie's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, she answered without hesitation. Understood, she said, hanging up before instructing Mary to slow down at an obscure intersection 3 kilometers ahead. Simultaneously, old Fang ended his call, bewildered that the scoundrel had the audacity to provoke them again. The sudden stop had allowed Lejana to identify the vehicle blocking their path, and her fist clenched ominously. If Harry knew that those inside the car were them, he would likely be fleeing even faster than he was now. Old Fang found it perplexing that Harry had decided to confront Maggie, but he recognized the unexpected opportunity and intended to seize it. Racing against me is nothing short of a joke. Harry laughed triumphantly as he observed the business car's diminishing speed, seemingly surrendering. The thrill of the chase exhilarated him. Finally, at the periphery of Huaxiang District, he successfully intercepted Maggie's convoy once more. As he exited his vehicle, Maggie and her entourage followed suit. Young Master Harry, what brings you here in such a hurry? She asked coolly. You foul woman, do you dare to run? Do you think you can escape? If you dare to return home tonight, I will ensure my father conducts a thorough investigation of you all. You will find yourself begging on your knees soon enough. As he issued his threats, he swaggered forward, leering at her figure. Why trouble myself with a mere woman like you, young Master Harry? It seems I have done you no wrong, she replied, a hint of amusement gracing her features in response to his intimidation. What are you laughing at? Remove your mask. I wish to see what mystery you are hiding, Harry shouted, incensed by her indifference. His fury escalated when she laughed defiantly, and he barked orders to 2 of her handmaidens, who drew their weapons, while Mary glared at him menacingly. What do you intend to do? Are you threatening me? Do you not understand the consequences of your actions? Harry blustered, though he felt a twinge of fear as he glanced toward the cameras. Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, a glance at the camera was akin to cold water poured over him, freezing him in place. His mouth agape. He struggled to call out, but no sound emerged. His eyes widened in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably, as he feared he might lose his sanity. Following his gaze, one could see a large, pitch-black bird hanging ominously from the overhead bar, its bulk obscuring the camera, while its emotionless, dark golden eyes fixated on Harry. In that moment, he felt his heart drop. If there was anything Harry feared more than his father, it was this ominous creature. The harrowing image of his brother's falcon, once thought invincible, now reduced to a pile of wreckage haunted him. A wave of rancid odor caused Maggie and her handmaidens to grimace in disgust. This spoiled scion had soiled himself in terror. Amidst his overwhelming fear, Harry shrieked and attempted to flee, but as he turned, darkness enveloped him, rendering him blind. His limbs ensnared, he could not escape. At last, I've caught you, Lejana exclaimed joyfully, watching as she ensnared him in a sack, sending him crashing to the ground. Seizing the moment, she swiftly tied the sack shut with a rope, securing it in a matter of moments. The smoothness of her actions left Maggie and her companions momentarily stunned. Once secured, Lejana raised her foot and stomped down hard on the sack. Although the material muffled the sound, the heart-wrenching wails were still audible. One stomp was not enough, she followed with a second. A third. What did 10 centimeters of high heels feel like upon one's body? The combination of her formidable strength and the heels was akin to a form of torture. At this moment, anyone passing by this road would be thoroughly terrified by the agonizing cries. As Harry's pleas for mercy gradually diminished to a near whisper, Lij and finally came to a halt. The preservation of life was an instruction from Lof-ing. Otherwise, Ling and I-ing would have crushed him to death without hesitation. Even so, the sack was soaked with crimson, a testament to the internal injuries and fractures sustained from the brutal trampling. Lof-ing gestured to MG, and the two withdrew to a quieter corner. Are your people reliable? He inquired. Rest assured, they are orphans I have trained, my most trusted confidants, MG assured him. Very well, take Harry back and confine him. I still have use for him. Additionally, I require detailed information on every member of the Vice Mayor's family. The more comprehensive, the better. Ensure that when I arrive tomorrow, I can acquire the intelligence immediately. Observing Lof-ing's clarity of thought and resolute speech, MG hesitated momentarily, asking, Are you truly prepared to confront the Vice Mayor? This is not merely a confrontation. It is a matter of my existence versus his. I am not one to be passive. Rather than waiting for others to come to me, I prefer to take the initiative to eliminate threats. The enmity had already been established, and it was significant. Lof-ing harbored no foolish notion of relinquishing his fate to others. Given the severity of the situation, he resolved to deal with it decisively. Fear of impending dangers was not in his character. Observing Lof-ing's calm demeanor, MG's eyes flickered with a hint of self-mockery. She realized that if a mere vice mayor could impede his progress, her judgment had been terribly flawed. With determination, she pointed towards the sack on the ground. Lift him into the vehicle. Witnessing MG's steadfast demeanor, Lof-ing felt a surge of admiration mixed with gratitude. Unlike him, who could resort to violence and then flee to a different locale to enjoy a carefree life, MG had thousands relying on her for sustenance. Her roots were deep, and her extensive responsibilities made escape impossible. Once they hoisted the sack, they were irrevocably on the same path, with no means of retreat. The intelligence will be ready for collection tomorrow afternoon. After leaving that statement, MG led her team and departed in their vehicle. Meanwhile, Lof-ing drove away in Harry's sports car towards a certain place in Hu 11ing district, while Lij returned home in her own vehicle. Each person embarked on their individual missions. Checking the time, there were still 10 minutes until midnight. Lof-ing hastily summoned Fig back to the SHNX Hu New Jersey-ing. Every hour, the city of Hu NGM-ing conducted a radar scan, with a range of approximately 500 meters. The Safety Bureau maintained stringent control over social security, and possessing a battle beast did not grant one the liberty to act with impunity. This night appeared ordinary, yet it was imbued with an ominous sense of impending turmoil. The following morning, Lof-ing first visited Professor W-ing's home, the balding professor specializing in battle beast research. With the school on break, he had no choice but to visit the professor at home. Professor W-ing received him warmly. Though not a mansion, the small yard was refreshing and elegant. After sharing 2 cups of tea, Lof-ing got straight to the point. Professor W-ing, could you assist me in analyzing the composition of this substance? In his hand lay some greenish fragments, remnants scraped from the blue pill during last night's battle. As for how they were scraped, one must remember that Fig had intercepted the blue pill at that time. This drug? Is there something special about it? Professor W-ing inquired with curiosity. Lof-ing recounted the events following YNSH Su-in's ingestion of the drug and shared his speculations in detail. What? Such a phenomenon exists? The professor was taken aback, his interest piqued, yet a grave expression overtook his features. Lof-ing was momentarily startled by the professor's seriousness. Professor, do you have additional thoughts? Fing Tianxu, consider this. If this drug is not meant for battle beasts but for humans, what might occur? The professor's words startled Lof-ing. Once this line of thought was opened, numerous ideas began to surface. Battle pets could be revived within their spatial realm due to their soul imprint. Even if the drug side effects were severe, death could resolve the issue. However, human life is singular. If a human consumes this drug and the effects wear off, the consequences could extend beyond mere side effects, potentially leading to genetic mutations. Upon hearing this, Lof-ing understood. Strictly speaking, This green pill fell into the category of prohibited substances. Projects involving battle beast genetics were heavily regulated by laws across nations, and anyone who dared to tamper with them without government approval would face severe consequences. The existence of such genetic drugs circulating in the market essentially branded their manufacturers as criminals. Chapter 94. A private invitation from the mayor. Upon hearing the professor's remarks, LOF grasped the gravity of the situation. Selling or researching such substances could lead to imprisonment. I apologize for my lack of preparation, he admitted, feeling somewhat sheepish for not having done his homework prior to the visit. Haha, no worries. Research on battle beast genetics is part of next year's curriculum. As a battle beast master, it's understandable that you cannot be well versed in everything. Besides the relevant regulations, I lack the professional equipment for research. However, I can recommend someone to you. She works in a government department and possesses legitimate research credentials. After saying this, Professor W. entered the house and shortly returned with a business card. Upon receiving the card, LOF noted the name Mi O Jane Ju inscribed upon it, accompanied by a string of phone numbers. This young lady is my most esteemed student, a top scholar from the Federal Royal Academy, holding dual PhDs in battle beast studies and pharmaceutical sciences. She currently works in the Hu Ngm Ing City Research Institute and has government approval for her independent laboratory. The professor spoke of his prized disciple with great pride. Unable to contain his enthusiasm, the intersection of pharmaceutical and battle beast research was indeed a perfect match. Thank you, Professor. I will make an effort to visit her when the opportunity arises. By now it was nearing noon, and both Professor W. Ing and his wife intended to invite LOF Ing to stay for lunch. However, a phone call compelled him to take his leave. It was NN. The Lord Mayor requests your presence. Upon returning home, LOF Ing was met once again by the middle-aged female secretary who had visited previously. Your Grace, the mayor invites you to lunch. Your attendance is highly esteemed. I see. The personal invitation signifies great sincerity. Haha, the mayor is too gracious. Please lead the way. After giving NN a few brief instructions, LOF Ing followed the secretary to the motorcade, heading towards the mayor's residence. Upon arrival, he was surprised to find Mayor Ting waiting at the entrance to greet him. The uniformity of respect in his demeanor sparked a few suspicions within LOF Ing. Ha ha ha, heroes emerge in youth. Your arrival truly brings prestige to my humble abode. I am flattered, Mayor. In response to the mayor's courteous welcome, LOF Ing reciprocated with equal politeness. The mayor took LOF Ing's hand warmly, leading him into the residence with enthusiasm. This display of familiarity, even for someone as thick-skinned as LOF Ing, instilled a moment of bashfulness. Once inside and seated at the dining table, the mayor gestured, and all bodyguards and attendants promptly exited the room, leaving only the two of them in the spacious chamber. Indeed, a lunch was shared, and Your Excellency, you have thoroughly diminished the prestige of the Hanny family yesterday. They have insulted my family, and they deserve nothing less. Ha ha. Truly a person of character. I admire that. However, based on my extensive experience working alongside Hanny for many years, I fear that, given his temperament, he will not easily let yesterday's events slide. Let him come. If I can instill fear in him yesterday, I can surely lead him to despair on a day of my choosing. Upon hearing those cold words, the mayor was both startled and elated. This young man possesses remarkable vigor. Should he succeed in displacing Hanty from the position of deputy mayor, he would alleviate a long-standing concern. That individual has coveted his position for far too long, and with Dick's ascension, his ambitions have become increasingly brazen, disregarding authority altogether. No official appreciates such a predatory subordinate who seeks to undermine from below. Alas, Hanty's tendency to exert pressure through power must be corrected. Rest assured, as mayor, I will not permit my subordinates to abuse their authority. Old Fang's eye sparkled. The lord of the city had essentially declared his position. Should the deputy mayor attempt to wield his power against him, with this watchful eye upon him, it is likely to be futile. Your wisdom is commendable, and I am deeply grateful. With the mayor keeping Hanty in check, Old Fang's options for maneuvering have substantially increased. However, I must clarify that the personnel of the Security Bureau are outside my jurisdiction. If you intend to take action, it is prudent to proceed with caution. Those individuals wield significant power. The term Security Bureau indeed invigorated Old Fang. It is a unique entity, answerable only to the Federal Supreme Security Bureau, with resources directly allocated by the federal government and beyond local control. Even an individual of the mayor's stature possesses only negotiation and collaboration rights with the local Security Bureau, lacking any command authority. The functions of the Security Bureau encompass everything from petty theft and brawls to espionage, counterterrorism, and war beast reconnaissance. Thus, its jurisdiction is rather formidable. It is an extensive national system, its strength as profound as the mayor described. Notably, the presence of the Security Bureau simultaneously restrains both parties. You have curtailed Hanti's administrative power, while the Security Bureau curtails his malevolent influence, rendering this game surprisingly civilized and equitable. Yet, Old Fang understood in his heart that the existence of the Security Bureau posed a more significant threat to himself. He did not believe that Hanti could outmaneuver him in underhanded tactics. For instance, orchestrating an assault on the deputy mayor's family would not pose a significant challenge. Nevertheless, the presence of the Security Bureau rendered it impossible to execute such plans without detection. Should the Security Bureau take notice, the repercussions could be grave. In a civilized society, employing war beasts as assassins carries severe consequences, and the resultant societal impact is profoundly detrimental. If a war beast master were to be accused of such a crime, their professional career would essentially be over. It is clear that few citizens would favor individuals who are dangerous and uncontrollable. Some war beast masters, even when hiring professional assassins, are reluctant to dirty their hands for fear of leaving an indelible stain on their history. In regions beyond jurisdiction, such actions may be inconsequential. However, in a civilized society, this is a grave taboo. Hence, this is why Old Fang regards such violent methods as a last resort. Ha ha ha, young man, you are quite confident. Observing Old Fang's calm and assured demeanor filled the mayor with admiration. Without the mayor's assistance, this contest would not have been as manageable. The Hanti family is currently in disarray, and stability will take time. Since we are to engage, let us do so thoroughly. Although the current situation cannot be resolved with brute force, Old Fang remains unhurried. The opponent's strongest card is Dick. However, that card was shattered last night. And with the mayor's support, it is the adversary who must feel urgency. He has no reason to rush. The advantage lies with me. Only the process of outmaneuvering the opponent will require a more deliberate pace. By the way, Xiaofeng, are you aware that a skilled individual of your age has recently emerged in the Yihu Nghu arena, potentially even surpassing your abilities?